Chapter 1. She made a comeback 10 years ago. The morning sun bathed the towering edifice of the Fortune Gaming and Entertainment Group on the 33rd floor, causing the entire building to shimmer with brilliance. Today marked the final meeting concerning the launch of the company's highly anticipated game. The conference room on the 29th floor was already filled with department heads, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. The company's general manager, Yuan, observed a young man seated at the head of the table. Engrossed in his mobile device, he reported, "President Chen, we have made exhaustive preparations for the mobile adaptation of Hero's Glory, and the enthusiasm from players is palpable. I assure you, this time we will leave no room for error." The others nodded in agreement, their confidence unwavering. In recent years, Fortune Gaming and Entertainment had firmly established itself at the pinnacle of the domestic gaming industry, leaving its competitors far behind. The young man, still fixated on his phone, replied without looking up, "Hubris leads to downfall, old Kai. While they may lack competence, we must ensure that every aspect is meticulously managed." The young man, Chen Mu, was the president and the driving force behind Fortune Gaming, known for his modest demeanor. Images of him were scarce online. After finishing his statement, he glanced up at Yuan with irritation, saying, "I've told you repeatedly not to summon me for trivial matters, especially given the generous salary the company provides you each year. If you need me for such minor issues, perhaps I should dismiss you and take over myself." The others stifled their laughter at his remark. Yuan looked at Chen Mu, speechless. "Boss, I would rather not summon you, but this was a direct order from Vice President Yuan, who insisted I notify you." Recalling Yuan's directive fortified Kai's resolve. Vice President Yuan mentioned that you've been lounging at home for too long and needed some fresh air. Upon hearing that it was Yuan's instruction, Chen Mu's expression softened. "You should have mentioned it was Vice President Yuan's request earlier." With a resigned sigh, Yuan chose not to engage further with Chen Mu and continued discussing the final preparations for Hero's Glory with the other department heads. Chen Mu, unimpressed, scoffed silently at the notion of fresh air. To him, it merely implied a different venue to recline idly. He returned his focus to his phone. Yuan observed the thorough discussions regarding the game's launch preparations, nodding in satisfaction as he took a sip of his coffee. Just as he was about to set the cup back down, a sudden outburst startled him, causing him to spill coffee from his mouth. Slouched in his chair, Chen Mu exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Yuan has made a comeback." As he attempted to rise, his complete lethargy caused him to kick the chair back, losing his balance and landing abruptly on the floor. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. Yuan, momentarily taken aback, stared at the sprawled-out Chen Mu in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, Yuan sighed, "Boss, if you truly wish to avoid the company, there's no need to create such a spectacle." Chen Mu scrambled to his feet and hurried to the door, exclaiming, "You all continue your work. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Before anyone could respond, he had vanished through the doorway, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. But a moment later, the Research and Development Director, Zhang Yinghang, snapped back to reality and turned to his colleague, Yuan, with a curious expression. "Boss, which senior from our circle is wishing for a comeback? What could possibly make our boss lose his composure? Is his return a threat to our company, Rich Games Entertainment?" Yuan shot him an irritated glare. "Mind your own business. Why are you prying into the boss affairs? Do you want to jeopardize your position?" He added with a smirk, "Zhang Yinghang, you'll be on guard duty at the gate for a shift. Let your subordinate Xiao go handle your tasks for now." Zhang Yinghang stood there, bewildered, staring at Yuan. What was going on? Wasn't he the one who gossiped the most about the boss matters? Why was he being punished? As he caught the gleeful glances from his colleagues, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Yuan ignored Zhang Yinghang's bewilderment and walked out, his gaze fixed on the now empty prominent seat. With the boss gone, what's the point of holding a meeting? Everyone should mind their own affairs. Dismissed. How many still remember the little diva, Yuan, from a decade ago? With her debut album Data, she skyrocketed to fame, stirring a whirlwind of youthful exuberance among young people, propelling her to stardom with just one album. However, soon after, she had a falling out with Changtian Entertainment, the very company that had propelled her to success, resulting in her being contractually silenced for 10 long years. It was rumored that she had fled overseas to pursue her studies. Describing her journey as an explosive beginning followed by a cataclysmic end, is not an exaggeration. A decade, how many of those can one experience in a lifetime? Now that her 10-year contract has expired, Yuan has announced her return. Yet in an entertainment industry that sees a constant influx of new talents, how many still remember the once celebrated little diva, Yuan? Chen Mu furrowed his brow as he read the scant news about Yuan's return. After a while, he regained his composure, but he set his phone aside and stood with arms crossed before the grand floor-to-ceiling window of his office on the 33rd floor of Rich Mansion, as distant memories flooded back. He was not originally from this world. 10 years ago. Having grown up in an orphanage, he found himself inexplicably transported from Earth to a parallel world, assuming the identity of Chen Mu in the Celestial Empire. Everything was unfamiliar: the surroundings, the events, the people. There was no joy, only fear and confusion. That night, after hastily dealing with the parents of the original Chen Mu, he curled up in bed. In his moment of helplessness, the familiar tune of da-da-da emanated from the bedside radio. This sound and song were strikingly similar to those of a certain Wang, a star from his original world. For a fleeting moment, he thought that the star had crossed over with him. But alas, that was not the case. That it was the resonance of that familiar voice that brought him solace, guiding him out of his initial panic and discomfort. Later, upon hearing news of her being silenced and fleeing overseas, Chen Mu began to carve out a life for himself in this world, and the comforting voice gradually faded from his ears. He would occasionally reminisce, but more often than not, he chose to forget. Now, as she wishes to return to her path, he feels compelled to assist her. After all, she had lent me a helping hand a decade ago. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden ring of the phone interrupted his reverie. Chen Mu glanced at the screen with a sense of resignation before answering. Hello, second brother, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly cut off by a boisterous voice on the other end. Stop. Don't call me second brother. I don't have a sibling like you. Can managing the company really lead to your demise? You were the one who spearheaded this venture, and now look at you, neglecting it entirely. There are 4 of us brothers, and there's still no news from Su Fuguwei. Yi Lao San is too engrossed in technical matters, and you, it seems, are merely a hands-off manager. So, am the only one left to bear the brunt of this burden, am I? When the other end was reduced to mere heavy breathing, Chen Mu sheepishly brought the phone back to his ear. All right, but remember, you were the one who insisted I shouldn't call you second brother. What do you want, Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang? Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang. Damn it. Chapter 2. Defying Father and Son Solo. Chen Mu's words immediately shattered the defenses of Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang, the power holder of the Xinghai Group. Through the phone, Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang's gritted teeth could be heard. Chen Laosi, are you seeking death? Chen Mu gazed at him with an innocent expression. Didn't you say I shouldn't call you ergo? If I don't call you that, what should I call you? Mr. Shangwan? No, that feels too formal. Should I call you Zhuang Zhuang, like Annie? Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang listened in silence as Chen Mu feigned innocence. He was the head of the Xinghai Group, wielding power over WeChat, Weibo, Xinghai Payment, and Xinghai Shopping, key weapons that, combined with the Fuse software Chen Mu mentioned, could create a closed, ecological superconglomerate. Had it not been for his pleas to his grandmother, the Empress, to forcefully secure shares in the royal private treasury, this behemoth would undoubtedly have faced obliteration by the empire. Now, such a conglomerate was in the hands of the merely 30-year-old Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang, whose outward demeanor was always that of a refined and serious gentleman. Yet, in Chen Mu's presence, he would invariably lose his composure. Seeing Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang's anger reaching its peak, Chen Mu grinned. Hey, ergo, I was just joking. Why are you so upset? Your glasses are crooked. Quick, straighten them. You brat. The only one capable of provoking my ire is you. Shangwan Zhuang Zhuang thought, sighing at Chen Mu's unflappable demeanor. After knowing him for so many years, that temper of his seemed unchanging. This fellow was truly difficult to manage. He instinctively adjusted his glasses and earnestly advised Chen Mu. I understand your carefree nature, which is why you hold no position in the group. However, being idle all the time is not a viable option. You're almost 30. You ought to find something to occupy yourself, perhaps seek a girlfriend? One must have dreams, as you often say, regardless of the ambitious gaming and entertainment projects. The entire strategic layout of the Xinghai Group stemmed from Chen Mu's ideas, Yet he remained complacent, seemingly forever stuck in the carefree mindset of an 18-year-old. Shangguan Zhuang found it unbearable to witness Chen Mu squander his talents in such a manner. My dream is to remain at ease, and I am financially independent. So my dream has already been realized, Chen Mu replied with a smile, but then his expression turned eager. By the way, ergo, can I borrow Xiao Bao for a few days? I've been longing for that little fellow. Get lost. You think you can play with my son? You're not worthy. If you have the capability, go have your own. Shangguan Zhuang was further displeased at the thought that his precious son was merely for Chen Mu's amusement. Fine then. Chen Mu shrugged. If you want to let me play, I want to resort to stealing him. Isn't there a game that Fubo Entertainment is about to release? You might as well keep an eye on it. You can't just lounge around all day. It's time to get serious. Shangguan Zhuang looked at Chen Mu earnestly. Everything here is settled. Besides, isn't Kai Shu Win doing quite well? I have other matters to attend to. Chen Mu quickly deflected. You're idling away every day. What other matters could you possibly have? Shangguan Zhuang replied, skepticism evident in his eyes. Su Yuan has made a comeback. Chen Mu stated solemnly. Su Yuan? Where has he been? Upon hearing the name, Shangguan Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to recall the individual. No recollection. He had not encountered this person in his circle. Wait a moment. It dawned on Shangguan Zhuang as he excitedly inquired. Are you referring to that Su Yuan? Yes. Our goddess Su Yuan? Indeed. She has truly made a comeback? Ah, yes. Oh my, after waiting so long, today has finally arrived. Chen Mu pondered. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? This was indeed monumental news. He too would check the headlines and promptly hung up. With Su Yuan's return, Shangguan Zhuang was no longer concerned about Chen Mu. Chen Mu? What significance did that hold? Chen Mu, observing the situation, could only smile. Opening his Weibo, he saw Su Yuan's latest post comprised of just a few words. I am back. The responses were sparse, rather dismal. Using his account as the president of Fubo Game Interactive Entertainment, Chen Mu tagged the long-followed Su Yuan account, reminiscing about the awkward fan chants from a decade ago, which made him chuckle. He penned, Su Yuan, as my heart wishes, welcome back. After posting, Chen Mu set his phone aside, gazing dreamily out at the azure sky. Not long after Chen Mu's Weibo was published, his account, boasting over 5 million followers, attracted a flurry of attention. The fanbase was quite eclectic, ranging from those drawn in by game giveaways to others seeking redemption codes, some venting frustrations from a game collapse, and others arriving merely to disparage him, including those with long-standing grievances. As for the past spats between Chen Depao and fans, that is a tale for another day. This Chen Mu has finally posted on Weibo. The rascal vanished for so long, I was nearly bored to death. As the head of the legendary 213 studio, a precursor to Fubo Game Interactive, I have always believed Chen Mu to be an everlasting legend. How strange. I sent Heroic Glory set to release soon. Yet, Chen Mu's latest Weibo isn't promoting the game. Not surprising. This fellow has always taken the unconventional path. However, the account he tagged seems intriguing. Let me take a look. I've already checked. This Su Yuan is tagged as a female singer, an unfamiliar name, likely a rather obscure artist. To this, Chen Mu replied, obscure? You yist. Su Yuan is my idol, incredibly popular a decade ago. With an expression of pride. Decade ago? My heavens. How old was I then? One must admit, still harboring affection after 10 years. This fellow is surprisingly devoted. Chen Mu stated, what of it? I am devoted and proud. If you disagree, let us settle it in a father-son duel. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the online commotion. She stood in her hotel room, gazing out the window, clad in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts that accentuated her flawless figure. The transparent glass reflected her petite, exquisite visage, seemingly unchanged from her 20-year-old self a decade prior, as if time had forgotten her, leaving scarcely a mark upon her. For some individuals, the passage of time seems to be biased. The gentle sound of the door brought her back to reality, and upon turning her head, she saw her manager, Bai Yu, entering the room. With a hint of nervousness, she inquired, Sister Yu, has the announcement from Chengzi Station truly been finalized? Bai Yu, seated on the sofa, looked at Su Yuan and nodded with a smile indeed. A wave of relief washed over Su Yuan as she joyfully clenched her fists. This opportunity had been arduously sought after by Sister Yu, and it was a rare chance that she must seize. "Oh, you mustn't celebrate prematurely. The first hurdle is just the beginning," Bai Ruyu remarked, observing the exuberant Su Yuan. "Every endeavor begins with challenges, and since we've crossed the initial threshold, it is indeed worth celebrating." With a buoyant spirit, Su Yuan leaped beside Bai Ruyu, wrapping her arms around her. Bai Ruyu looked at her with feigned disdain. "I must be quite foolish to have rushed here to be your manager at the sound of a single phone call." Yet, soon her expression turned pensive. "A decade has quietly slipped by, and I wonder how many will still remember you?" Su Yuan's eyes momentarily dimmed before regaining their spark. With determination etched on her youthful face, she responded, "It matters not. As long as I can still sing, that is sufficient." Hearing this, Bai Ruyu felt a tinge of helplessness. "Let us discuss the issues regarding the songs for your program." Chapter 3. Hyperthymesia, Chen Mu. Su Yuan pondered. "A song? Is there a problem?" Bai Ruyu looked at her helplessly. "Surely, you haven't forgotten that the copyrights to your songs are still held by Changtian Company?" I truly forgot." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's smile instantly vanished. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow in thought. The owner of Changtian, Song Along, has always been a petty individual, and now Changtian Entertainment has grown into a colossal entity. If you wish to return and sing your former songs, I suspect it will be quite challenging. Su Yuan, after listening to her words, chuckled nonchalantly. "Let the people from Singer approach Changtian first. If that fails, I can always cover someone else's songs without issue. It seems we have no other choice." Bai Ruyu nodded and recalled something. "By the way, I contacted Liang Xian, and she's willing to come back to continue as your personal assistant. Once she sorts out her family matters, she should arrive in a couple of days." Su Yuan looked at her in confusion. "Liang Xian? She has her own family and a baby. How could she find the time to assist me?" Bai Ruyu sighed. "Little Liang just recently got divorced. Her husband was unfaithful, and custody of the child was awarded to her. She received little in terms of assets, and she cannot afford to live off her past. Fortunately, you are returning, and when I inquired, she readily agreed. Well, it is good that she is coming. Our trio will be reunited. Once the studio is settled, I will allocate shares to you both, and then we shall enjoy a life of abundance." Upon hearing that Liang Xian would be coming, Su Yuan joyfully waved her hand. Bai Ruyu looked at her speechlessly. Let us hope they do not end up struggling to make ends meet. Chen Mu lingered at the company until noon, then indulged in a meal at the cafeteria before feeling satisfied and heading directly to the underground parking lot. Pressing the car key, a Bentley Continental GT responded. He had not changed cars in a long time. Chen Mu had long surpassed the desire for material possessions, having indulged in all that life had to offer over the years. He opened the car door and was about to get in when he suddenly withdrew his hand and surveyed his surroundings. Not spotting the vehicle he sought, he reluctantly pulled out his phone to make a call. It rang once before being answered. "Zhu Shirtu, where are you hiding this time?" There was no response on the phone, but a hand emerged from a nearby car, waving at Chen Mu. With a smile, Chen Mu shook his head and approached the person inside the vehicle. "Have you changed cars again?" "Boss, do whatever you wish. You need not concern yourself with me. Your approach is detrimental to my concealment." The man in the car gestured for him to move away, indicating he should not disturb his work. Chen Mu rolled his eyes at the remark. "I'm here for a reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you." Zhu Shirtu nodded succinctly. "Speak." Chen Mu, bemused, thought to himself how it seemed as if Zhu Shirtu were the boss. He presented his phone, showing Su Yuan's profile. Have someone investigate Su Yuan and those around her, as well as the details of Changtian Company. Be thorough. After a moment's reflection, Chen Mu added, "Also, dispatch 2 individuals to follow her, ensuring her safety discreetly." Zhu Shirtu cast a glance at Su Yuan's scarf, then looked at Chen Mu in astonishment, pondering how it was that his boss, who had been a solitary bachelor for so long, was now investigating a woman. Could it be that he was finally awakening to romance? Chen Mu felt uneasy under Zhu Shirtu's unwavering gaze. "What is the matter? Are you still shocked by my good looks after all this time?" He quipped. "I will get someone to handle it." Zhu Shirtu, accustomed to his boss's shamelessness, chose to ignore him and proceeded to call his subordinates. "You really are quite dull." Chen Mu muttered before getting into his car. As Zhu Shitu drove leisurely while on the phone, he followed closely behind Chen Mu. Indeed, Zhu Shitu was the head of Chen Mu's bodyguards. Following an incident years ago, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang had procured Zhu Shitu from an unknown source and assigned him as Chen Mu's protector. Zhu Shitu proved his worth by quickly assembling a security team, which later evolved into a security company. Typically elusive, they only appeared when Chen Mu wished to see them. Otherwise, their presence was scarcely felt. Even Zhu Shitu, who was always shadowing him, could sometimes become untraceable if he didn't make a call. As Chen Mu exited the underground parking garage and passed through the security checkpoint, he spotted Zhang Yinghang from the RD department, nonchalantly wearing a security hat while loitering at the guard station. He hit the brakes and teased, "Oh, look who it is. What mischief did you get into this time to end up here?" What could Zhang Yinghang possibly say? That he had been sent to investigate Chen Mu's gossip? "Come on, I'm not foolish," he replied, feigning indignation. "Boss, after you left, the higher-ups started spreading your rumors. Naturally, someone as principled as I had to intervene, but alas, I didn't expect the boss to fly into a rage and send me here." It was peculiar that Chen Mu believed him. He shot him a glare and retorted, "I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. What good can come from following Kai Shu-wen? Stand up straight. Your slouching affects the company's image. Just wait until Kai Shu-wen finds out." After that, he ignored Zhang Yinghang and accelerated out of the company, leaving the unsuccessful informant standing there in disbelief. A series of beeping sounds heralded Chen Mu's arrival as he opened the door to his home, kicking it shut with a heavy thud and carelessly tossing off his shoes before collapsing onto the sofa. What a tiresome day. There's no place like home, he sighed deeply, staring blankly at the ceiling before finally sitting up and murmuring to himself, "Su Yuan's comeback after 10 years. 10 years. What a splendid song. I must get this song out before I forget it." Having said this, he rose and headed straight to the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Chen Mu's residence was a luxurious duplex in Tangcheng Yipin, occupying both the top floor and the one below. A vast expanse of opulence in a city where every inch was precious, especially with a view of the Pujiang River. Yet, for Chen Mu, it was no burden. He had purchased the entire 2 floors outright, a display of sheer extravagance. The upper level served as his entertainment hub, featuring a state-of-the-art recording studio, a plethora of valuable instruments scattered throughout, and a computer with unmatched specifications. Here, he would occasionally write novels, sketch storyboards, and record songs. Upon recalling a delightful song, one cannot help but eagerly record it for repeated enjoyment. Several years ago, apart from appreciating a song that harmonized with a pleasing artist, most were carelessly relegated to the depths of my computer, gathering dust. The primary motive was sheer self-indulgence. Such talent is indeed a perplexity. After all, who could blame him for possessing an extraordinary memory in that world? Strangely, however, this peculiar gift of hyperthymesia only manifests vividly concerning events from that realm. Perhaps this is the divine favor bestowed upon Chen Mu. While hyperthymesia is a condition, it serves as a remarkable boon for him. Time tends to fly by when one is engrossed in activity. As dusk approached, Chen Mu stretched languidly. The exquisite sound system filled the air with his recently recorded piece. 10 years, a rendition that left him utterly satisfied. After listening, he sighed, "Alas, how am I so brilliant? Though it may be borrowed, I certainly leave no room for others." Just as he indulged in his self-admiration, Zhu Shitu entered, waving the documents in his hand, exclaiming, "Boss, I've gathered all the information." Chapter 4. Is this not a testament to my fans' flourishing success? Chen Mu gazed at Zhu Shitu in disbelief. "Can you not show some respect for your boss? Every time you enter, could you please knock first? Your door is far too grand. Every time I see it, I feel an irresistible urge to touch it. I'll be more careful next time." Zhu Shitu, with a sheepish grin, soon composed himself, adopting a rather dismissive demeanor. "Boss, I've gathered all the information you requested." With that, he handed over the documents he held to Chen Mu. As Chen Mu perused the materials, he felt a deep admiration for Zhu Shitu and his team. Their resourcefulness was boundless, and they managed to handle every task with finesse. "Oh, she is currently participating in Singer in Sha City?" Her manager is Bai Ruyu, and her assistant Liang Xin is also involved? Well, it seems the formidable trio from a decade ago has reunited, and they're even planning to establish a studio. Chen Mu mused, that idea is quite sound. Her father is a small business owner. I wonder where she has been able to find the funds to continue her pursuits after a decade of setbacks. The information regarding Su Yuan was scant, and Chen Mu quickly skimmed through it, shifting his focus to the data on Changtian Entertainment Group. This Song Yilong has managed to elevate Changtian to one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the empire over the past decade. He must possess considerable acumen. Upon discovering the involvement of the Yuan consortium behind Changtian, Chen Mu looked up at Zhu Shirtu in astonishment. Is it true that Yuan is backing them? Zhu Shirtu nodded affirmatively. Chen Mu, in a habitual gesture, brushed his eyebrows with his middle finger, pondering. Xinan and Ergu S. Shanghai are sworn rivals. This is intriguing. Zhu Shirtu interjected. Yuan is the second largest shareholder of Changtian, but does not hold a controlling stake. Perhaps Yuan does not regard Changtian highly, given Yuan's domineering business style. Any company that catches their eye is usually taken over without hesitation. This rivalry between Yuan and Shanghai stemmed from their equal footing in terms of backing. They remained silent while the formidable figures, Shangguan Zhuang and Zhou Tingshan of Yuan, vied against each other. Ultimately, the outcome saw Yuan suffer setbacks while Shanghai continued to forge ahead, much to Zhou Tingshan's discontent. Chen Mu set the documents aside, chuckling softly. How amusing. This could lead to something interesting. Zhu Shirtu, puzzled by his reaction, bid farewell and departed. Ignoring him, Chen Mu swiveled in his chair for a moment before rising. It's time for a stroll. I'm nearly rusting away. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Mu forcefully spun the turntable mounted on the wall. He picked up a dart, took a few steps back, turned to glance at the turntable, and then threw it with vigor. With a sharp thud, the dart hit the target. Chen Mu leisurely approached to stop the turntable, revealing the names of a dozen cities. Indeed, he owned substantial properties in these cities, and during moments of boredom, he would throw darts. Wherever the dart landed, he would spend a while there. Such was the simplicity of his laid-back existence. Why did it land on Haicheng? Couldn't it be a bit more reliable? Chen Mu frowned at the spot where the dart had struck. He muttered as he removed the dart, scrutinizing the dartboard before forcefully embedding the dart into the position marked Sand City. Chen Mu then clapped his hands with a satisfied smile, exclaiming, Sand City, simply perfect. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhu Shirtu. I'll be flying to Sand City tomorrow morning. By the way, where has Baozi gone? Zhu Shirtu replied. Baozi is currently at your hometown, accompanying your uncle and aunt. Chen Mu scratched his head in response. All right, have her join the gathering in Sand City. Understood, boss. Will it be a private jet or commercial flight this time? Zhu Shirtu calmly acknowledged, having long grown accustomed to Chen Mu's sporadic eccentricities. Let us go with commercial. I'm not in a hurry, and it's slightly cheaper. Chen Mu concluded before ending the call. Zhu Shirtu stared at the hung-up phone, silently grumbling. Slightly cheaper? Are you really fretting over such trivial expenses? Why not mention that flying privately would at least ensure a more relaxed security detail? Meanwhile, as Chen Mu leisurely savored the delicious meal prepared by the talented Annie, Su Yuan, Bai Ruyu, and the recently arrived Liang Xin gazed at Chen Mu's scarf in bewilderment. Bai Ruyu turned to Su Yuan, asking, Su Yuan, do you know this wealthy game entertainment CEO, Chen Mu? Otherwise, how could such a prominent figure personally assist in promoting your return? Su Yuan shook her head, equally perplexed. Liang Xin, however, burst into laughter. Su Yuan, as my heart desires. This slogan brings back fond memories. It's been 10 years, and I never expected someone would still remember. Sister Yu, no need to guess. Clearly, this is one of our boss's devoted fans from 10 years ago. Yet, Bai Ruyu remained puzzled. But if there was such a notable figure among Su Yuan's fans back then, I would certainly remember. Isn't it obvious? Su Yuan clapped her hands cheerfully. Bai Ruyu and Liang Xin turned to her, eagerly awaiting her next words. Su Yuan asserted confidently, it's quite simple. This just means my fan has become successful. Bai Ruyu. Liang Xin, I wonder if this President Chen is merely being casual or if he will continue to take an interest in you. If he remains invested, He might even become a significant support for us. Bai Ryu tapped her forehead in frustration. Oh dear, Sister Bai, whether he supports us or not is irrelevant. Just look, such a prominent so still remembers me. It fills me with immense pride. I feel more confident about my comeback now. At that moment, Su Yuan was practically bursting with pride. Hearing this, Bai Ryu buried her face in her hands, utterly embarrassed. Liang Xian chuckled at Su Yuan's haughty expression, remarking, 10 years. And your heart remains unchanged. How delightful. After finishing her tasks, Su Yuan climbed on her bed, gazing at her phone where Chen Mu had tweeted, Su Yuan, as my heart desires. Welcome back. She grinned foolishly and replied beneath it, thank you, President, for still remembering me. I feel even more confident about the road ahead. Having just concluded a game of Hero's Glory with a score of 171, Chen Mu was generally satisfied with the results. Exiting the game, he noticed Su Yuan's response, and as a result of his tweet, her follower count had experienced a slight increase. I never anticipated that my influence could be quite substantial. Upon this reflection, I recalled several dormant accounts I had registered years ago, shortly after the inception of Weibo, which I had created to bolster its popularity. However, they were soon forgotten. Yet, a wave of frustration overtook me as I scratched my head, pondering the forgotten passwords of those accounts. The following morning, Jiang Song, the executive vice president responsible for artist management at Changtian Entertainment, erupted in fury in his office, addressing Zhang Wei, Wang Zhou's manager. Wang Zhou is set to participate in The Singer. Are you still asleep? Or am I dreaming? What audacity does this tone-deaf fool possess to consider himself a contender on The Singer? Inform him to focus on leveraging his appearance to generate revenue for the company. The notion of him on The Singer is utterly preposterous. Wang Wei, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, Yes, Mr. Wang, please do not let your anger affect your health. I shall return immediately to dissuade him. Chapter 5. Assistant Zhao Baozi? No, she is the little ancestor. Jiang Song reported this matter to Chairman Song Yilong, who responded, You have done well. Proceed according to your judgment. Such trivial matters need not be brought to my attention henceforth. With a dismissive wave, he had barely settled into his seat when Jiang Song pushed the door open once more. Is there anything else? Song Yilong asked coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon him. Jiang Song wore an ingratiating smile. Boss, Su Yuan has made a comeback. I received news that she will participate in the Orange TV's Singer. The production team contacted me yesterday, and they require our company's authorization for the songs she wishes to perform. Though this matter seems trivial, given Su Yuan's past grievances with the company a decade ago, I believe it warrants your consultation. Upon hearing this, Song Yilong furrowed his brow, taking a moment to recall the name Su Yuan, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. Su Yuan, who would have thought she would return after all this time? He mused, a disdainful chuckle escaping his lips as he thought of that stubborn little girl. 10 years. I elevated Changtian to unprecedented heights, yet she, after a decade, must start anew. The taste of such an experience is likely one only she can fathom. He tapped his fingers on the table, gazing at the waiting Jiang Song. Changtian is a substantial company. We should not complicate matters for a pitiful girl. Grant the song authorization to the production team. Let this be a gesture of goodwill. Your generosity is truly remarkable, boss. I shall convey the message at once. Jiang Song nodded in agreement. Just as he opened the door, Song Yilong's indifferent voice cut through the air once more. Keep a close watch on her. If she truly advances, ensure she is eliminated. Jiang Song was taken aback, but quickly turned to bow in acknowledgement. As Song Yilong watched Jiang Song leave, he mused, Can a prime minister's belly accommodate a ship? I lack such vastness. Vengeance is my true nature. Offering a glimmer of hope before casting her into the abyss is, perhaps, the most fitting fate for Su Yuan's return. Bai Ryu hung up the phone, her face radiant with gratitude. Su Yuan, the production team, just called. Changtian has agreed to the authorization. Really? They agreed? Su Yuan's face was a mask of confusion. Given Song Yilong's petty nature, she had hardly held any hope for authorization, so his compliance took her by surprise. It is indeed true. The production team confirmed it with me. What more do you doubt? Bai Ryu exhaled in relief. With the authorization secured, Su Yuan's chances of participating in Singer had significantly increased. She then smiled at Su Yuan. This afternoon, we will join the team for rehearsals. I'll start packing my things. Liang Exen, overhearing, also happily retreated to gather her belongings. Su Juan zet ponde ap fi maisi, casting aside her wild thoughts, and began preparing for the afternoon rehearsal, determined to give her all this time. At noon, Chen Mu and his companions arrived early at the airport in Shacheng, idly waiting. Chen Mu could not help but voice his complaints. Why hasn't that unfortunate child arrived yet? Zhu Shitu replied, she has a transfer to the airport in Yungang, so she will undoubtedly be slower than us. But it won't be long now. She always finds an excuse to come to my home. This girl is even more diligent than I am. The old folks treat her with more affection than they do me, their own son. The mere thought of Zhao Baozi left Chen Mu feeling quite displeased. Zhao Baozi, whose real name was Zhao Xiaoying, had been discovered by Chen Mu 3 years ago during a recruitment drive for clerks. He had been captivated by her resemblance to a beloved celebrity from his past and persuaded her to become his assistant. When Chen Mu's mother was giving birth, she nearly lost her life, and his father, a resolute man, was deeply concerned for his wife. After Chen Mu was born, he promptly underwent a vasectomy, making their household with a single child quite unique in their rural community. On one occasion, when he brought Baozi back to his hometown, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his parents took a liking to her. Consequently, he decided to treat Baozi as a younger sister. Reflecting on these events, even Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Zhao Baozi's cheerful voice. Hey boss, I'm here. Chen Mu looked up to see her waving while dragging her suitcase, rushing towards him, breathless. Take it easy. We're not in a hurry, he admonished as he wiped the sweat from her brow. Hee, it's been ages since I last saw you. I missed you so much, she replied with a bright smile, allowing him to dab at her perspiration. Chen Mu playfully tousled her bun. Wow, your hair hasn't come undone this time. Your skills are improving. Zhao Baozi beamed with pride. This bun was done by my grandma, so it's definitely secure. She then greeted Zhu Shitu, brother Zhu. Long time no see. Zhu Shitu awkwardly smiled at her, took the suitcase from her hand, and turned to leave. Chen Mu stifled a laugh as he watched Zhu Shitu walk away, then turned to Zhao Baozi, patting his own suitcase. Hop on. All right, Zhao Baozi chirped, cheerfully clambering onto Chen Mu's oversized suitcase for him to push her along. Boss, why are we in such a rush to Sha City? She asked with curiosity. Chen Mu succinctly responded with 2 words, to repay a favor. Repay a favor? I don't understand. Zhao Baozi murmured, puzzled by his words. Chen Mu gently shook her bun. What else do you know besides eating? Oh, don't mess with it. This is the hairstyle my grandma personally styled for me. I'll have to report you if you ruin it. Zhu Shitu glanced back at the playful duo, shaking his head in resignation. This girl is no assistant. She is a little princess. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and the other singers had successfully concluded their afternoon rehearsal and were thanking the staff as they prepared to head back to the hotel. The director of Singer, Meng Yin, approached with a beaming smile, accompanied by several assistant directors. He smiled and called out to Su Yuan to warmly welcome everyone into the group. The production team has prepared a delightful banquet, and we would be honored by your presence, Miss Su. Upon saying this, his gaze subtly swept over Su Yuan. Without giving it much thought, Su Yuan smiled and agreed to attend. The show was essentially a concoction of 2nd and 3rd-tier singers, and she was merely a shadow among them. It would be impolite to decline the director's invitation, so she soon accompanied Liang Xin to the gathering. As they arrived at the designated private room, the assistant director, Zhang Lin, raised a hand to stop Liang Xin and several other assistants. Assistant Liang, why don't you dine with the other assistants in the adjacent room? Liang Xin glanced at Su Yuan, who nodded in affirmation, and then handed Su Yuan her bag before turning to enter the neighboring room. Once everyone was seated, dishes began to be served one after another, and soon the atmosphere at the table became lively. Under the assistant director's encouragement, everyone frequently raised their glasses. Su Yuan occasionally lifted her glass to her lips, but then paused, feeling quite out of place. Yet, she could not evade these social obligations. The chief director noticed that Su Yuan's glass remained untouched and cast an annoyed glance at Zhang Lin. Chapter 6. Will you stumble twice into the same pit? Zhang Lin instantly grasped the situation. He raised his glass and approached Su Yuan with a smile. Miss Su, this marks our first collaboration. Allow me to toast to you, hoping for a pleasant partnership with our production team in the future. After finishing his drink in one gulp, the empty glass gleamed in the light, prompting applause from those present. Su Yuan hurriedly raised her glass and clinked it with Zhang Lin's, grimacing as she consumed nearly half of it. Noticing that Su Yuan still had half a glass remaining, Zhang Lin's expression shifted to one of dissatisfaction. Miss Su, do you hold me in such low regard? Are you merely toying with me? Director Zhang, I sincerely apologize. My tolerance for alcohol is rather poor, and with the program set to officially record the day after tomorrow, I must preserve my voice, Su Yuan hastily explained. Preserve your voice? All the singers here are also set to record the program in 2 days. Who doesn't need to safeguard their vocal cords? Zhang Lin retorted, casting a pointed glance at the others present, who echoed his sentiments with discontented looks directed at Su Yuan. Even Meng Yin had ceased to smile and set down his glass. Su Yuan stood there, her face flushed, utterly at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the box fell silent. Forgive me, Director Zhang, I shall drink. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Yuan recalled the arduous efforts made by Yu Jie to secure this opportunity for her. With a quiet sigh, she apologized to Zhang Lin and resolutely downed the remainder of her drink, coughing slightly as she revealed the empty glass. Well done, Meng Yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. That's the spirit. The others joined in laughter, echoing their approval. Before Su Yuan could take a bite of food to mask the taste of alcohol, Meng Yin stood up, raising his glass. Miss Su, allow me to toast to you as well, wishing for a fruitful collaboration. Su Yuan, momentarily taken aback, was caught off guard, observing the peculiar expressions of others. She sensed that Meng Yin had ulterior motives. Realizing that both Meng Yin and Zhang Lin were intent on getting her intoxicated, she felt a flicker of anger, acknowledging that they likely remained oblivious to the reasons behind her past obscurity. Though her frustration simmered within, she chose to endure for the sake of this hard-won opportunity. Director Meng, I too wish for a delightful collaboration. With that, she raised her glass once more, downing its contents amidst the cheers of the gathering before finally taking her seat. As she settled in, the warmth of the alcohol surged within her, prompting her to discreetly pull out her phone and message Liang Xin. Find an excuse to come and take me away. Meng Yin signaled to his subordinate, who promptly understood and prepared to persuade Su Yuan to drink more. As he stood up, Su Yuan looked at him with an apologetic expression. I truly apologize, but I cannot drink any more. If I do, I may lose my composure in front of everyone. With that, she turned her glass upside down on the table. The subordinate immediately turned to Meng Yin, whose expression darkened. Miss Su, this behavior is rather inappropriate. After all, we're at work together for some time, and your actions may complicate matters for me in the future. When Liang Xin received the message, Bai Ruyu had just finished her tasks and hurried over. Liang Xin anxiously showed her the message, and without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ruyu grabbed a bottle of white liquor and rushed to the next room. As soon as she reached the entrance, Bai Ruyu spotted a casually dressed man leaning against the opposite side of the private room door. Upon noticing her, he nodded and smiled. However, Bai Ruyu had no time to ponder these details. She pushed the door open with a beaming smile and hurried to Su Yuan's side, repeatedly apologizing to Meng Yin. Director Meng, I sincerely apologize. My friend Su Yuan simply cannot hold her liquor. As you can see, she is already intoxicated. Allow me to convey her apologies on her behalf. With that, she seized the bottle and tilted her head back, consuming half of the liquor in rapid gulps. Zhang Lin, witnessing Bai Riyu's audacity, couldn't help but applaud, but soon found himself staring at Meng Yin, who regarded him as if he were a fool. Consequently, Zhang Lin swallowed his praise. You drink on Su Yuan's behalf? Meng Yin's gaze towards Bai Ruyu turned icy. In that case, why not take her place on stage the day after tomorrow? Bai Riyu's face flushed crimson from the alcohol, and upon hearing Meng Yin's words, she bowed repeatedly in apology. Su Yuan, observing Bai Riyu's distress as she apologized for her, felt tears welling up in her eyes and was about to rise when Bai Ruyu firmly pressed her shoulder down. Director Meng, it is all our fault. Every bit of it. Please be magnanimous. I will drink another bottle as a form of atonement." With that, she held down the rising Su Yuan with one hand, while raising the half-empty bottle with the other and downing it once more. After finishing, she turned the bottle upside down, looking at Meng Yin. Meng Yin studied the two women for a moment before extending a finger to gently tip the wine glass over on the table, sneering, utterly nonsensical. With that, he turned his back on the gathering and strode away, followed by Zhang Lin, as cold huff as he too departed. The singers exchanged glances, and as they got up to leave, some more expressions of regret, while others reveled in schadenfreude. Su Yuan's tears could not be contained any longer, and she sorrowfully leaned on Bai Ruyue. "Sister, I refuse to participate in this program any longer. Foolish girl, you were hidden away for a decade because of such trivial matters. Do you wish to stumble into the same pit a second time? I sacrificed a promising job to assist you. Can you not endure this minor setback? Have I drunk this liquor for nothing?" Bai Ruyue quipped, letting out a burp before laughing and ruffling her hair. "Besides, even if you withdraw from this program, we cannot afford the breach of contract fees." Su Yuan fell silent at her words. Noticing Su Yuan's quietude, Bai Ruyue tapped her on the head. "Why are you still dawdling? Help me to the restroom. I am about to be sick." "Oh, right, sister, let me assist you." Su Yuan hurriedly supported Bai Ruyue towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was wandering through the renowned snack street in Sha City with Zhao Baozi, indulging in various treats, when Zhu Shitu unexpectedly emerged from nowhere. He approached Chen Mu and recounted the recent events involving Su Yuan. After savoring a skewer of meat, Chen Mu inquired, "Is she all right?" "She is fine. Her manager arrived to save the day," Zhu Shitu replied. "This time it seems to have been brushed aside, but the days ahead will be even more challenging." Chen Mu sighed, then handed the bamboo skewer to Zhao Baozi, placing it in the bowl containing stinky tofu. "I will continue to keep an eye on things." Zhu Shitu withdrew from the discussion, uttering a phrase before vanishing once more into the crowd. Chen Mu sighed, wondering if such professionalism was truly necessary. "Oh, boss, why must you be this way again? It's rather annoying," Zhao Baozi remarked, glaring at the skewer atop the stinky tofu with great displeasure. However, curiosity soon got the better of Zhao Baozi, as she inquired of Chen Mu, "Who was that girl Zhu just mentioned?" "Ah, she is simply a silly girl. Much like yourself," Chen Mu replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Zhao Baozi's hair. This prompted Zhao Baozi to fume. "How infuriating. Boss, your hands are all greasy, and yet you mess with my hair." Chen Mu laughed heartily, choosing to ignore her outburst. Some matters, he believed, were better faced by her on her own. In the passenger seat, Zhang Lin turned to Meng Yin and remarked, "Menggu, Su Yuan and her manager truly lack understanding. To terminate the contract and send them away so abruptly?" Chapter 7, 500 million is just the beginning. Meng Yin sat in the back seat, his hands crossed over his abdomen, eyes closed in contemplation. Upon hearing the conversation, he opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Lin. Let them leave. Wouldn't that be too lenient on them? After all, this show is merely a platform for Yuan to elevate certain individuals. The champion has long been predetermined. The red flower requires green leaves for support. Why not let them suffer a bit longer? Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, felt a wave of admiration for Meng Yin and thought to himself, "Indeed, Menggu is remarkable. Rest assured, I won't let them have it easy," he replied. Meng Yin closed his eyes once more, a hint of a smug smile gracing his lips. On the morning of August 2nd, the first live broadcast of the singer officially began. "What? The dance troupe can't make it? Why weren't we informed in advance?" Bai Ruyue questioned the assistant director. Zhang Lin, her tone laced with frustration. Zhang Lin, casually digging at his ear with his pinky, replied nonchalantly, "I just received the notice myself. I hurried over to inform you." Bai Ruyue felt her blood boil at Zhang Lin's blatant provocation. The atmosphere of Su Yuan's song depended on the dance. How could she perform alone on stage, like a monkey in a circus? However, it was too late for complaints now. Zhang Lin, with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes, glanced at Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, it's your turn. You must overcome difficulties. This opportunity is rare, so remember to perform well." With that, he turned and left, a smug grin on his face. "Just wait. Those professional background answers will be enough to keep you on your toes. Beside her, Liang Xian glared at Zhang Lin's departing figure, filled with indignation. What an insufferable person! Bai Riyue was left speechless, her chest heaving in anger. Su Yuan gently took Bai Riyue's hand. Sister Yu, whether their essay dance or not, I can manage alone. She looked earnestly at Bai Riyue. You can't drink that wine for nothing. Given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Just sing your heart out. Bai Riyue sighed and tightened her grip on Su Yuan's hand. Just as Su Yuan was about to speak, a fellow singer exited the stage amidst applause. Passing by them with a smirk, it was Ding Chun, the darling of Huayin this time. She winked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, you must do your best, she said with a light laugh before departing. Su Yuan watched Ding Chun leave, pursing her lips. The host's voice resonated from the stage. She ascended to the throne of Little Diva with her debut album, then fell silent for a decade. Today, she returns to the stage. Will she be able to reclaim her former glory? Let's wait and see. Please welcome singer Su Yuan. The audience fell into a profound silence, akin to a graveyard. Su Yuan took the microphone, inhaled deeply, and, under the eager gazes of Bai Riyue and Liang Xian, stepped onto the stage with determination. What if there was no dance? What if there was no applause? This stage belongs to me. Meanwhile, Zhao Baozi, upon seeing Su Yuan on television, elbowed Chen Mu and exclaimed, "Boss, look! Su Yuan is on stage." Under the relentless pursuit of Zhao Baozi, Chen Mu finally revealed that she was his idol, Su Yuan, the goddess of their boss. This revelation ignited an extraordinary anticipation within Zhao Baozi for Su Yuan's impending performance. What are you shouting about? I'm not blind. Chen Mu shot her an exasperated glance, before redirecting his attention to Su Yuan on the television. The stage, vast and empty, showcased only her presence. In a moment of reverie, he recalled the most challenging times she had helped him navigate. Su Yuan remained as vibrant as ever, her laughter delightful, her charm irresistible. She was still the beloved sweetheart master, Su Yuan. I have always said that time is biased. Zhao Baozi, bewildered, gazed at the energetic Su Yuan on stage, murmuring, "Now, this is what it means to be adorable. This is sweetness personified. Was I even a fan of before? Some pig slop?" She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. As the performance concluded, Su Yuan bowed gracefully before exiting the stage amidst the calm gaze of the audience. Chen Mu's personal financial advisor, Wang Ziqing, shifted his focus from the television back to him, clearing his throat. "Boss, shall we discuss the investment in Su Yuan's studio?" Chen Mu inquired. "What would be the ideal investment amount?" 20 million, at most, Wang Ziqing replied. Chen Mu frowned in discontent. "Too little." Wang Ziqing, exasperated, explained. 20 million is already inflated, and even that carries a high risk of loss. Chen Mu stared intently at him. "Am I afraid of losses?" Wang Ziqing paused at that remark. Such an amount was merely a drop in the ocean for his boss. Noticing Wang Ziqing's daze, Chen Mu decisively declared, 500 million. Anything less is uninteresting. Boss, a studio valued at less than 4 million, and you propose 500 million? If you wish to frighten Su Yuan, then by all means, go ahead. Wang Ziqing looked at Chen Mu in disbelief. Chen Mu hesitated, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. Let us settle for 100 million then. It cannot be less, he reaffirmed. Wang Ziqing sighed. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is final. Now, if you will excuse me. Chen Mu dismissed him with a wave, a typical case of using someone and discarding them. His gaze returned to the television, where Su Yuan's figure had already vanished from the stage. He scoffed. "So it's the singer, is it? The chief director, Meng Yan, is it? Bullying people, huh? Just remember, the one who laughs last is the true victor. I'll make sure you regret it." Chen Mu muttered as he fished out his phone and dialed. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, "Hello, third brother, it's Chen Mu. Stream Su Yuan's performance on the singer. Put in as much effort as you can muster." The voice on the other end paused in surprise before erupting in anger. "Chen Laosi, what nonsense are you up to now? Who is Su Yuan?" The voice then fell silent, and after a moment, cautiously inquired, "Is it that Su Yuan?" "Yes." "Da-da-da? Yes. Is she making a comeback?" "Indeed. All right. Wait for my news." With that, the call abruptly ended. Zhao Baozi cautiously leaned in, asking, "Boss, have you managed to deal with the third boss?" Chen Mu, with a sense of pride, snapped his fingers and replied, 100 million, just like that. Zhao Baozi responded with a dismissive expression. Zhang Lin, eager to take credit, hurried over to Meng Yan, saying, "Brother Meng, don't you think I've done quite well?" Meng Yan observed the events unfold and was thoroughly pleased. He meaningfully patted Zhang Lin on the back, stating, "Little Zhang, the future is bright." "Thank you, Brother Meng. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance," Zhang Lin exclaimed, elated by Meng Yan's words. With this affirmation, his aspirations for a swift rise to success seemed within reach. As the first episode of The Singer concluded, Su Yuan unsurprisingly found herself in last place, standing awkwardly in a corner of the stage, feeling out of place among the others. Meng Yan glanced at her, scoffing. "The audience is mine. The judges are mine. What do you think you can use to win, Su Yuan?" Chapter 8. The unexpected Fei Meng Yan could never have anticipated that, after a night of fermentation, the premiere episode of Singer would spread across the Yuan short video platform with astonishing rapidity. Countless videos related to Su Yuan were subtly promoted by Yuan. I was watching the first episode of Singer when my husband, who was cooking diligently, suddenly dashed out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand at the sound of Su Yuan's voice. He gazed at the television in utter astonishment. I was equally surprised to see this chubby fellow attempting to mimic Su Yuan's moves. I remarked, "Is it really that exciting?" He, brimming with enthusiasm, replied as if it were the most natural thing. "This is the beloved sweetheart master Su Yuan." Watching his jiggling belly, I mused that perhaps this was his youth. In the video, a slightly portly middle-aged man wielded a spatula, swaying to Su Yuan's rhythm on the screen, his unfortunate dance evoking waves across his protruding midsection. To my shock, my usually stoic boss was seen in the video laughing like a fool while holding a tablet. The video featured a middle-aged man in business attire, seated in a luxury car, grinning like a simpleton. At that moment, an array of humorous videos featuring middle-aged men dancing along with Su Yuan flooded users' phones on Yuan, eliciting hearty laughter from viewers. Many astute short video creators quickly recognized this surge in popularity and hastily began to imitate Su Yuan's dance, inevitably receiving significant promotion from Yuan. In just one night, Su Yuan had taken Yuan by storm. As Yi Xinghua was preparing to arrange for the revelation of the unjust treatment Su Yuan had received on Singer, Chen Mu's Yuan account directly tagged the official account of Chengzi Station, employing remarkably sharp language. This song by Su Yuan undoubtedly featured accompanying dancers. The audience was utterly silent during her entrance and exit. Do not tell me these spectators were chosen randomly, based on the information I possess. The audience at Singer should comprise professional audience members. Can I then conclude that Su Yuan has been subjected to unfair treatment by the production team? As a devoted fan of Su Yuan, shouldn't the Singer production team provide me with a reasonable explanation? Chen Mu's Yuan account, under his occasional management, had already amassed over 10 million followers. His unapologetic defense of Su Yuan stirred a considerable uproar on Yuan. Countless of Su Yuan's longtime fans and curious onlookers flocked to his video to join the excitement. Who would have thought that the sharp-eyed Chen would also be a man of questionable tastes? After 10 years, who could imagine that he would remain a steadfast fan of a single singer? This is even harder to believe than his ludicrous claim of threatening to call the police while lurking in the bushes of heroic glory. Who would have guessed that Chen Mu was also a fan of the goddess Su Yuan? What a coincidence. I am too. Since we're on the same team, could you possibly give me a full set of skins for heroic glory? How could the singer be so ungrateful? I wished for a decade for the goddess to return, and just as she makes her comeback, you throw obstacles in her path? Are you even human? Do not bully Su Yuan, truly do not. 10 years ago, I witnessed her being hidden away far from home. Now let me assure you, her fans have not perished. They have merely matured. What can Chen Mu accomplish here? Everyone, head over to the Orange Platform account. Let us rally behind Su Yuan, as it is my heartfelt wish. Such a beautiful sentiment. Let us go, everyone. In disbelief, a multitude of onlookers watched as countless netizens surged into the official account of the Orange Platform. It did not take long for the latest short video of the singer to be commandeered by Su Yuan's devoted fans. Many spectators, observing these middle-aged accounts. We're left bewildered. How is it that these uncles are more fervent in their admiration than us, the post-2000 generation? Liang Xian, brandishing her phone, rushed to Su Yuan's side, exclaiming, "Xiao Yuan, something significant has occurred." "Sister Xian, what is it?" Su Yuan, feeling quite vexed, inquired. "Look, CEO Chen from Fuwa Games has personally stepped in to assist you," Liang Xian replied, presenting the video from Chen Mu before her eyes. After watching the video, Su Yuan was utterly astonished. "Is this CEO Chen truly my fan? How supportive he is." Liang Xian nodded vigorously. "And that's not all. Just one night's effort has resulted in an avalanche of videos about Yuan Lin." Su Yuan, curious, searched for her name, and countless videos appeared, some with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of likes. As she watched her middle-aged fans dancing along in their videos, a smile crept across her face. "Xiao Yuan, quickly register for a Yuan account. This is the perfect opportunity to gain followers." Bai Ruyu, having left early for errands, left Liang Xian to act as Su Yuan's strategist. "All right," Su Yuan agreed, promptly setting about creating her account. Just as she completed the registration, her account was verified by the Yuan officials, as if they had been anticipating her arrival. Soon, Liang Xian and Su Yuan collaborated to produce her first video. In the video, Su Yuan, with a natural complexion, sat on the sofa, smiling and waving at the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am Su Yuan, and I am delighted to meet you all on Yuan. This is my first video here, and Liang Xian just informed me that I am trending on Yuan. I quickly checked, and it is indeed true. I never imagined such fortune would come my way. I have also watched many videos from fans, and you all truly make me laugh. You are as endearing as ever. Thank you for not forgetting me. Thank you for still being here. I will strive to do my best." At the end of the video, Su Yuan stood and bowed deeply to the camera. Prior to the release of this video, Yuan had begun fervently promoting her account, even though it had no videos at the time. Ultimately, her follower count surged, yet there were no comments to be found. Shortly after the video was published, the number of likes and comments began to soar. Has Su Yuan consumed a potion for eternal youth? Or perhaps savored the flesh of Tang Sung? A decade has passed, yet her skin remains flawless. Truly, she's my sweet diva. Who can argue otherwise? My beer belly has been growing for months, while her face seems devoid of any wrinkles. It's simply astonishing. Time does not defeat a beauty. They must be referring to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, in the second episode, just focus on singing beautifully and leave the rest to us. Su Yuan and Liang Xian joyfully perused the comments when the door swung open, revealing Bai Ruyu in a state of great urgency. Chapter 9. Goodness, we are thriving. Bai Ruyu approached with a beaming face. Su Yuan looked up at her, bewildered. "Sister Yu, what do you mean by thriving? It's a miracle we aren't failing miserably." "Oh, I received a phone call this morning and rushed out," Bai Ruyu explained, taking Su Yuan's hand. "The caller was an investor, and I didn't have high hopes. However, as you know, we must seize every opportunity." To my surprise, when I met him, his sincerity was overwhelming. She smiled at Su Yuan and asked, "Do you know how much he intends to invest?" Su Yuan exchanged glances with Liang Xian before turning back to ask, "How much?" Bai Ryu cheerfully held up one finger. 1 million? Bai Ryu shook her head. Su Yuan immediately straightened up. 10 million? Bai Ryu still shook her head, waving her index finger as she revealed the answer. 100 million. Sister Yu, stop joking. Why would an investor put 100 million into a struggling studio like ours? He must be a fool. Su Yuan's face was painted with skepticism. Exactly. Liang Xian nodded in agreement, then added nervously, "Sister Yu, this could be a scam. Shouldn't we report to the police?" "Don't be ridiculous." Bai Ruyu playfully tapped Liang Xian's head. "I've already mentioned how sincere he is. Once we agree, the 100 million will be transferred to the studio's account immediately. They only want a 49% stake and will not interfere with our operations. This is all stipulated in the contract, which is waiting for your signature. Here, take a look. I can't comprehend this, and I still can't believe such good fortune exists. How can there be a free lunch?" Su Yuan shook her head, refusing the contract. Seeing Su Yuan's continued disbelief, Bai Ruyu smiled and said, "I had a lawyer friend review the contract, and there are no issues. This time, we have truly struck gold. She nearly added that they had encountered a Na'vi investor with deep pockets. After Bai Ruyu's persistent explanations and confirmation from a lawyer, Su Yuan finally felt reassured. She scrunched her delicate nose, pondering if such good fortune could truly be real. Meanwhile, Liang Xin was already calculating the value of her 2% stake. Su Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Sister Yu, you handle the details, as I trust you completely. I will just sign the papers." Bai Ruyu nodded, tapping Su Yuan's forehead lightly. "Our studio is about to take a giant leap forward. With this money, I can begin hiring and renting an office." "Hee. I'm all ears for your plans, Sister Yu." After a rocky start upon her return, fortune began to smile upon Su Yuan, filling her with a sense of tranquility. She contemplated the day of signing, eager to meet this generous, investor. In the office of Meng Dahai, the executive vice president of Chengzi. "Meng Tai, our show singer has garnered significant attention on the short video platform." However, before his subordinate could finish, Meng Dahai interrupted, watering his money tree without turning his head. "I am aware. The viewership for the first episode of Singer was quite commendable, and such a response was to be expected." He felt a sense of pride, believing his nephew possessed some talents, and it was not in vain that he had secured the position of chief director for him. His subordinate, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly clarified, "Meng Tai, you misunderstand my intention. The response I mentioned is not particularly favorable." Upon hearing this, Meng Dahai paused in his actions. "What seems to be the issue?" After the first episode of Singer, rumors circulated online suggesting that singer Su Yuan had suffered unfair treatment from the production team, with many netizens vocally defending her on our Orange TV account. The subordinate glanced at Meng Dahai's expression and hastily lowered his head, stating, "Most of the comments are harsh criticisms directed at director Meng, quite unsavory. It's understandable that some fans of singers with poor performances may express discontent. However, personal attacks are excessive. Later, please instruct the team to release a statement regarding the fairness of the first episode's results to appease the netizens. It shouldn't be a major issue." Meng Dahai, unfazed by the situation, responded, "Very well." The subordinate hesitated, wanting to express more, but was cut off by Meng Dahai's wave of his hand. "Go take care of it." After the subordinate left, Meng Dahai, with a grim expression, turned and called Meng Yan. The moment the call connected, he erupted in frustration. "I have always said to be mindful of your actions. If you intend to undermine others, don't allow them to catch you off guard. Look at you. This is merely the first episode of Singer, and already you've created such a mess. Have you lived your life in vain all these years? If you fail, it's my face, Meng Dahai, that you tarnish, do you understand? I shouldn't need to clean up your mess all the time, you incompetent fool." Without waiting for Meng Yan to explain, he hung up, leaving Meng Yan bewildered, holding his phone in the wind. "Su Yuan, if you don't let me have it easy, don't expect to have it easy yourself either." Meng Yan gritted his teeth. Remarkably, the president of Changtian Entertainment, Chen Mu, who personally intervened in this matter, was never mentioned in the conversation among these three individuals. The official Orange TV account stated, "According to our staff investigation, the various doubts raised by netizens are merely conjectures. The production team of Singer has operated under our supervision throughout, ensuring the fairness and impartiality of the competition. Please rest assured." "Oh, is that all it takes to brush us off? Isn't that typical of Orange TV? Fairness and impartiality? Hilarious. Orange TV, don't make me laugh. I watched the first episode of Singer from start to finish. The audience was eerily uniform. Who would believe there's no foul play? I don't care about fairness. Bullying our Su Yuan is unacceptable. Director Meng Yan of Singer, just wait. I'll come to your doorstep and make a scene." Meng Yan's expression darkened as he scrolled through the comments, his face growing increasingly grim. Infuriated, he slammed his phone onto the table. Are these people just idle? Their meddling is excessive. He pondered for a moment before instructing Zhang Lin, who stood beside him, "Bring in a more reliable substitute singer for Hua Yi. It's time for Su Yuan to take his leave next episode." "Understood, Meng Ge. I shall attend to it immediately." Zhang Lin promptly turned to depart, eager to avoid incurring Meng Yan's displeasure. This Orange Station's official account is indeed quite official. Chen Mu chuckled as he glanced at the announcement. Zhao Baozi, encouragingly, chimed in, "Boss, it's your turn to take action. We cannot allow them to continue bullying Yuan. With that, he proceeded to massage Chen Mu's back in a bid to curry favor. I've already initiated the process, Chen Mu replied, before turning to Wang Ziqing and snapping his fingers. Old Wang, let them commence. Once Wang Ziqing was assured that Chen Mu was not jesting, he resignedly retrieved his phone to make the necessary calls. Chapter 10. Bullying again. Tomorrow I shall crash the market. Ah, it is I. Let us commence. Yes. I'm aware this seems rather trivial, yet let us proceed. It hardly costs much, but who can blame the boss for having more money than he knows what to do with? With that, he ended the call and flashed an okay gesture at Chen Mu. Upon seeing this, Chen Mu smiled ingratiatingly. Old Wang, you've worked hard. Such a considerate private financial officer is a rare find. One must be on good terms with him. I shall get back to work now. Wang Ziqing had no interest in conversing with Chen Mu at that moment. Zhao Baozi quickly called out to him, Brother Wang, where are you off to? Let's have a meal together soon. Not a chance. As a mere employee, I must travel to collect rent for the boss. With that, Wang Ziqing waved to Zhao Baozi and exited. Were it not for the generous annual salary provided by Chen Mu, he would have resigned long ago. While this individual is quite amiable, he is burdened with numerous troublesome matters. One whimsical idea is enough to exhaust his brain power, not to mention the physical toll of running around. Take, for example, the recent market crash of Orange Online stocks, or the previous day's investment of 100 million into a studio for a mere 4 million shares. Moreover, there is the relentless task of collecting rent from various locations, as the boss insists on personal visits each month to inspect the properties rented out. Is this truly feasible for a person? Boss, are you treating Brother Wang like a mere beast of burden? Zhao Baozi remarked, taking a bite of spicy strips in defense of Wang Ziqing. Chen Mu frowned. Stop speaking nonsense. Zhao Baozi, still caught off guard by the spice, couldn't help but tease Chen Mu. Boss, you embody the archetype of a wealthy landlord, a true miser. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened. This glutton is becoming rather bothersome. Baozi, the studio for wishes has been established. You ought to sign on as well. It's time for you to earn some money for the wealthy landlord. The moment Chen Mu's words left his lips, Zhao Baozi halted her actions, staring at him in disbelief before lowering her head, her shoulders beginning to shake. When she lifted her head again, tears brimmed in her eyes as she sobbed. Boss, do you no longer want me? I promise I won't speak ill of you again. Please forgive me just this once. With that, tears cascaded down her cheeks, evoking pity from anyone who witnessed the scene. Chen Mu stared blankly at Zhao Baozi, then covered his face. It would be a travesty not to have you audition for a role. You are a natural-born star. Boss, are you not reluctant to part with me? Look, you're already crying, Zhao Baozi said, reaching out to push Chen Mu's hand away from his face. Chen Mu glared at her. Enough of this nonsense. Report to the studio tomorrow, or I shall deduct your wages. Do not return unless you bring back an award-winning performance. Seeing that her tears had no effect on Chen Mu, Zhao Baozi quickly ceased her sobbing. Fine, I shall go. Who is afraid? I will go straight to complain to Annie. With that, she stormed into her room, slamming the door, and called Chen Mu's mother to report her grievances. On the afternoon of September 3rd, the stock price of Orange Online, under the auspices of Orange Media, began to plummet unexpectedly. What was happening? What could possibly be the cause? The leaders of Orange Media gazed in bewilderment at their plummeting stock prices. In the office, the senior executives exchanged puzzled glances, all eager to comprehend the situation. It is certain that none of the stars we recently collaborated with have faced scandals, nor have the air dramas crossed any lines. Our advertisers have not been implicated in any controversies either, as the opinions of those present flowed freely, Deputy Director Meng Dehai reported. Our variety shows are also in good standing. However, a senior executive, harboring ill intentions towards Meng, interjected. That is not quite accurate. The singer stirred quite a commotion on the short video platform last night. Upon hearing this, the leader immediately turned his attention to Meng Dehai. Do not speak out of turn if you are not well informed, Meng retorted before explaining to the leader. Many netizens misunderstood the first episode of The Singer, but we have verified the facts and issued a public statement. I can assure you with absolute certainty that the drastic decline in Orange Media's stock price is unrelated to the Singer production team. Yet this is perplexing. It makes no sense that the stock would drop so drastically without reason, the leader remarked, scratching his head in frustration as he scrutinized the nearly vertical descent of the stock price graph, feeling the itch of an impending realization. Impatiently, he waved his hand. Everyone, please investigate this matter. The stock price has plummeted this afternoon for a reason. Dismissed. Shortly after the market closed, the president of Fortune Gaming Entertainment took to social media, posting, "Is this how it's going to be? Bullying, without acknowledging any wrongdoing? If they don't come clean, I'll strike again tomorrow." Accompanied by a screenshot showcasing Orange Media's stock holdings and the dismal state of Orange New Media's shares, his post quickly garnered attention. Within moments, a wave of astonished onlookers flooded the comment section, many fervent fans of Su Yuan expressing their outrage. The comments erupted with excitement. Goodness, is Chen Mu really crashing the stock? While fans of other idols could only voice their grievances online, Su Yuan's supporters were taking decisive action, sending shockwaves through the market. "Mr. Chen, will you be crashing Orange New Media's stocks again tomorrow? If you do, I'll liquidate my holdings." Tears streaming down my face. Mr. Chen, undoubtedly Su Yuan's most ardent fan, was ready to act decisively against any perceived injustice. "Tomorrow, when the market opens, I shall follow suit." Su Yuan's fans may have aged, but they are far from done. At that moment, the senior leader received notifications from his subordinates. "What is this? Chen Mu, the president of Fortune Gaming Entertainment, is crashing the stocks? I have heard of Fortune Gaming's considerable stature, especially with the backing of the colossal Star C Group." The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Why is someone from the gaming industry, completely unrelated to our television station, causing such turmoil? Bewildered, he opened social media, effortlessly locating Chen Mu's post at the top of the trending topics. Shocking. Su Yuan is facing unjust treatment from the singer production team, prompting her fans to retaliate by crashing Orange Online stocks, resulting in a near halt in trading this afternoon. Chen Mu boldly declared that if Orange TV did not behave, he would continue his rampage the following day. The leader was genuinely taken aback. Since when can trending topics on Weibo have such lengthy titles? Anxiously, he began perusing the news, his face flushing with anger as he gasped for breath, ultimately slamming his phone down in frustration. Yet, in an instant, he picked up the shattered device once more to call Meng Dehai. At that moment, Meng Dehai had just finished reading Chen Mu's Weibo post, his mind a chaotic jumble. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone startled him. Upon seeing it was the leader calling, he contemplated refusing but dared not do so. Caught in hesitation, he eventually answered the call, trembling with apprehension. Chapter 11. Chen Mu is an ardent supporter of Su Yuan. As soon as the call connected, the furious voice of his superior erupted. "Meng Dehai, what was your assurance to me? You claimed there was no connection with the Singer program. Yet the issue lies precisely with Singer. Do you have any idea how much Orange Online has lost this afternoon? The station will immediately form an investigation team. You better not have any problems, otherwise you'll be in for a world of trouble." Meng Dehai managed to utter a single word before his superior abruptly severed the call. Staring blankly at his phone, he soon composed himself and expressionlessly dialed Meng Yan's number. At that moment, Meng Yan was engaged in a discussion with the staff of the Singer program regarding the details of the second episode. Su Yuan must be eliminated in the second episode, rendering further discussion unnecessary. One of his subordinates could not help but voice his concern. "Director Meng, won't this be problematic?" There was an overwhelming show of support for Su Yuan on Weibo and short videos last night. If she is removed in the second episode, it might cause an uproar online. Rest assured, Hua Yi will have Wang Manhua challenge Su Yuan in the second episode. Wang Manhua's victory over Su Yuan is virtually guaranteed. We will eliminate her in a fair manner. Even her fans, let alone Chen Mu, cannot contest this. Meng Yan replied nonchalantly, which eased the anxiety of those present. Just as Meng Yan was about to conclude the meeting, his phone rang. It was his uncle. He quickly answered. As soon as he connected, Meng Dehai's furious tirade erupted. "Damn it, Meng Yan." Meng Yan responded, "Look at the mess you've made. Check the trending topics on Weibo and then the stock price of Orange Online. After all the care I have shown you, I never expected you to cause such a colossal disaster. Are you trying to ruin me?" "Uncle, I would never wish that upon you," Meng Yan replied, bewildered. and hurriedly attempted to explain. How could you be so reckless? With that, Meng Dehai shattered his phone in frustration, leaving him slumped despondently in his office chair. Meng Yin was left reeling from his uncle's scolding, his mind racing to comprehend what had incited such ire. The trending topics on Weibo. He quickly opened the app, and upon seeing the top trending topic, his mind exploded. Observing the steep decline in Orange Online stock price, he thought, is Chen Mu truly this powerful? This is catastrophic. Everything is in disarray. After absorbing the news, Meng Yin felt utterly numb. Meng Gu, considering the situation, we have already reached this point. It cannot get worse than this. We might as well take a gamble. We can apologize first, then randomly select audience members online and change the judges. With Wang Manhua on board, we can eliminate Su Yuan fairly, leaving no room for dissent. Zhang Lin, standing behind Meng Yin, had thoroughly scrutinized the trending topic regarding Chen Mu. He too was in a state of panic. Having painstakingly climbed to this position, he realized that if he faltered now, there would be no opportunity for redemption. His mind raced, and soon a plan began to form. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Meng Yan's once vacant eyes regained a glimmer of hope as he carefully contemplated the proposed strategy. Meng Yan gazed at Zhang Lin, contemplating his thoughts. Zhang Lin's suggestion was indeed viable. However, before proceeding, the matter required a scapegoat. His eyes fixated on Zhang Lin, who felt an unsettling chill at being scrutinized. Before Zhang Lin could utter a word, Meng Yin smiled gently and said, "Xiao Zhang, your idea is truly commendable, but you may have to bear some burdens afterwards." Upon hearing Meng Yan's words, Zhang Lin felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his footing. Stammering, he looked at Meng Yin and asked, "Brother Meng, you would expect me to take the blame, would you?" "Fear not, Xiao Zhang. Your grievances will be but temporary. Once I navigate through this hurdle, opportunities will abound for you," Meng Yin replied, locking his gaze on Zhang Lin. "If I fail, you will be left with not a single chance. Don't you agree?" It was a blatant threat. Zhang Lin inwardly cursed Meng Yin for his treachery. Yet he was merely a small fry who had gained a modicum of status by flattering Meng Yin. He realized Meng Yin was right. If he fell, he too would face utter ruin. With no alternatives, he resigned himself, thinking, "I will heed Brother Meng's words. After all, his success is my fortune." Zhang Lin forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than joy. Hearing this, Meng Yin finally revealed a hint of a smile and patted Zhang Lin on the back. "Rest assured, Xiao Zhang, I keep my promises." Zhang Lin felt tears welling up, left with nothing to say but a nod. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the official account of Orange TV released a new statement. Following a thorough investigation by our inquiry team, it has been confirmed that in the first episode of Singer, there were numerous injustices against singer Su Yuan. The audience's reactions and the judge's unreasonable critiques were orchestrated by external influences. The mastermind behind this is Zhang Lin, the deputy director of the Singer program. Consequently, we had decided to revoke Zhang Lin's position and expel him from Orange TV immediately. Furthermore, the audience for Singer will be randomly selected online, and new judges will be appointed. We sincerely apologize to Miss Su Yuan for our oversight. The article concluded by tagging Su Yuan and an unrelated executive, Chen Mu, from a gaming company. This announcement stirred a considerable uproar online, igniting excitement among netizens. "Oh, Orange TV tags Su Yuan." But tagging Chen Mu adds an intriguing twist. Tagging Chen Mu is the icing on the cake. After all, he is the main player. Isn't that obvious? Your stock nearly plummeted this afternoon. You'd be intimidated too. Su Yuan is fortunate to have such an impressive supporter in Chen Mu, who not only defended her against the production team, but also a television station. Haha, their stock swiftly turned green. What charm does Su Yuan possess that keeps a billionaire like Chen Mu reminiscing for a decade? I must see for myself. Let's go together. Su Yuan and Liang Xin were keenly monitoring their online presence, and upon witnessing this dramatic turn of events, they were left utterly astounded. They stared in disbelief at their social media and the skyrocketing followers on their short video platform. Liang Xin could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Xiao Yuan, how fortunate were you in your past life to encounter a fan like Chen Mu?" Su Yuan replied, "What do you mean by how fortunate I was in my past life?" Coming to her senses, Su Yuan cast a playful glare at Liang Xian. Upon hearing this, Liang Xian immediately clasped her hands together in a gesture of surrender, grinning broadly. After sharing a moment of light-hearted banter with Liang Xian, Su Yuan bit her crimson lip and addressed Chen Mu in the group chat. Thank you for being such a supportive fan. Shall we dine together sometime? Before long, Chen Mu responded, let us discuss dining after you've performed well. Don't let us, your seasoned fans, down. Upon reading the term, seasoned fans, Su Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting Liang Xian to stifle her own giggles. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed, and their manager, Bai Ruyu, reappeared at the chapter's conclusion. Chapter 12. I promise not to ruin the online performance. Sister Yu has returned. As Bai Ruyu entered, Su Yuan and Liang Xian greeted her in unison. Xiao Yuan, Chen Mu can truly be considered your devoted fan. To have such a capable supporter willing to stand up for you, you must have walked through a great deal of misfortune in your past life. Bai Ruyu nodded in acknowledgement, then joyfully began discussing matters regarding Chen Mu. Su Yuan? Liang Xian could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, Sister Yu. Your words are identical to what I just said. Xiao Yuan is quite impressed. Honestly, what you both said is rather harsh, Su Yuan protested loudly. Bai Ruyu took Su Yuan's hand. All right, let us say you are indeed fortunate. Su Yuan, at a loss for words, inquired, what on earth are you all talking about? Ignoring Su Yuan's rebuttal, Bai Ruyu proceeded to share the day's developments. We have made some progress regarding the studio's office location. The investor mentioned that there are opportunities in the Magic City. I will head back there tomorrow to check it out. If it seems suitable, we can rent it directly, and the rent will certainly be more affordable. The Magic City sounds quite promising. Just leave it to you, Sister Yu, Su Yuan pondered, realizing that establishing the studio in the Magic City would indeed be advantageous. Furthermore, the investor called in the afternoon to say he would be sending a girl over to sign with the studio. Bai Ruyu continued, it's a girl, but I wonder how good her singing is. Su Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. The studio had yet to be fully set up, and now the investor wanted to bring someone in without knowing her capabilities. Bai Ruyu recalled the phone call with a hint of exasperation. She's not a singer. She's an actress. Su Yuan and Liang Xian exchanged glances, their eyes wide with surprise. Su Yuan then expressed her concern. Sister Yu, I haven't even established myself as a singer yet. How can the investor just throw an actress into the mix? We lack resources. What can we do? The investor is willing to invest 100 million without caring about anything else. We must endure, Bai Ruyu replied. Fortunately, I have built some connections from my previous work with artists, so I'll leverage my experience to help the girl find her footing. Bai Ruyu felt equally helpless about the situation. Our studio has only just begun, and the investor must realize this. It's quite perplexing to just insert someone without consideration. Let us not dwell on it. We'll take it step by step. I trust your judgment, Sister Yu. This overwhelming burden was too much for Su Yuan's mind to bear, so she plopped down on the sofa in resignation. Bai Ruyu couldn't help but pinch her cheek. You are such a carefree manager. I am exasperated with you. Su Yuan chuckled, rising to massage Bai Ruyu's shoulders. Sister Yu, those who are capable bear more responsibilities. Liang Xian also stood up, stifling laughter as she playfully pounded Bai Ruyu's leg. In the second episode, you must sing well. You need to capitalize on the attention brought by President Chen. Retaining more fans is your priority now, Bai Ruyu advised. Yes, Sister Yu, I understand. Su Yuan nodded earnestly. As Chen Mu had just finished his run and barely caught his breath, a call from Yi Xinghua came through. He was never one to mince words, and he immediately made his request known. Get me a ticket for the live audience of the second episode of Singer. Chen Mu was taken aback, thinking, isn't it a bit absurd for you, the chief technology officer of Xinghai Group, to ask me for a ticket? Who even knows the name Yi Xinghua? Don't you realize that in Xinghai, I am merely a shadow? Indeed, Chen Mu was the president of Game Entertainment, while Yi Xinghua held no official title within the vast corporation. However, all aspects of network security and technology across the subsidiaries of Xinghai Group were under Yi Xinghua's capable hands, making him a truly unassuming yet indispensable figure. Once four friends shared a dormitory, with the exception of the missing leader. Chen Mu, known as the fourth brother, was responsible for the overarching direction of the companies. while the third brother, Yi Xinghua, oversaw network security and technology, and only the second brother, Shengwan Zhuang, took the spotlight. It was through their seamless collaboration that Shanghai Group achieved its current stature. Yet, Chen Mu felt a twinge of helplessness as he reflected, Brother San, I nearly caused a stock crash this afternoon, and now I must ask for a ticket? Isn't that a bit too much? Yi Xinghua, unfazed, retorted, I don't care about that. I simply must be present at the live show of Singer. You handle it. With that, he hung up. Chen Mu found himself perplexed, pondering the potential consequences of inciting Yi Xinghua's wrath. If provoked, he might just hack into Chen Mu's phone and expose his browsing history. To avoid public embarrassment, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and decided to tweet directly to the official account of Changzi Station. Ahem. Hello, Changzi. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, could I possibly request one? No. 2 tickets for the live audience of Singer? Fearing that the staff at Changzi Station might hesitate, he added, I promise not to disrupt the Changzi online event again. Upon receiving this request, the staff member managing the account promptly escalated the message. The leadership, upon reviewing it, was immediately displeased, thinking this is quite unfair. If you want a ticket, just ask for one. Why add that last remark? Are you threatening me? After holding his frustration for a while, he finally sighed and waved his hand at his subordinates, conceding, just give it to him. Indeed, Chen Mu's words had struck a nerve. There was no other option given the circumstances. When Chen Mu saw the response from Changzi Station, his spirits soared. He had cleverly secured not only Yi Xinghua's ticket, but also one for himself. Truly a perfect outcome. However, before he could fully relish his victory, a call from Shengwan Zhuang interrupted. Old 4, give me a ticket for the live audience of Singer. I have a use for it. Chen Mu exclaimed in disbelief, what on earth? Shengwan, isn't it rather absurd for you, the chairman of Shanghai Group, to ask me for a ticket? Can't you act like a proper person? You just want to go and chase after the stars, don't you? Upon hearing this, Shengwan Zhuang chuckled. Your sister-in-law is fully supportive. By the way, when she returned from her travels abroad, she brought you a watch and several outfits. You should come by to collect them. She has complained a few times about your absence from meals. Do make sure to sort out that ticket soon. I cannot bear to wait anxiously. With that, she hung up the phone. Damn, I truly am a fool. Not only do I lack a ticket, but I've also been fed a mouthful of nonsense. Chen Mu fumed, nearly reaching the boiling point. Chapter 13. Do you not realize that the investor is my boss, Chen Mu? Chen Mu furrowed his brow, pondering whether he should request a few more tickets from Orange TV. Ultimately, he decided against it, feeling that as a significant figure in the company, he ought to maintain some dignity. With that thought, a grin spread across his face, knowing that Su Yuan would be treating him to a meal later. The following noon, Zhao Baozi was dispatched by Chen Mu to seek out Su Yuan. Stupid boss, I no longer wish to deal with you. Zhao Baozi grumbled as she headed to Su Yuan's hotel. Upon arriving at Su Yuan's room, she took a deep breath, wiped her face, and transformed her frown into a smile. The bodyguard beside her couldn't help but smirk, realizing that sending Baozi to perform was indeed a stroke of genius. She was perfectly suited for the role. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Bai Ruyu. Upon seeing Zhao Baozi at the threshold, she paused in surprise, then smiled warmly. You must be Miss Zhao. Please come in. She stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter while discreetly glancing at the bodyguard. My apologies, you are Sister Yu, correct? Please, do not address me as Miss Zhao. I was merely a small assistant to the boss. Just call me Baozi, Zhao Baozi stated as she entered, her eyes scanning for Su Yuan's presence, but was met with only Bai Ruyu. Noticing the look of confusion on Zhao Baozi's face, Bai Ruyu clarified. You're looking for Su Yuan, I assume? She has gone to Orange TV for rehearsal and will be quite some time. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to see Sister Su, Zhao Baozi replied, her disappointment evident. Zhao, oh, Baozi, your boss instructed you to sign in at Su Yuan's studio. I wonder if he mentioned how you are to be arranged next? After all, this studio was established solely to serve Su Yuan, Bai Ruyu said candidly. To be frank, I cannot foresee any benefits in your signing here. Don't worry, Sister Yu. I am merely affiliated with the studio. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Zhao Baozi responded, channeling her sharp wit. I suspect the boss cannot bear to see Sister Su in want. So he has me take on a few projects to help earn some money. Bai Ryu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Cannot bear to see Suen want. Taking on a few projects to help us earn money? Internally, Bai Ryu mused, who claims that acting invariably leads to profit. Numerous entertainment companies have crumbled due to the industry. And you think we can make money? With that unconventional round face of yours? It would be a miracle if the studio does not go bankrupt. The more she pondered, the more troubled she became. Zhao Baozi, ever whimsical and astute, noticed Bai Ruyu's frown and chuckled. Sister, you do not misunderstand. The boss assured me he would not interfere with the studio's decisions. I am merely a figurehead. The scripts have long been provided by him, and he is the one financing the projects. If he cannot manage the director or producer aspect, the boss can always find someone else. In her heart, Zhao Baozi silently lamented, "See, I knew this would lead to no good. Ever since the boss handed me a script under the pretense of helping me memorize lines, it has spiraled out of control. Now, he casually tosses scripts my way whenever he pleases. By now, the scripts in his possession had become second nature to him, prompting him to embark on filming. The words of a man are often deceitful. Upon hearing this, Bai Ryu stood in stunned silence. Such fortuity exists in this world. First, without a moment's hesitation, an investment of 100 million was thrown her way, followed by the backing of a financially robust studio that had previously been in dire straits. Yet, there was no hint of deceit in the contract, leaving her utterly perplexed. Zhao Baozi, noticing the deepening frown on Bai Ruyu's face, continued to elucidate. Sister Yu, there's truly nothing amiss. My boss simply wishes to assist Sister Xun. He claims she has rendered him an immense favor, and he has wealth beyond measure. That was the only explanation he could muster. Bai Ryu chuckled and shook her head. Yet she resolved to ponder what kind of monumental assistance Xu Yuan could have provided that would compel him to extend such unwavering support. Zhao Baozi looked at her with a quizzical expression. You do realize that the investor in Xu Yuan Studio is my boss, Chen Mu, right? It took Bai Ryu a considerable time to react, her mouth agape as she uttered a single word. Ah? The investor behind the studio was none other than Chen Mu, the president of the affluent gaming company, who had once made headlines for his extravagant spending on Xu Yuan's fanbase. Zhao Baozi was equally speechless. 100 million had been poured into this venture, yet the boss hadn't even mentioned it to the people at Xu Yuan Studio. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, Bai Ryu smiled and shook her head. President Chen's actions are indeed enigmatic. Subsequently, Bai Ryu and Zhao Baozi signed a contract in a perfunctory manner before she escorted her out, as she still needed to fly to the bustling metropolis to scout suitable office locations for the studio. This is Xu Yuan? Wang Manhua inquired of Ding Chun while observing the girl rehearsing on stage. Ding Chun glared at Xu Yuan with a hint of resentment. Yes, Sister Manhua, it's her. After the events of the past few days, this woman's popularity had eclipsed her own, instilling in her a profound sense of insecurity. The girl, clad in a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans, exuded an effortless elegance that belied her age. Coupled with her lively dance, one would scarcely believe she was 30. She appeared more akin to someone in their 20s. Wang Manhua, at 34, couldn't help but wonder how the disparity between them could be so vast. Furthermore, with the backing of the president of the affluent gaming company, a tinge of jealousy flickered in her eyes. However, she quickly dismissed it with a smile. What does it matter if someone supports her? Different fields are like different mountains. She's merely a game developer. No matter how much backing she has, how far can she truly go? As one of the four titans of the Zhonghua Empire, Huai's depths were daunting, and countless had fallen prey to its treacherous waters. Just like this time, Huai had sent its own to personally undermine Xu Yuan, ensuring Ding Chun's ascendance. Everything was dictated by strength. Was this not a blatant display of overt strategy? With support, one must also possess fortitude. With this thought, she disdainfully averted her gaze and turned to leave with Ding Chun, unbeknownst to Xu Yuan, who remained wholly absorbed in her singing and dancing. Wang Manhua and Ding Chun had departed. She cherished the opportunity to perform on the stage of Singer immensely. In the office of the chairman of Changtian Entertainment, Song Yilong furrowed his brow after reviewing the materials presented by Jiang Song. The shares of Orange Online were on the verge of a steep decline. leading the platform to issue an urgent apology and dismiss the deputy director, while also selecting audience members and replacing judges for the live show. Initially, he had anticipated a disheartening and brief return for Su Yuan, yet unexpectedly, her popularity continued to surge, hinting at a situation that was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Such worthless matters. Song Yilong's voice was laced with ire. Jiang Song stepped forward, refilling Song Yilong's cup with water, and attempted to soothe him. "Chairman, please calm your anger." In the second episode of Singer, Huai has sent their long-absent diva, Wang Manhua, to challenge. Given Wang Manhua's prowess, it should not be difficult to eliminate Su Yuan. She will likely be out by the second episode. We can merely observe the unfolding drama. Moreover, our Changtian Entertainment is vast, even if Su Yuan reaches the final stages. What significance does that hold for us? After speaking, Jiang Song looked up at Song Yilong with unwavering confidence, eagerly awaiting praise. However, what he received instead were several documents hurled directly at him. Jiang Song, taken aback by such an unexpected response, stared at Song Yilong in bewilderment. Chapter 14. Su Qingwei to you, it may seem inconsequential, but what about for me? Song Yilong glared at Jiang Song with a chilling intensity, as if he intended to devour him whole. Jiang Song instinctively recoiled, ready to defend himself, when he heard Song Yilong's icy voice pierce the air once more. Su Yuan is someone I have personally buried in obscurity. If she were to emerge victorious, it would starkly reveal that I was blind to her potential a decade ago. Pray tell, what significance would Su Yuan's triumph hold for me? Jiang Song dared not lift his gaze, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his eyes as he inwardly cursed. It was your blindness to begin with, and now you choose to vent your inadequacies upon me. How disgraceful. Yet, when he finally raised his head, an expression of sudden realization crossed his face. Chairman, I apologize for my simplistic thinking. I must defer to your wisdom regarding the next steps. Song Yilong pondered for a moment, then coldly regarded Jiang Song. We will not be able to participate in the second episode of The Singer. Have Lin Jingxian clear her recent schedule. It would be ideal if Wang Manhua from Hawaii successfully challenges us. However, should that endeavor fail, we shall arrange for Lin Jingxian to appear in the third episode. We must prepare for any eventuality. Truly, the chairman possesses remarkable foresight. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Jiang Song complimented, and upon noticing Song Yilong's silence, respectfully took his leave. With his hands clasped behind his back, Song Yilong gazed out the window, his tone menacing. Su Yuan, a decade ago, I ensured you would not rise again. 10 years hence, I still hold that power. Chen Mu dismissed Zhao Baozi and then called Wang Ziqing. At the time, Wang Ziqing was occupied in Beijing collecting rents. Fortunately, he had been prudent enough to form a team early on, sensing trouble ahead. He entrusted the less significant collections to his subordinates, personally overseeing only a few crucial locations, such as the magnificent building in Beijing and 2 traditional courtyard houses. Upon receiving Chen Mu's call and understanding his request, Wang Ziqing was utterly bewildered. Wait, boss, you want me to scout a director capable of filming a television drama? I am merely your financial officer. While I am well-versed in managing finances, the entertainment industry is foreign to me. Where am I supposed to find a director? Perhaps this. My son is now in high school. Would you consider waiting a few more years until he applies to a directing program in college? Hastily, Chen Mu chuckled, attempting to ease the situation. Ah, you are indeed a financial officer, but you know many people, don't you? Many hands make light work. Can you assist me in this endeavor? Apologies, boss, but I cannot help in the slightest. Wang Ziqing bluntly refused, his irritation evident. Observing this, Chen Mu unleashed his ultimate bargaining chip, double the year-end bonus and a month's vacation. Your generosity astounds me. I will take care of it right away, ensuring your satisfaction. Wang Ziqing finally agreed with a broad smile. This individual truly is motivated by monetary gain, Chen Mu thought with a bemused shake of his head. Zhu Shi, too, overhearing the conversation, couldn't he help but smirk. If you offer me such incentives, I'll gladly procure a director for you as well. He was aware that Wang Ziqing's annual salary exceeded $1 million. Doubling the year-end bonus amounted to nearly 400,000. Who could resist such temptation? Chen Mu pocketed his phone and headed outside. Sure to. Let us take a stroll. Zhu Shurtu could not help but gaze at him anxiously, asking, "Where are you going?" His concern was warranted, for this individual was notorious for his unpredictable antics. "Of course, I'm going to check out the newly constructed Yaobang Phase 2 development in Shacheng," Chen Mu replied, not bothering to look back as he headed toward the exclusive elevator. In high spirits today, he thought that a visit to a property could only elevate his mood further. Zhu Shurtu remained silent as they soon arrived at the sales office of Yaobang New City, where Chen Mu's favorite real estate developer in Shacheng was none other than Yaobang International. He had already invested in the first phase and certainly would not miss out on the second. Despite the current downturn in the real estate market, which had left many developers struggling, the prime location of Yaobang New City could not completely shield it from the broader economic challenges, resulting in lackluster sales. Upon entering, Chen Mu noticed that there were more salespeople than clients, but he paid little mind and made a beeline for the real estate model. Dressed in understated yet distinguished attire, he was followed by a burly man clad in a black suit even in the sweltering heat, clearly a bodyguard. The staff at the sales office brightened at the sight and flocked around him, chattering enthusiastically about the properties. Annoyed by the cacophony, Chen Mu's gaze swept the room and landed on a somewhat inexperienced young woman in professional attire, standing awkwardly on the periphery. "Come here and assist me with the introductions. You all continue with your business," he instructed, beckoning the girl. The other salespeople, about to protest, were silenced by Zhu Shita's piercing gaze as he removed his sunglasses, compelling them to reluctantly disperse. Startled by Chen Mu's gesture, the young woman quickly approached him. "Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Allow me to introduce the properties," she stammered, her hands clenched into small fists, betraying her nervousness. The girl was tall and had a delicate appearance, her voice bright and melodious. Chen Mu paused at the sound of her voice and, regarding her kindly, inquired, "Are you a part-time worker or a recent graduate?" I just graduated," she replied respectfully, her hands clasped in front of her. Glancing at her name badge, he smiled and remarked, "Su Qingwei, what a lovely name. I know another girl with the surname Su who is even more beautiful than you." Su Qingwei, bewildered by Chen Mu's comment, was soon directed to focus on the properties as he pointed at the development. "Please provide me with the details." "Certainly, sir," Su Qingwei replied, feeling relieved, and proceeded to elaborate on the listings. Not long into her presentation, Chen Mu pointed to a building that had yet to sell a single unit. "Could you show me this one, Miss Su?" Taken aback, Su Qingwei quickly agreed and led Chen Mu and Zhu Shurtu to view the property. As they departed, the remaining staff began to speculate. This boss must be genuinely interested in making a purchase. Su Qingwei is quite fortunate. After all, who could resist a beautiful and freshly graduated university student? But then again, what if he is merely browsing? Wouldn't that leave Su Qingwei with nothing in the end? Indeed, that would be amusing. Let her learn the harsh realities of human nature. Unbeknownst to Su Qingwei, she was blissfully unaware of the conversation. Her heart filled with joy as she guided Chen Mu and Zhu Shurtu to explore the property. Chen Mu did not linger on details. He ascended directly to the top floor, for purchasing a high-rise inevitably meant acquiring the pinnacle. Quite splendid, he thought, this shall be the building. Peering through the expansive glass windows at the distinctly visible orange tower, he addressed Su Qingwei. "Ah, did you just say an entire building?" Su Qingwei questioned, a hint of disbelief lacing her words. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? A wave of exhilaration surged within Su Qingwei, and she hastily inclined her body, gesturing invitingly with one hand. "Very well, sir, please follow me." As they proceeded ahead, she trailed behind, her small fists jubilantly pumping the air. After all, this was an entire building. How substantial would her commission be? Chapter 15. The entire network became a chaotic mess due to a wish upon arriving at the sales office. Su Qingwei promptly ascended to find the manager. The entire building's business depended on her notifying him. Shortly thereafter, Manager Lin hurriedly descended, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Mu. But soon his face broke into a joyful smile. From a distance, he extended both hands towards Chen Mu, exclaiming, "Ah, just moments ago, Su Qingwei mentioned someone intended to purchase the entire building, and I thought she was jesting. Haha. But upon seeing you, Mr. Chen, I realized it was true. It has been far too long. Chen Mu and manager Lin exchanged a gentle handshake, both sharing a smile. I never anticipated that the sales manager for the second phase of Yaobang New City would still be you. It truly has been a long time, Chen Mu replied. Observing the friendly banter between the two, Su Qingyue felt a surge of anxiety. They were acquaintances. Would this commission slip through her fingers? Why go through all this trouble? If you wish to view the building, just give me a call, Manager Lin chuckled. After engaging in casual conversation for a moment, Chen Mu steered the discussion back to business. I simply prefer to conduct an on-site inspection to feel assured. Manager Lin, let us dispense with pleasantries and focus on signing the contract. At this, Manager Lin instructed his subordinate to prepare the contract. He excused himself to make a call to his superior. After a brief conversation, Manager Lin handed his phone to Chen Mu. Having previously acquired an entire building during the first phase of Yaobang New City, Chen Mu had been personally hosted by Zhang Xiaolin, the owner of Yaobang International. Now, with his acquisition of another building in the second phase, this was indeed a monumental boon for the struggling Yaobang International. Zhang Xiaolin, currently out of town, had repeatedly expressed the desire for Chen Mu to remain in Sha City a little longer, promising to host him for a meal upon his return. Who wouldn't appreciate a high-quality client who buys without haggling? Chen Mu smiled, assuring that he would indeed wait until Zhang Laoban returned to treat him to a meal before departing. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaolin instructed Chen Mu to return the phone to Manager Lin. When signing the contract, the price was calculated at a 10% discount, totaling 480 million. Chen Mu couldn't help but lament at the figures on the contract. After all, the building he purchased in the first phase had cost nearly 600 million. The prosperous days of real estate from a few years prior seemed long gone, a sentiment echoed by Manager Lin. As they conversed, Chen Mu's gaze fell upon Su Qingyue, who stood to the side, visibly anxious and conflicted. He couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing towards her. Manager Lin, you must credit this transaction to Su Qingyue. Do not forget to include her commission. Were it not for her introduction, I would have considered purchasing in the new neighborhood next door. Hearing this, Manager Lin glanced at Su Qingyue and burst into hearty laughter, promptly agreeing. After they shook hands, Chen Mu prepared to take his leave. At the entrance of the sales office, he paused to address Manager Lin, noticing Su Qingyue still standing there in a daze. He raised an eyebrow at her, saying, Su Qingyue, having secured such a significant deal for me, aren't you going to see me off? Su Qingyue felt as though she were floating on clouds upon hearing that the commission was indeed hers. In response to Chen Mu's words, she quickly bowed and said, Thank you, Mr. Chen. I'll see you off. Standing before the car, Chen Mu scrutinized Su Qingyue and inquired, Did you graduate from a music academy, Miss Su? Su Qingyue was taken aback by his question. How did you know, Mr. Chen? I merely guessed, he replied. I sense that your speech occasionally embodies vocal characteristics akin to singing. Chen Mu's conjecture was rather unfounded. He simply thought her voice bore a resemblance to that of a certain singer from the musical realm. I used to believe that if I studied diligently and sang well, opportunities would come my way. However, after graduating, I realized how naive that notion was. Not long ago, I attempted live streaming, but I earned even less than a real estate agent. Now, I sell houses and regard singing as merely a hobby, Su Qingyue said, revealing a bittersweet smile. After a prolonged silence, Chen Mu took out his phone and gestured to her. Let us add each other as friends. I can recommend a newly established music studio to you. If you're interested, you should give it a try. Su Qingyue was astounded by his words, almost suspecting him to be a fraud. However, recalling how he had effortlessly purchased an entire building, she dismissed the thought. She quickly retrieved her phone to add him as a friend. Subsequently, Chen Mu provided her with the phone number of Bai Ruyu, the studio's agent. This is Bai Ruyu's number. Contact her when you have the time and mention that it was I, Chen Mu, who referred you. After Su Qingyue nodded in acknowledgement, Chen Mu waved goodbye and got into his car to depart. As she watched his vehicle vanish from sight, she contemplated deeply over the number. Who could have anticipated that Su Qingyue, destined to be one of the celebrated divas of the music industry alongside Su Yuan, was discovered by Chen Mu from a real estate office? Neither of them had foreseen this. August 9th marked the airing of the second episode of Singer. Days prior, Under the directive of Chairman Shangwan Zhuangzhuang, the subsidiaries of the Shanghai Group commenced advertising campaigns to garner votes for Su Yuan. Chen Mu energetically promoted Su Yuan across various games under the auspices of Fuguwei Game Entertainment, even extending his advertisements to single-player games. Not only they, but many dedicated fans of Su Yuan also enlisted their colleagues to assist in securing votes. Huai, belatedly realizing the situation, urged its stars to encourage their fans to like Wang Manhua's posts. Similarly, stars under Changtian, at the company's behest, leveraged their influence to rally support for Wang Manhua. Changtian's backer, Yuan, never hesitated to seize every opportunity to challenge Shanghai, and this occasion was no different. It seemed that ousting Su Yuan would signify a victory for both companies. Later, netizens began to notice that this episode of Singer had seemingly shifted in tone, ostensibly to boost a Su Yuan who had been absent for a decade. Now, not only had two of the four major entertainment companies entered the fray, but the entire Shanghai faction and its rival, the Yuan faction, had also joined the competition. Not to mention the fervent promotions orchestrated by Chen Mu at Fuguwei Game Entertainment. Originally, you sought votes, yet somehow, as the endeavor progressed, the leaders of various subsidiaries under the two major conglomerates were suddenly overcome by both old grievances and new animosities. They each sought out their sworn adversaries to engage in a verbal duel, exchanging sharp retorts and fierce insults. One would shatter a teapot, while another would hurl a smartphone. As one netizen aptly remarked, the entire internet descended into chaos over a mere wish, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Furthermore, upon witnessing the fierce verbal exchanges among the titans of industry, another observer lamented, regardless of how influential you are when it comes to trading barbs, everyone appears equally frantic and devoid of dignity. The second episode of The Singer reached unprecedented levels of excitement, leaving the leadership at Orange TV grinning from ear to ear. Thus, with the anticipation of the masses, the second episode of The Singer gracefully commenced on the evening of August 9th at 8 o'clock. Chapter 16. The spectators in the audience. Are the audience in position? Meng Yan inquired expressionlessly of a newly appointed deputy director Wang Guoxiao, who stood beside him, feeling as if he had recently incurred the wrath of fate. This Su Yuan seemed to be his nemesis, as she had first driven away his loyal subordinate Zhang Lin, and then had endured a verbal onslaught from his uncle Meng Dehai, without daring to wipe his face clean of the spittle. The entire program was now under the scrutinizing gaze of the higher-ups at Orange TV, rendering him akin to a marionette, devoid of any semblance of freedom. He felt that Su Yuan was indeed his undoing. However, with the entrance of the illustrious diva Wang Manhua, despite the judges being replaced, how could they possibly discern how many among them were under his influence? After this episode, she ought to vanish from both the stage of Singer and his sight. He mused, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Meng director, the audience is ready, Wang Guoxiao replied with measured composure, being appointed directly by the leadership of Orange TV. He was not intimidated by Meng Yan. Observing the self-satisfied grin on Meng Yan's face filled him with disdain. It was as if Meng Yan's mind had been struck by a mule. With a sensational figure like Su Yuan, the ratings for Singer were bound to soar. Should the subsequent operations proceed well, they might even touch the pinnacle of national variety shows. Yet, it was evident that Meng Yan remained discontent, and it was likely that he would still concoct schemes. Although there is a saying that good words are wasted on the damned, he still felt compelled to caution Meng Yan, Director Meng, you would do well to take a closer look at the audience today and reconsider your thoughts. He did not wish to advise this fool, but as the deputy director of Singer, he too desired the program's success. What is there to be concerned about? Meng Yan dismissed Wang Guoxiao's words, yet the seriousness in his tone prompted him to cast a glance at the audience from the side of the stage. A mere sweep of his gaze caused him to pause. Why did today's audience appear so different from those of the past? Why were the majority of them impeccably dressed, middle-aged gentlemen? This was a competitive performance stage, not a business banquet. Their attire was utterly absurd. Meng Yan mused inwardly, and just as he was about to retract his gaze, he noticed a familiar figure in the front row, seated in the center and sporting gold-rimmed glasses. Doubting his own vision, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Wang director, come take a look. Is that not President Shangwan of Shanghai Group sitting in the center of the front row? Meng Yin inquired incredulously of Wang Guoxiao. Meng Director, you are not mistaken. That is indeed the big boss of Shanghai Group, President Shangwan, Wang Guoxiao replied, having already discerned that fact. In the center sat President Shangwan. To his left was Liu Xiaojun of Shanghai Tao, and to his right was Xie Jimin of Shanghai Payment. The entire front row was filled with top executives from Shanghai Group. And look at the second row. President Wu of Xingmao, President Zhang of Jixing, and President Liao of Tianhua. Oh, and the one conversing with President Shangwan is President Huang of Tonglong. At this point, Wang Guoxiao could not help but sigh. Meng Director, just by observing this lineup, do you truly believe you can contend with them? Let us embrace the hope that the viewership and sponsorship of the singer will reach unprecedented heights. Why must you persist in your antagonism toward her? What is it that you seek? As Meng Yin listened to Wang Guoxiao's incessant murmurs, he surveyed the esteemed audience and felt a dull thrum in his head. All he could think was, who am I? Where am I? This phrase echoed endlessly in his mind. Wang Guoxiao regarded the dazed Meng Yin with cold disdain, stating, Director Meng, your ambitions are your own, but this is my golden opportunity. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will face the consequences. Meng Yin, watching Wang Guoxiao walk away, couldn't help but smile bitterly. These influential figures could afford to pluck a hair from their legs with more ease than he could muster. To obstruct their plans? Was he wishing for his own demise? Alas, it seemed too late to mend a relationship between reparations and wishes, but he certainly could not afford to worsen matters further. At 8 o'clock, the studio for the singer fell silent as the countdown to the broadcast commenced. Following a spirited introduction by the host, the show began in earnest, with 7 singers appearing sequentially based on their draws. After each performance, applause filled the air, uniform yet lacking in fervor, almost perfunctory. Ding Chun stood to the side of the stage, aware that her turn was approaching. Su Yuan, merely a has-been from a decade ago, was being targeted by Wang Manhua, which seemed an extravagant misuse of talent. Clearly, she could have managed on her own. As the contestants exited, Ding Chun tightened her grip on the golden microphone and stepped onto the stage without a hint of trepidation. Su Yuan? Not even worthy to be considered a stepping stone. Ding Chun flashed a sweet smile at the audience below and began to sing her popular hit, following the same youthful and sweet path as Su Yuan once did. Upon finishing, she bowed confidently in gratitude, the applause echoing back, enthusiastic yet lacking sincerity. As she turned away, she couldn't help but frown. Where had these spectators come from? Their professionalism was sorely lacking. Next to perform was Su Yuan, not by the program's design, for they lacked the audacity to arrange such a thing. Neither Shanghai nor Xin Yuan was to be trifled with. It was pure luck that Su Yuan was even here. Chen Mu, seated on the carpet, smiled widely at the prospect of Su Yuan's impending performance, remarking that it is often said that girls who smile attract good fortune, a sentiment that rang true. Fortunately, Su Yuan was oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have retorted, after being buried for 10 years, is this what you call good fortune? As Su Yuan passed by Ding Chun, microphone in hand, Ding Chun did not cast a glance her way, for after today, their paths would likely never cross again. After all, one would soar to great heights while the other would plunge into the abyss. Standing on stage, Su Yuan inhaled deeply, the audience enveloped in silence. She observed the somewhat subdued crowd and offered a bittersweet smile. Indeed, she had been absent for far too long, and they had not even afforded her a modicum of applause. Yet it mattered not. If she performed well, that was all that counted. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Being back on stage? As the prelude to Love You began, she prepared to take the stage alone, as per her request, for a performance of both singing and dancing. As Su Yuan was about to withdraw her gaze, she noticed the front row of spectators raising a banner, which gradually unfurled to reveal the words, Su Yuan, fulfill my heart's desire. Su Yuan, charge forth. Accompanying the banner were countless thumbs raised in approval. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile joyfully, a smile that had captivated the entire empire a decade ago, leaving an indelible mark on the youth of many. Among the audience were numerous accomplished executives. Upon gazing at Su Yuan on stage, felt as though they had been transported back to their own youthful days. Their formal attire today was merely a pretext for attending a reunion with their own past. Chapter 17. Please don't leave. I haven't started yet. On stage, Su Yuan exuded exuberance, while some audience members below couldn't help but sway and wave along. Although some had grown plump, their movements resembled a pupa writhing in its cocoon. In the front row, General Shangwan maintained a stoic expression, though a faint flush tinged his cheeks. Only he knew that his 10 toes had been fervently dancing along with Su Yuan for quite some time. Those observant enough could easily discern his excitement by the undulating surface of his expensive leather shoes. As he watched Su Yuan perform, Shangwan found himself momentarily lost in thought. The song evoked memories of his university days when Chen Mu incessantly played Su Yuan's songs, transforming their dormitory trio into fervent admirers. Time indeed flies. As Su Yuan sang, the production team frequently cut to the audience, often inadvertently focusing on General Shangwan. Chen Mu, initially indifferent, soon noticed the collective silence from the other executives seated nearby, which left him bemused. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "De Zhuang is truly something else, asking me for tickets. Can one ticket really accommodate all these fools? Does he have to take advantage of me like this? Alas, even at this age, he's still so childish. What a pity he louse and couldn't make it." He missed out on that ticket. When the song concluded, the 5 judges offered their brief critiques. "Thank you all for coming to see me. Thank you for still remembering me after all this time." Su Yuan, breathless and with teary eyes, smiled at the audience, acutely aware that they were no longer young. She bowed deeply to the audience, lingering in that position, and in that moment of humility, her pent-up emotions could no longer be restrained, wetting the stage floor beneath her. General Shangwan and the others rose, adjusting their suits, clapping and gazing at her with warm smiles, reminiscent of how a once poor youth might look upon his first love after achieving success. 10 years ago, she was their pride. 10 years later, despite the change in status, she remained so. After a considerable pause, Su Yuan finally stood, her delicate, porcelain-like arm wiping her eyes. She smiled and waved vigorously at the audience as she exited the stage. Wang Manhua and Ding Chun watched in astonishment from backstage. It was only after receiving a nudge from a companion that they realized the audience members were no ordinary people. They never anticipated that a single song from Su Yuan could elicit such a profound reaction from individuals who required careful handling. This realization only fueled their indignation. Why should has-been like Su Yuan command such fervor? "Manhua, you must show them what you're made of. You are far more popular than Su Yuan." Ding Chun glared at Su Yuan with resentment. Wang Manhua, remaining composed, nodded softly before taking the microphone and stepping onto the stage. As Su Yuan exited, General Shangwan and his companions appeared somewhat disheartened. He turned to the individuals in the second row with a smile. "Wu, Zhang Yao, do you have any plans? If not, shall we share a drink?" Mr. Wu expressed his intentions. "Let us go together. Should we extend an invitation to Su Yuan?" It is worth noting that she left the scene rather abruptly back in the day, and I never even managed to obtain a signed copy. "Mr. Liao chuckled as he made the suggestion. Mr. Zhang readily concurred, laughing, "Indeed, let us go backstage and invite our idol." As the crowd rose in unison, Mr. Zhang pondered for a moment before cheerfully calling out to the audience, "May your wishes align with my heart's desires. Who among you is a fan of Su Yuan? Join us, for Mr. Shangwan is treating today." The fans of Su Yuan in the audience responded with enthusiastic shouts of agreement. While they may not have recognized the speaker, they were certainly familiar with Mr. Shangwan, who habitually donned gold-rimmed glasses and graced the covers of various financial magazines. Such an opportunity was one they could hardly resist, and soon everyone followed the executives in leaving their seats. Confidently, Wang Manhua took to the stage, only to witness the audience gradually dispersing. In a matter of moments, the once crowded seats became sparsely populated. What on earth was happening? She felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Where are you all going? I have yet to begin. The show is not over." Observing a few forlorn fans resembling lost kittens in the audience, she turned helplessly to the assistant director, Wang Wuxiao, on stage left. Wang Wuxiao, equally at a loss, shrugged in response. The situation was beyond his control, Even the orange channel could not contend with it. He wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had informed the camera crew to switch the feed as the audience departed, lest it become a disastrous live broadcast incident. Under Mr. Liao's leadership, a throng made its way backstage to invite Su Yuan to the feast. Naturally, Su Yuan was delighted and insisted that she should treat them instead. Mr. Shangwan adjusted his glasses and smiled gently. "Allow me to take this honor. You have just returned, and you should conserve your resources for now." His words elicited hearty laughter from the group, with Su Yuan joining in, feeling a touch embarrassed. Once, they had all pooled their money just to purchase one of her legitimate albums, and now they could proudly celebrate their youthful memories together. As they awaited Su Yuan to finish her makeup, Mr. Shangwan dialed Chen Mu. "Old Four, we fans of Su Yuan wish to treat her to dinner. You know the best spots in Sha City. Could you recommend a place for us?" Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. "Mr. Shangwan, how dare you? You may have taken my tickets, but why should you treat Su Yuan to dinner without including me? Have you forgotten who introduced you to this world?" Mr. Shangwan instinctively held the phone away from his ear, and once Chen Mu finished his tirade, he took the phone back. "What's the rush? I'm merely informing you to join us. Quickly send me the details of a suitable venue. We are all waiting." Without further ado, Chen Mu hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, he sent over the restaurant details. Mr. Shangwan glanced at the name and location Chen Mu had sent and was momentarily stunned. Dazhuang Barbecue Square? What on earth is this? He shared the name with everyone, and Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up. "Mr. Shangwan, you've chosen well. Barbecue and beer. It's been ages since I've indulged in such delights." The crowd unanimously agreed that going to a hotel felt too confining, as nothing could compare to the comfort of a barbecue. Upon seeing everyone in accord, Shangwan Zhuang instructed his subordinates to head over and make the necessary arrangements, while the rest of the group awaited their wishes to join. Chen Mu ended his phone call, humming a tune as he swiftly made his way to the restroom for a quick shower and change of clothes. He randomly picked up the key to an A8 from a pile of car keys, and with a triumphant shout, he dashed out the door. After Shangwan Zhuang's team finished negotiating with the owner of the barbecue establishment, the proprietor, upon realizing the magnitude of the business deal, began calling for preparations of ingredients and clearing space. Before long, the group arrived in succession, leaving the owner and the patrons leisurely enjoying skewers in the open air, utterly astonished by the parade of luxury cars that continued to appear. Chapter 18. The charm of that one resounding slap. Every luxury vehicle had an assistant-like figure who hurriedly alighted to open the rear door and shield the occupant from the elements as they exited. The individuals emerging from the vehicle initially congregated together. Once Su Yuan and Liang Xian stepped out, the prominent figures encircled Su Yuan as if she were the moon surrounded by stars, and together they strolled while engaging in conversation. It was then that the barbecue shop owner, Li Dazhuang, regained his composure and approached with enthusiastic greetings, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed guests, your presence truly elevates my humble establishment. Please, make yourselves at home." Shangwan Zhuang glanced at the signboard of the small eatery and felt a wave of exasperation. Dazhuang Barbecue. It was indeed a feat for Chun Laosi to have discovered such a place. The others, upon catching a glimpse of the shop's sign, stifled their laughter. The name Zhuang was hardly one to be mentioned in front of Chairman Shangwan, hence the reason everyone referred to him as Chairman Shangwan. Associating the name Zhuang with the chairman of Xinghai Group felt utterly incongruous. Li Dazhuang had already combined several tables in the square to accommodate nearly 200 guests. As they sat down, they filled the outdoor space of the barbecue shop. Some tables were already adorned with freshly grilled delicacies, and everyone raised their beers, filling their glasses. "Su Yuan, would you like to say a few words?" inquired General Zhang, along with the others, raising their glasses and looking at Su Yuan expectantly. With a smile, Su Yuan gazed back at them. "Today, Chairman Shangwan is treating us. I am merely here to enjoy the feast. Perhaps we should let him say a few words instead." Thus, the others cheerfully urged, "Chairman Shangwan, do say a few words." Chairman Shangwan, not one to shy away from the invitation, removed his uncomfortable suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves. He then lifted his glass and addressed the crowd with a smile. "Today, there are no titles, no Chairman Shangwan, no General Zhang, nor any Chairman Liao. Today, we are simply known as fans of Su Yuan. For the first toast, let us celebrate the resurgence of our goddess Su Yuan's career, wishing her a journey filled with success. Cheers. Upon concluding, he led the way in downing the first glass, and everyone eagerly followed suit. Chairman Shangwan filled a second glass and raised it once more to the second toast during the time Su Yuan was in seclusion. We lacked the means to support her. Now that she has made her return, all of us here have achieved some measure of success at the very least. We possess a few resources. If her path ahead remains fraught with difficulty, it would be akin to slapping our faces. We may not assist her, but we will not stand idly by if anyone dares to bully Su Yuan. That I will not permit. I shall leave the rest to you all. With that, he downed his second glass, and the crowd responded with cheers, joining him in consuming their drinks. Su Yuan, moved by the fervor of her supporters, felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. After all this time, she still had so many people rooting for her. Fate had indeed been kind to her. Li Dazhuang stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, what on earth? These people sound like a bunch of rebels at a rally. After Chairman Shangwan sat down, everyone began to eat and drink. Having taken only a few bites, Su Yuan raised her glass to toast the crowd, fulfilling her duty and acknowledging the support they deserved. When Chen Mu arrived, he was greeted by the scene of revelers indulging in wine and meat. With a smile, he opened the door and stepped out. Making his way over, Su Yuan, holding a wine glass, happened to be on the outer edge, closest to the table where Chen Mu approached. As she tilted her head back to drink, her peripheral vision caught sight of a man clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, exuding an indescribable charm that compelled her to glance his way. Chen Mu strolled slowly towards Su Yuan, a distance that seemed brief yet felt like a decade to him. With a confident smile upon his face, he advanced, drawing the attention of those around him, who wore expressions of confusion, except for Shangwan Zhuangzhuang, who regarded him with a peculiar look. As Chen Mu took deliberate steps forward, he pondered what he would say upon their meeting when, suddenly, his foot stumbled upon an unfortunate stone. He lost his balance and fell at Su Yuan's feet, instinctively clutching her smooth legs beneath her denim shorts to steady himself. The lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Su Yuan watched in disbelief as Chen Mu approached and then collapsed at her feet, her expression shifting from confusion to astonishment, then to panic and disbelief, culminating in anger. Her jade hand shot up decisively, delivering a sharp slap to Chen Mu's face, who was gazing up at her in surprise. The sound of the slap echoed crisply in the quiet surroundings, leaving Shangwan Zhuangzhuang dumbfounded, causing the wine glass in his hand to drop. Chen Mu covered his face, looking up at Su Yuan with reddened eyes, while the onlookers collectively thought, did he just touch Su Yuan's leg? As the realization dawned on Zhang and the others, exclamations of shock erupted, and some rushed towards Chen Mu. Wait, everyone, this is a misunderstanding. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang quickly intervened. The crowd halted their advance, turning to him for clarification. This man is Chen Mu, the president of the prestigious game company, Rich Fortune Interactive Entertainment, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang explained, observing the lingering confusion on some faces. He felt compelled to elaborate further. He is the one who stepped in to support Su Yuan earlier. He is one of us. It was certainly not intentional. He glanced at Chen Mu with a hint of schadenfreude. With this revelation, the crowd recalled Chen Mu, realizing he was indeed one of their own. They relaxed, setting aside their weapons, though their gazes remained somewhat unfriendly. After absorbing Shangwan Zhuangzhuang's words, Su Yuan stared at Chen Mu's somewhat handsome face in a daze, eventually whispering, Chen Mu? Chen Mu nodded, rubbing his face. Old Fan Tiao? Su Yuan inquired, and he nodded again. In a flurry, she extended her hand to help him up, exclaiming, why didn't you say so earlier? Well, you could have given me a chance to explain, Chen Mu replied, grinning despite his discomfort. Goodness, Su Yuan, you have quite the grip. Have you trained? I apologize, Chen Mu. I truly didn't mean to, she replied, her urgency evident. After making her wish and offering an apology, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue, relieved that she had just retracted her eager foot. Otherwise, the situation with Chen Mu would have been far more severe. Mr. Chen from the prosperous game industry, until now. We had only heard his name without ever encountering the man himself. To our surprise, he is indeed quite handsome, albeit just a tad less so than myself. Once Chen Mu settled down, Mr. Liao, while speaking, cheekily compared the size of his pinky nail to Chen's. Old Liao, have some dignity, will you? Upon uttering this, the crowd responded by raising their middle fingers at him. Mr. Chen had just taken advantage of the esteemed Ms. Su. If he were to leave today unscathed, it would be a disgrace for all of us. As Mr. Zhang rolled up his sleeves, he raised his glass defiantly towards Chen Mu. Chapter 19, Fourth Brother. Does your face still hurt? Chen Mu stared blankly at the wine glass thrust before him. Just as he was about to utter something, President Yuan filled his glass to the brim and placed it in his hand. Don't be timid, fourth brother. Drink him under the table. President Zhang clinked glasses with Chen Mu, and with a hearty bottoms up, they downed their drinks. Chen Mu, rendered speechless, could only comply. Burp. After the first drink, Chen Mu had just let out a small belch when Yuan promptly refilled his glass. The second drink followed suit, and again, bottoms up. Chen Mu had no choice but to acquiesce. The third round came, bottoms up, and Chen Mu continued to comply. Yuan watched Chen Mu's helpless demeanor from the side, stifling a laugh behind her hand. President Chen has met his match. Someone take him away. President Wu, in high spirits, bellowed for assistance. Zhu Shirtu appeared silently, akin to a ghost, and hoisted Chen Mu away. As Chen Mu was carried out horizontally, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter, continuing their revelry without a hint of deceit, simply indulging in the pleasures of drink. Inevitably, one by one, they succumbed to intoxication. Today, they reveled in joy, high-ranking officials who had long forgotten the last time they had cast aside their worries for such unadulterated merriment. After the gathering, Yuan sat in the car, propping her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. A light chuckle escaped her lips as she recalled her first encounter with Chen Mu, where she had slapped him and exchanged a word before he was drunkenly whisked away. Oh, the mischief! The next day, social media was inundated with news about Yuan. The second episode of Singer showcased a surprising assembly of business magnates, including President Yuan of Shanghai Group, all there to support Yuan. Viewers were astonished to see these titans of industry collectively cheering for her, echoing her slogan from a decade ago, "As I wish." This clearly indicated their backing for Yuan's triumphant return. Post-show, it was reported that Yuan dined with these prominent figures at the Zhuang Barbecue Square, filled with laughter and merriment, resulting in a raucous departure for the magnates. There were pictures to prove it. As they disembarked, the business leaders encircled Yuan, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Who would have thought that after a decade of obscurity, Yuan could wield such influence? Goodness, with such formidable support, her resurgence seemed unstoppable. Yet, some netizens expressed their confusion. I saw these magnates in the audience during the second episode of Singer. What puzzles me is why Chen Mu, the first to step in to support Yuan, was nowhere to be seen, neither at the event nor the subsequent dinner. Indeed, given Chen Mu's character, it seems implausible for him to remain uninvolved. Just as the online speculation grew, a piece of news swiftly ascended the trending topics, with a headline that was both succinct and revealing. Chen Mu falls, gets slapped, becomes intoxicated, and is swiftly carried away. According to reports, the editor of this news piece gleaned the details from staff at Dazhuang Barbecue. He vividly recounted the entire incident, ultimately concluding that from the moment Chen Mu arrived until he was carried away inebriated, the entire affair transpired in less than 10 minutes. Remarkably swift. A blurry video and photos from last night's gathering even surfaced on the Lu'in short video platform, prompting amused onlookers to mock Chen Mu in the comment section. I never expected this side of you, Mr. Chen. Does Mr. Chen drink? The kind that gets carried away in 10 minutes. Chen Dog, are you still functioning? Next time, be sure to sit at the dog-est table. I admire Mr. Chen's straightforward approach. I drank, now carry me away, haha. Once sober, Chen Mu oscillated between his Weibo and Lu'in short videos before tossing his phone aside, covering his face and collapsing onto the sofa. What a disgrace, he thought, feeling utterly humiliated. Just as Chen Mu wallowed in despair, Shangwan Zhuang, towel in hand, descended from upstairs. Upon seeing Chen Mu's disheartened demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, if it isn't the carried away Mr. Chen. Already sober? Chen Mu, upon hearing this, sat up and glared at him. Shangwan Zhuang, this is my home, so get lost. And what kind of brother are you? You didn't even help me out last night. Shangwan Zhuang tossed the towel onto Chen Mu's face, adjusted his glasses, and shot him a sidelong glance. Brothers are for stabbing in the back, not for shielding you from alcohol. Besides, given your embarrassing state yesterday, being drunk is probably for the best. He then sat beside Chen Mu, scrutinizing him before asking with genuine concern, Old for, does your face still hurt? Chen Mu retorted, Damn it, Shangwan Zhuang nodded to himself. As long as you're all right. I'm heading to Magic City today to handle some business and meet with your sister-in-law. Little Bao is there too. Both of them have been asking about you, so make sure to visit once you're done here. Uninterested in continuing the conversation, Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. Just as Shangwan Zhuang was about to exit, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Oh, by the way, I spoke with Uncle Chen last night. He asked me to relay a message to you, you little rascal. He and Aunt Lu went to the Northeast to help Uncle Su harvest corn, and they will be celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival there this year. The corn at home is also nearing harvest, so don't forget to return and help with that. Chen Mu was left speechless, staring blankly at Shangwan Zhuang for a long while before responding. He incredulously remarked, Are you their biological son, or am I? Why do I need you to inform me about everything? Shangwan Zhuang shrugged. I don't know if you're the favorite son, but I certainly am their cherished second son. Enraged, Chen Mu hurled a cushion at him, which Shangwan Zhuang deftly avoided before striding away with flair. Chen Mu flopped back onto the sofa, feeling despondent at the thought of the 2 acres of corn waiting for him at home. After a short while, he picked up the phone and called Kai Shu-Win. Hello? Lao Kai, have we confirmed the spokesperson for Heroic Glory? Kai Shu-Win replied, bewildered. What spokesperson? Heroic Glory I sent, looking for a spokesperson. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu nodded. Oh, it hasn't been confirmed, has it? Then let us entrust the endorsement to Su Yuan. Strive to send the invitation to her side today. He hung up. Kai Shu-Win. Su Yuan, who cherished the rare opportunity to indulge in a leisurely slumber, found herself roused from her dreams by a phone call from Ryu long before noon. Her voice on the line exuded sheer delight, and it wasn't long before she recounted the entire sequence of events. Throughout the morning, she received a succession of endorsement invitations from several reputable companies, including Fuguwei Games, Jixing, Tianhua, and Xingmao, among others. Notably, there were endorsements from 2 subsidiaries under the auspices of Shanghai. Little Yuan, we are on the brink of prosperity. I will engage with these companies at the earliest, Ryu affirmed at the conclusion of their conversation. Su Yuan hung up the phone, her mind still in a state of bewilderment. However, she soon regained her composure, picking up her phone to search online for news regarding last night's gathering. Chapter 20. What kind of divine fans are these? She could not help but chuckle upon seeing news about Chen Mu, causing Liang Xian beside her to stifle a laugh as well. Sister Xian, do we still have those endorsement contracts? Su Yuan inquired. Liang Xian nodded. Indeed. I merely sent a copy to Yu Jie this morning for her review. As she spoke, she rose to retrieve the contracts and handed them to Su Yuan. Su Yuan examined each one meticulously. The terms were exceedingly generous and the requirements quite lenient. Xiao Yuan, setting aside all else, securing these contracts will elevate your status, bringing you closer to the pinnacle of the second tier, Liang Xian remarked with a beaming expression. A smile graced Su Yuan's face at this indeed. I recently mused that perhaps my fans have become prosperous, and I never anticipated they truly had. Each one of them has become a magnate. As she cradled the contracts, her gaze softened. She felt a twinge of pressure to keep up with them. This simply won't do. I cannot let them down. Sister Xian, I would like to treat them to lunch today, she said, her eyes glimmering with determination as she sought Liang Xian's approval. That may be difficult. They're all quite busy. Most of them have already departed this morning. Some even left last night. Liang Xian replied with a resigned gesture. Su Yuan sighed in disappointment, realizing that everyone had become preoccupied with their own affairs. Contemplating this, she opened her Weibo account and posted a message. Thank you to all the magnates for supporting me. I just learned that everyone has already left Sha City, so we shall reconvene when time permits. She concluded with a photograph from last night's dinner, where everyone was joyfully raising their glasses towards the camera. Su Yuan's fanbase was rapidly increasing, and shortly after posting, her Weibo garnered an overwhelming number of likes. Seeing this photo left me utterly astounded. Su Yuan is remarkable, and her fans are even more impressive. It's hilarious to think that while some young idol's fans are still in school, relying on their parents for pocket money, Su Yuan's fans are already chairpersons, general managers, and supervisors. Who can compete with that? Su Yuan. I've been away for 10 years. Upon my return, this is what I find in the entertainment industry. After watching Su Yuan's 2 episodes, I finally understood what it means to be the true sweetheart queen. What are these current idols, even mere trifles? Su Yuan chuckled as she perused the comments before recalling something. Sister Xan, has General Chun from the fortune game also left? If not, I would like to invite him to lunch, considering he did slap me last night, which was rather unfortunate. At this thought, she remembered Chen Mu's aggrieved expression from the previous evening and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. You should make that call yourself. It would show sincerity, Liang Xin suggested, remembering the slap and laughing once more. Su Yuan picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Mu. Are you still in Sha City? Chen Mu replied, Yes, I'm still in Sha City. Is there anything you need assistance with? Su Yuan, I would like to treat you to lunch today to apologize. Chen Mu, oh, that's unnecessary. My face no longer hurts. Su Yuan, I apologize for last night. May I go ahead and reserve a table? Chen Mu, there's no need. Even if you do, I won't be able to partake. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mu sent a photograph of the airport terminal. Su Yuan, is President Chen also departing? What unfortunate timing. Chen Mu, it's all right. If I can't dine this time, perhaps next. I suspect I will remember the reason for Miss Su's invitation for a lifetime. Su Yuan, evading the topic, replied, wishing President Chen a safe journey. Upon reading her message, Chen Mu tucked his phone away, absent-mindedly touching the cheek that had been slapped the previous night, sighing softly, what a calamity. Song Yilong perused the news surrounding Su Yuan, opening her social media to behold a gathering photograph, surrounded by prominent figures. Although he had little interaction with these magnates, he had certainly heard of them. Who are these celestial admirers? What merit does Su Yuan possess? He could not help but clench his jaw in frustration. Boss, shall we still invite Lin Jingxian for the 3rd episode of Singer? Jiang Song cautiously inquired, observing Song Yilong's volatile expression. Invite whom? Su Yuan is now such a rising star. Do you intend for Lin Jingxian to merely serve as her backdrop? Song Yilong replied, casting a look of incredulity towards him. Jiang Song quickly lowered his head. Admitting his oversight, yes, my apologies, boss. I shall reconsider. Notify the Singer production team that Lin Jingxian is unavailable, Song Yilong commanded, though reluctantly. Understood, boss. Just as Jiang Song was about to speak further, Song Yilong's phone rang. He gestured for Jiang Song to wait before answering the call. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is Song Yilong. Please proceed. Indeed, I would not have allowed Su Yuan to flourish so easily, but as you know, with the scale of Shanghai and other conglomerates, if Changtian truly cannot compete. Oh, is Mr. Zhou serious? That is splendid, with Xinyuan Group backing us. Even if we bind them together, they would not stand a chance. Excellent. With your endorsement, I shall proceed with confidence. Farewell. Song Yilong hung up, a smile illuminating his face. Jiang Song, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Boss, what is this about? Mr. Zhou from Xinyuan just personally called, expressing his support for us to continue our contest with Su Yuan. Seeing Jiang Song's lingering confusion, Song Yilong burst into laughter. Last night, Shangwan Zhuang from Shanghai personally went to support Su Yuan, which displeased Mr. Zhou. If we manage to bring Su Yuan down, it would be a slap in the face to both Shanghai and Shangwan Zhuang. Once we do that, Mr. Zhou will be quite pleased. He indicated that should we succeed, he would increase his investment in Changtian. Jiang Song, upon hearing this, finally understood. That is fantastic. Mr. Zhou's prior investment felt rather trivial. With his assurance, we can suppress Su Yuan while enticing him to reinvest in Changtian. Truly a twofold triumph. Congratulations, boss. Indeed, Xiao Jiang. You truly understand me. Please, immediately contact the production team of the program Singer and cease providing the copyright for those songs requested. The plan for Lin Jingxuan's appearance remains unchanged. If the second episode of Singer had not witnessed the sudden emergence of so many influential figures, I believe even with Wang Manhua's prowess, she could have easily eliminated Su Yuan. Now, with our illustrious diva Lin Jingxian confronting Su Yuan, it is as if we are wielding power effortlessly. Surely, those prominent figures cannot be present at every performance. As for the external matters, with Xin Yuan's support, we need not fear them. Song Yilong commanded, tapping his fingers on the table. Understood, boss. I shall attend to it right away. Jiang Song replied in agreement before departing. Song Yilong turned in his chair, gazing out the window disdainfully as the voice from the rankings echoed. Su Yuan, no matter how much you struggle, victory will forever elude you. Chapter 21. A building for my niece's dowry in the early afternoon. Around 1 o'clock, Chen Mu landed in the bustling metropolis. No sooner had he boarded the car sent to pick him up than he received a call from his second sister-in-law, Xiao Wantong. Xiao Mu, have you returned to the city? I have, just landed, Chen Mu replied cheerfully. Then come over to our place. De Zhuang has just returned from the office as well. We can have dinner together, Xiao Wantong invited. All right, I'll heed your suggestion, Chen Mu agreed, hanging up the phone and instructing the driver, Zhu Shirtu old Zhu, head to Changtian Entertainment and do step on a bit. Zhu Shirtu nodded, pressing the accelerator a little harder. Upon arriving at the entrance of Changtian Entertainment, Chen Mu was familiar with the routine. He swiped his face at the security checkpoint, and the guard promptly saluted and granted him access. Chen Mu had investments here, which he had acquired years ago at the behest of his second sister-in-law, and it was located right next door. As Chen Mu stepped out of his residence, Shengwan Zhuang's car pulled up. Feeling secure within these familiar surroundings, he instructed Zhu Shirtu and the others to drive off and enjoy their free time. While he shouldered his messenger bag and approached Shengwan Zhuang, the two of them walking side by side into the house. Fourth uncle has arrived. As soon as they entered, a stylish little boy, around 6 or 7 years old, dashed towards Chen Mu and hugged his leg. Chen Mu bent down, beaming with joy, and lifted him up, planting a kiss on his cheek. Xiaobao, have you missed your fourth uncle? I have indeed, Shangwan Xiaobao replied, wrapping his arms around Chen Mu's neck and giving him a kiss in return. Such a good boy. After dinner, I'll take you to my house to play video games, Chen Mu whispered in his ear. Hearing this, Shangwan Xiaobao glanced nervously at De Zhuang and his mother sitting at the table, before nodding with a conspiratorial expression akin to a secret agent meeting. Chen Laosi, I warn you not to lead Xiaobao astray, Shangwan Zhuang threatened, casting a stern look at him. Don't mind your second brother. Come over for dinner, Xiao Wantong called out with a smile, waving him over. Emerging from washing his hands, Shangwan Zhuang surveyed the dishes on the table and said, exasperated, Wife, why is everything here what Chen Laosi likes to eat? Am I not a person? Why are you competing with Xiao Mu? How often do I get to see him? Xiao Wantong shot back, displeased. Shangwan Zhuang nodded solemnly. All right, just raise him as your son and spoil him. Chen Mu glared at him. De Zhuang, don't take advantage of the situation. If it weren't for Xiao Wantong and Xiao Bao being present, he would have unleashed a torrent of complaints on him. Enough, it's been years, and you two are still at it. If Fu Gui were here, would you still dare to behave this way? Xiao Wantong remarked. Both men fell silent at her words, their expressions dimming. Shangwan Zhuang turned to Xiao Wantong with a frown. Don't mention that scoundrel Su Fu Gui. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mu erupted, You've gone too far. How dare you speak to my second sister-in-law like that, you dog? Shangwan Xiao Bao mimicked him, baring his teeth in a playful manner. All right, let us eat, Xiao Wantong said, observing them in bemusement. Who could have imagined that the typically aloof Shangwan Zhuang would display such a comical demeanor in the presence of Chen Mu, who was known for his passion for gaming? As the two settled down, Xiao Wantong personally served them their meals. Shangwan Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at Shangwan Xiaobao, who was cozied up with Chen Mu, and turned to Xiao Wantong to complain, Wife, this major-scale practice has been utterly wasted. Chen Mu casually fed a piece of Australian lobster meat into Xiaobao's mouth, responding, If the major-scale practice is wasted, why not just practice the minor scale? It's not a big deal. We already have a minor scale. Who's like you a singleton? Shangwan Zhuangzhuang retorted with a smug look at Chen Mu. Xiao Wantong, slightly embarrassed, pinched Shangwan Zhuangzhuang. Chen Mu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze began to dart between the two before finally resting on Xiao Wantong's abdomen. Second sister-in-law. Is it true? We haven't seen each other for just 6 months. This is too fast, isn't it? Xiao Wantong nodded, gently caressing her belly. This time it's a girl, and she's been very well behaved inside. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang raised his eyebrows triumphantly at Chen Mu. I'm about to have both a son and a daughter. TSK, unlike some singleton. Ah, girls are wonderful. Haha, I do prefer daughters, Chen Mu replied, dismissing Shangwan Zhuangzhuang's show-off demeanor. So what if you have both? I have my share of fun with these 2 kids as well. Chen Mu chuckled to himself, leaving Shangwan Zhuangzhuang and Xiao Wantong bemused by his laughter. Oh, wait a moment. Chen Mu suddenly recalled something, stood up, and headed back to his home. Shangwan Xiaobao eagerly followed him out, leaving Shangwan Zhuangzhuang and his wife exchanging glances. Before long, Chen Mu returned carrying Xiaobao and sat down, presenting a thick contract to Xiao Wantong. Second sister-in-law, this is a gift for my niece. What is this? Xiao Wantong asked, confused as she took the document and flipped through a few pages. Shaking her head, she returned the contract to Chen Mu. You, as the little uncle, are being too generous. You should keep it. This is for my niece, not for you two. Second sister-in-law, please accept it on her behalf, Chen Mu insisted, continuing to eat without taking it back. What on earth is so significant that you two are pushing it back and forth? Shangwan Zhuangzhuang queried, taking the contract to examine it. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked back at Chen Mu. Yaobang New City, Phase 2, Building 3. You just bought it? Goodness. Chen Laosi, you really are quite generous. I just have this hobby of buying buildings. I'm not short of one more, Chen Mu replied after swallowing a mouthful of rice. All right, I'll thank you on behalf of my daughter, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang said, handing the contract back to Xiao Wantong while giving her a wink. Accept it, my dear wife. This lazy fellow needs a little motivation to work harder. Xiao Wantong contemplated this reasoning and accepted the contract. At their level, money truly was just a string of numbers. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang then looked at Shangwan Xiaobao, who was engrossed in her meal, and complained to Chen Mu, by the way, when your second sister-in-law was pregnant with Xiaobao, you weren't this generous. Are you treating them differently? Chen Mu retorted with righteous indignation. Can a daughter and a son be compared? Don't you know the saying that boys are raised poor while daughters are raised rich? This is my way of saving up a dowry for my niece. Well, that makes perfect sense. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Wantong also joined in the laughter, indicating that Xiao Mu would inevitably become a devoted father to a daughter in the future. After finishing their meal, the group settled onto the sofa for a casual chat. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang broached a serious topic. Old 4, the broad entertainment industry you proposed a long time ago has been revitalized by the company as of last year. Chen Mu, preoccupied with devouring his post-meal fruit, merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." 6 years prior, Xinghai Group had embarked on its journey, leveraging the financial backing of the affluent gaming and entertainment company. They subsequently launched several heavyweight applications, including WeChat, Weibo, Xinghai Mall, Xinghai Payment, Have You Eaten? And Xinghai Short Videos. Following this, Xinghai Group surged ahead in the internet arena, leaving many companies, such as Yuan, trailing behind in their wake. Chapter 22. The Old Rules of the Prosperity Game Ladder Rankings. It was only in recent years that they gradually encountered a bottleneck, prompting them to slow down and begin to consolidate. The only exception was Chen Mu, who had long ago proposed the concept of the pan-entertainment industry. While the Xinghai Group stumbled in the realms of music and video streaming, the Yuan Group, previously overshadowed by Xinghai, unexpectedly experienced a moment of enlightenment, recovering their pride and overtaking Xinghai, leaving them in the dust. Observing Chen Mu's nonchalant demeanor, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang adjusted his glasses, staring at him with an impassive expression. Ultimately, the primary responsibility lay with Chen Mu. After all, during those 2 years, he had been indifferent, indulging himself to the point of excess. Sometimes, even Shangwan Zhuangzhuang struggled to locate him. Their encounters were often limited to shared meals before he vanished once more. Then there was Yi Xinghua, known as Old Third Yi, who, although not reckless, was certainly incapable of managing affairs. During that period, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang felt as if he were being pulled in 8 different directions, and he had little regard for this nascent industry. Consequently, the management team of Shanghai's pan-entertainment sector was poached by the Yuan group, who seized the opportunity to lure them away with exorbitant offers. This incident became a sensational topic in the realm of the internet that year. The former Shanghai management team did not disappoint Yuan, as their multimedia app's market share significantly surpassed that of Shanghai, leading to the awkward situation that prevailed today. The concept of pan-entertainment had originally been proposed by Chen Mu, and now he was tasked with shouldering it once more. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang bluntly shifted the blame. Chen Mu swallowed a piece of apple and accepted his fate. Fine. I'll take it on. I do find myself with some idle time. Then get to work quickly. Managing such a large enterprise with just the two of us is truly exhausting, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang remarked, lifting his teacup as if to usher him away. Who said you were the professionals? I'm merely an onlooker. Besides, Yuan has been dominating the entertainment sector for so long now. Does it really matter if I take a moment? Chen Mu declared, before hoisting Shangwan Xiaobao and heading back home. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang watched the two slip out the door in silence. You two. Fine. Let them play for a while. Honestly, you're not even as favored as Xiaobao. He seems to prefer Chen Mu over you. Xiao Wantong chuckled at the sight of the two leaving in a flurry. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang exchanged a glance with her, sharing a resigned smile. Kai Shu Win, once Heroic Glory is released, come assist me. You will take charge of Shanghai Films for now, Chen Mu said, wedging his phone between his ear and shoulder, sitting on the ground while playing games with Xiaobao. Upon hearing this, Kai Shu Win's response was immediate and frantic. You can't be serious. Chen Mu replied, what is the matter? Boss, you can't do this to me. The prosperity game is already wearing me thin, and now you want me to manage Shanghai Films too? You know that's a disaster waiting to happen. I am a loyal servant of the prosperity game, and I refuse to wade through that quagmire. Well, in that case, I had planned to offer you a 5% stake in the company. Instead, find me a capable CEO quickly. I'm in need of one. Upon hearing his response, Chen Mu did not press further, but instead, in a more conciliatory manner, made a request to assist him in locating individuals. All right, my good boss. I shall help you find someone. 5 points, is it? Wait, 5 points? Kai Shu Win abruptly halted, astonished by the implication of 5 original shares from Shanghai Film and Television. Instantly adopting a more upright posture, he asserted, it is my duty as your subordinate to alleviate your burdens. Why seek external assistance? Chen Mu replied, there is no need for that. I wouldn't want to overburden you. Kai Shu Win countered, boss, there you go again. My unwavering belief is to dedicate myself entirely to my work. Is it not merely the CEO position at Shanghai Film and Television? I shall shoulder this responsibility. Chen Mu inquired, isn't that a bit too demanding? Kai Shu Win thumped his chest resolutely. Not at all, just watch me. With a sly smile, Chen Mu urged, then do so promptly. I'd rather not have to remind you. Understood. Oh, by the way, boss, Heroic Glory is set to be released tomorrow, and the new semester is about to commence. Shouldn't you announce this year's rewards? Just as he was about to end the call, Kai Shu Win recalled a significant matter. You mentioning it made me almost forget. Send me the list shortly, Chen Mu remarked, smacking his forehead as he nearly overlooked this important task. Your fourth uncle is gone. Little Bao giggled, pointing at the large screen. Not gone. He is very much alive. Chen Mu replied, pinching the child's cheek with a bemused expression. Play for a while. Let your fourth uncle attend to some matters. After receiving a message from Kai Shu Win, Chen Mu settled down, glancing at the list on his phone and chuckling at the impressive performance of this year's Heroic Glory Warriors. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his social media account to draft a message, attaching the list thereafter. I was just engrossed in a game when old Kai reminded me of an important matter I had neglected. To be succinct, in this year's imperial examination of the Celestial Empire, the top 10 in each province, from a total of 34 provincial regions, amounts to 340 individuals, of which our Canyon Warriors constitute 290. Following the customary tradition of the annual ladder rankings, each will receive a cash reward of 10,000 along with a golden fist icon. Congratulations to us brave Canyon Warriors. Oh, and another significant announcement. The mobile version of Heroic Glory will officially launch tomorrow. Please extend your support. Once Chen Mu's post was made public, the online response was instantaneous. What the hell? Chen Mu is truly something else. Releasing this so late, I thought there would be no rewards this year. To the one above, it seems you'll receive something if you qualify. Let us not discuss it. I'll support Rich Game Entertainment. And as for that Chen dog, he is not worth my time. I express my gratitude to Heroic Glory, to Rich Game Entertainment, and to President Chen. As a member of the list, I feel immensely honored. I made the list too. No longer will I envy those from previous years. To be fair, Rich Game has a rather positive reputation among parents. It's quite extraordinary for a gaming company to maintain such an image. Gratitude to President Chen. My son has made the list. This year, we have the funds for his phone and computer for school, thus saving a considerable sum. Truly, a father's love is as immense as a mountain and as tumultuous as a tsunami. Can we not be so direct? Without even mentioning the annual ladder rankings. Consider their prestigious scholarship fund. Each year, they generously dispense real monetary support. Indeed, it's absurd. Not only is playing prohibited for those under 16, but which household enforces such stringent limitations on gaming time for every age group? The individual above clearly appears to be underage. Chapter 23. The indifference of General Manager Chen towards his subordinates. Chen Mu sent out a Weibo post and then paid it no further mind, choosing instead to engage in jovial games with Xiao Bao. Not long after, Xiao Wantong arrived to fetch her child, and with a reluctant farewell, Xiao Bao was taken away. Chen Mu relished the ensuing tranquility, taking the opportunity to contemplate the future direction of Shanghai film and television. What? Changtian has refused to provide the copyright for the song Following Wish. Did you not assure us there would be no issues? We are set to perform next week. And now you tell me there are no rights? Bai Ruyu was utterly bewildered upon receiving a call from Meng Yan. Hearing the near-frantic tone in Bai Ruyu's voice, Meng Yan couldn't help but smirk, suppressing his amusement as he continued to feign innocence. Ms. Bai, we only just received this news ourselves. Previously, Changtian Entertainment was quite accommodating. Who could have anticipated such a sudden change? Furthermore, their copyrights are negotiated on a song-by-song basis. Their abrupt reversal leaves us equally powerless. Is there some animosity between your parties that we are unaware of? Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes at his words. Who among the public was oblivious to the long-standing grievances between Yuan and Changtian Entertainment? Are you truly trying to play the fool with me? Very well. I will discuss alternative strategies with Yuan. Director Meng, I kindly ask you to communicate with Changtian Entertainment once more. Securing the copyright would be most beneficial. Thank you. Director Meng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Ruyu hung up the phone. Comunicate. Dream on. I would rather you all perish. Meng Yan muttered to himself as he tossed his phone onto the table. TSK, Changtian's tactic of undermining us is truly remarkable. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Bai Ruyu finally sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, this unfortunate news must be conveyed to Yuan. Upon hearing Bai Ruyu recount the entire situation over the phone, Yuan did not appear overly disheartened. She gently reassured Bai Ruyu, Sister Yu, this is already a favorable outcome. Have you not anticipated obtaining any copyrights at all? I have already recorded the 2 best songs from the album, which exceeds our expectations, and we still have alternative cover songs to consider. There is no need for you to worry too much. It seems we have no other choice, Xiao Yuan. Please select one song from the alternatives. I will return as soon as I wrap things up here. Bai Ruyu, left with limited options, reluctantly decided to proceed with the backup plan. Among the companies that had approached her for advertising endorsements, both Fuguwei Games and Jixing Group were headquartered in the bustling metropolis. She planned to visit Jixing in person before heading back. Bai Ruyu called ahead to schedule an appointment with Jixing, and the process went smoothly, with contracts signed on the spot. After all, it was a deal personally arranged by the boss, and the subordinates would not dare to create any complications. However, when she contacted Fuguwei Games, an unexpected hiccup arose. Endorsement? What endorsement? Kai Shu-win was so preoccupied with the 5% stake in Shanghai Film and Television that he had no room to entertain anything else. Bai Ruyu replied, It pertains to the endorsement recently offered to Yuan by your company. Oh, Yuan, that was personally arranged by my boss. You cannot negotiate with me on that matter. Here's the deal. My boss is currently quite idle, so I will pass along his number to you, and you two can converse directly. With that, he hung up and sent Chen Mu's number, returning to his carefree laughter. Bai Ruyu stared at her phone in bewilderment. How dare he speak of the boss in such a manner? Surely, he must be out of his mind. The phone emitted a series of beeps, signaling an incoming message. Bai Ruyu, glancing at the phone number within the message, dialed without a second thought. However, the call was abruptly disconnected after just 2 rings. Frowning, she redialed. This time, the call connected, yet silence reigned on the other end. Bai Ruyu quickly greeted the caller with a smile. Hello, President Chen. I am Su Yuan's manager, Bai Ruyu. Oh, it's you, Sister Yu. I thought it was a prank call. A warm voice responded almost immediately. Bai Ruyu was momentarily taken aback. Did he just call me Sister Yu? Such politeness from President Chen? This is too much. No, President Chen, I cannot accept such a title. Please just call me by my name. I wish to express my gratitude for your investment in Su Yuan's company. I truly appreciate it. Bai Ruyu returned to her senses, repeatedly expressing her humility and thanks. There is no need for such formality. Since you have been with Su Yuan since her debut, and now that she is making a comeback with nothing, you are once again her manager. We, her loyal fans, see everything. Calling you Sister Yu is well-deserved. Thank you for your hard work, came the gentle reply from the other end. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Bai Ruyu's heart. Even an outsider could comprehend her struggles, validating her reckless return to Su Yuan's side. As she reflected on this kindness, the voice re-emerged. You are calling me regarding Su Yuan's endorsement, right? Bai Ruyu smiled as she explained. Indeed, I am currently busy with the selection of our studio's location and happen to receive the endorsement contract you sent over. I thought it would be a good opportunity to visit you, President Chen, and discuss the contract. That sounds good, but I am not at the office right now. Please come to my home instead. Let us connect on WeChat, and I will send you the location. Oh, and please bring along the Shanghai contract as well, he added. Politely, Bai Ruyu ended the call, pondering the implication of President Chen wanting to compare endorsement prices. Although puzzled, she decided to bring the contract along. The entrance to Changtian Villa was quite a distance from the actual villa area. Chen Mu had instructed Zhu Shirtu to wait there in advance. Upon Bai Ruyu's arrival, Zhu Shirtu escorted her directly to Chen Mu's residence. Along the way, Bai Ruyu marveled at the luxurious villas nestled among lush greenery, thinking to herself that this was indeed the abode of the wealthy. After disembarking, Zhu Shirtu courteously ushered Bai Ruyu into the villa, scanning the surroundings for Chen Mu. He then took a deep breath and shouted, "Boss, the guest has arrived." His loud call startled Bai Ruyu. Was it customary to shout for the boss like that? Previously, there was also that General Manager Kai who spoke to President Chen with such casualness. It felt as if the people around President Chen were anything but ordinary. Coming, came a reply from within, followed by the emergence of a strikingly handsome young man with a warm and refined demeanor. Bai Ruyu found herself momentarily entranced. His presence was even more impressive than the videos and photos she had seen. She couldn't help but compliment President Chen. You look remarkably youthful and handsome. If I didn't know you were the owner of the rich game, I would have wanted to sign you myself. You'd be a guaranteed success. Please refrain from laughing at me, Yujia. I am no longer young. I'm already 28, Chen Mu said with a smile. Shaking his head, after inviting her to take a seat, he approached the small bar to inquire. Yujia, would you prefer tea or coffee? Thank you, Mr. Chen. I would like tea. Bai Ruyu responded promptly, noticing that Chen Mu intended to personally brew her a cup. Observing her modesty, Chen Mu kindi risusuret her. No need for formalities, Yujia. You are the agent of Su Yuan, and I am an old fan of Su Yuan. We are all family here. Before long, he placed the tea in front of Bai Ruyu, saying, "This is freshly arrived black tea. Do give it a try." He then turned to Zhu Shirtu, saying, "Old Zhu, President Shangwan should still be at home. Please go and invite him to come sign the endorsement contract for Shanghai and Su Yuan." Chapter 24. Which song should Su Yuan sing? As Zhu Shirtu turned to leave, Chen Mu took out a golden pen and gestured to Bai Ruyu, "Sister Yu, where's the contract?" Oh, please wait a moment," Bai Ruyu stammered. momentarily taken aback before promptly placing her teacup down and retrieving the endorsement contract from her bag to hand it to Chen Mu. Very well. Without even glancing at it, Chen Mu flipped straight to the last page, swiftly signed his name, closed it, and handed it back to her, emphasizing efficiency. Bai Ryu numbly accepted it, still in disbelief at what had just transpired. Was a multi-million endorsement contract finalized in mere seconds? Mr. Chun, you've signed already? Chen Mu adjusted the pen cap, looking at her with a teasing glint. What do you mean? Is it that I do not trust Sister Yu, or that Sister Yu does not trust me? No. Mr. Chun, that is not what I meant, Bai Ryu hurriedly clarified. I was merely joking. Don't be tense, Sister Yu. Chen Mu chuckled lightly. What joke? Bai Ryu was still flustered when a voice rang out from the doorway. She turned to see the curious Shangguan Zhuang, wearing rimless glasses, entering the room. She quickly stood to greet him, aware that both men were formidable figures deserving of utmost respect. Mr. Shangguan, hello. Sister Yu, please have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Shangguan Zhuang casually took a seat beside Chen Mu and gestured for her to sit down as well. Once she was seated, Shangguan Zhuang reached for the golden pen in Chen Mu's hand, extending his hand toward her. Bai Ryu, confused, looked from one to the other. Chen Mu pointed her bag. Sister Yu, given the contract. Finally understanding, Bai Ryu fumbled to produce the contract. Oh, here it is. Shangguan Zhuang took both copies of the contract and, mirroring Chen Mu's actions, flipped straight to the last page, signing it with swift strokes before pushing it back to Bai Ryu. Bai Ryu was left speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. Sister Yu, you and Chen Mu continue your conversation. I must return to Beijing shortly, so please allow Chen Mu to treat you to dinner tonight on my behalf, Shangguan Zhuang said, tossing the golden pen back to Chen Mu and standing up to shake Bai Ryu's hand. Chen Mu shot him a displeased look. If you wish to treat her, you should do it yourself. I had already planned to take Sister Yu out for dinner. Shangguan Zhuang paid him no mind, waving his hand dismissively as he exited. Business is of utmost importance, Mr. Shangguan. Do take care. Bai Ryu watched him leave, still feeling as if she were in a dream. Had 3 contracts truly been finalized just like that? Sister Yu, please sit down. Don't mind him. Just to clarify, I will be treating you to dinner tonight. He has no part in it, Chen Mu asserted, though his mind was already pondering what to eat with Sister Yu that evening. Bai Ryu, looking troubled, declined. Mr. Chun, I'm truly sorry, but I may not be able to have dinner. I need to rush to Jixing to finalize the contract. And there is an urgent matter with Su Yuan that I must attend to. After finishing the contract at Jixing, I need to head back to Shacheng. Is something wrong with Su Yuan? Chen Mu inquired, his concern evident. Upon hearing his question, Bai Ryu recounted the entire sequence of events. Changtian Entertainment is not granting the copyright anymore? That's not a major issue. After all, Su Yuan released an album 10 years ago, and the 2 most popular songs from it were exactly those she performed in the first 2 episodes of Singer. Chen Mu chuckled dismissively. Bai Ryu was about to speak when she saw Chen Mu deep in thought, twirling the golden pen in his hand. It's about Su Yuan's upcoming songs. Indeed, the concern lay in her future performances. Although there were some alternative cover songs available, none could offer the same assurance as her original compositions. Furthermore, the presence of Ding Chun from Hawaii in the competition was no trivial matter. Last season, Wang Manhua's downfall had been orchestrated by them, and as if that weren't enough, Changtian had refused to provide copyright, while the production team had confirmed that the 3rd episode would feature the formidable diva Lin Jingxian from Changtian Entertainment. If Su Yuan were to cover someone else's song against her, her chances would be further diminished. Moreover, the director of Singer, Ming Yin, was not to be underestimated. Had it not been for external pressure, Su Yuan might have already been eliminated in the 2nd round. After listening, Chen Mu couldn't help but laugh. Su Yuan truly is in a dire situation. It seems she is besieged on all fronts. Bai Ryu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Was he a fan of Su Yuan? How could he find amusement in her plight at such a critical moment? Nevertheless, she decided to overlook his demeanor, considering his recent endorsement. Noticing Bai Ryu's conflicted expression, Chen Mu quickly composed himself and feigned seriousness. Don't fret, Sister Yu. I believe I can assist with the song selection. Upon hearing this, Bai Ryu's initial excitement waned as she replied, but there is not much time left, less than a week. She had hoped for a solution, but soon shook her head in denial. When Bai Ryu caught sight of Chen Mu's furrowed brow, she mistakenly thought he was also worried about the situation and offered him reassurance. There's no need for you to be overly concerned. Yuan has backup cover songs. Even if she is ultimately eliminated, her visibility will increase, and with your support, her future endeavors should be promising. I'm not worried about that. My concern lies in which song would be most suitable for Yuan to perform. Chen Mu confessed, his expression revealing his internal conflict. For a while, Bai Ryu remained silent, prompting Chen Mu to glance at her. Seeing her expression that seemed to say, Chen Mu, let's not joke around, he chuckled and shook his head. Why do you doubt my sincerity? Here's the plan, Sister Yu. I'll first take you to sign the contract with Jixing. Then we can go somewhere else. I have a few songs in mind for you to listen to. Regardless, even if you return to Yuan without a resolution, it won't change the outcome. Will it? Chen Mu suggested, deciding that if Bai Ryu was skeptical, it would be best to let her hear the songs firsthand. Bai Ryu sighed, acknowledging, you're right. Chen Mu, whether I return early or late, it seems unlikely to alter anything. I'll trust your judgment. Seeing her agreement, Chen Mu promptly stood and called out, Zhu Shi Zhu. Before he could call a second time, Zhu Shi appeared at the door, wearing an expression that seemed to say, why the loud shouting? I'm not deaf. You drive. We're heading to Jixing. Chen Mu instructed quietly, pretending not to notice Zhu Shidu's demeanor, and then he shouldered his bag and exited first. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Xiao Wantong and Xiaobao next door, Chen Mu took Bai Ryu to Jixing, personally accompanying her to sign the contract before heading straight to his home. Chen, does General Chen have a house here as well? Bai Ryu inquired, her gaze fixated in astonishment on the four immense characters that spelled out Tang Changtian. Indeed, at that time the developer was boasting quite impressively. So I casually purchased 2 units. Truth be told, they are rather ordinary. Chen Mu replied absent-mindedly, momentarily lifting his gaze as he pondered over his song. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes in response. Ah, yes, casually. Just like that. How impressive it is to have money. The car smoothly navigated into the underground parking garage, and they alighted, proceeding to the elevator. Chen Mu continued to furrow his brow, contemplating which song she should perform. The First Love, I Will Be Well, Curved Eyelashes, Honey, Invisible Wings, or Diao. Chapter 25. Mr. Chen, you are truly a genius. As the elevator reached the entrance, Zhu Shi hastily opened the door, while Chen Mu, lost in thought, stepped inside first, leaving Bai Ryu behind. Observing Bai Ryu's awkward demeanor, Zhu Shi reluctantly gestured for her to enter. Upon stepping into the room, Bai Ryu surveyed the minimalist decor, feeling an overwhelming sense of simplicity. Apart from a few essential furnishings, everything else seemed to be minimized, which rendered the expansive living room, accentuated by the full-length glass windows, remarkably spacious. Zhu Shi poured her a glass of water before discreetly exiting, granting the two of them some privacy. Chen Mu, snapping back to reality, gazed at her with a hint of indecision. Sister Yu, I'm still uncertain about the song. Could you offer me some advice? What sort of advice does Mr. Chen require? Bai Ryu, sensing the seriousness of the matter, adopted a more formal tone. Follow me. Chen Mu beckoned, leading her to the elevator on the top floor. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened, and once again, Bai Ryu found herself momentarily stunned. This floor housed not only a state-of-the-art recording studio and an array of musical instruments, but also several top-tier computers. Mr. Chen, you truly have exquisite taste. Bai Ryu marveled as she examined the high-end equipment, her admiration genuine. These premier devices rivaled, if not surpassed, those found in the recording studios of the 4 major entertainment companies. Chen Mu shrugged nonchalantly. Sister Yu, you flatter me. It's merely a personal hobby. Seeing his casual demeanor, Bai Ryu could only helplessly shrug in response. As the saying goes, the most subtle displays of sophistication are often the most striking. I've selected a few songs for Yuan, but I'm still unsure. Please have a listen and help her decide. Chen Mu suggested as he approached a computer and began to operate it. Moments later, the high-quality speakers surrounding them resonated with the prelude of the first song. As the opening lyrics filled the air, Bai Ryu was rendered speechless, staring at Chen Mu in disbelief. The voice had belonged to him. She had to admit, Chen Mu's voice was quite remarkable, clear and bright. Initially captivated by his singing, she soon found herself immersed in the songs. From the first Love to I Will Be Well, and then Curved Eyelashes and Honey, she exhibited a peculiar expression. The last two songs were undeniably infused with a strong essence of Yuan style. Hearing them performed by Chen Mu felt oddly dissonant, yet she could not deny that these songs seemed tailor-made for Yuan. Their fit uncanny. When Invisible Wings played, Bai Ryu was once again left speechless. If Yuan were to sing this, she could scarcely imagine the beauty of the scene. The final song, Adiao, unleashed Chen Mu's soaring high notes, leaving Bai Ryu feeling as though her soul had ascended, a tingling sensation rushing through her. My goodness, Mr. Chen, you are truly a genius. After several songs played, Bai Ryu snapped back to reality. Even she, typically composed, couldn't help but utter a curse. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mu found himself at a loss for a response. Should he reprimand him? That seemed inappropriate. Should he praise him? That felt equally wrong. With a bemused smile, Chen Mu could only reply, I shall take that as a compliment from you, Sister Yu. It was only then that Bai Ryu realized her words had been rather indiscreet, considering he was the president of the Fortune Game Entertainment. However, she discreetly glanced at Chen Mu and, seeing no sign of displeasure, she felt relieved. Sister Yu, what do you think of these 6 songs? Which one do you believe would be most suitable for the 3rd episode of The Singer? Chen Mu asked earnestly. Internally, Bai Ryu thought that all 6 songs were more than suitable, but she feared that Mr. Chen might perceive her as overly greedy. What does The Singer even matter? With these 6 songs, Su Yuan could dare to reach for the throne of a diva. Mr. Chen, may I ask who the composers of these 6 songs are? Bai Ryu inquired, choosing to ask a different question instead of providing a direct answer. Not from any renowned composer. These were all created during my moments of boredom. Chen Mu replied with a smile, revealing an answer that Bai Ryu could never have guessed. Bai Ryu was taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief. Chen Mu, noticing her incredulous look, sighed, I truly crafted these myself, Sister Yu. I am not deceiving you. In fact, all the songs and background music from the games Crossing the Line and Heroic Glory Under Fortune game were produced by me. All the songs from Crossing the Line and Heroic Glory were composed by you. Bai Ryu was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. Impossible. All the songs from those games are attributed to the genius composer Dong Mu. Moreover, Dong Mu has been mysteriously absent for several years. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her mind. Chen Mu, Dong Mu upon this revelation. She shuddered as if struck by lightning and stared wide-eyed at Chen Mu. Could it be that you are Dong Mu? With a chuckle, Chen Mu replied, indeed. That would be me. At first, it was merely for amusement, but eventually I lost interest and kept it for my own entertainment. Bai Ryu looked at him speechlessly. You have no idea how difficult Dong Mu has been for those entertainment companies to track down. I always wondered why Fortune Game was so tight-lipped. Now it all makes sense. Let them search. I have no interest in their meager offers for buying songs. Chen Mu shrugged and returned to the previous topic. So, Sister Yu, have you chosen a song for Su Yuan yet? After pondering for a long while, Bai Ryu shook her head with a wry smile. The quality of these songs is simply too high for me to decide. Abandoning any one of them would be a loss. It is best left for Su Yuan to choose. Just as Chen Mu was about to suggest that all of them could be offered to Su Yuan, he noticed Bai Ryu had already dialed Su Yuan's video. Sister Yu, is everything going smoothly over in the Magic City? As Su Yuan connected the call, she inquired about Bai Ryu's progress in the bustling metropolis, eagerly anticipating Bai Yueying's arrival. Everything was proceeding remarkably well. Bai Ryu reflected on the remarkable efficiency with which Chen Mu and Mr. Shang had previously signed the documents, finding it almost astonishing. Upon noticing Su Yuan in the hotel, she assumed a serious demeanor and instructed her, I am currently at Mr. Chen's residence. He has a few songs for you to listen to before we discuss anything further. Taken aback by the statement, Su Yuan soon spotted Chen Mu appearing on the video, and she couldn't help but smile and wave at him. Chen Mu reciprocated with a smile, nodded, and gestured to his ears before pressing the play button. Chapter 26. Something's off, boss. As she pondered, a melodious prelude began to play. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon found herself enveloped in the music. By the time the second verse repeated, she could softly hum along, a profound resonance stirring her emotions to the brink of tears. It felt as though these songs were inherently hers, each melody intoxicating her deeper into a blissful reverie. Chen Mu gazed out at the remnants of the evening glow, lifting his wrist to check the time. It was growing late. He surmised that Bai Ryu would not be leaving tonight, and with the cook absent, he decided to order a private chef. After all, one must eat. Once the 6 songs concluded, Su Yuan was jolted awake by Ryu's voice. Xiao Yuan, the songs have finished playing. Have you decided which one to choose? Su Yuan's face reflected her inner conflict. I adore each one, Yujia. What should I do? Don't ask me. I have no idea. Bai Ryu replied with a wry smile. All these songs are penned by President Chen. Also, Xiao Yuan. Do you recall the once celebrated musical genius, Dong Mu, who was elusive in the music industry? Of course, I remember Dong Mu. He was a prodigy capable of crafting any genre with ease, Su Yuan responded, aware of his renowned talent despite his long absence from the scene. Bai Ryu succinctly stated, President Chen is Dong Mu. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? More genuine than gold. Bai Ryu winked at her while gesturing towards Chen Mu. President Chen is indeed your devoted fan. Selecting just one song is quite the challenge. Bai Ryu deliberately elongated the phrase, quite the challenge. Su Yuan blinked in confusion, but upon seeing Bai Ryu's playful expressions, she realized, turning to Chen Mu, who was stifling a laugh beside her. Chen Mu, bemused, thought to himself, Am I invisible? Are you two conspiring right in front of me? Xiao Yuan, if you like them all, just take them. These songs suit you well, except for the last one. Chen Mu shrugged nonchalantly. He did not rely on these songs for income, as long as they were appreciated. I can hit the high notes too. Su Yuan retorted defiantly. Chen Mu merely chuckled, brushing his brow with an air of indifference. Su Yuan rolled her eyes playfully. Just wait for me. I'm booking a flight to the Magic City. With President Chen around, he can guide me during practice. Indeed, the 3rd episode of Singer is approaching, so we must seize the moment, Bai Ryu agreed, pleased with Su Yuan's decision. President Chen, may I go to the Magic City? Su Yuan implored with a pitiful look. Chen Mu, momentarily lost in thought at the sight of her youthful face, smiled and shook his head. All right, as long as it makes you happy. Great. Thank you, President Chen. Goodbye. Su Yuan exclaimed, joyfully springing off the sofa. Cindy, book the tickets. We will leave tonight. From a video call, Liang Cindy's voice chimed in. Booking now. Chen Mu looked at Bai Ryu, who was beaming with satisfaction. Are you pleased now, Yujia? Satisfaction abounds. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Ha! Bai Ryu quickly composed herself, yet ultimately could not restrain her amusement. Let's go, sister you. It's mealtime, and there is a private dining establishment renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Allow me to introduce you to it, Chen Mu remarked, beckoning her as they made their way to the restaurant. During the meal, as Chen Mu served Bai Ryu, he mentioned, once Xu Yuan arrives later, I shall have Zhu Shi to send a vehicle to escort you. You can stay in the guest room of my Changtian Entertainment residence to avoid the hassle of a hotel. I will return to my villa tonight. But please notify me when you are well rested tomorrow. I should be in the metropolis for the next few days. Bai Ryu responded without pretense. I shall convey my gratitude to Mr. Chen on behalf of Xu Yuan. The rising popularity of Xu Yuan necessitates heightened security measures. Should you find yourselves lacking in options, I happen to possess a reputable security company and can assist with arrangements, Chen Mu advised, a hint of concern in his tone. Bai Ryu nodded appreciatively. I had considered this as well, and I am grateful that Mr. Chen has already anticipated our needs. Your security company must be reliable, alleviating my concerns. Observing the individual engrossed in her meal, Chen Mu tapped the table in exasperation. Zhu Shi, did you hear that? Zhu Shi swiftly polished off his meal, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and stood. I shall attend to it immediately. Bai Ryu interjected, there is no need to rush. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Shi had already exited, as Chen Mu and Bai Ryu conversed while dining. They emerged from the private restaurant to find Zhu Shi standing by a pristine white GMC Savannah van, ready for duty. Chen Mu gestured towards the vehicle. This is merely a token. Consider it my gift to Xu Yuan for her return. Mr. Chen, this is far too extravagant. We cannot accept such a gift, by Ryu stammered, taken aback by the luxury of the van. There is nothing extravagant about it. You know I'm not lacking in wealth. The driver is prepared, and later, Sister, you shall use this vehicle to fetch Yuan. Our beloved goddess of the old fan club must not lose face, Chen Mu replied with a smile. Before entering a Bentley and departing, leaving by Ryu, standing in contemplation by the roadside. The lights outside illuminated Chen Mu's pensive visage as they passed by, with Zhu Shirtu occasionally glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Focus on driving. Why do you keep looking at me? Chen Mu admonished, slightly irritated. Zhu Shirtu, ever forthright, responded, Boss, something seems amiss. Chen Mu sighed in resignation. What is it that seems amiss? Everything seems off, Zhu Shirtu declared. Be quiet. Zhu Shirtu scrutinized Chen Mu further. You have been excessively kind to Miss Yuan. This is not your usual demeanor. At these words, Chen Mu paused momentarily. You wouldn't understand. The sentiments he harbored for Xu Yuan were known only to him, even after 6 years of companionship with Zhu Shirtu, a secret he would never divulge to another. During the solitary days of unspoken anguish, it was only Xu Yuan's melodies that accompanied him. With this newfound relationship, Chen Mu felt that any kindness he bestowed upon her was entirely justified, especially since he now possessed the means to do so. Zhu Shirtu, though lacking in comprehension, was undeterred from his misguided interpretations. How could you claim ignorance? Either you have succumbed to infatuation, or you are driven by lust. Unraid, Chen Mu retorted, Zushito. Speak to me with respect. Your tongue is hardly a match for even half of Zhao Baozi's. Zhu Shirtu fell silent, a smirk playing on his lips before he composed himself, observing that this was nothing short of a display of mortification. Just then, Chen Mu's phone rang, and upon answering, Zhao Baozi's boisterous voice erupted through the receiver. Boss, I've heard you've got something going on. Damn. Chapter 27. Trust me, it's guaranteed. Is that so? Zhao Baozi? Have you grown so audacious as to inquire about the boss's affairs? Chen Mu scolded, irritation evident in his tone. Unfazed, Zhao Baozi replied with a giggle. Oh. Come now, boss, don't be angry. I was merely speculating. You should focus on your work at the Wish Workshop and refrain from prying into my matters. Have I made it obvious to you? Chen Mu found himself at a loss with her. He couldn't afford to confront her too harshly, lest she call her parents and he be met with a barrage of reproaches. Boss, I'm doing quite well. Aren't you the one who provided me with a script? I simply went to the film set to experience life, and believe it or not, I actually found a director and a leading man. Only when Chen Mu mentioned something of substance did Zhao Baozi recollect her priorities. Where did you go to experience life? Chen Mu inquired. I was part of film crew as an extra, earning $150 a day. I played a maid, and the director praised my performance. Zhao Baozi began to boast. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. You played a maid, and without lines at that? Zhao Baozi retorted with pride. How could that be? Initially, there were no lines. But my performance was so impressive that the director immediately recognized my brilliance. Oh, so the director you found is the one with discerning eyes? And a leading man. Is he also from that film crew? Chen Mu rolled his eyes as he said this. Zhao Baozi hesitated for a moment, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. Well, boss, you are correct. They are indeed from that crew. However, I must emphasize that both of them graduated from the Beijing Film Academy and are quite talented. Graduates of the Beijing Film Academy? Chen Mu's interest piqued upon hearing this. As the car arrived at his doorstep, he did not rush inside, but leaned against the car door, continuing his banter with Zhao Baozi. If you have such confidence in them, then bring them to see me tomorrow. If they truly possess the talent you claim, I shall sign them. Chen Mu stated directly. Individuals emerging from the Beijing Film Academy generally possess a certain level of assurance in their capabilities. Yet, each year, countless graduates emerge from these prestigious institutions. To stand out, one typically requires either strong connections or a stroke of luck. Those who succeed without these advantages are indeed rare gems. What? Talented? That's laughable. How many without talent can even enter these academies? All right, boss, I will bring them to meet you tomorrow. Just wait and see. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Now, it's my turn to shine. We'll discuss it further tomorrow. With that, Zhao Baozi hung up the phone. Chen Mu gazed at the disconnected call with a wry smile. He truly had no way of dealing with this girl. Zhao Baozi stowed her phone in her bag and trotted over to Director Wang, boldly patting him on the shoulder. "Uncle Wang, I spoke with the boss, and he has agreed. Tomorrow we shall fly off to seal the deal." Wang Dasong, engrossed in reviewing the recent footage, jolted at Zhao Baozi's sudden touch. He gazed at Zhao Baozi in silence. Had he not been unable to decipher this unfortunate child, he would have erupted long ago. Although Zhao Baozi boasted that she was merely a background actress, he was no fool. What kind of background actor requires a bodyguard and an assistant? Previously, she had boasted of her capacity to persuade her boss to sign her on, allowing her the liberty to produce major investments at will. How laughable! If such fortune were true, she would not still be struggling in this industry for years, relegated to shooting some abysmal web dramas. Listen, Baozi, while it's fine for us to indulge in a bit of bravado, refrain from sharing it indiscriminately, lest you become a subject of ridicule, Wang Dasong remarked, his gaze fixed on the screen, not even glancing at her. How is this mere boasting? Zhao Baozi retorted, Uncle Wang, I am quite serious. I've already booked the tickets. Momentarily stunned, Zhao Baozi's irritation flared as she turned to firmly grasp Wang Dasong's face, staring intently into his eyes. Noticing his incredulity, she called upon her assistant, Sister Dong Xiaoyan, to show him the tickets. Dong Xiaoyan promptly opened her phone and presented it to Wang Dasong. As he beheld the 5 tickets for a flight to the magic capital tomorrow, confusion washed over his face as he looked at Zhao Baozi. Baozi, are you serious? Do you believe I possess the leisure to jest with you? Zhao Baozi, with a haughty tilt of her head, gazed at the pitch-black sky. Her bodyguard, Wang Ji, interjected at the opportune moment. Director Wang, Zhao Baozi is not exaggerating. Her boss's capabilities are indeed formidable. I'm not jesting. Wang Dasong, recognizing the integrity of the bodyguard, considered Zhao Baozi's proposition earnestly. However, he still declined politely. Tomorrow is not feasible. My current production has yet to conclude. Zhao Baozi could not suppress her disdainful retort. Oh, what merit is there in shooting this melodramatic web series? You are squandering your talent, subjecting yourself to the whims of an investor. Trust me, let us not endure this indignity any longer. Cease filming and accompany me to the magic capital tomorrow to seek your boss. Her words pierced his heart like a dagger, prompting a deep sigh. How disheartening it was for a graduate of the prestigious Beijing Film Academy's directing department to bow and scrape before the investors of trivial productions, enduring their incessant meddling. Who could fathom the depths of this struggle? Yet, while dreams may be beautiful, reality is often harsh, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Wang Dasong glanced into Zhao Baozi's sparkling eyes and then at the steadfast Wang Ji, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this bodyguard seemed more reliable than Zhao Baozi herself. With a resolute clap of his knee, Wang Dasong stood up, declaring, Very well, I will trust you this once, Baozi, but do not deceive me. Uncle Wang, your faith in me is well placed. I assure you, it is solid, Zhao Baozi rejoiced. Wait for me a moment. I still need to enlist that lad, Lu Yunbai. Goodness, you intend to poach the male lead as well? Yet, your judgment is quite commendable, Wang Dasong responded, initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Lu Yunbai was indeed impressive, handsome, and possessing solid acting skills. What is lacking is merely an opportunity to rise, yet such an opportunity has barred many dreamers from entering. Nevertheless, having someone to share the experience with, even if it leads to deception, provides some solace. Subsequently, Zhao Baozi rushed before Lu Yunbai, who was diligently rehearsing his lines, and animatedly recounted the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunbai regarded Zhao Baozi with an expression of incredulity. However, when he noticed Wang Dasong, who stood behind Zhao Baozi, a jolt of realization struck him. Director Wang, could it be that you? Seeing Wang Dasong nod in affirmation, Lu Yunbai felt a wave of unease wash over him. He turned to look at the bodyguard, Wang Jihuan, who typically maintained an aura of inaccessibility, only to be taken aback as he caught a rare glimpse of a smile and a nod from the bodyguard. Wang is dependable, Lu Yunbai exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 28 Bio. Oh my goodness. Lao Lu, are you really going? Let's go. Zhao Baozi, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his delight and immediately pulled Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai to leave the set. At that moment, a plump woman adorned in designer labels approached, flanked by two burly men. Wang Dasong, Lu Yunbai, where do you think you're going? This Lu Yunbai was someone she had painstakingly maneuvered into the crew. And just as she envisioned herself with a young lover, this little girl had the audacity to interfere. Could she tolerate such insolence? Fat woman, what business is it of yours? Zhao Baozi glared at the rotund figure as Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai halted in their tracks. The woman merely glanced at Zhao Baozi with disdain before turning her attention back to Lu Yunbai and Wang Dasong. Want to leave? Have you forgotten the terms of your contract? Each of you faces a penalty of 2 million. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yunbai and Wang Dasong's faces fell as they froze in place. Don't listen to that girl's wild boasts. I'm offering you genuine support here. Little Lu, rest assured, as long as you stick with me, you will never be at a loss. Seeing the two men stop, the plump woman smiled and reached out to grasp Lu Yunbai's hand. Let go of me. Zhao Baozi, infuriated, stepped forward and forcefully swatted her hand away. Don't you have any self-awareness? At your size, a little movement and the grease would fly off of you. It's utterly disgusting. Furious, the woman retorted, you little brat. Who gave you the audacity? Someone, teach her a lesson. Her bodyguards, who had been itching for a fight, surged forward upon her command. They relished the opportunity to bully someone, knowing that their boss would cover for them if anything went awry. One eager bodyguard rushed to the front, but before he could reach out, Zhang Ji swiftly drew a pistol from his waist. The chilling sound of a click echoed, and an ominous muzzle was pressed against the bodyguard's forehead. A wave of dread washed over him, and he quickly raised his hands in trembling surrender. Big brother, please, don't be agitated. Just be careful. Watch out for accidental discharge. The other bodyguards, witnessing the dark muzzle, were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was this a film shoot? Not only them, but the plump woman, Lu Yunbai, and Wang Dasong were also taken aback. Who was this girl? Was it common for a mere bodyguard to wield such a firearm? Go ahead, what are you afraid of? It's just a toy, the woman shouted defiantly, refusing to be intimidated. As a few bodyguards wavered, Zhang Ji flashed a grin. Your life is your own. Those unafraid of death can certainly give a try. Don't move recklessly. This gun is very much real. The bodyguard with a gun pressed to his forehead was nearly in tears. It wasn't them under the gun. After all, Dong Xiaoyan quietly added from the side, you'd best not act impulsively. Brother Zhang can be quite unpredictable. Her tone turned icy as she addressed the plump woman. Money, some people, you truly cannot afford to provoke. Upon hearing this, the corpulent woman gazed at Dong Xiaoyan, suddenly feeling a chill rising from her feet. What is 4 million after all? Simply give it, and that would suffice. As she spoke, Zhao Baozi extended her hand towards the corpulent woman, requesting, please bring forth the contract. The corpulent woman scrutinized Zhao Baozi for a moment, contemplating her next move, before turning to her assistant and beckoning. Fetch the contract for these two. The assistant promptly dashed off to retrieve the documents. Once the contracts were secured, Dong Xiaoyan confirmed them and nodded at Zhao Baozi, stating, Baozi, all is in order. Zhao Baozi, now elated, responded with a serious nod. Sister Xiaoyan, transfer the funds. Shortly thereafter, upon confirming that the money had arrived, Zhao Baozi tore the two contracts in half and raised an eyebrow at Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai, exclaiming, done. Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai followed Zhao Baozi out, as if in a dream. Seated in Zhao Baozi's chauffeur-driven vehicle, Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai exchanged glances. Baozi, what exactly is your boss's background? Oh, he has no significant background. He is merely Chen Mu, the president of Rich Games. A few days ago, he handed me a script and expressed his desire for me to play the female lead. I thought I'd never acted before, so I came here to experience life. And unexpectedly, I met you and old Lu. Zhao Baozi did not perceive her boss as anything extraordinary. He simply had some wealth. Wang Dasong's eyes widened in disbelief. He wants you to play the female lead? Lu Yunbai, unable to fathom it, added, you've never acted before? Wang Dasong remarked. So your boss is just a game developer? Before Zhao Baozi could respond, the two exchanged another glance, both wearing wry smiles. Here was Chen Mu, a game developer, investing in a film. Wasn't that merely a frivolous endeavor? To cast a female lead who had never acted before was likely to lead to failure. There probably wouldn't be a second collaboration. Hey, what expressions are those? Just because I haven't acted doesn't mean I haven't studied. My boss has even hired several teachers to train me. Zhao Baozi, noticing their expressions, quickly defended herself. Wang Dasong, unwilling to look at her, turned his gaze to the left window. Liu Yunbai, disinterested, directed his attention to the right window. In their hearts, a common thought arose. They had unwittingly boarded a sinking ship with this reckless girl, and they might soon find themselves in dire straits. Little did they know, this was merely Zhao Baozi's grand undertaking. Chen Mu had only suggested they take a look and had yet to decide on signing the two of them. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Liang Xini arrived in the bustling metropolis around 2 in the morning. Bai Ruyu greeted them and ushered them into the chauffeur-driven vehicle. Sister Yu is quite generous. With the investment, she first bought Su Yuan a luxury car, Liang Xini remarked, gleefully admiring the pristine interior. Bai Ruyu chuckled and shook her head. This isn't my purchase. It's a gift from President Chen of Rich Games to Su Yuan as a welcome-back present. It's non-negotiable. A gift from President Chen? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing Chen Mu's name, memories of their first encounter at a dinner party flooded her mind. Chen Mu, with a hand on his cheek, looking wronged after she had slapped him, was a vivid recollection. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. What else with that silly grin? Bai Ruyu and Liang Xan exchanged glances as they observed the blissfully grinning Su Yuan. Despite covering her mouth, the delight on Su Yuan's face was undeniable. Liang Xan, uninterested in her exuberance, inquired of Bai Ruyu, Sister Yu, which hotel are we staying at today? We won't be staying at a hotel tonight. We will be at Mr. Chen's place, Bai Ruyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's smile faded, and she furrowed her brow, questioning, staying at Mr. Chen's? Is that convenient? There's no need for concern, Mr. Chen possesses multiple residences in the metropolis. The place we will be staying in is one he uses for leisure, as he has opted to reside at another location. Bai Ruyu reassured her, gently squeezing Su Yuan's hand, adding, having such devoted fans truly is a blessing for you. Chapter 29. Has Su Yuan always been concealing her talents? As Su Yuan listened to Bai Ruyu recount the unusually smooth process of her endorsement signing, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. With a sense of pride, she raised her small fist and shook it, exclaiming, of course, my loyal fans have all prospered. The two companions shared a laugh at Su Yuan's playful demeanor. Indeed, it was evident that not only did her longtime fans adore her, but the two of them had also returned to her side out of their fondness for her. Upon arriving at the luxurious residence of Chen Mu in Tang City, Su Yuan and Liang Xan took a brief tour. Yet they restrained themselves from ascending to the top floor, recognizing the need for decorum in the absence of the host. As the hour grew late, the three of them completed their evening routines and retired for the night. The night passed in silence. Chen Mu, who had been contemplating the future of Shanghai film and television late into the night, was jolted awake in the morning by persistent knocking at his door. He buried his head under his pillow, wishing to ignore it, but the knocking continued unabated. After enduring it for a while longer, he finally succumbed to irritation and flung the door open, glaring at Zhu Shirtu with disheveled hair. You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I will deduct your salary. I mean it. Zhu Shirtu appeared innocent as he replied, This morning, Su Yuan called you, but your phone was off. Her manager then called my phone, which is why I came to knock. Can't you just brush it off? What's wrong with me wanting to sleep a little longer? It's still so early. Chen Mu grumbled, but upon hearing it was about Su Yuan, his expression softened, though he still couldn't help but complain. Zhu Shirtu waited for him to finish, then unceremoniously shoved his phone in front of him. Boss, it's not early anymore. The sun is already high in the sky. Glancing at the time, Chen Mu realized it was indeed 11 o'clock. No longer early. Tell you, Jia, I'll be there shortly, he said, scratching his messy hair with no hint of embarrassment. After a quick battle shower and grooming session, Chen Mu was ready in 10 minutes. Let us go. With a snap of his fingers, he and Zhu Shirtu took the elevator straight to the underground garage. He pressed the key fob, and a white Bentley Continental GT responded. As he opened the car door and turned around, he noticed Zhu Shitu had vanished once again. Every day, he just disappears like a ghost. Chen Mu muttered as he drove out of the garage. Mr. Chen, it's good to see you again. Thank you for accommodating us last night. Su Yuan greeted him with a light laugh as she extended her hand upon his entrance. Although it was only their second meeting, she already felt an inexplicable familiarity with Chen Mu. He gently grasped her small hand in return. No need for such formality, Su Yuan. You are too kind. Did you sleep well last night? Very well. Haha. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I didn't mean to laugh, Su Yuan chuckled, recalling his amusingly aggrieved expression during their previous dinner. Chen Mu, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected laughter, soon remembered the slap he had received that evening. He looked at her, exasperated. You're laughing when I had my face swollen because of you? As Xu Yuan fell silent, her little face scrunched up as she stammered. I'm sorry, President Chen. Every time I see you, I can't help but recall that day. Shall I leave? Chen Mu turned, pretending to pull the door while gazing at Xu Yuan. President Chen, don't go. I promise I won't laugh, she implored, and after a series of apologies, Chen Mu finally turned back. The playful tug-of-war between them left by Ruyu and Liang Xan bewildered, while only Zhu Shitu discerned the underlying dynamics. Once seated, Chen Mu smiled at Xu Yuan and inquired, So, have you chosen which song to perform for the third episode of Singer? With resolute determination, Xu Yuan nodded. I've decided. I want to sing Invisible Wings. Oh, that is quite good, Chen Mu responded, unfazed as long as she didn't selected Yao. He had yet to hear her high notes, and if Xu Yuan stubbornly chose a Diao, he would indeed be apprehensive. He genuinely feared she might turn a Diao into a farce, which would be quite the spectacle. Have you been up there yet? Chen Mu gestured towards the top floor. It wouldn't be proper for me to go up without you, Xu Yuan replied, shaking her head. What is the matter? Your loyal fans are unconditionally supportive of you. Shall we go? Chen Mu chuckled as he rose, one hand behind his back and the other gesturing a bow towards Xu Yuan. Taken aback, Xu Yuan's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she returned his gentle smile. Let us go. Accompanied by Chen Mu, they ascended to the top floor, where Xu Yuan gave to the opulent decor. Familiarize yourself with the environment first. Then we'll go out for lunch. Later, we can find our rhythm in the recording studio, Chen Mu suggested, setting Invisible Wings to loop as he pressed play. Xu Yuan focused intently on the melody, nodding in silence. As Chen Mu and Bai Ruyu's phones chimed simultaneously, they stepped outside to take the calls. Hello, boss. You're not at Changtian Villa, are you? You're at Changtian Entertainment? Zhao Baozi's voice rang out, boisterous as ever. Chen Mu cut to the chase. Yes. I'm at Changtian Entertainment. Have you all arrived in Modu? Then come over. We can have lunch together. All right then, Zhao Baozi replied before hanging up, accompanied by the flustered Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai as they hurried over. After ending his call, Chen Mu noticed Bai Ruyu approaching with a peculiar expression. What is the matter, sister you? He inquired, intrigued. Bai Ruyu shook her phone. A girl named Su Qingwei just called me, saying you recommended her to Xu Yuan's studio? Chen Mu paused momentarily, then recollected. Oh, that's right. I met Su Qingwei while purchasing a property in Shaoqing. She has great potential, so I thought I'd introduce her to you, sister you. After all, Xu Yuan has faced significant setbacks in the past. She can't go it alone anymore. Expanding her team will deter those who might take advantage of her. Bai Ruyu, taken aback by Chen Mu's thoughtfulness, chuckled, President Chen, you truly embody the role of a great leader, considering everything so thoroughly. Moreover, with the lyrical genius Dong Mu on board, elevating someone to stardom is almost a certainty. Ah, sister you flatter me. I'm simply experimenting, Chen Mu humbly responded. Chen Mu smiled modestly. Bai Ruyu inquired, Su Qingwei has already arrived in Magic City. Shall I bring her over to meet you? Chen Mu nodded. That would be much appreciated, sister you. Zhao Baozi has also brought 2 companions along. It would be perfect to have lunch together. Bai Ruyu made an okay gesture and proceeded into the elevator to fetch Su Qingwei. Chen Mu entered the room, where Su Yuan was already in the recording studio, busy with a sound check. He sat down, donned his headphones, and gave her a thumbs up. Su Yuan responded with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling. My goodness, that smile from Su Tianxin nearly overwhelmed Chen Mu. During her first rendition of Invisible Wings, Su Yuan unleashed her full potential, leaving Chen Mu utterly astonished as he watched her in the studio. Had she been concealing her talents all along? Chapter 30. The Advantage of Proximity. As the final note of the song lingered in the air, Chen Mu snapped back to reality and gave a thumbs up to Su Yuan in the recording studio. From her poised demeanor, he sensed that this song had not yet reached her full potential. Perhaps she truly could master a Diao. As Chen Mu pondered, he noticed Su Yuan hesitating to leave, prompting him to wave her over. With a hint of reluctance, Su Yuan stepped out, and Chen Mu smiled, saying, "Why the rush? The song won tea escape. Let's have a meal first." He glanced at his watch, wondering why Zhao Baozi had not yet arrived. Returning to the second floor with Su Yuan and Liang Xin, they found Su Qingwei, Zhao Baozi, Wang Dasong, Lu Yunbai, and Bai Ruyu already waiting. Chen Mu, puzzled, asked, "Why didn't you call me?" Zhao Baozi, rising with a grin, replied, "Sister, you said you and Su Yuan were busy with important matters, so we thought we'd de-chat and wait for you." Taken aback, Chen Mu sensed an undercurrent in Zhao Baozi's words. As Zhao Baozi stood up, the others followed suit, though only Zhao Baozi and Bai Ruyu appeared at ease. The rest seemed rather reserved. "Let us go then. It's the perfect opportunity for lunch and a discussion," Chen Mu declared, leading the way to the elevator. The group, each displaying varying expressions, followed him outside. Zhao Baozi climbed into Chen Mu's Bentley Continental GT, while Su Yuan and her companions boarded the minibus. Zhu Shirtu, ever considerate, arrived to drive Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai. Their dining destination was once again the private kitchen they had visited previously. During the intervals between courses, Bai Ruyu delicately voiced her concerns. "Mr. Chen, I know Qingwei is a singer and fits well with our studio. However, regarding Xiaoying and her associates, Director Wang and Lu Yunbai, who are talents in the film industry, we lack such resources. Would signing them hinder their future?" Bai Ruyu's remarks caused Wang Dasong and Lu Yunbai to tense up, contrasting sharply with Zhao Baozi's earlier comments. Had they been misled? Yet it seemed unlikely, considering Baozi had invested 4 million in their contract termination. With these thoughts swirling, they turned their gazes toward Chen Mu, eager to hear his explanation. "Sister Yu, our studio cannot solely rely on the music industry. We are poised to develop a parallel venture in film," Chen Mu explained with a smile. "In fact, we possess considerable advantages in this field." "What advantages could we possibly have?" Bai Ruyu questioned, her expression one of confusion. "After years in this industry, all I managed was to get Su Yuan onto a singing competition. What advantages does Chen Mu possess? He only has a gaming company. Is he suggesting we form a professional team for heroic glory?" The absurdity of such a scenario made her shake her head in disbelief. Chen Mu, however, did not keep them in suspense. "Shanghai Group is about to relaunch its entertainment ventures, and I will be at the helm of this initiative." The group, with the exception of Zhao Baozi, looked utterly bewildered. "Mr. Chen has ties with Shanghai Group?" Wang Dasong voiced the collective confusion. "Well, there are some connections, albeit rather tenuous." Chen Mu gestured with his fingers to indicate just a small amount. Su Yuan, with keen eyes, stared at Chen Mu, questioning. "Is it truly possible for such a minuscule part of Shanghai to enable you to dominate such a vast industry? I find that hard to believe." Zayabatsi interjected eagerly, expanding his arms to emphasize his point. "If that is the case, then our venture into film and television indeed places us in a prime position." Bai Ruyu, suddenly enlightened, acknowledged that despite the current shortcomings of Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music, when compared to the likes of Xinyuan Group's Shihua Video and Komeo Music, their market share remains quite significant. With these two applications, Haven Tea, we secured 2 substantial allies. Wang Dasong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Having navigated the industry for many years, he quickly grasped the implications. "I shall heed Chen's advice," Bai Ryu declared, shedding her reservations. "Everyone, please feel free to enjoy the dishes." As the food was served, Chen Mu encouraged everyone to start eating. "Qingwei, I have high hopes for you. Your appearance and voice are commendable. Let us proceed with modesty first. Later, I will have Sister Yu prepare a contract for you. We will sign for 5 years, with a 50-50 revenue split between you and the studio, and we can renegotiate if you're dissatisfied later. You may voice any concerns now, he stated. As everyone nearly finished their meal, each holding a cup of tea to cleanse their palate, Chen Mu began discussions with each individual. The revelation stunned everyone, 50-50. What more could one desire from such a fair company? Regaining her composure, Su Qingwei looked at Chen Mu with gratitude, stating, I agree. If it weren't for you, I would still be selling houses. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to pursue my dreams. From now on, dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. Shortly, I will send you a single to test the waters. Chen Mu replied, turning his attention to Lu Yunbai. With a striking resemblance to Yang from that world, he was undoubtedly a handsome figure. No wonder Zhiabatzi mentioned that the pudgy investor wished to pursue him. Should that happen, it would be a tremendous profit. Xiao Lu, your contract will mirror Qingyue's. Is that acceptable? Chen Mu inquired, smiling at Lu Yunbai. Lu Yunbai nodded appreciatively. I have no objections. Thank you, Chen. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Mu turned to Wang Dasong, stating, Director Wang, though I have yet to witness your directing prowess, I trust Baozi's recommendation. Instead of signing for each individual project, we will sign you as an entity. Those working behind the scenes typically earn less than those in the limelight. The studio will operate on a 70-30 revenue, split in your favor. Do you agree? Wang Dasong, without a second thought, replied, Chen, I absolutely have no issues with that. Excellent. Zhiabatzi has a script in hand, with you and Xiao Lu as the leads. The investment stands at 50 million, and you'll direct it. However, you must manage the crew and other actors independently, as I cannot assist in that regard. The sooner we commence filming, the better. If this production turns out well under your direction, we can discuss future projects with ease. In just a few sentences, Chen Mu secured an investment of 50 million, causing Wang Dasong's face to flush with embarrassment. He confidently patted his chest and assured, President Chen, just you wait within a week at most. I will have the production team up and running. It is no jest. After so many years in the industry, although I have directed my fair share of lackluster productions, surely I have a few genuinely talented individuals on my team. However, Director Wang, I still need time to familiarize myself with the script and rehearse my lines to find the right emotional resonance. A week may not be sufficient for me to reach that state. Chapter 31. Who needs to keep a ledger when purchasing a house? Chen Mu gazed at Lu Yunbai with a hint of surprise. The earnestness displayed by little Lu was commendable, handsome, and diligent. Had Zhao Baozi unearthed a true gem for himself? Wang Dasong, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of helplessness. He was well aware of Lu Yunbai's situation. If he couldn't join the crew for a week, then Zhao Baozi was in an even tighter spot. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to Zhao Baozi. Director Wang, don't look at me like that. Yes, you. I'm perfectly capable. The script has long been entrusted to me, and I've already memorized it to perfection. Zhao Baozi, perceiving Wang Dasong's skeptical gaze, became anxious and immediately puffed out her chest in assurance, nearly swearing an oath. Old Lu, you needn't worry. This is merely an idle drama. With your acting skills, you will undoubtedly be fine. Just focus on being charming. I have every confidence in you, Chen Mu stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunbai felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. I will do my utmost, he replied. Chen Mu raised his cup of tea, addressing Wang Dasong and the others. Thus, I entrust the first production of the Wish Studio to you all. I toast to the smooth progress of the crew. Wang Dasong drained his cup of tea and stood up. President Chen, I shan't stay longer. Time is of the essence, and I must gather the team. With that, he nodded to everyone present and exited through the door. Such an impetuous character. Chen Mu chuckled as he watched Wang Dasong leave in haste. A director from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. Yet for years, he had been involved in producing mediocre works. The frustrations that had accumulated over the years could surely sink a small boat. President Chen, I shall return to review the script. Lu Yunbai announced as he prepared to leave with the script Zhao Baozi had just handed him. Chen Mu quickly called out to him, Wait, what do you think you're off to? You don't even have a place to stay in Mo City. Lu Yunbai was momentarily taken aback, but then replied with a smile, No worries, I can find a small inn to rest in. Chen Mu sighed at the sight of this drama enthusiast, then turned to Zhu Shurtu. Shurtu, please find a place for little Lu to stay. Zhu Shirtu scratched his head and pulled out a small notebook, flipping through it as he read aloud. Jinjiang Century has 2 available units. Lingxiu Garden has 5, with 1 currently unoccupied. Tixiang Family has 3, with 1 vacant. This one is quieter. Little Lu, shall we go with this option? Zhu Shirtu proposed. Lu Yunbai stared at him, then at Chen Mu. President Chen, shall we then follow Brother Zhu's suggestion? Who on earth keeps a ledger for house purchases? How many properties has he recorded? Zhu Shirtu frowned at him. Brother Zhu doesn't sound right. Just call me by my full name. All right, Brother Shirtu. Lu Yunbai quickly amended. Zhu Shirtu pressed his earpiece. Car number 2, standby downstairs. With that, he took the lead and left, while Lu Yunbai bid farewell to the others and hurried to catch up. President Chen, what about me? Su Yuan looked at him with hopeful anticipation. What about you? They've all signed contracts. What about me? Chen Mu looked at her in disbelief. For heaven's sake, you are the boss of Wish Studio. You are the one paying their salaries. Familiarize yourself with the song and simply await the 3rd episode of Singer to commence. Oh, the atmosphere was just right. Yet she found herself becoming anxious. Only then did she remember her role as the boss. Su Qingwei timidly spoke. Mr. Chen, there's no need to rush. First, join Su Yuan, the boss, in recording the song and get accustomed to it. Once I select the appropriate songs for you, you will be occupied. Chen Mu patiently elucidated. Upon seeing her nod, he finally exhaled in relief, lowered his head to sip tea, and when he raised it again, he noticed Zhao Baozi idly showcasing her fruit. He frowned at her. Baozi, why are you still here? Zhao Baozi, with her mouth full, looked at him in confusion upon hearing Chen Mu's words. If I'm not here, where else could I possibly be? I might as well ponder the script back at Changtian Entertainment, since I have nothing else to do. Chen Mu shot her an irritated glance. Zhao Baozi rolled her eyes and huffed, getting up to leave. Baozi is quite adorable, Bai Ruyu remarked with a smile, watching the disgruntled Zhao Baozi depart. She has been with me for over 2 years. My parents adore her and have always treated her like a younger sister. Chen Mu explained with a grin. Bai Ruyu, her smile fading, turned to Chen Mu. Mr. Chen, you are aware that the studio's finances are rather strained. We still need to rent an office space and hire staff. Having signed Baozi and Lu Yunbai necessitates providing them with a manager, an assistant, and a chauffeur. The funding for the studio's first production will likely be quite tight. I understand the studio's financial constraints. I had no intention of using the studio's funds for filming. You should manage the studio as you see fit, Chen Mu replied without hesitation. Bai Ryu exclaimed, what? Chen Mu, with an expression of utmost certainty, continued, I will personally lend the studio 50 million without charge initially. Wouldn't that suffice for the filming budget? The revelation astonished not only Bai Ryu, but also Su Yuan. Why are you looking at me? This is not a significant investment. I have a stake in the studio. Lending it funds in a time of need seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Chen Mu queried, bemused by their reactions. Everyone else, you have the money. You make the rules. All right, let us return to Tangxing Yiping. Su Yuan, you should hurry back and practice singing, and also guide Qingyue along. Chen Mu disregarded their astonishment, calling out as he rose to lead the way out. Let us go, time to practice singing. Upon hearing the mention of song practice, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly pulled Su Qingyue to follow. Behind them, Bai Ruyu and Liang Xian exchanged glances filled with exasperation. Invisible Wings is truly an extraordinary song. Su Qingyue gazed at Su Yuan in the recording studio, her eyes brimming with envy. You mean envy? For I shall reveal a secret. Bai Ruyu, noticing Su Qingyue's envious gaze, stealthily leaned closer to her while casting a glance at Chen Mu, who was on the phone in the distance. Su Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, instinctively leaning closer to Bai Ruyu. Sister Yu, what secret? Bai Ruyu leaned in closer, covering her mouth with her hand. Mr. Chen is, in fact, the reclusive musical genius Dongmu, who has not made a public appearance in ages. Su Qingyue's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Chen Mu from afar, then swiftly turned back to Bai Ruyu. Absolutely true. With a playful wink, Bai Ruyu remarked. The studio currently only allows wishes from you 2 singers, so there's no need for envy. If President Chen has good songs, who else could he possibly give them to? What you need to do now is to diligently improve and patiently wait. Yuan nodded in bewilderment. Even now, she struggled to believe that President Chen was indeed the lyrical genius Mu. The two seemed entirely unrelated. Yet, seeing by Ruyu's unwavering gaze compelled her to accept it. After a considerable moment, she regained her composure. Sister Yu is right, President Chen, the lyrical prodigy. How delightful. Zhou, I can't handle this matter. Director Meng Yin of Singer lamented into the phone. You know, I already meddled with the first episode for Su Yuan, and the consequences were evident. Chengzi was nearly driven to a halt by Chen Mu. Chapter 32. The third episode of The Singer encounters new turmoil. What does it matter to you if Orange Online has reached its limit? Director Meng, as long as you can discreetly have Su Yuan offline in the third episode, Orange TV will be powerless against you. Even if Orange TV attempts to retaliate. So what? At worst, President Song from Changtian, and I will provide you with a safety net. Given your prowess in managing variety shows, you may choose from the programs under Hawaii or Changtian. Regardless of which one you opt for, an advance payment of 5 million will be sent your way. This way, your earnings will surpass those from Orange TV, leaving you with no concerns. On the other end of the line, Zhou Mingyuan's voice echoed in Meng Yan's ears like a mesmerizing incantation. Ultimately, profit triumphed over reason, and Meng Yan took a deep breath. President Zhou, you must keep your word. Zhou Mingyuan assured him earnestly. Director Meng, rest assured, as the president of Hawaii, I am more than capable of handling such trivial matters. All right, for the third episode of The Singer, President Zhou, I await your grand spectacle. Meng Yan had long harbored discontent towards Su Yuan, whom he could no longer control. With two presidents now providing him with an escape route, what did he have to fear? Did it truly matter to him if Orange Online had reached its limit? The esteemed Director Meng was scolded like a child by his uncle, Meng Dehai, and now all he desired was to redeem himself. Zhou Mingyuan scoffed derisively at the phone, dismissing Meng Yan as foolish. With such intellect, if not for the backing of Orange TV's Vice President Meng Dehai, this simpleton would never dream of becoming the chief director of The Singer. Su Yuan and Su Qingwei were utterly captivated in the opulent upper levels of Chen Mu's Tang Chengyi Pin, surrounded by top-tier recording equipment, exquisite instruments, and the genius lyricist Dong Mu's exceptional compositions. For these two passionate singers, it was a slice of paradise. Unfortunately, their bliss was short-lived. After merely 3 days, Su Yuan had to spend most of her day recording a theme song for Heroic Glory. On the 14th, she and Liang Xin had to hastily depart for Sha City to participate in the rehearsal for the third episode of The Singer, inadvertently taking Su Qingwei along with them. The office renovations and recruitment were steadily advancing under by Ruyu's supervision. Chen Mu found himself once again at loose ends. He entrusted professional matters to the experts, as he was no stranger to managing affairs as a business owner. The mobile version of Heroic Glory was set to officially launch at noon the following day across various apps under Shanghai and major mobile manufacturers. Chen Mu was entirely unconcerned about the game's release, considering it merely a straightforward port from computer to mobile. That evening, he posted a promotional message on his Weibo and LinkedIn short video account. Hello everyone. The mobile version of Heroic Glory will officially launch tomorrow. We welcome all novice players to join. This announcement triggered a backlash from the fans of Heroic Glory, inundating the comments section with scathing remarks. Chen Mu is truly enough. How dare this novice, who only plays chaos battles, insult us? Chen Mu is no novice. He stands as the first and only professional player in the history of Heroic Glory to possess an undefeated record. Yet one must ponder, how does he have the audacity to boast? After all, during the finals, he played a single match under the most favorable circumstances for Team DFG, where they had a 4-protect-1 strategy, and he still ended up with a 0-5 score. What gall he possesses to make such claims. Oh dear, do not be vexed. My friend, as a legendary figure hailing from the affluent 213 studio, Chen Mu has always been known for his flamboyant maneuvers. It is simply his nature. He truly stands alone as a game developer who openly mocks players upon a game's launch. Aside from him, I cannot think of another. Yet, astonishingly, I find myself unperturbed. Do you think I am somewhat masochistic? I share your sentiments. What can we do? Let us indulge together in this folly. Chen Mu, while refraining from responding to comments, merely lurks in the shadows, observing. Alas, as I age, why do I find my resolve waning? In my youth, I would have rushed in to unleash my wrath. He mused while stroking his brow. On August 15th, at noon, Heroic Glory officially launched across major application markets. Within an hour, downloads exceeded 10 million. In 3 hours, it surpassed 20 million. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the download rate skyrocketed, leading the esteemed Changtian Entertainment to announce that by midnight, downloads had surpassed 100 million. With the explosive success of the mobile version of Heroic Glory, the theme song Soldier, performed by Yuan, appeared on the game's opening screen, later featured on the Shanghai Music Platform, a subsidiary of Shanghai Group. Yuan's soaring vocals and impassioned melody captivated numerous gaming enthusiasts who, out of curiosity, began to explore the previously obscure singer. As a result, many who had never followed her were introduced to her participation in Singer and her multitude of devoted fans. After perusing the news, many were left in astonishment. Who is this divine singer Yuan? What remarkable fans does she have? Haha, greetings to the veteran fans. I am but a new admirer. I just discovered that Liao, the head of Tianhua, is also a fan of Yuan. Yes, he's my boss. I do not care how impressive Yuan was in the past. Her latest song, Soldier, is truly phenomenal. This sister has been off the radar for 10 years, yet upon her return, she garners such support from old fans. I can only imagine how explosive her presence was back in the day. The 3rd episode of Singer begins tomorrow night. Let us prepare our spicy snacks and watch together. Indeed, let us watch together. Even before the 3rd episode of Singer commenced, its popularity surged, driven by Yuan's influence. At 7:50 p.m. on August 15th, in the Singer studio, a flustered Meng Yin shouted at the staff before him. What? There are only 10 minutes until the live broadcast begins, and you tell me you cannot reach the running band? Fools! Where have you been all this time? The staff, wearing expressions of dismay, lamented Director Meng. We are at a loss. The vehicle transporting the live accompaniment and band departed over an hour ago. However, we just received a call informing us that the vehicle broke down en route. The driver assured them he could effect repairs, but as of now, they remain stranded. It is evident they will not make it in time for the live performance. This is utterly frustrating. We cannot afford such setbacks. Prepare for the repercussions from the station. After reprimanding them, Meng Yin turned his gaze to another staff member. We must resort to recorded accompaniment. Xiao Zhang, is the playback ready? Director Meng, I assure you, the accompaniment will pose no issues, Xiao Zhang responded, subtly acknowledging Meng's unspoken cue with a nod of reassurance. That is reassuring. We cannot afford any further complications. Meng Yin replied, his brow furrowed in concern, though a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. Chapter 33. What audacity this Meng Yin possesses. Meng Yin, looking flustered, entered the singer's waiting room. I apologize, everyone. An urgent situation has arisen. The band responsible for the live accompaniment is unable to attend. I must trouble you all to use the recorded backing track instead. I'm truly sorry, he said, pressing his palms together in a gesture of apology. The singers were taken aback, their dissatisfaction evident, yet they offered reassuring words, insisting it was no trouble and urging Meng down not to worry. After all, they relied on this program to enhance their visibility and elevate their worth. They could not afford to offend him. Yuan noticed the subtle glint in Meng Yan's eyes as he finished his apology, prompting her to furrow her brow in concern. Could Meng Yan be plotting something again? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. Chairman Chen and the others had just pressured him. He wouldn't dare resort to any underhanded tactics. With that realization, her heart felt lighter and her expression relaxed. Yet, she remained oblivious to the mocking and triumphant gaze of Ding Chun from a distance. In the previous episode, Wang Manhua had faltered and been eliminated due to the departure of Yuan's influential fans, inadvertently allowing Ding Chun to remain. While attending to her boss, Zhou Minyuan, Ding Chun had received a direct promise that this episode, Huai and Changtian would collaborate to eliminate Yuan. With 2 major entertainment companies conspiring against you, Yuan, I cannot fathom any hope left for you. Do you still rely on those influential fans of yours? They are unlikely to provide timely assistance. At 8 o'clock, the live broadcast of the third episode of Singer commenced. After an enthusiastic introduction from the host, the singers drew lots to determine their performance order. Su Zhuang, being the last to draw, found herself disheartened. Why must I be the last? Seated in the center of the audience, Yi Xinghua, who had no need to fight for a ticket, simply attended to greet Zhuang. He sighed as he watched Su Yuan hold the ball with her number. Everyone knew that being first or last to perform was the most unfavorable position. The pressure was immense for both. After the drawing concluded, the host signaled for the singers to exit, and they would be called in order of their drawn numbers, from the first to the sixth. Interspersed with judges' commentary and audience voting, it was nearly 10 o'clock by the time it was Su Yuan's turn, and both the audience and judges were beginning to feel fatigued. Yi Xinghua yawned throughout, yet when the host announced Su Yuan as the final performer, he perked up. This fellow perfectly embodied the spirit of being unembarrassed while causing others to feel awkward. As Su Yuan ascended the stage, he produced an oversized banner from his bag, enlisting the help of those around to hold it up. One of his companions, curious about the banner's message, glanced at it, and his expression turned peculiar. Su Yuan, as I wish. Your old fan is here to see you. Yi Xinghua shouted, shaking the banner in enthusiasm. His voice cut through the silence, eliciting an immediate wave of laughter from the audience, soon followed by others echoing his chant. This Yi Lao-san is truly a source of embarrassment. Both Shangwan Zhuang and Chen Mu, watching the program on television, simultaneously covered their faces in disbelief. If Yi Xinghua were present, he would undoubtedly spit in their faces, exclaiming, "This is the romance of a science and engineering man. You wouldn't understand." Upon hearing Yi Xinghua's shout, Su Yuan lifted her head and, upon seeing the banner, broke into a joyous smile, waving her hand with a look of pure happiness directed towards him. As he beheld the blissful Su Yuan waving at him, tears streamed down Yi Xinghua's face. Who could have imagined that the once silent Su Yuan would once again grace the stage? 10 years. Su Yuan has truly endured so much. I will not let the unscrupulous people at Changtian Entertainment off the hook. The banner obstructed the views of the audience behind them and was swiftly taken down by the staff shortly after being unfurled. Su Yuan stood on stage, calming herself, and nodded towards Xiao Zhang, who was responsible for playing the accompaniment, signaling that she was ready. However, Xiao Zhang, with a look of panic, waved his hand at her. Noticing this, Su Yuan's heart sank. What could be the issue? The host approached Xiao Zhang and exchanged a few words with him. Shortly thereafter, he seemed to receive instructions through his earpiece. Nodding, he hurried over to Su Yuan to explain softly, "Miss Su, I sincerely apologize, but the machine responsible for playing the accompaniment has malfunctioned, and your backing track cannot be played at this time. The production team suggests that you forego this performance, and they will provide you with an explanation after a meeting." Su Yuan stood frozen, a bitter smile creeping across her face. They were relentless. It seemed they wanted to plunge her into despair once more. The more they obstructed her, the more resolute she became. "I will sing. I am determined to sing, even if this performance leads to my elimination." Su Yuan clutched the microphone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. With newfound resolve, she felt an unexpected lightness and looked at the host with unwavering determination. "Since the accompaniment cannot be played, I will sing a cappella." The host was momentarily taken aback by Su Yuan's unexpected decision. He stepped aside to converse with Meng Yan. The audience, waiting for Su Yuan's performance, began to murmur amongst themselves, sensing that something was amiss. Yi Xinghua anxiously watched Su Yuan, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Moments later, the host returned to Su Yuan's side. "Miss Su, Director Meng has approved your request to sing a cappella." He looked at her with a hint of regret, adding, "However, you should be mentally prepared. The outcome may not be favorable." Su Yuan smiled in response. "Thank you." The host then turned to address the audience, explaining, "Due to a malfunction with the accompaniment machine, Miss Su will now perform a cappella." As his words echoed through the venue, the audience displayed expressions of astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. A cappella singing would undoubtedly test the singer's skills to the utmost. Only Yi Xinghua appeared troubled, casting his gaze beyond the stage. "Searching for someone. That damn Meng Yan. How could such a mishap occur during a live broadcast? Are we all fools here? Others shared his dismay. Meng Dehai, the vice president of Chengzi, gaped in disbelief at the television screen. Meanwhile, a senior executive from Chengzi, at home, shattered a cherished teapot, pointing furiously at the screen and cursing. What is that fool Meng Yan doing? What does he intend to achieve? Is he trying to drive Chengzi's stock to a halt? Who gave him the audacity? Shangguan Zhuang adjusted his glasses and opened the group chat from the last gathering. Typing. I plan to orchestrate a wave of online orange trading tomorrow. Who's in? Manager Wu replied, count me in. Manager Zhang remarked, a decade ago, we were powerless. Today, we shall not allow them to trample on our wishes. Let's annihilate them. Manager Liao added, let us take action in the morning and strike hard in the afternoon. Chen Mu interjected, there is no need for everyone to get involved. Last time, just to be cautious, I held back a little. And now the stocks I possess are sufficient to ensure a halt in trading when the orange market opens tomorrow. Upon receiving this message, the chat erupted with applause and admiration. Chapter 34. The Rampage of Yi Xinghua. Chen Mu, with an impassive expression, pocketed his phone. First, he had smashed his own plate. And then the formidable presence of Shangguan Zhuang and his associates had graced the scene to bolster Su Yuan's resolve. Under such circumstances, who would dare to stir trouble? Even Meng Yan, Meng Dehai, and the entire Orange Channel would think twice. If it weren't for Changtian Entertainment and Ding Chun's backing from Huai Entertainment, he wouldn't believe it even if he were to be killed. Coincidentally, he intended to revitalize the entertainment industry in Shanghai, truly a serendipitous occurrence. No need to rush. We shall take our time. Su Yuan gently removed her in-ear monitor, inhaled deeply, and flashed a smile at the audience. Invisible Wings, she announced, dedicating the song to everyone. And to herself. Every time, I stand strong amidst the solitude. The opening lyric resonated in her crystalline voice, instantly silencing the ruckus in the venue. The simple phrase captured the attention of all, even prompting the judges to sit up straighter. I know I have a pair of invisible wings, carrying me to soar beyond despair. In just a few lines, the audience was enraptured. The combination of the lyrics and Su Yuan's pure singing was simply breathtaking. The entire studio reverberated with her melodious tone. Even without accompaniment, her resilient voice would persist until the very end. Upon hearing Soar Beyond Despair, Yi Xinghua felt an indescribable ache in her heart. Once a rising star, she had been abruptly shelved, experiencing an emotional plunge that must have been utterly despairing for her. Back then, she was just a young girl. How had she endured such hopelessness? I know I have a pair of invisible wings, granting me hope. I finally see all my dreams blooming, the youth I chase, the song so resounding. Su Yuan sang each word with heartfelt sincerity, devoid of ostentation, merely brimming with emotion. She felt that every lyric encapsulated her essence. This performance was not for anyone else but herself. As she sang, reflecting on the grievances of the past years, her heart became profoundly engaged. A smile graced Su Yuan's lips, yet two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, glistening under the stage lights. Many sensitive audience members were moved by her song. Some had reddened eyes, while others removed their glasses for a wipe. Yi Xinghua, too, wept as she muttered, how can one be so cruel? Those who bully Su Yuan shall not fare well. I will make them pay. I finally soar, gazing with conviction, unafraid. Wherever the wind may lead, I shall fly far. Invisible wings allow dreams to endure longer than the skies, leaving behind a wish for my imagination. Su Yuan softly concluded the final lyric, bowing in gratitude. The audience rose in applause, cheering enthusiastically for her. With reddened eyes, Su Yuan waved and turned to bow to the panel of judges before exiting. Listening to their comments, it was unnecessary. Seeing Su Yuan exit, Chen Mu picked up the phone to call her. Just as she arrived in the break room, Liang Exine handed her the phone. Su Yuan, it's a call from President Chen. Taking the phone and placing it to her ear, her voice slightly nasal, she said hello. Chen Mu's exaggerated voice rang out, idle. You were truly radiant just now. Yuan chuckled lightly. Is it really that exaggerated? It's your song that is truly remarkable. Chen Mu replied, no matter how well it is written, it still requires your exceptional singing. Shi Yuan responded softly, "Indeed, I do sing well." At that moment, she felt that nearly a decade's worth of grievances had dissipated completely with this one performance. She believed that no matter how she sang in the future, it could never surpass this moment. After a brief silence, Chen Mu spoke up. "Shi Yuan." "Yes?" She replied. "Shall we withdraw from the competition?" "Why?" "There is no need." After a long pause, Shi Yuan finally agreed. "All right." Chen Mu broke into a grin. "Then you shall return to the Magic City tomorrow. I will help you record a new album and then hold a concert." Shi Yuan, filled with excitement, asked, "Really?" Without regard for the fact that Shi Yuan could not see him. Chen Mu, brimming with pride, declared, "I swear by Zhao Baozi that it is absolutely genuine. With the genius lyricist and composer Dong Mu at the helm, it will be a masterpiece." Shi Yuan burst into laughter. "Who swears by a bun? Then I will pack my things and return tomorrow." "All right," Chen Mu replied before hanging up the phone. Shi Yuan stared at her phone, lost in thought. Her heart warmed. "Sister Xian, let us head back to the hotel." Liang Xian immediately nodded. Let us go, let us go." Staying any longer feels ominous. After Shi Yuan's performance concluded, the third episode of Singer ended abruptly. Yi Xinghua took out his phone and sent a message before making his way straight to the backstage area through the audience. "Excuse me, have you seen Director Meng Yin?" Yi Xinghua politely inquired of a staff member. "Oh, Director Meng is right over there," the staff member replied, looking at the young man with a slightly receding hairline, puzzled by his unfamiliarity. However, noticing his politeness, they pointed out Meng Yan's location. "Thank you." Yi Xinghua nodded in appreciation and proceeded towards Meng Yan, dragging a chair behind him. Director Meng Yan was discussing matters with the staff when he heard someone calling him. He looked up, puzzled, at the unfamiliar face approaching. "Who are you?" "I am your father," Yi Xinghua bellowed, raising the chair and bringing it down towards Meng Yan. The staff instinctively moved aside, while Meng Yan, taken aback, managed to turn his head just in time for the chair to crash against his shoulder. With a scream, Meng Yan fell to the ground, and everyone around was stunned by the sudden turn of events, frozen in shock. "How dare you bully others? Today, I shall teach you a lesson," Yi Xinghua declared, lifting the chair again to strike Meng Yan, who quickly raised his arm in defense. Thankfully, it was a plastic chair. Otherwise, Meng Yan's arm would have surely broken. Even so, the sound of the chair hitting his arm sent a shiver through the crowd. "What are you all doing? Stop him. Call the police." Meng Yan cried out in pain, retreating as he shouted. Only then did the onlookers snap back to reality, rushing forward to restrain Yi Xinghua, some pulling out their phones to call the authorities. "Don't come any closer. I'm only after Meng Yan. This has nothing to do with you." Yi Xinghua brandished the plastic chair in his grasp, his expression somewhat menacing as he glared at the members of the production team, his receding hairline glistening subtly. A staff member eager to curry favor with Meng Yan seized a nearby chair, intent on hurling it at Yi Xinghua. "Are you tired of living? Is this television station a place for your arrogance?" Yet before he could release the chair, a sharp pain surged through his right side, and in an instant, he found himself airborne, crashing to the ground and rolling to a stop beside Meng Yan. It was only then that the others noticed a figure clad in a black suit retracting his foot, flanked by 3 other silent figures in black suits, who stood protectively around Yi Xinghua. Bodyguards? The production team members, observing the quartet dressed in black on such a sweltering day, could only think of one word: bodyguards, and for them at that. "You thought you could bully others, thinking a girl like Su Yuan would be easy prey?" Yi Xinghua dragged the chair over to Meng Yan, striking the frame a few more times before being restrained by the bodyguards. "Mr. Yi, a little venting is sufficient. Do not harm yourself. In this regard, you are not as formidable as Mr. Shangwan or Mr. Chun. Let them seek retribution on your behalf." Chapter 35. A Wish to Withdraw. "You make a valid point. Let us depart." Yi Xinghua pondered for a moment, finding merit in the suggestion. He discarded his chair and cautiously smoothed his disheveled hair, aware that his thinning locks required careful preservation. How ironic, he mused, that with such exceptional skills, he might find himself, as Chen Laosi had predicted, on the brink of baldness. "Are you just going to walk away after hitting someone? Where are the security guards? Have they all perished?" Meng Yan exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger coursing through him as he called for security upon witnessing the other's intent to leave. Huh, you are but a mere insignificant being. Let me make it clear, the beating I gave you was a mere trifle. Wait until the likes of Shangwan Zhuang and Chen Mu track you down. Then you shall truly understand the meaning of life and death, Yi Xinghua retorted, adjusting his clothing before striding away with his bodyguard in tow. Humiliated in front of numerous staff members, Meng Yin bellowed after the departing figures, "Stop them!" As he reached for his phone to report the incident, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through the back of his neck. Who the hell? Meng Yin spun around in fury, but his words caught in his throat as he saw the newcomer. Uncle, Meng Dehai, having arrived just as Meng Yin finished his call, delivered several stinging slaps. Do not call me uncle. So you think you are so capable, huh? Where's your sense? I specifically warned you repeatedly. Do not provoke Su Yuan. Do you take my words lightly? Now you've created such a colossal mess that I might very well have to pack my bags alongside you. The more Meng Dehai spoke, the angrier he became, recalling the furious words of his superiors from earlier, sending a chill down his spine. His frustration with Meng Yin intensified. Slapping him was insufficient for his rage. He seized a nearby plastic chair and hurled it at him. However, Meng Yin deftly caught the chair and, with a forceful push, sent Meng Dehai staggering several steps before regaining his balance. Eyes wide with shock and fury, Meng Dehai glared at Meng Yin. Are you rebelling against me? Do not forget who has granted you everything you possess. Meng Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze towards Meng Dehai tinged with madness. Oh, I know it was all you wasn't it? Meng Dehai, what makes you so remarkable? Do you truly believe that without you, without Qingzi Station, I would be unable to survive? A sense of unprecedented liberation surged within him as he observed the astonishment on Meng Dehai's face. I shall bear this burden alone. If I am not welcome here, I shall find another place that will embrace me, he declared, yanking at his credentials. When they refused to budge, he reluctantly removed them from around his neck and tossed them at Meng Dehai's feet. With a disdainful glance, Meng Yin turned and departed. It was only after he exited the backstage area that Meng Dehai, belatedly realizing the situation, erupted in fury. What an ungrateful wretch. Their exchange had been overheard by the staff, who feigned busyness while digesting the unfolding drama. The astute among them had already begun discreetly filming, eager to share the juicy tidbit with their connected acquaintances, perhaps anticipating a lucrative return. Meng Yin ultimately refrained from contacting the authorities. Merely observing the 4 bodyguards surrounding the slightly balding young man made him acutely aware of the danger posed by this individual. It was prudent not to invite further trouble with his own diminutive stature. Once seated in his vehicle, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply several times to calm his nerves before retrieving his phone to call Zhou Mingyuan. The phone rang for an extended period before it was answered. Yet Zhou Mingyuan remained silent. Reluctantly, Meng Yin broke the silence, attempting to ingratiate himself with Zhou Mingyuan. Mr. Zhou, today I first sent the live accompaniment band away, and later, when it was Su Yuan's turn, I fabricated an excuse about a malfunction with the playback equipment, compelling her to perform a cappella. I anticipate that after tonight, we shall not see Su Yuan's presence in the next episode of The Singer. I saw it all. You performed admirably, Zhou Mingyuan replied, his tone markedly colder, lacking the warmth he had previously shown. Meng Yan's expression brightened. Since you have seen it, regarding your earlier promise to have me direct our Hawaii variety show, what do you think? Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. Await my call, Zhou Mingyuan stated, terminating the conversation before Meng Yin could respond. Damn, not a single decent person, Meng Yin muttered, slamming his hand against the steering wheel in frustration. Zhou Mingyuan, tapping his forehead gently with his phone, took a moment before dialing his trusted subordinate, Huang Xiaojie. Boss, Huang Xiaojie answered with utmost respect. Xiao Huang, the dirt on Meng Yin can be released, Zhou Mingyuan instructed, pausing momentarily before adding, ensure he has no further opportunities to bother me. Huang Xiaojie's gaze sharpened. Understood, you can rest easy, boss. Zhou Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Xiao Huang, I trust your judgment. After hanging up, Huang Xiaojie made another call. Have the team proceed with the task. Release Meng Yan's blackmail material. As the third episode of The Singer concluded, it swiftly dominated several trending topics on Weibo and short music videos. Yuan soared to new heights with her rendition of Invisible Wings. The third episode of The Singer was particularly intriguing, with a live accompaniment band unexpectedly unable to perform, followed by technical difficulties during Yuan's turn. Yuan's a cappella performance marked a significant broadcasting incident in the third episode. Netizens rallied in support of Yuan. Other singers performed without issue. Yet when it was Yuan's turn, the equipment malfunctioned. Surely, there must be some foul play involved. If there is indeed foul play, it only serves to highlight Yuan's a cappella performance of Invisible Wings. The previous comment rings true. Yuan's a cappella rendition was simply phenomenal. My goosebumps never subsided throughout. Indeed, I heard that Yuan ascended to the throne of pop princess with just one album. And now I understand her talent is genuinely remarkable. She is the only goddess acknowledged by Chen Mu, the so-called king of heaven. His character may be lacking, but his discerning eye is undeniable. I have no words. I simply wish to listen to Invisible Wings on repeat, weeping time and again. The lyrics of this song truly resonate within my heart. However, before the online community could settle down, a sensational piece of news emerged from the account of Yuan. After careful consideration, I have decided to withdraw from the recording of Singer. I wish Singer all the best. Subsequently, I addressed the production team of Singer, assuring them that I will compensate the program for any breach of contract in full. I kindly ask everyone to forgive the unnecessary trouble I have caused. Additionally, I express my gratitude for the affection you have shown me. The moment Yuan's announcement was made, it instantly poured a bucket of hot oil onto the already soaring popularity, causing an explosive reaction online. Chapter 36. A series of surprises. Goodness, what did I say? The second episode of Singer had just concluded when Yuan unilaterally announced his withdrawal. Surely, everyone understands what this implies, right? What does that mean? Are you blind? It plainly indicates that Yuan's solo performance was not a mere coincidence, but rather a ploy orchestrated by the production team. Whether he withdrew or not, Yuan's rendition of Invisible Wings was simply exquisite. With his departure, he will have more time to record the complete version and release it promptly. Yuan has exited Singer, and given Chen Mu's notoriously stubborn temperament, this matter will undoubtedly escalate further. Indeed, previously, when the production team made things difficult for Yuan during the first episode, Chen Mu nearly caused a market crash for Orange TV. Just wait and see. Tomorrow's online buzz will certainly intensify. I am eager to discern what the executives at Orange TV are contemplating. Can they not see the prominent figures in the audience supporting Yuan during the second episode? Are they blind? Alas, Yuan merely wishes to sing earnestly. Yet Singer insists on creating turmoil without any benefit to himself. What on earth are the leaders at Orange TV thinking? Let us wash up and retire for the night. Rising early tomorrow to savor the gossip will be delightful. Indeed, let us hasten to sleep, lest we wake up late and miss out on the juicy news. Chen Mu chuckled as he observed the comments from netizens. They truly are a source of amusement. Yet one thing is certain, the revelations tomorrow will be quite delectable. The phone rang, and Chen Mu answered. Old Fourth, I've retrieved the account password for Dongmu. Came Yixinghua's voice. Thank you, Old Third. Wait a moment. Yuan has been bullied to this extent, and you're still preoccupied with retrieving your pathetic account? What are you thinking? Yixinghua's tone was laced with frustration. Imagining Yixinghua swinging a chair in anger made Chen Mu chuckle. What else could I be doing? Should I engage in showdown with Meng Yin and Meng De? Like you? That would be sheer folly. At least I didn't make things easier for Meng Yin. Which is more than you can claim, Yixinghua retorted defiantly. Chen Mu continued to jest. Ah, right. So after you had your fun, you expect me and Zhuang to clean up your mess? Yixinghua, unyielding and spirited, replied, and what of it? It's not the first time. Haven't you always been the one to clean my slate? Chen Mu found the statement peculiar, yet couldn't he help but recall the times he had to tidy up after Yixinghua. His tone shifted to seriousness. Yi Lao San, I warn you, do not resort to the same old tricks of tampering with their servers. Keep your nose clean. I'll handle the subsequent matters. If you get caught again, I cannot protect you. Don't forget why the boss disappeared. Upon hearing the mention of the boss, Yixinghua fell silent, the thought dissipating instantly. The two remained mute on the line. Fine, I understand. I'll heed your advice. Yi Xinghua finally sighed after a considerable pause. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mu suddenly felt a surge of despondency. He retrieved a pack of Huangdalu de Jin Yuan from the cabinet, lit one, and inhaled deeply, watching as it burned slowly. Su Fugue, where on earth have you disappeared to? Out of the blue, you sent me a box of de Jin Yuan. A cigarette as tacky as your name. I certainly do not lack for money. So what exactly are you trying to convey, you wretched creature? Whatever, it doesn't matter. The annual gift signifies you are still alive, and that's enough. Chen Mu felt a headache coming on, extinguishing the nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray, muttering irritably, "Do as you please. I'm going to sleep. I have plenty to do tomorrow." On August 17th, the stock of Orange Online plummeted dramatically as soon as it opened. And being a minor stock, it stood little chance against powerful players targeting it. Before long, it was hammered down to its limit. The faces of the executives at Orange Online mirrored the green of their stocks. The senior executive slammed the table, pointing at Meng Dehai, shouting, "Meng Dehai, take a look at the mess Meng Yin has created. Can you bear the consequences of this loss? Even selling both you and Meng Yin wouldn't cover it." At that moment, Meng Dehai wished he could bury his head in his pants, but he dared not remain silent. "Boss, Meng Yin has completely gone off the rails. He doesn't listen to me at all. What can you do when you can't even manage your own people? Where is he?" Meng Dehai's words only served to infuriate the senior executive further. With a look of helplessness, Meng Dehai replied, "He resigned last night. I have no idea where he is now. Who the hell approved his resignation? He created a mess, and now he just walks away? What a fantasy." The senior executive sneered at Meng Dehai. "I don't believe you don't have some dirt on Meng Yin. Either you present it and send that scoundrel to prison, or I'll personally see to it that you both end up there. Choose." Hearing the cold tone of the senior executive sent shivers down Meng Dehai's spine. His forehead drenched in cold sweat. "Rest assured, I will handle it immediately. I certainly have plenty of leverage against him. I can ensure Meng Yin is imprisoned. Just please let me off the hook." Meng Dehai was nearly on his knees. Before the senior executive could say more, his secretary knocked and approached, whispering a few words before handing over a tablet. The tablet displayed trending topics that were rapidly scrolling. Shocking. The director of Singer, Meng Yin, is such a person. A chronicle of Meng Yan's various misdeeds as the director of Singer. How has Meng Yin, a director known for exploiting female subordinates and artists, managed to remain active until now? Numerous trending topics centered around one individual, Meng Yin. They detailed his notorious exploits during his tenure, involving the exploitation of various women and the acceptance of bribes. Well, Meng Yan's illustrious exploits have truly opened my eyes. Meng Dehai, you have quite the nephew. I implore you, if you're intent on self-destruction, don't drag us down with you." The senior leader, upon finishing the report, was nearly apoplectic with rage. He hurled his tablet forcefully at Meng Dehai, who narrowly evaded the blow, saving himself from a grievous injury. "Leader, Meng Dehai attempted to defend himself. "For heaven's sake, Xiao Sun, call the police immediately. These two beasts deserve to be arrested and executed," the leader commanded, hopping with indignation. Secretary Xiao Sun promptly retrieved his phone to report the incident. Observing this, Meng Dehai's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground, lamenting, "This is truly disastrous. I have been utterly betrayed by that scoundrel Meng Yin." Initially, upon seeing the stock price of Orange plummet, Meng Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. However, upon discovering the avalanche of disparaging information about him circulating online, panic set in as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He hastily dialed Zhou Mingyuan. "Mr. Zhou, there's a deluge of defamatory content about me online. I implore you to assist me in suppressing this news. Given that I helped you in dismissing Su Yuan, please say me this once." Chapter 37. The Orange Station suffers a heavy loss. Zhou Mingyuan chuckled softly. "Help me? Director Meng, from where does this notion arise?" Su Yuan clearly withdrew on her own accord. Meng Yin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes soon brimming with fury, yet his voice persisted in pleading, "Fine. Even if I failed to assist President Zhou, did you not previously encourage me to direct a variety show at Hawaii? If you could lend me a hand this once." I would forego the 5 million signing fee, and I wouldn't require an exorbitant amount for directing the show. Just enough to make ends meet would suffice. Huh, Director Ming, you are overthinking. What signing fee? I never mentioned such a thing. As for the variety show, Hawaii boasts an abundance of directors, so your services are no longer necessary. With the time you have, it would be wiser to contemplate your next steps. You've put Orange Station in a precarious position, and given the online scandal, they're likely already investigating you. You should seriously consider what to do once you find yourself behind bars. Zhou Mingyuan finished his remarks and disdainfully hung up the phone. Damn you, Zhou Mingyuan, Meng Yin shouted several times before realizing Zhou had already disconnected. In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone to the ground, where it shattered into pieces. Exhausted, Meng Yin slumped onto the sofa. The situation was dire, and everything felt hopeless. Look, I told you something big would happen this morning. Wow, Meng Yin really has issues. Su Yuan is genuinely being targeted. Su Yuan's decision to withdraw from the singer was indeed wise. With a director like this, how could she possibly thrive? Haha, Orange Station has suffered tremendously. Their stocks have plummeted, and the new variety show has floundered after only 3 episodes. It's said that Meng Yin resigned last night. This traitor dealt a fatal blow to Orange Station's lifeblood. I suspect he's an undercover agent from another station. The most unfortunate ones are not just these two. The real tragedy lies in the reputation of Orange Station. This uproar has escalated too much, and once lost, restoring reputation is exceedingly challenging. Never mind, once this turmoil passes, Orange Station will quickly revive by enlisting some foreign artists to stand in. By the way, I just saw a video of Meng Yin being pinned to the ground backstage. Why has it disappeared? Am I imagining things? The matter escalated online, but by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Orange Station's official account released a statement. Due to our inadequate supervision, Ms. Su Yuan has suffered unjust treatment within the singer production team. We extend our sincerest apologies to Ms. Su Yuan. We have already reported the incident to the police this morning and submitted relevant evidence. Deputy Station Head Meng Dehai and the singer chief, Director Meng Yin, have been taken by the authorities. Production of the singer has been suspended, with recording dates to be determined. Subsequently, relevant leaders from our station will personally meet with Ms. Su Yuan to apologize. We ask for Ms. Su Yuan's forgiveness and encourage the public to continue monitoring our station. Thank you all. They even tagged Su Yuan, who did not respond. However, Chen Mu posted a message, a nationwide celebration, joyous news to share. Well, just 8 words, but it's clear how delighted Chen Mu is. This rascal thrives on chaos. Always eager to watch the spectacle, he was not merely an onlooker. One could easily surmise that the abrupt decline of the Orange was orchestrated by him. Sigh. For some reason, the sight of him acting foolishly brings me joy. Mr. Chen, since you're in such high spirits today, why not give me a complete set of heroic glory skins? Chen Mu retorted, what is your parents' number? I shall call and report you immediately. Haha, the one asking Chen Mu for skins must be quite deluded. Chen Mu tucked away his phone and stretched lazily. Since arriving in the bustling metropolis, he hadn't had much time to rest. After a meal, he found himself in the recording studio with Su Qinghua. Observing her beaming face, he couldn't help but smile as well. Finally, the clouds had parted, at least for the moment. Watching Su Qinghua flit about like a little shadow, Chen Mu pondered, it was high time to prioritize Su Qinghua's album. Damn, as long as Hawaii and Changtian were releasing albums, the studio should follow suit. Even if they couldn't win, they ought to at least cause a bit of trouble for them. With this thought, he settled before his computer and began to type away. After a while, the two exited the recording studio, and Chen Mu waved to Su Qinghua. Come here. What is it, boss? Su Qinghua asked, puzzled as she approached. Take a look. These are all the songs for the first album, Chen Mu said, turning the computer screen towards her. The titles read, Encounter, Beginning to Understand, What I Miss, Backlight. It turns out you want nothing, Darkness, Straightforward, Green Light, I Am Not Sad, Honey, Honey. With each title Su Qinghua recited, Chen Mu felt a pang in his heart. These were all the hallmark works of that obscure singer, and presenting them all at once felt akin to carving into his flesh. Practice diligently. You and Su Wishing can alternate recording in the studio. Just follow the demo I sang, he said, before wearily rising to leave. Su Wishing approached, observing Chen Mu's demeanor with concern. Mr. Chen seems rather unwell. What's the matter with him? I'm not sure. He just handed me 10 songs, claiming they are for the first album. Perhaps yes, just exhausted, Su Qingwei replied, gazing at the 10 songs on the computer with immense gratitude. Mr. Chen truly worked hard for her sake. Wow, Dongmu is indeed impressive, managing to secure 10 songs so swiftly. Quick, let us listen, Su Wishing urged, prompting Su Qingwei to play the songs. She obediently clicked on the first track, Encounter. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in a certain year and month. Chen Mu's voice gently sang the opening line, and after just that first lyric, both were utterly captivated, remaining in a trance until the song concluded. Hee, Qingwei, what do you think of this song? Su Wishing began shyly. Su Qingwei immediately shielded the computer with her hands, exclaiming, Mine? This is crafted specifically for me by Mr. Chen. Even if my own boss desires it, he cannot have it. All right, it's yours, Su Wishing replied, feeling quite awkward. Are the girls of today so protective of their treasures? How utterly unappealing. She then spoke up, play some other songs. After nearly an hour, they finally finished listening to 10 tracks, and a profound silence enveloped them for quite some time. Eventually, with a deep breath, Su Yuan earnestly looked at Su Qingwei and said, Qingwei, I want this album. I'll trade it with my boss. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwei firmly declined. No trade, not even if it cost me my life. Stubborn girl, Su Yuan retorted, playfully pinching her soft, rosy cheeks before finally letting go. Oh dear, these songs are simply exquisite, and to think that Chen Mu didn't save any for me is infuriating. This simply won't do. I must confront Chen Mu. With that thought, she stood up and shouted, Chen Mu. Chapter 38. Does he not consider us human? As Chen Mu stood on the balcony, indulging in a cigarette, he turned at the sound of Su Yuan's call. A look of curiosity etched upon his face. I want to. Su Yuan's voice dwindled to a whisper as she met Chen Mu's clear gaze, so soft that he could barely discern her words. Leaning closer, Chen Mu urged, Please. Repeat that. I didn't quite catch what you said. What is it that you desire? I also wish for a song like Su Qingwei's, Su Yuan confessed, tugging gently at the hem of Chen Mu's t-shirt and swaying slightly. Chen Mu, momentarily taken aback, found himself captivated by the delicate curve of her translucent ears and the fair expanse of her neck, accentuated by her high ponytail that danced with her movements. Overwhelmed, he muttered, Su Yuan, could you behave normally? Let us have a proper conversation. With a shiver, he took a drag from his cigarette, attempting to regain his composure. What do you want? He inquired once again. Su Yuan's face lit up with anticipation. I wish for songs as wonderful as Su Qingwei's. Oh, is that all? You had me worrying for nothing. Chen Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's spirit soared. She reached out, Then you must give me. Not so hasty. First, finish recording the previous songs and release the first album. Trust me, I will ensure you, as my boss, will not fare worse than Su Qingwei. Chen Mu thought ahead, already aware of the plans he had for her, though he chose to keep them to himself for the moment, preferring a steady progression. Really? Better than the 10 songs we just discussed? Su Yuan regarded him with skepticism. Absolutely, I swear it. Chen Mu declared, raising his hand earnestly. Do not make promises with food again. I believe you. Su Yuan playfully batted his hand away. Meanwhile, in the car, Zhao Baozi sat cross-legged, spooning watermelon into her mouth. Just as she was about to savor a piece, an unexpected, resounding sneeze erupted, sending a chunk of watermelon flying from her nose. Who is it? Who is meddling with me? She fumed, jabbing her spoon into the fruit. Baozi, wipe that off, offered Wang Dasong, startled by the loud sneeze. Chuckling as he handed her a tissue. Haha, someone must be missing you, teased Lu Yunbai from the adjacent seat, unable to contain his amusement. Zhao Baozi, noticing Lu Yunbai's mirth, pouted slightly. Old Lu, once we reach our destination, we'll need to start filming right away. Have you memorized your lines? Or are you just going to sit there laughing? If you forget your lines, I will certainly report you to the boss. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. Lu Yunbai replied with a grin. Wang Dasong paid no heed to the bickering duo. Instead, he turned his gaze to the window, filled with a sense of introspection. At last, he had emerged from the shadows. an investment of 50 million. President Chen had directly appointed a financial officer to join the crew. Although it was merely an idle drama, it was evident from President Chen's words that should this production succeed, even better scripts awaited him. And what of idle dramas? President Chen had long asserted that he would not meddle in the workings of the crew. After so many years as a director, it was a first for Wang to have a grand production entirely under his control. Just this fact alone made it invaluable. That evening, inspired by Chen Mu's fervor, Wang Dasong stepped out of the restaurant and immediately began calling his old acquaintances to assemble the crew. After all, President Chen had assured him that finances were not an issue. Those colleagues who had ongoing projects would need to be persuaded to join the studio. Not long ago, he had poached nearly half of the cast from that previous production. A small act of retribution against that pretentious producer. As he was lost in thought, Chen Mu's call came through. Wang Dasong promptly answered with respect. "Hello, President Chen, this is Wang Dasong." "Wang Director, how is the preparation on your end?" Chen Mu's calm voice resonated through the line. "President Chen, the crew is already forming, and the main cast is nearly finalized. All departments have commenced operations. The filming location is in the bustling metropolis, and Bao and Old Lu are already en route. We can commence shooting as soon as we arrive," Wang Dasong reported earnestly. "That is excellent. While the crew is racing against the schedule, you must also ensure quality. Proceed with the shooting. Shortly, I will send you 3 scripts. 2 will be idle dramas, and 1 a grand historical female lead. The idle drama will tentatively have an investment of 50 million, with a leading lady yet to be determined, but the leading man will be Old Lu. The historical female lead will have a budget of 100 million, with Bao as the leading lady. You may select the male lead. Just have it ready for my review when completed. After you peruse the scripts, begin preparations for the preliminary work, and we shall commence shooting immediately upon completion here." Wang Dasong was taken aback. Goodness, he had yet to call action on the 50 million idle drama, and President Chen casually tossed 3 scripts his way, one of which was a 100 million production with the leading man left for him to select. Was President Chen placing such faith in him? The suddenness of this fortune left Wang Dasong feeling somewhat dizzy. "Wang Director?" Chen Mu raised his voice slightly, noticing the prolonged silence on the other end. "Oh yes, President Chen, I'm here. Thank you for your unwavering trust in me, Old Wang. Rest assured, I will devote my utmost to ensure the success of this project. If I fail, I shall present my head to you," Wang Dasong exclaimed passionately, thumping his chest over the phone. Chen Mu winced at Wang Dasong's fervent shout, and he rubbed his ear helplessly. "Wang Director, there's no need for such dramatic declarations. I have complete faith in you, and I will let you take the reins. Trust me, our bright days are just beginning." Upon hanging up, Wang Dasong burst into laughter, feeling as if he had lost his sanity. Moments ago, he was thumping his chest, and now he is speaking nonsensically. "Director Wang, have you lost your mind?" Zhao Baozi gazed at Wang Dasong in astonishment, as did Yuan, who looked at him as if he were deranged. "Just now, President Chen called to inform us that there are 2 idle dramas and 1 historical drama lined up. Old Lu, you are still the male lead in the idle drama, and Baozi, you are the female lead in the historical drama," announced Wang Dasong with a beaming smile. Zhao Baozi immediately felt that the watermelon had lost its flavor. "It is indeed true that the boss is as miserly as Zhou Baiopi. I have not even begun work, and there is already another production waiting for me. He doesn't regard me as a person at all." Chapter 39. Attention, all units. The little chick has left the nest. Could you please show a bit more courtesy towards General Chen? Is it too much to ask for a little contentment? Such resources are coveted by countless individuals within the entertainment industry. Do not push your luck. Yuan could not stand Zhao Baozi's pretentiousness. Unlike his current blissful state with Wang Dasong, Zhao Baozi rolled her eyes in response. Yes, the General Chen is the best in the world." Chen Mu put away his phone and gazed at the 3 scripts he had just printed. One was The Legend of Lu Zhen, another was You Are My Glory, and the last was a smile as stunning. Zhao Baozi might manage to portray Lu Zhen adequately, but her round face would surely not suit the role of a campus beauty. She would likely be ridiculed by netizens. Chen Mu shivered at the thought of Zhao Baozi playing Xiao Jingjing and Bei Xiaowei. Zhao Baozi was unsuitable. Yet where could he possibly find a suitable replacement for Fat D. Should he seek one at the film academy? Chen Mu scratched his head in frustration. Su Yuan, observing Chen Mu's troubled expression, teasingly inquired, "What's the matter? You're about to scratch your head bald. Are you trying to grow a brain? As if I need to find one. I'm already so clever." Chen Mu shot her an exasperated glance, confessing, "There are 2 productions in need of a leading lady, but I can't find anyone fitting. Isn't Baozi suitable?" he said, and Su Yuan immediately thought of Zhao Baozi, as she was one of their own. Chen Mu shook his head decisively. "Absolutely not. The character is meant to be a campus beauty, and with Baozi's round face, that indeed is not appropriate." Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Zhao Baozi's adorable round face. "So, I have no suitable candidates," Chen Mu lamented. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan's face suddenly lit up. "Why not ask Sister Yu? She has extensive connections in the industry and might know someone suitable." Upon hearing this, a light bulb went off in Chen Mu's mind. How could I have forgotten about Sister Yu? He promptly called by Ru Yu, who took a while to answer. "Hello, General Chen. What can I do for you? I'm quite busy right now." The implication was clear. She was swamped and wanted Chen Mu to get to the point. "Sister Yu, I have 2 productions in need of a leading lady. Given your vast connections, do you have any suitable candidates? Preferably someone from the Uyghur ethnicity." Chen Mu had been influenced by the television dramas he had watched. Fat D's portrayal of Xiao Jingjing was simply unforgettable. As for the actress playing Bei Xiaowei, he chose to forget about that. Uyghur? Bai Ruyu pondered after realizing the seriousness of the matter. She found herself momentarily at a loss. Chen Mu added, "Sister Yu, I have an image in mind of the leading lady. I will send you a sketch via WeChat." He then sent the sketch he had drawn of Fat D, which he had attached to the script. How can a leading lady be imagined by oneself? Bai Ryu muttered as she opened WeChat. Upon enlarging the sketch, she was taken aback. The person looked oddly familiar. Where had she seen this person before? Bai Ryu scrutinized the sketch, tapping her head in contemplation. This individual belonged to the Uyghur ethnic group, whose facial features markedly differed from those of the Han ethnicity, and their beauty was indeed rare in the entertainment industry. Once seen, it was challenging to forget. Suddenly, Bai Ryu recalled something. With a peculiar expression, she inquired of Chen Mu, "Have you truly never encountered this person?" Chen Mu, at a loss for words, responded, "Sister, if I had seen her, would I be asking you?" He continued, "I have come across someone whose likeness to your sketch is strikingly similar." "Similar? Are you serious? Where did you see her?" "I genuinely have seen her." "Just wait a moment." After a brief pause, Bai Ryu sent Chen Mu a photograph. "All right, take a look and see if it resembles her." Upon opening the photo sent through WeChat, Chen Mu was left utterly astonished. Noticing his silence, Bai Ryu prodded, "Chen Mu, why are you silent? Does she not resemble her?" "Goodness, not only does she resemble her, she is practically the same person," Chen Mu exclaimed, staring at the photo, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Pang Di. Regaining his composure, he quickly asked, "Sister Yu, where is this person now?" "Just a moment, I will call her shortly." With that, Bai Ryu ended the call and began searching through her WeChat contacts until she found one labeled Little Transparent and dialed the number. Chen Mu rested his chin on his phone, eagerly waiting for Bai Ryu's call. After a while, her call finally came through, and Chen Mu answered immediately. The girl's name was Balarati, and she was 22 years old. Upon hearing the name, Bai Ryu's expression grew even more peculiar. She is currently a contracted actress with Changtian Entertainment. Oh, having her is sufficient. Wait, what? A contracted actress with Changtian Entertainment? Why have I never heard of her? Shouldn't someone with her qualifications, especially under the affluent Changtian Entertainment, be famous by now? Chen Mu queried, puzzled. Bai Ryu scoffed, "Famous? Nonsense. I happened to see this girl in an event. She's merely a little-known figure. The reason she isn't famous is that her disposition resembles Su Yuan's. She simply refuses to engage in anything unrelated to her work. Changtian has neither terminated her contract nor provided her with opportunities, leaving her in limbo. I just called her. With her exotic appearance, she can't even get background roles. This girl is quite determined. She can only participate in her school's drama club performances. I quite like her, which is why we exchanged WeChat contacts. I've been so busy lately that if you hadn't mentioned her, I might have forgotten about her. Sister Yu, could you please send me your business card? I want to sign her." Chen Mu said without hesitation. "All right, I will send you your business card." but you must consider that her breach of contract fee may be quite high. That's fine. I want to meet her in person first. As they concluded the call, Bai Ruyu chuckled to herself. The girl's stubborn nature was remarkably similar to Su Yuan's. Not long ago, Su Yuan made a comeback. And if it hadn't been for Chen Mu's assistance, the outcome might have been quite different. She hoped that Ballarati could seize the opportunity extended by Chen Mu. The friend request sent by Chen Mu was soon accepted by Ballarati. Chen Mu, hello, I'm a partner at the Wish Studio. We have a leading role in a production that would suit you perfectly. Shall we meet to discuss? Hello, Mr. Chen. Bai Jie just informed me about this. I will send you the location right away. Upon receiving the location, Chen Mu responded with an OK emoji, on my way. He tucked his phone away and gestured to Su Yuan and Su Qingwei in the recording studio that he was stepping out, then departed. The elevator took him directly to the underground parking garage. Chen Mu entered the already started car driven by Zhu Shitu and announced the location. Little chick leaving the nest. All units, please be aware of your surroundings. Zhu Shitu, pressing down on his earpiece, communicated this before accelerating out of the underground garage. Chapter 40. The 50 million breach of contract. You're the chick. Your entire family are chicks, Chen Mu exclaimed, filled with rage. Zhu Shitu stifled a laugh. Boss, this is merely the first code name. There's no need to take offense. Chen Mu shot him a disbelieving look. You old rascal. But do you really need to be so cautious? This is the Empire of China. Who would dare? Who would dare? Remember when you and your 3 brothers were nearly ambushed in that alley near the school? That was still within the Empire's boundaries. Zhu Shitu replied without turning his head. Chen Mu fell silent at his words. Upon exiting the garage, Zhu Shitu waved his hand out of the car window, and 2 vehicles immediately followed them discreetly. As they approached the location sent by Bridadai, Zhu Shitu pulled over and turned to Chen Mu, saying, Boss, the road ahead is inaccessible. We must get out. Chen Mu remained silent, alighting as instructed. He surveyed the surroundings, which were reminiscent of the old Shanghai style, narrow yet tidy, exuding a unique charm of the bygone era. Following the GPS on foot, Chen Mu soon spotted a tall girl standing at the entrance of an alley, hands clasped behind her back. Glancing around and occasionally checking her phone, he gazed at her, momentarily entranced. She bore an uncanny resemblance. Pandora. Chen Mu waved at her. The girl, upon hearing the voice, was momentarily taken aback before approaching, bashfully inquiring, Mr. Chen? Indeed, it's me. Hello, Pandora. Chen Mu greeted her with a smile, extending his hand. Bridadai shook his hand and quietly retorted, I am Bridadai, not Pandora, and I'm not even chubby. All right, Pandora. Chen Mu withdrew his hand and nodded. Bridadai sighed in resignation. Fine, call me whatever you wish. The two shared a moment of silence, after which Chen Mu looked up at the blazing sun and remarked, Aren't you going to invite me to your home? Oh, right, Mr. Chen, please this way. Pandora hurriedly led him to her rented accommodation. The conditions are somewhat challenging, Chen Mu observed as he scanned the small, one-bedroom apartment. The furnishings were simple, yet impeccably tidy, with a distinct fragrance that only a girl could possess wafting through the air. The air conditioning was ineffective, and from the sound of the external unit, it seemed on the verge of malfunctioning. Zhu Shitu bluntly added, Rent in this city is exorbitant. I could only afford this tiny place with assistance from my family. Pandora explained, somewhat embarrassed, I hope it's not too much trouble. Do you regret it? Chen Mu shifted his gaze back to her. Pandora, taken aback, replied, What do you mean? You have never compromised. Do you regret it? Chen Mu pressed again. With unwavering determination, Pandora shook her head. I do not regret it. Never in the past, and never will in the future. Chen Mu gazed into her pure eyes for a long moment before suddenly smiling. Let us sign a 5-year contract, with all profits and studio earnings split 50-50. This year, there will be approximately 2 films tailored specifically for you. Does that sound agreeable? Fat D was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Chen Mu with gratitude. Mr. Chen, thank you for valuing me so highly. Not long ago, Sister Bai called, and I thought she was reaching out to me for some supporting roles. However, you mentioned that it was for the leading roles in 2 films, along with a contract. I cannot accept this. I do not wish to cause trouble for you or Sister Bai. Chen Mu was surprised upon hearing this. Could such a grand opportunity fail to dazzle this young lady? He fixed his gaze on Fat D and inquired, "What is the reason for your hesitation?" "I still have a contract with Changtian Entertainment, and I cannot afford the penalty for breach of contract," Fat D explained, feeling somewhat flustered under his intense stare. Upon realizing that Fat D's refusal stemmed from her existing contract, Chen Mu let out a sigh of relief. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much is the penalty?" 50 million, Fat D stammered in reply. "Would it be acceptable to gradually deduct that amount from your future earnings?" Chen Mu inquired with a smile. "Ah," Fat D responded, taken aback. Chen Mu frowned. "What do you mean by Do you disagree? Is it a lack of confidence in yourself? Or do you doubt your ability to earn 50 million in the future?" "Mr. Chen, I am confident." "Then, I agree," Fat D said cautiously. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mu beamed with joy and snapped his fingers. "Pack your things and come with me to sign the contract." "Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chen," Fat D said, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude, bowing repeatedly. "All right, hurry up and get ready. We'll be waiting for you outside," he said as he stepped out the door. As Zhu Shurtu passed by Fat D, he softly advised, "Just take some clothes. You need not worry about anything else. Mr. Chen is quite wealthy." "Thank you. May I ask how to address you?" Fat D inquired gratefully. "Zhu Shurtu," he replied coolly. Fat D, with sincerity, expressed, "Thank you, Brother Zhu." Zhu Shurtu thought to himself, "Why did I even bother to remind her?" "Yuan, Qingyue, allow me to introduce you." Chen Mu called to the two as they arrived at Changtian Entertainment, presenting Fat D. "This is my newly signed actress, Bari Ri D, from the Uyghur ethnic group, a graduate of the Modu Film Academy." "Hello, Sister Yuan." "Hello, Qingyue." "Hello, Sister Exine." Fat D shyly greeted each one. "Wow, you are so beautiful. That high nose could pierce my heart," Yuan and the others exclaimed, surrounding Fat D in admiration. Fat D, feeling bashful under their gaze, couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Chen Mu for assistance. "You all continue chatting. I will call you when Annie has prepared the meal," Chen Mu said, leaving her to mingle. Girls will naturally become familiar with each other. The cook, Zhang Hongxia, a local from Modu, had been taking care of Chen Mu for nearly 5 years. She was diligent, skilled in cooking, and not overly talkative, which Chen Mu greatly appreciated. Her salary had consistently increased over time. Zhang Hongxia was also quite satisfied with Chen Mu as a master. He was easygoing and generous. "Aunt Zhang, today as spread looks quite lavish," Chen Mu complimented, admiring the dishes already laid out on the table as he approached the kitchen. "You seldom stay at home. Now that Yuan and the others have come, and they're all on a diet, we have so much food left over. You must eat more today," Zhang Hongxia said, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of sweet and sour ribs. "Haha, do I even need you to remind me? You are well aware of my appetite." Chen Mu chuckled, playfully lifting a piece of rib to his mouth. "How does it taste?" Zhang Hongxia did not intervene, gazing at him with a tender expression. Chen Mu, with his mouth full of rib, gave a thumbs up, then called them down for dinner. "I shall bring out the hairy crabs now. Once they cool, their flavor diminishes," Zhang Hongxia remarked before heading into the kitchen. "Aunt Zhang, will you join us for dinner?" Chen Mu inquired with a smile. "I cannot sit with you young ones. Besides, there is a custom against dining with the host." Zhang Hongxia gently declined, and seeing Chen Mu about to speak further, she quickly added, "Rest assured, I will not be a loss. I've saved a few hairy crabs to enjoy with my husband." Chen Mu nodded in understanding. "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to escort you back shortly." I know, Zhang Hongxia waved him off. Chen Mu then ascended the stairs to call the others. Just as they settled in, the doorbell rang. Chen Mu laughed heartily. "It must be Sister Yu." Chapter 41. A single encounter, he opened the door, and, indeed, it was by Ruyu. Ah, how fortuitous it is to arrive at the right moment. I truly couldn't have timed this better. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, Ryu beamed with delight and rushed to wash her hands. "What are we waiting for? Let's begin, I am famished." Ryu exchanged greetings with Pundi and, noticing that everyone remained idle, urged them to dig in. With a grand gesture, Chen Mu declared, "Let us eat, everyone is family here." So there is no need for formality. During the meal, Chen Mu observed Pundi's furtive glances at the hairy crabs, clearly hesitant to partake. "If you wish to eat, then please do not hold back," he encouraged with a chuckle, serving her a large crab. Pundi, flustered, buried her head low, focusing on the delectable crustacean. Delicious. Yujia. Later you must arrange a nanny car and assistant for Pundi. She deserves all the necessary support. Oh, and do not forget about old Lu. Do you have a suitable manager in mind? After the meal, Chen Mu shifted to more serious matters. Bai Ruyu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I have been considering it. However, finding a capable manager is quite challenging, and the cost of poaching talent can be steep. If there are reliable candidates, I will pursue them. Talent is rare, and money is no object. At this, Chen Mu exchanged a knowing glance with her. If we could lure individuals from Changtian and Hawaii, that would be ideal. Damn, they obstruct our wishes, and I shall take their people, he added. With Chen Mu's words, Bai Ryu felt a sense of reassurance. Sitting quietly, Su Yuan listened, her heart warmed by Chen Mu's remarks. He then inquired, how is the office space for the studio coming along? It is nearly ready. Your building has been renovated splendidly. I have only made a few minor adjustments. The office equipment and personnel are almost complete. We should be able to move in a few days. Bai Ryu replied with a smile. At that point, we will begin recruiting singers and actors. I will personally oversee the hiring process. Relying solely on Su Yuan and her team, one tea suffice. By next year at the latest, Su Yuan Studio will transform into Su Yuan Entertainment. Chen Mu had already devised plans in his mind. Very well, I will notify you when the interviews are scheduled. Bai Ryu playfully poked Su Yuan's forehead with her finger, affectionately saying, Did you hear what Chen Mu said? You are about to become the owner of an entertainment company. Su Yuan retorted, withdrawing her head, But Yujia, you also hold shares. You are a boss too. Bai Ryu replied, exasperated, That does not equate. We are both bosses, yet it is not the same. Realizing it was getting late, she turned to Zhu Shirtu, Old Zhu. Where is Pundi staying? Qingwei is recording here temporarily. You should help her find a place as well. Chen Mu glanced at the bored Pundi, then checked the time on his watch before turning to Zhu Shirtu. Zhu Shirtu consulted his notes. Tixiang Shijia has arranged accommodations for Old Lu, and there are 2 suites available at Jinjiang Century, perfect for Pundi and Su Qingwei. Then let them stay at Jinjiang Century. Chen Mu decided, turning to seek their opinions. That works, thank you. Chen Mu, both Pundi and Su Qingwei responded gratefully. Old Zhu, please have the bodyguards escort them back. Qingwei will not be recording tonight. You should go ahead and familiarize yourself with the residents. Chen Mu suggested, then recalled another matter. By the way, Old Zhu, once my lease on the property expires, I won't be renting it out anymore. The number of artists in the studio is bound to increase, and it would be more beneficial to allocate it for our own use rather than renting it to outsiders. After saying this, he grinned at Bai Ryu. Business is business. The studio must pay me rent. Sure, it's all your money anyway. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes. Got it. Zhu Shirtu nodded and led the 2 who had finished their greetings away. Fat D, wait a moment. I haven't given you the script yet. Chen Mu remembered as he escorted the 3 to the door, then dashed back to the bedroom to retrieve the script, handing it to Fat D while advising, You should read the script thoroughly at home. Once the crew is ready, you'll join them. You are the one I personally brought in with a hefty investment of 50 million. You must perform well. Fat D clutched the 2 thick scripts tightly, her eyes welling up with tears. She deeply bowed to Chen Mu, assuring, Rest assured, President Chen, I will not let you down. Let us go. Save the tears for when we're filming. Chen Mu waved them off, feigning impatience. After they left, Chen Mu and Su Yuan returned to the top floor to record. How many songs have we recorded so far? Chen Mu inquired of Su Yuan, who was seated beside him. 3. The First Love, I Will Be Well, and Curve Eyelashes. Today, we're working on Honey, but I just can't find the right vibe for this one, Su Yuan confessed, biting her lip in frustration as she mentioned Honey. Chen Mu found her distressed expression amusing. Your progress is already quite rapid. Why don't you give it another try? I'll help you identify the issues. All right, Su Yuan replied, stepping into the recording studio. After taking a few deep breaths, she signaled an okay to Chen Mu outside, who promptly started the music. Chen Mu had arranged the harmonies for Honey himself, and it sounded a bit off. As the prelude played, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile at Chen Mu, who was swaying his head to the rhythm, feeling an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Honey, you put love into my heart. As the first line of lyrics escaped her lips, Chen Mu sensed that Su Yuan had settled into her performance. He gave her a thumbs up from the recording studio, followed by a heart gesture. Su Yuan's face flushed, a sweetness blossoming within her, and her voice gradually became more enchanting. She even began to sing and dance. Chen Mu stared in astonishment at the vibrant and fit Su Yuan. She hardly seemed like a 30-year-old woman. Who could possibly resist this? After the song concluded, Su Yuan approached Chen Mu, slightly breathless. Before she could speak, Chen Mu exaggeratedly complained, "You aced that in one go. How can you say you're not in the right state? You're practically overflowing with energy." "Really?" Su Yuan's face lit up with joy, a rosy hue blooming as she basked in Chen Mu's praise. "What shall we record next? A jiao or invisible wings?" As Chen Mu observed Su Yuan's bashful demeanor, a warmth spread across his own cheeks. He cleared his throat and swiftly diverted the conversation. "Let's proceed with a jiao, shall we? I suddenly feel that our current state has improved significantly." Su Yuan, avoiding his gaze, responded softly, "All right then, let's do a jiao and get started." Chen Mu promptly made the decision. Su Yuan, filled with a sweet sense of anticipation, recorded a jiao, but as expected, it did not achieve the desired success. After several attempts, the two had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. "Let's call it a day. You should take a shower and get to bed early. We can record again tomorrow," Chen Mu suggested as he saw off the reluctant Su Yuan. He lingered for a moment, contemplating which remaining songs from Su Yuan's new album should be selected. Chapter 42. Crossing the river with eagle sauce. This has always been our cherished tradition, yet the choices remain quite challenging. Chen Mu furrowed his brow while gazing at the playlist on his computer, overwhelmed by the abundance of options. Songs like The First Love, I Will Be Alright, Invisible Wings, and a jiao were all quite appealing. Even tracks such as Curved Eyelashes and Honey felt like mere fillers, yet they could not be dismissed entirely. After all, the essence of his aspirations lay in sweet melodies. As for the copyrights from Long Tian, those were out of the question. He could only select 2 sweet songs, for it was essential to leave some nostalgic sentiments for his loyal fans, wasn't it? Chen Mu checked off a few songs. The Initial Dream, Walking in the Rain, The Most Familiar Stranger, Can We Not Be Brave, My Dearest, Later, Ningxia, 30-Year-Old Woman, Youth, Later, and Fruits of Summer. What was youth? He crossed that off. 30-Year-Old Woman? Age is a taboo for women, especially when it comes to 30. Crossed off again. Chen Mu mumbled to himself as he eliminated a few more options, ultimately narrowing it down to The Initial Dream, Walking in the Rain, My Dearest, and Ningxia. An album was finally complete. He paid little heed to what music critics opined regarding the cohesiveness of the album. They were always reluctant to part with their money, only seeking to benefit without cost. As long as the songs resonated well and the fans found them enjoyable enough to purchase, that was all that mattered. Satisfied with his work, Chen Mu wrapped up and went to bed. A night passed without incident. Chen Mu awoke naturally, and by the time he got out of bed, Su Yuan and Su Qingyue had already departed for the recording studio. Ruffling his messy hair, he proceeded to wash up and, without greeting anyone, drove to the Fortune Gaming Entertainment. "Oh, what a rare visitor. Is that not our esteemed president?" Kai Shu-Wen remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he saw Chen Mu entering with a youqiao in his mouth. Chen Mu chose to ignore the comment, leisurely sitting on the sofa and swallowing the youqiao before responding, "Speak properly, show some respect." "Hey, it's just that you haven't graced us with your presence in quite a while. I thought you had forgotten you owned another company," Kai Shu-Wen retorted, taking a seat beside Chen Mu and nibbling on a youqiao as well. "How is the release status of Hero's Glory?" Chen Mu inquired, casting a discontented glance at Kai Shu-Wen, who had pilfered his youqiao. Kai Shu-Wen mumbled through a mouthful, "The situation is excellent. Domestic downloads have surpassed 330 million, and the performance in other countries is equally promising." He then continued, "It has been nearly a week. Shall we open downloads for South Korea and the Little 8 Baka? The players in those countries are voicing significant discontent. Let them voice their discontent. Well, have we ever concerned ourselves with their opinions regarding new game releases? They dare to complain from such a minuscule corner of the world. If they have grievances, they can keep them to themselves. They can play or not play as they wish," Chen Mu said nonchalantly. Kai Shu-Wen looked at him in disbelief. You always delay the release for these two countries by a week compared to others, and charge them double for in-game items and skins. Now you are complaining? Are you even human? However, he soon burst into laughter. It feels really good, ha ha ha. Chen Mu shot him an annoyed glare. Well, you certainly enjoy it, considering I'm the one who gets scolded. As per our usual practice, the pure profits from the games in these two countries will be directed to the Wealthy Heroes Fund. I won't concern myself with anything else. Ensure that the subsidies for the veteran heroes are meticulously monitored. If anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable. Chen Mu looked at him with a serious expression. Upon mentioning the matter at hand, Kai Shu-Wen no longer dared to be frivolous. He thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, boss, anyone who dares to meddle in this area will face dire consequences. Well, then I shall rest easy, Chen Mu nodded. Only then did Chen Mu broach the main topic. How was the animation team in our tech department faring? Kai Shu-Wen paused, a peculiar glint in his eyes as he teased. Boss, aren't you the one leading the animation team personally? Chen Mu was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could he admit he had completely forgotten? The animation team had long been taken over by Yi Lao-san. Let's go take a look, Chen Mu said, standing up and clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness. The animation team was a whimsical idea Chen Mu had 3 years ago, where he selected a few interested individuals from the tech department to explore animation technology. Once his interest waned, he ceased overseeing them, having boasted about various forms of animation and casually thrown a few scripts their way, leaving them to their own devices. Unbeknownst to him, his words piqued Yi Lao-san's interest. After all, applying such techniques to games held significant potential. Upon investigation, he discovered that similar technologies had already emerged across the ocean. He promptly invested heavily to bring in talent for guidance, as it had always been our tradition to adopt successful practices from the West, universally applicable in any field. Given Yi Lao-san's reputation, the techniques should have been well exploited by now. Where's my animation team? Chen Mu pondered as he arrived at the animation team's location, only to find the plaque had been changed to that of the tech department. Kai Shu-Wen rolled his eyes. They're on the 26th floor. They've expanded significantly and now occupy an entire level, evolving from the original animation team into the animation department. How come no one informed me that it has become an animation department? Chen Mu's displeasure was evident. Haven't you already handed it over to General Yi for management? Kai Shu-Wen countered boldly. Chen Mu faltered. After all, he rarely visited and only came for meetings or to remain cloistered in his office. How awkward. Let us head upstairs. Chen Mu sought to divert the conversation. Upon entering the 26th floor, the imposing sign of the animation department greeted him. The atmosphere inside was remarkably relaxed, with team members either engrossed in games or watching films and videos. Hello, Director Kai. The staff acknowledged Kai Shu-Wen as he accompanied a young man, before promptly returning to their tasks. Wait, why does that young man look somewhat familiar? The team members lifted their heads again, scrutinizing Chen Mu. CC Director Chen? As someone recognized Chen Mu first, the crowd excitedly rose to their feet. Hello, Mr. Chen. At long last, you have come to see us. He was their idol. If it weren't for Chen Mu, the animation department would not exist as it does today. Ah, greetings to everyone, greetings. You have all worked diligently. Chen Mu awkwardly addressed those whom he had once misled. Diligently? Kai Shu-Wen glanced at the row of computers displaying either game graphics or video footage, speechless and feeling a sense of embarrassment on Chen Mu's behalf. Chapter 43. What else is there that I am unaware of? Mr. Chen, you're here, exclaimed Wang Zhenghua, the head of the animation department, as he rushed out of his office and warmly shook hands with Chen Mu. Years ago, he was merely the leader of a small animation team, but now, with the team's elevation to a full department, he had ascended to the position of director, all thanks to Mr. Chen's pioneering efforts back then. Although he had not been present in the animation department for quite some time, as it was managed by General Manager Yi, he remained deeply appreciative. It's remarkable how far we've come. It feels like just yesterday that the animation team has expanded into a full-fledged department, Chen Mu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. That's all due to the foundation laid by you and General Manager Yi, Wang Zhenghua replied, prompting nods of agreement from the rest of the animation staff. Chen Mu could only chuckle at the compliment, reflecting on how he had made grand claims only to withdraw. never anticipating that Yi and the team would take them to heart, and even more astonishingly, bring them to fruition. I shall not impede your work any longer. Minister Wang, let us proceed to your office for a discussion, Chen Mu suggested, leading the way toward Wang Zhenghua's office. Kai Shu-win, observing from the side, couldn't help but mutter, work? More like gaming and watching videos. Mr. Chen, please have some tea, Wang Zhenghua offered, personally bringing a cup over as Chen Mu settled onto the sofa. Minister Wang, I noticed that everyone appears quite at ease. How far along are you with the scripts I provided? Chen Mu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Wang Zhenghua paused, seemingly taken aback, before responding with a hint of confusion. Mr. Chen, we completed those scripts long ago. When we found ourselves with some idle time, General Manager Yi reached out to several editors to write the scripts for Heroic Glory. The animation department is currently experimenting with the CG animation for it. Chen Mu's jaw dropped in surprise. What? How come nobody informed me? We couldn't locate you, so we turned to General Manager Yi for assistance. He said he would relay the message to you, Wang Zhenghua explained, then hesitated, a puzzled look crossing his face. Did General Manager Yi not notify you? Feeling the awkwardness of Kai Shu-win's incredulous gaze, Chen Mu sheepishly touched his nose. Could you show me the completed animations? He quickly changed the subject. Of course, Mr. Chen. This way, please, Wang Zhenghua responded eagerly, leading the way to the playback room on the 26th floor. To Chen Mu's astonishment, the animation department boasted a grand audiovisual playback room. This was all arranged by General Manager Yi, Wang Zhenghua said with a sheepish grin, deflecting the credit. The room was equipped with top-tier equipment from abroad, exceeding all standards. As Chen Mu explored the animations, he found himself exclaiming in awe, unable to contain his astonishment. Minister Wang, you and your team are truly remarkable. To have accomplished all this in such a short time is nothing short of impressive. You've truly opened my eyes. Rising from his seat, Chen Mu joyfully grasped Wang Zhenghua's hand. You're too kind, Mr. Chen. This is all thanks to your leadership, Wang Zhenghua replied, bending slightly to shake Chen Mu's hand, showering him with compliments unabashedly. Kai Shu-win watched, unable to suppress a wave of exasperation. It seemed their flattery knew no bounds. With a beaming smile, Chen Mu took out "You Are My Glory" and Smile to the city, handing them to Wang Zhenghua. Seeing how impressive you all are puts my mind at ease. I am here because 2 television dramas require the integration of some CG art, and it seems this minor task is entirely within your capabilities. Wang Zhenghua received the scripts and examined them closely, noting the sections where Chen Mu had specifically indicated the need for CG alongside his own sketches. This is certainly not a problem for our animation department, rest assured. We will ensure your satisfaction, he confidently assured after reviewing the materials. That is reassuring, Chen Mu responded, but then a thought struck him. By the way, Minister Wang, have you noticed the recent special effects films from Eagle Sauce? I wonder if you are familiar with them? I am aware, Wang Zhenghua replied promptly, puffing out his chest with pride. Our animation department has an independent studio called Thunder, which has collaborated with some of those special effects studios from Eagle Sauce. It's not uncommon. Chen Mu was taken aback. When was this studio established? How come I was unaware? Kai Shu-win covered his face, saying, Mr. Chen, perhaps it's best not to inquire further. It's rather embarrassing. Chen Mu, feeling awkward, wished he could scratch his toes. Fortunately, Wang Zhenghua alleviated the tension by explaining. This was a stroke of foresight from General Yi. After he invested heavily in bringing back some talent who had been trained by Eagle Sauce, he thought it wise to keep them engaged, hence he casually established Thunder Studio. Chen Mu nodded appreciatively. Indeed, Yi Lao-san possessed a certain wisdom. With the existence of Thunder Studio, he could now present some of his own projects. Minister Wang, where's our printer? With this thought, Chen Mu no longer hesitated. He followed Wang Zhenghua to the printer, and after a few operations on his mobile phone, the printer sprang to life, soon producing a large stack of printed documents. Kai Shu-win and Wang Zhenghua leaned in to scrutinize the files, then turned their gaze to Chen Mu. Mr. Chen, is this Transformers? Are you suggesting the animation department work on this? Upon seeing Chen Mu nod, Wang Zhenghua immediately shook his head. Mr. Chen, while it would indeed be splendid for us to undertake the Transformers project, we lack the copyright. The author is quite enigmatic, and even the publishing house does not know what he looks like. Acquiring the rights would be exceedingly difficult. Chen Mu smiled mysteriously at him. If I lacked the copyright, would I still ask you to proceed? I am not foolish. Rest assured, the copyright is in my possession, so you may proceed without hesitation. As his words settled, both Wang Zhenghua and Kai Shu Wen stared at him in bewilderment. Boss, are you suggesting that you have acquired the copyright? Kai Shu Wen asked cautiously. Wang Zhenghua looked on in shock. Mr. Chen, do you mean to say you are the author of the Transformers comic? Chen Mu nodded proudly. Indeed, that is I. Boss, please don't jest. Kai Shu Wen places no trust in punctuation. Whether one believes it or not, Minister Wang, you may proceed with confidence. The copyright is indeed in my possession. For any financial matters concerning Thunder, simply reach out to General Kai. Chen Mu, undeterred by Kai Shu Wen's bewilderment, directly instructed Wang Zhenghua. Wang Zhenghua was troubled by the fact that the team in the animation department had been idly wasting time. With such a significant project at hand, they would have ample work to occupy them for quite some time. Moreover, he harbored an even grander speculation. Chapter 44. The Comic Titan's Ambition if Mr. Chen is indeed the creator of the Transformers comic, then his portfolio encompasses far more than just that singular series. The more Wang Zhenghua pondered, the more exhilarated he became. With all the copyrights at Mr. Chen's disposal, the animation department could thrive indefinitely. Kai Shu Wen observed Chen Mu's expression, which seemed genuine, and he felt a burgeoning belief in his heart. Yet, a twinge of annoyance arose within him as he thought, how can you abandon such a grand enterprise to pursue comic artistry? Are you even human? Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained unfazed by the differing expressions of the two men. He was reveling in his own elation. Before long, the video platform would boast several popular idol dramas. The cinemas would showcase hit animated films, and the music website would release new albums from Su Yuan and Su Qingwei. A multifaceted approach was in play. Huai Entertainment and Changtian Entertainment, I dare say. How could you not feel the pressure? All right, focus on perfecting the CG for these two scripts before venturing into other matters. The online game A Chinese Ghost Story was launched last year. Chen Mu instructed, only to notice Kai Shu Wen gazing at him with a look of discontent. Boss, why didn't you consider adapting this into a drama when A Chinese Ghost Story was released? I hadn't anticipated Su Yuan's return at that time. If she hadn't made a comeback, none of this would have transpired, Chen Mu replied, his tone forthright, leaving Kai Shu Wen rather impressed. He was swift to conclude his tasks and departed almost immediately. Mr. Chen truly was an admirable boss. He never meddled in professional matters. Wang Zhenghua and Kai Shu Wen watched Chen Mu leave, filled with admiration. At noon, Su Yuan's studio posted a message on Weibo, a warm welcome to the new generation of artists joining our family. Singer Su Qingwei, actors Zhao Xiaoying, Bali Rady, and Lu Yinbai, and director Wang Dasong. Following this was a flurry of applause emojis. Before long, Su Yuan and Chen Mu, along with others, shared this post, igniting a lively buzz online. Su Yuan is remarkably swift. She established her studio mere days ago and is already recruiting talent, with singers, actors, and directors. The ambitions of Su Yuan's studio are quite formidable. Ambition requires financial backing. It's evident that capital is being invested. Is it really that hard to comprehend? Su Yuan's influential fans could easily contribute. Indeed, Su Yuan's elite followers are not to be trifled with, especially Chen Mu. I recognize the name Bali Rady as somewhat familiar. Upon searching, you'll never guess what I discovered. She was previously under Changtian Entertainment and has just unilaterally terminated her contract to join Su Yuan's studio. Her penalty for breach of contract was a whopping 50 million. I know Bali Rady. She's of Uyghur descent, not only stunning, but also possessing legs that are, quite frankly, longer than my own life. It's a pity she hasn't achieved greater fame. Upon a recent inquiry, it was revealed that Rady paid a substantial penalty to directly depart from Changtian Entertainment, amounting to a staggering 50 million. Without hesitation, she settled the fee, leading one to speculate that there must be significant underlying reasons behind this decision. What could possibly be the rationale? If a strikingly beautiful and exotic figure like Rady cannot rise to prominence at Changtian Entertainment, then it is indeed perplexing. Have you searched for any noteworthy resources she obtained after joining Changtian? Use your brilliant minds to ponder this, and I wonder, could there be some hidden motives at play? The truth is becoming clearer. It appears that Bararati is merely a reimagined version of Su Yuan. Following the announcement from Su Yuan's studio, netizens have transformed into amateur detectives, and the comments have veered into conspiracy theories. Indeed, they have nearly unraveled the truth regarding Bararati. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates, Song Ilong of Changtian Entertainment decided to conduct a brief online search. To receive 50 million in termination fees without any resources invested is an incredible windfall. It is a pity for the stunning Bararati, as she left before even relishing her time there. He merely chuckled dismissively, not considering it significant, and Changtian Entertainment has offered no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, upon returning to Tangchang Yipin, Chen Mu found 3 young ladies lounging on the sofa after their meal. "Why are you back so late, Mr. Chen? Have you eaten?" Su Qingwei, upon realizing that Chen Mu had not dined, promptly rose to heat some food in the kitchen. Chen Mu quickly intervened. "No need, I can manage with a quick bite." He then entered the kitchen, filled a plate with leftover rice, mixed it, and added some other dishes before emerging with his makeshift meal. Chen Mu, with his mouth full, inquired, "How is the recording of your songs progressing?" "I'm nearly done with my 10 songs, just left with my dearest and anonymous comfort," Su Yuan cheerfully replied. Su Qingwei frowned. "Mr. Chen, I have only recorded Encounter My Nostalgia, and that was only with Su Yuan's assistance. That is perfectly fine. You have yet to debut, and naturally, you'll lack Su Yuan's experience. Take your time," Chen Mu reassured. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh no, how could I forget about the film left and right that features Encounter as its theme song?" With that thought, he ascended to the top floor, retrieved his drawings for left and right from his computer, and called Wang Ziqing. "Old Wang, please contact Honga Publishing. I wish to publish a comic." Wang Ziqing, bewildered, responded, "But boss, didn't you say 2 years ago that you were retiring from the comic scene? Is it not permissible for me to make a comeback now?" I refuse to believe that Hong Tu would turn down a lucrative opportunity. Wang Ziqing, resigned to his boss's whims, replied, "Fine, whatever you say, I'll reach out. Make sure to expedite the process. The film adaptation based on the comic is set to commence shooting soon," Chen Mu instructed before ending the call. Wang Ziqing mused to himself, "How can a comic that hasn't even been published yet have a film adaptation about to begin production? Indeed, that would be my boss." As he spoke, he dialed the number of the esteemed Lei Guofu, the proprietor of Hong Tu. Lei Guofu answered with alacrity, his voice brimming with delight. "Ah, Mr. Wang. It has been quite some time since you last called. Has Mr. Wu Yuan produced another masterpiece?" "Indeed, Mr. Lei, my employer possesses a comic, and the film adaptation is set to commence shooting imminently. Might the publishing house expedite its release?" "Absolutely, Mr. Wang. As soon as the comic arrives, I will ensure that my team works tirelessly on the typesetting and printing to guarantee a prompt release. I assure you, there will be no delays," Lei Guofu vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. "Very well, I shall deliver the comic shortly." Upon hanging up, Lei Guofu felt a surge of excitement. Wu Yuan was finally unveiling a new creation. Chapter 45. I have returned. Are you still there? Mr. Wu Yuan can undoubtedly be considered a benefactor to him, as it is solely through this singular author that he has managed to elevate his modest comic publishing house to the brink of an impending public listing. The arrival of this comic has been akin to administering a potent shot of adrenaline to his grand vision for the company, and Lei Guofu can hardly contain his excitement at the thought. Just as Chen Mu finished his meal, a call from Wang Ziqing came through. Chen Mu answered, "Hey, old Wang. Boss, the comic publication matter has been resolved." "Oh, I'll send you the electronic version of the comic right away. Is everything all right? If so, I'll hang up," Chen Mu said, preparing to end the call. Wang Ziqing quickly interjected, "No, boss, I have something to discuss." Chen Mu replied, "Speak. Didn't you ask me to find a director last time?" "I've found one," Wang Ziqing said, sensing Chen Mu's nonchalant tone with a hint of exasperation. Chen Mu perked up. "Oh, you found someone? Who is it?" "The director is He Liangjun. He has intermittently directed a few notable works and has a modest reputation in that circle. However, he has been somewhat dormant for a while. After considerable effort, I managed to persuade him to consider working with the Wish Studio. Wang Ziqing elaborated on Liang Juan's background. Chen Mu pondered for a moment and continued. What genre of television dramas is he proficient in? And which company was he with before? He was with Changtian Entertainment and specializes in period dramas, Wang Ziqing stated, his confidence wavering slightly at the mention of Changtian Entertainment. Oh, Changtian Entertainment? That's splendid. Chen Mu's eyes lit up at the mention. Wang Ziqing responded. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mu spoke. Old Wang, here's the plan. If he is available, bring him to see me in Modu. If he isn't, take my script to him and convey 2 points. He has the final say in the crew, and he also dictates the investment amount. My only requirement is quality. Understood, boss, Wang Ziqing replied decisively. If Liang Jun were to decline such an offer, it would surely indicate a lapse in judgment. After ending the call, Chen Mu lightly tapped his fingers on the table before dialing Wang Dasong's number. Director Wang, this is Chen Mu. Wang Dasong initially assumed that Chen Mu was concerned about the crew and offered reassurance. President Chen, everything is going smoothly on my end. You needn't worry. Chen Mu replied, that's good to hear, but I'm not calling about the crew. There has been a change regarding the 3 scripts I promised you. Wang Dasong paused, feeling a surge of trepidation. A change? What do you mean, President Chen? Chen Mu patiently explained, oh, I found a new director for The Legend of Lujian, so you won't need to direct that drama anymore. However, I have just received a film script adapted from the comics of the artist Yuan. I wonder if you might be interested? Upon hearing that he would not be directing The Legend of Lujian, Wang Dasong felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that it was a significant production just by looking at the script. Upon hearing Chen Mu mention a film adaptation of a comic by Yuan, Wang Dasong's heart soared instantly. The rights to all of Yuan's comics were firmly in his possession, and to this day, not a single adaptation had been released. Mr. Chen, I am genuinely interested. Rest assured, once I finish filming Shan is Coming, I will immediately commence preparations for that film. Wang Dasong replied without a moment's hesitation. What did a grand production like Legend of Lujian matter? It paled in comparison to a film. Even if the script in Mr. Chen's hands was subpar, he would still prefer to choose the film script. After all, what director does not aspire to create films? The prestige of a television director and that of a film director are not even in the same league. Chen Mu hesitated. But don't you still have Smiling City and You Are My Glory? No worries, Mr. Chen. I can introduce you to my senior brother. Although he, like me, has faced a share of failures, his skills may surpass mine. I will ensure he meets you, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Wang Dasong shamelessly extolled the virtues of his senior brother, knowing that with him taking over the 2 dramas, he could finally pursue his dream of directing a film. Well, that's fine then. Let's meet first and discuss further. Chen Mu conceded, understanding there was little else to say. After hanging up, Wang Dasong felt a surge of bravado. This was the significance of aligning with the right boss. His television series was just beginning, and already a film script awaited him. The key was that the boss did not meddle excessively in his crew's affairs. How fortunate he was to encounter such a celestial employer. Surely he must have broken countless wooden fish in his past life to deserve this. While Chen Mu busied himself with phone calls, Su Yuan refrained from interrupting him. She pondered over the final 2 songs, My Dearest and Anonymous Comfort. She intended to reserve Anonymous Comfort for last, knowing it was a song dedicated to her fans, filled with sentiments she longed to express to them. Thus, she decided to sing it with utmost sincerity. As Su Yuan listened to the accompaniment, her mind wandered, flashing through myriad images, so much so that she hardly noticed Chen Mu standing behind her. Eventually, she shook her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Almost instinctively, she picked up her phone, opened the Shanghai Music app, and searched for her name, Su Yuan. Viewing Love, You and Dada, 2 songs that no longer bore any connection to her, she smiled with a sense of release. Upon clicking on the comments for Love You, she discovered a 7-year-old message. As my wish, Su Yuan, do not fear. It is merely a passing storm. Just be yourself, and I will always support you, standing behind you as your steadfast ally. Su Yuan, we await your return. Below, numerous fresh comments had recently been posted, expressing sentiments like, wow, come and worship the prophet. Su Yuan has truly made a comeback. So moving. This is the faith of the longtime fans, isn't it? After hardships come rewards. Su Yuan deserves this, and so do her loyal fans. This is the mutual journey of idols and fans. It brings tears to my eyes. With tears brimming in her eyes, she meticulously read each word aloud before sniffling and responding through her recently authenticated Starry C Music Wish account. I'm back. Are you still there? After sending the message, she instinctively refreshed the page, and then she chuckled to herself. 7 years had passed. It was rather implausible for him to respond immediately. But as she refreshed the page and glanced at the comments again, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I'm here, replied her wish. Congratulations, your king has returned. Staring at the latest comment, she covered her mouth in astonishment. Behind her, Chen Mu smiled as he tucked his phone away and casually walked aside. Wiping her eyes, Su Yuan joyfully exclaimed to Chen Mu, I want to record a song. I want to record Anonymous Comfort. As she walked away, Chen Mu gestured for her to proceed. Watching Su Yuan's graceful silhouette entering the recording studio, he maintained a calm demeanor, though a sense of unease stirred within him. Su Yuan donned her headphones, the lyrics ingrained in her memory, and flashed an OK sign to Chen Mu outside. He nodded and initiated the accompaniment. The prelude began to play softly as Su Yuan gently closed her eyes. Chapter 46. The mutual journey of wishes and old fans. She followed the melody and softly began to sing. I no longer shed tears, striving to comprehend this imperfect world. This journey is filled with victories and setbacks, revealing the irony of reality. My heart learns to soar amidst the turbulence. At times it is exhausting, yet I hear the encouragement from afar, who stands silently yet valuably to guard me. Observing Su Yuan's heartfelt immersion, Chen Mu discreetly took out his phone and activated the recording function. Anonymous Comfort, unaware of who blesses me. Do not shatter my dreams, for I have an appointment with the future, urging me to chase forward. At this point in her song, Su Yuan could no longer hold back her tears. Yet her breath remained steady as always. From the very first lyric, she radiated strength, a gift from her devoted fans, propelling her fearlessly onward. Upon finishing the last note, Su Yuan smiled through her tears, her joy radiant. As the music drew to a close, she spoke again. Thank you, my dear old fans. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow at her words, but refrained from comment. The concluding line of the song seemed fitting. Noticing Su Yuan waving at him from the recording booth, he responded with a thumbs up before stepping out. How is it? Su Yuan asked, her large eyes glistening. Perfect, flawless. Chen Mu replied. Hearing this, Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This song had to be impeccable, without a single flaw. Chen Mu chuckled. Is it because it's for the old fans? Yes. It's the least I can do for them, Su Yuan affirmed earnestly. Chen Mu winked at her. You've already done wonderfully. At least that is how I, as an old fan, feel. Su Yuan laughed joyfully. Thank you. After a successful first take of such an important song, she felt elated and decided to spend the remainder of the day relaxing. With a bounce in her step, she made her way downstairs to summon Su Qingyue for some light-hearted mischief. Once Su Yuan had departed, Chen Mu quietly opened the recently recorded video to enjoy it. When Su Qingyue entered, she found Chen Mu grinning at the screen, his expression akin to a lovesick fool. Feeling a bit awkward, she cleared her throat to catch his attention. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Mu gestured towards the recording booth, indicating for her to enter. As Su Qingyue prepared herself in the booth, Chen Mu glanced up and promptly launched the accompaniment for encounter. What on earth? Su Qingyue exclaimed, bewildered. This song has already been recorded. Her expression mirrored that of someone confronting an imbecile. Mr. Chen, I have already finished recording encounter. Oh, my apologies, I completely forgot. Chen Mu replied with an apologetic smile, quickly selecting the second track. Now I understand. He looked directly at Su Qingyue, hoping this time there would be no mistakes. However, he soon noticed her hands on her hips, her eyes rolling dramatically. Still not right? Chen Mu queried, perplexed. Boss, I have already recorded the third song. Su Qingyue sighed. It's what I miss. Chen Mu chuckled awkwardly, signaling to Liang Exan, Sister Exan, perhaps you should take over. I'm a bit befuddled. General Chen, you may attend to your matters. I can handle this, Liang Exan said, suppressing a smile as she took over his tasks. This allowed Chen Mu to extricate himself. Standing aside, he instinctively shared the recently completed recording of Anonymous Comfort, along with a video of his performance on his social media platforms. Dear loyal fans, this song is a special gift from Yuan to you. The 10th track from the freshly released album is dedicated to you all. Listen while it's still warm. A friendly reminder, try not to cry. Shortly after the video was posted, the comments and popularity surged rapidly. Countless netizens were moved by the sight of Yuan singing the entire song with tears streaming down her face. Having an idol like Yuan is truly a blessing for her loyal fans. Just look at the stars I follow. Some have fallen from grace, others are embroiled in scandals. They are indeed fortunate. I envy them so much. Yuan and her loyal fans share a mutual journey of happiness. While my idol hasn't even uttered a thank you, I am a longtime fan. I was happy before, I am happy now, and in the future, I believe we shall continue to be happy. I couldn't fathom why Chen Mu had exclusive access. Had he infiltrated Yuan's studio? Since Invisible Wings, all 3 of Yuan's new songs have been delightful. The songwriter Dong Mu is truly gifted. You upstairs may not be aware of Dong Mu's illustrious reputation from a few years back. A quick search will reveal the remarkable talent he possesses. My curiosity led me to search, and it turns out he has written songs for several renowned stars, and they were all the lead tracks in their albums. What a distinguished figure. I am in awe. Did they know each other previously? Otherwise, how could Dong Mu, a reclusive songwriting genius, compose for Yuan the moment she makes a return? I am a new fan, eagerly anticipating Yuan's new album. 1. 2. 250. Listening to the song while watching Yuan's tearful performance, netizens envied the longtime fans. Reflecting on their own idols, many sighed in discontent, only to turn around and become fans of Yuan. At Changtian Entertainment, Song Along was incensed upon viewing Yuan's new music video. He instructed Jiang Song that Yuan's current popularity was soaring. She must be feeling quite pleased with herself. Let us launch Lin Jingshuan's new album. We must diminish her momentum and remind her that in today's music industry, not just anyone can make waves. Understood, boss. I will mobilize the promotion team and strive to have Lin Jingshuan's new album online in the next couple of days. Jiang Song believed his boss was overreacting. After all, Lin Jingxian was a formidable diva in the music industry. Since the advent of the digital music era, only she and Shijia's Chu Yao had risen to such heights. Do not underestimate, do not fear spending, give it your all, Song Ilong solemnly advised him, noting that the mere sight of Su Yuan induced a headache. This Su Yuan was akin to an indomitable cockroach, surviving despite numerous covert attempts to eliminate him. Jiang Song nodded in agreement and promptly set forth to take action. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, holding the materials collected by Kai Shu Wen regarding Shanghai music, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Ever since the senior management of Shanghai Music and Shanghai Video had been poached by Yuan's Cool Cat Music and Watermelon Video, both enterprises had experienced a profound downturn. Fortunately, Chen Mu's substantial investments at the inception of both apps, securing a 20-year license for various songs and films, provided some semblance of stability. However, the pressing need remained to attract traffic through viral songs and blockbuster dramas, which left Chen Mu feeling somewhat exasperated as he tapped his head in thought. Chapter 47. A wealthy boss can sometimes find himself rather bored. I possess fine songs and exquisite scripts, yet I lack talented singers, skilled directors, and exceptional actors. If I refrain from filming, the website will fail to attract traffic. If I proceed, these are merely sensational hits that benefit other companies, leaving me in a quandary. Chen Mu found this quite perplexing. As dusk approached, He Liangjun, introduced by Wang Ziqing, arrived in the bustling metropolis. After hearing old Wang's account, Chen Mu took the liberty to review He Liangjun's directorial works. Although the plots were lacking and the actors underwhelming, his distinctive filming techniques undeniably showcased his profound directorial prowess. He Liangjun had long been constrained by the dictates of Changtian Entertainment, yet Chen Mu's hands-off approach delighted him. The two shared a brief conversation at Chen Mu's Changtian villa, quickly feeling as though they had known each other for ages, leading to a prompt signing of the contract. Director He, here is the script for The Legend of Lu Xun. Please take it back for review and commence filming as soon as quality can be assured. As I've mentioned, you are in charge of your crew. I shall not interfere. I have but one request. Do not hesitate to invest and seek out the finest actors. I desire nothing less than excellence. Chen Mu emphasized this point during their handshake. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I shall exert my utmost efforts, He Liangjun replied, firmly shaking Chen Mu's hand. After bidding farewell to He Liangjun, Chen Mu sank into contemplation on the sofa. After a considerable time, he retrieved his phone and called Bai Ruyu. Sister Yu, it appears we may need to expand our recruitment scope. Bai Ruyu was taken aback. Mr. Chen, how you propose to expand? Singers, actors, directors, producers, agents, star assistants, finance personnel. I'm in need of them all. Chen Mu articulated his desire for various talents. Bai Ruyu responded, Mr. Chen, we are merely a studio. Do we truly require such an array of talent? Absolutely, Sister Yu. I am preparing to relaunch the Pan-Entertainment initiative of Shanghai Group. We are currently in dire need of talent. I will spearhead this plan, and with the favorable winds from Shanghai Group, our Wish Studio can effortlessly ascend several steps in a short span. Bai Ruyu appeared bewildered. Even though she was aware of Chen Mu's close relationship with Shangwan Zhuang, she found it hard to believe what he was stating. Moreover, Shanghai Music and Shanghai Video had been subdued by Xin Yuan's Kumao Music and Shigua Video. That was a significant event in the past, and now Shanghai Music and the video platform were barely surviving. You intend to relaunch the Pan-Entertainment initiative of Shanghai? Bai Ruyu questioned, laden with skepticism. The original Pan-Entertainment initiative was proposed by me. Seeking to reclaim my standing does not seem unreasonable, does it? Chen Mu smiled, refraining from elaborating further. Bai Ruyu felt somewhat exasperated with Chen Mu, yet she pointed out, with this line of thought, our recently rented office space may soon prove insufficient. And your investment of 100 million into the studio might be stretched thin. Those are trivial matters. Please consider how much funding we require. I will personally lend the studio whatever is needed. Chen Mu rubbed his brow and said, As for the office location, I will find a way. Bai Ruyu sighed in complaint. I can't help but feel that you are the boss of the studio, and Su Yuan and I are merely working for you. Sister Yu, first and foremost, I would never betray Su Yuan. And let's not talk about who is the boss here. Just consider how much your shares will be worth if I keep pushing forward. Chen Mu chuckled. After calming Bai Ruyu, Chen Mu contemplated the office space required for the expanding studio. He then playfully called Wang Ziqing, saying, Old Wang, I want to buy a building in Magic City. Wang Ziqing responded, Boss, don't you already own 3 major buildings in Magic City? Rich Game Interactive Entertainment, New World, and Yuan? Are you looking to purchase another? Aren't those 3 nearly full? Chen Mu replied confidently, Su Yuan Studio is about to recruit, so we need a place to work. Wang Ziqing silently criticized the need for a building for such a small studio, but still flattered. You make a valid point, boss. However, do you have any specific requirements regarding the location, height, or price of the building you wish to buy? Initially, Chen Mu had no particular thoughts on these matters. But upon hearing Wang Ziqing's inquiry, his eyes lit up. Old Wang, are there any buildings for sale near Changtian Entertainment? They need to be taller than Changtian's. And price is not an issue for me. Wang Ziqing pondered for a considerable time before replying. I need to investigate this matter further before I can provide you with a response. Chen Mu insisted, Please expedite this process. Money is not the concern. I only require speed. Wang Ziqing felt exasperated, realizing that having a wealthy and extravagant boss could be quite tedious. He replied weakly, All right, boss. In recent years, the global economic environment has been rather bleak, bordering on recession, and property prices in the empire have correspondingly declined. Purchasing a building now is considerably cheaper than before. However, despite the adverse environment, the revenue from games has remained unaffected. Rich Game Interactive Entertainment has been deeply entrenched in the gaming industry for many years, especially with Chen Mu's remarkable presence. From the classic single-player game Empire Block to later titles like Plants vs. Zombies, Candy Crush, and eventually PC online games such as Half-Life. StarCraft, World of Warcraft, Journey to the West, Dungeon, Crossline, Heroic Glory, and Peace Warriors, he has flawlessly replicated them in this world. This has positioned Rich Game Interactive Entertainment at the pinnacle of the global gaming sector, leaving other companies far behind. With an annual revenue of nearly $20 billion, Rich Game Interactive Entertainment has become the most financially robust company in the empire, given the accumulation over the years. It is easy to imagine how considerable Chen Mu's wealth is as the major stakeholder of Rich Game. This figure does not even account for his shares in the Shanghai Group. Do not find this exaggerated. Consider the reality of a KTV room costing $5 million for a night and meals exceeding $1 million. Chen Mu hung up the phone with Wang Ziqing and pondered for a moment before dialing Kai Shuwen. Old Kai, I would like you to initiate a program to support young directors at Shanghai Video. After showcasing their works on the website, we will allow viewers to vote for the top 10 directors. As for the rewards, Chen Mu said, stroking his brow, the first place will receive 10 million, the second place 9 million, and so forth. Shanghai Music will follow a similar plan, although the rewards will start at 1 million for the first place and decrease accordingly. I expect you to draft a proposal based on my vision for the website. I don't care how you accomplish it, but I want to see both plans promoted by the end of the month. Kai Shu-Win stared at his phone after the call ended, feeling a headache coming on. I knew that securing this share would be a challenge. Chapter 48. Lin Jingxian versus Su Yuan on the morning of August 20th. The illustrious diva Lin Jingxian, under the auspices of Changtian Entertainment, is set to unveil her new album Butterfly at noon on major music platforms, thanks to a comprehensive promotion by Yuan. Even Shanghai Music has, without exception, joined in the release of this album, as Changtian Entertainment had previously engaged them. Kai Shu-Win, aware of the rivalry between Yuan and Shanghai, and the animosity between Changtian and his boss's goddess Su Yuan, hurriedly called Chen Mu for guidance upon receiving Changtian's request. Why not agree? Isn't Shanghai Music currently in need of enriching its music library? Chen Mu replied nonchalantly over the phone. Kai Shu-Win, puzzled, queried, but isn't Changtian Entertainment at odds with Su Yuan? Isn't this somewhat akin to aiding the enemy? Chen Mu reassured him, you need not worry. Su Yuan's new album will be online in just a couple of days. Given the quality of her album, it is bound to succeed. Very well. I shall respond to Changtian Entertainment. Kai Shu-Win conceded, recognizing Chen Mu's determination to proceed with Lin Jingxian's album release. With the boss exuding such confidence, he felt no further apprehension. As Chen Mu ended the call, in the recording studio, Su Yuan was finalizing the last track of her album, My Dearest. The soothing sound of her voice resonated through the headphones, prompting a smile from Chen Mu. The morning's efforts had finally borne fruit. As the music concluded, Chen Mu gave Su Yuan a thumbs up, signaling her success with the song. Upon seeing his gesture, Su Yuan beamed, calming her nerves as she exited the studio. Did I really pass? Indeed, splendidly. Ever since you completed Anonymous Comfort, it's as though you've unlocked your full potential. Chen Mu praised generously. Su Yuan exhaled in relief. That's wonderful. The new album is finally complete. Today, Lin Jingxian's album is launching, and I've organized the details. Tomorrow, your new album will also officially debut. Chen Mu candidly shared his intentions. Su Yuan expressed surprise. Isn't it a bit rushed to launch it tomorrow? How could not be? A major diva like Lin Jingxian would typically require at least a month's lead time for promotion. Yet here we are, with her album going live online after merely a morning of build-up. It's clear that Changtian Entertainment is treating this new release as a challenge. Can you endure this? I certainly cannot, Chen Mu elaborated, subtly employing a provocation technique. Su Yuan's expression hardened. I certainly cannot tolerate this. I will heed your advice. Not one to be easily swayed, Su Yuan would rather endure a decade of obscurity than compromise her principles. All right, you first assist Qingwei with her recording. I shall instruct the team at Shanghai to commence the promotion. Our new album will launch at noon tomorrow, Chen Mu said, his spirits buoyant as he made his way downstairs to make calls. He began notifying the various subsidiaries of Shanghai to start promoting Su Yuan's new album, even including WeChat in the mix, marking only the second time since its inception that WeChat would initiate a pop-up advertisement. The first instance was prompted by a wish, and the second time was also due to the same desire. Then came the involvement of Star C Tmall and Star C Payments. In any case, every app under the Star C umbrella had to be engaged. Ultimately, there was the game entertainment company Fortune and Glory, where Yixinghua and his team hastily made brief updates to all their online games, replacing the background music with snippets from the new album of Wishes and an advertisement for a new event launching on August 21st. Mr. Chen learned that the music label Cool Cat, under XIN Yuan, had declined a request for the release of Wish's new album. After Chen Mu sent by Ryu to negotiate with Cool Cat Music, she called him, visibly disheartened. Chen Mu, upon hearing the news, was not surprised. It's all right, Yu Jia. Given Zhou Tingshun and Song Yilang's pettiness, their refusal is quite understandable. Bai Ryu expressed her indignation, questioning why they had to be so small-minded. Starseed Music has also released Lin Jingxuan's new album, she noted. If they refuse, then let it be. Cool Cat Music has long been the dominant player in the music industry, and there are advantages to exclusivity. Chen Mu chuckled lightly, remarking that some individuals simply squander opportunities presented to them. The following day, he received the sales figures for Lin Jingxuan's new album, which had reached an astounding 73 million copies as of midnight. Chen Mu was astounded by the figures, recognizing the undeniable star power of the pop diva. The new album was a tremendous success. With only an hour remaining until the release of Wish's album at noon, General Manager Zhang from Jisheng had already notified his team through the company chat. Wish's new album will be released at noon. Spread the word and have employees purchase it. Family and friends of employees count too. As long as they provide a screenshot, I will reimburse them personally. Everyone knows I grew up listening to Wish's songs. And after 10 long years, she finally has a new album. I must support her this time. Keep an eye on this, as the company will incorporate this task into the year-end evaluation. Once it hits noon, we charge. Such scenes were not isolated to Zhang's company. Other devoted fans were also busy rallying support for Wish's album purchase. Even before the album's launch, online buzz was already reaching a fever pitch, rivaling the excitement surrounding Lin Jingxian just a day prior. I just received a memo from the corporate office mandating the purchase of Wish's new album, with the boss covering the costs. Haha, I guess this counts as being ordered to buy an album. You're not alone. I just got the same message. The boss even held a video conference, and seeing our normally composed leader bouncing around made it hard not to laugh. Indeed, it turns out the boss isn't that intimidating after all. His enthusiasm for stardom mirrors our own. Ha! Incorporating the purchase of Wish's album into the company's year-end evaluation is simply brilliant. Thank you, Wishes. There's no easier year-end assessment than this. The influence of Wish's fanbase is truly formidable. It seems she is the only celebrity capable of making these bigwigs leap with excitement. Do not forget the devoted fan, Chen Mu, the mastermind behind the game that commenced its promotional campaign for Su Yuan's new album last night. However, in accordance with his usual eccentric style, I suspect he is yet to reveal all his tactics. As for the others, I would be compelled to purchase the album merely for the studio version of Invisible Wings. I share your enthusiasm for this song. Yet Su Yuan, your new album will be exclusively launched on the Starry Sea Music app. Those who have not yet registered for Starry Sea Music should hasten to do so. Oh my, I hadn't noticed that. Quick, quick. Thus, fueled by Su Yuan's rising popularity, the number of registered users on Starry Sea Music has experienced a significant surge. Chapter 49. Did I just receive a new album redemption code while playing a game? However, the comment section is not devoid of some discordant voices. No way, right? A singer who hasn't graced the music scene in a decade. And we're unsure of her vocal prowess. Yet a single album has everyone so thrilled? Isn't it disgusting for a 30-year-old woman to still be doing the dada? Is it amusing to pander to mediocrity? Is recycling old material entertaining? The great Lin Jingxian. As one of the two reigning divas of the new era, when did it become acceptable for any Tom, Dick, and Harry to be compared to her? Yet, these remarks vanished before anyone could retort. Indeed, they were swiftly silenced by the technical team. What a farce! To stir up trouble on Weibo and TikTok. One must be living recklessly. Amidst this fervor, the clock struck noon on August 21st, and Su Yuan's new album, Wish, officially launched on the Shanghai Music app. Chen Mu, Su Yuan, and their companions were stationed at Tangcheng Pin, closely monitoring the album's metrics through a real-time tracking software devised by Yixinghua. The moment the clock struck 12, the purchasing and listening figures for Wish soared dramatically. Why are there so few comments? Su Yuan wondered, initially elated by the sales and streaming numbers, only to feel a pang of disappointment upon noticing the scant commentary. There's no rush, with 10 songs on the album. Surely everyone will listen from start to finish before selecting their favorites to comment on? This thought lightened Su Yuan's spirits. By 1 o'clock, the sales began to plateau, and comments surged, leading to a sharp increase in engagement. Within just 1 hour, the figures reached 5.74 million copies. In just an hour, nearly 6 million copies. Sister Su Yuan is truly remarkable, Su Qingwei exclaimed, gazing at the sales data. Su Yuan shook her head, bittersweet. She still felt it fell short. Lin Jingxian must have surpassed 50 million by now. Chen Mu looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. She launched across all platforms, while you were exclusive to Shanghai Music. Her figures reflect 12 hours of sales, while yours represent just 1 hour on a single platform. There is no basis for comparison. Su Yuan, momentarily taken aback, soon realized, oh, so I'm not doing too poorly after all. With that, her eyes sparkled with joy. Unexpectedly, just past 20 minutes past 1, the previously sluggish sales figures surged once more, leaving Su Yuan and her companions bewildered. She glanced at Chen Mu, who merely smiled in silence. Annoyed, she shot him a glare and sought answers online. I can't believe Chen Mu, that shameless scoundrel. You all won't believe what I just unlocked in the game. That's right, I obtained a redemption code for Su Yuan's new album. This is utterly ridiculous. Hold your laughter. I'm off to redeem the code and give Su Yuan's new album a listen. Indeed, I just unlocked a redemption code for Su Yuan's album while I was at it. It's rather entertaining. Indeed, I have also obtained an album redemption code, acquired from crossing the battle lines, the new album of the illustrious CEO, Chen Mu's Goddess. I must give it a listen. After all, it won't cost me a dime. Why Haven T, I received one. That scoundrel Chen Mu's Goddess's new album? I'll take a look. It's not as if I can't afford it. I might as well spend some money. Chen Mu, are you sure this won't lead to complications? Su Yuan gazed at Chen Mu with a hint of concern, worried that these redemption codes, once transformed into sales, might be used by Changtian as an excuse. Chen Mu chuckled and shook his head, reassuring her. No need to worry. A mere 100,000 redemption codes have been issued across so many games. It's inconsequential. As the clock struck 2, the sales of Su Yuan's new album reached an impressive 13 million, after which the growth began to slow. Oh no, it feels like it's stalling, Liang Xin remarked anxiously as she observed the real-time data. However, Su Yuan smiled. I'm already thrilled with such sales in just 2 hours. Chen Mu joined in her laughter. Indeed, she ought to be delighted. Lin Jingxuan's 12-hour average sales were only about 3.8 million per hour, and her album was released on all platforms. Su Yuan, being exclusive to Shanghai Music, managed to achieve 6 million in just 1 hour. In this contest, Su Yuan had emerged victorious. Sister Su Yuan, did you hear that? You've won. Remarkable. You've triumphed over the great diva Lin Jingxian. Su Qingyue's worry dissipated instantly upon hearing this. This is merely the beginning. It's still too early to declare victory. Nevertheless, I am genuinely content. Su Yuan expressed her satisfaction. At this point, Chen Mu felt reassured. Initially, it all hinges on promotion. Everyone has their own methods. However, in the end, the quality of the album will speak for itself. No matter how stellar your promotion is, if the album quality falters, it will be of no use. I have taken full responsibility for this album. I am confident in myself and in Su Yuan. I assure you, this is a sure thing. Well, I have faith in you too. If you say it's a sure thing, then it surely is. Su Yuan beamed at Chen Mu. By 5 in the afternoon, Su Yuan's album sales soared to 25 million, while Lin Jingxuan's reached 52 million, with both artists witnessing a noticeable slowdown in their sales. However, the reviews for both albums exhibited a stark polarization. Su Yuan is truly the chosen one. It is said that 10 years ago, she ascended to the throne of a young diva with just one album. Yet after listening to her new album, I feel she is ready to reach for the throne of a true diva. Reach for it? I dare say that with this album's release, she has already earned her place as a true diva. Goodness, whose album has 10 tracks, each one so powerful? How will we survive in the days to come? Not long ago, I scoffed at the notion that Su Yuan had a loyal fan base of 10 years, but after hearing this album, I realized she truly deserves it. I specifically revisited Su Yuan's album from 10 years ago, and I wasn't particularly impressed. Isn't she just a bit prettier and with a better figure? The entire album merely exudes a playful charm. However, after listening to Su Yuan's new album, I found myself utterly bewildered. Is this truly the same individual? It then dawned on me that this album merely represents the pinnacle of an album, not the limits of Su Yuan's talent. Indeed, Su Yuan is extraordinary. This album features 10 tracks, each a potential hit. Who in today's music scene would dare to attempt such a feat? To label it a divine album would not be an exaggeration in the least. Even now, having completed the album, I am still in a state of awe, captivated by the heartfelt emotion of the first person I loved, the inspiring spirit of Invisible Wings, the sincere depth of Anonymous Comfort, and the indomitable spirit of a Diao. Su Yuan's vocal prowess is truly impeccable. Chapter 50. I did not lose to you. I merely lost to Dongmu. Indeed, after Lin Jingxuan's debut album and its lead single skyrocketed to fame, none of her subsequent singles could ever compare. The following albums seemed to rely heavily on past glories, and this new release was no exception. It is true that while a few songs garnered moderate popularity later on, they could hardly surpass the brilliance of her first album. I had mentioned before that Lin Jingxuan's rise to the throne of pop stardom was propelled by that one-hit song, facilitated by Changtian Entertainment. To be frank, Lin Jingxian has been living off her past successes. The most absurd aspect is that she chose to re-record a hit song from many years ago and included it in her new album. Is this not merely reheating leftovers? Is this something a true diva would do? It is utterly outrageous. I listened to Lin Jingxuan's new album and was greatly disappointed. It lacked innovation and failed to break new ground. Lin, have you simply grown complacent? What of it? What is wrong with rehashing old hits? Lin Jingxian is one of the few pop divas to emerge in this era of the internet. If you have the capability, strive to reach her level before criticizing. If you cannot, kindly remain silent. Indeed, it seems anyone can now voice their opinions about a powerhouse like her. Lin Jingxuan's new album has already sold 55 million copies, breaking records for both speed and volume in the music industry. How can the critics still find something to say? The online discourse erupted, yet Lin Jingxian remained unfazed, quietly gazing at the name of the sole songwriter credited for her new album, Dongmu. After searching for so long, I never expected your name to appear so suddenly on my rival's new album, she mused, reaching out to touch the name on her computer screen. Undoubtedly, the hit song from Lin Jingxuan's debut album, Fruits of the Midsummer, was crafted by Dongmu's talented hands. However, she had not heard from this enigmatic lyricist and composer since then. Oh, how I wish to meet Dongmu. Lin Jingxian resolved, tucking her thoughts away. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Her manager, Su Yingzi, hesitated for a moment, but eventually acquiesced. The new album from Su Yuan garnered immense acclaim due to its exceptional quality, and after a gradual build-up, it experienced a meteoric rise on August 22nd, with sales rapidly catching up to Lin Jingxuan's album, which was already showing signs of decline. This situation brought joy not only to Su Yuan and her team, but also to Kai Shu-win, the new CEO of Shanghai Music. Observing the surge in registrations at Shanghai Music, Kai couldn't contain his delight. Su Yuan truly is a stroke of good fortune for me. I have just taken office, and her new album has revitalized the stagnant registration figures. How delightful that my shares are now worth so much more. What a remarkable talent Su Yuan is. The newly released album of Su Yuan has just hit the shelves, and Chen Mu finds it difficult to leave, spending his days leisurely at Tangxing Yupin, occasionally checking the album sales while assisting Su Qinyue in recording new songs. Life has been quite pleasant, a significant matter brought by Ryu back amidst her busy schedule. She informed Chen that Su Yingzi, Lin Jingxuan's agent, had called, expressing Lin Jingxuan's desire to meet Dongmu. Ryu, there's no need for you to explain. I'm not particularly close to her, so I will not meet, Chen Mu replied, engrossed in listening to Su Qingyue's recordings. Perhaps you should consider it. Bai Ryu observed him intently. Chen Mu looked up puzzled. What do you mean, Ryu? With a knowing expression, Bai Ryu responded. Lin Jingxuan's contract with Changtian Entertainment is nearing its expiration. Understanding dawned on Chen Mu, And he teased, "Oh my, Ryu, your audacity has surpassed even mine. Daring to think about the leading diva. Well, it's only because I have you back in the studio. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts," Ryu remarked, her tone devoid of any embarrassment. "Is it feasible?" Chen Mu inquired. "Our studio is well prepared. All we lack is talent. This opportunity is substantial," Ryu affirmed seriously. "Very well. In the interest of Su Yuan's studio, I shall meet her," Chen Mu said, his gaze drifting towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan blushed slightly. "Why are you looking at me? You're the one in charge of the studio now. You've always been the hands-off manager. What else could I do?" Chen Mu shrugged helplessly. To Chen Mu, Lin Jingxuan's intent to meet was quite straightforward. She sought a collaboration. 5 years ago, he had stumbled upon Lin Jingxuan's voice, which was remarkably akin to that of a famous female artist from Earth, and he casually passed her a representative song. After all, hearing a voice so reminiscent of the original was a delight, a nostalgic experience. Lin Jingxian did not disappoint, as the song became an instant hit upon release. However, after providing the song, he regretted it, discovering that she was signed with Changtian Entertainment, which had sidelined Su Yuan's company, leaving Chen Mu feeling quite disgusted, as if he had fed himself her fuse. Consequently, regardless of Lin Jingxuan's subsequent attempts to connect with Changtian Entertainment, Chen Mu chose to ignore them entirely. Yet, now that Ryu mentioned Lin Jingxuan's impending contract expiration with Changtian, the thought of potentially luring her away invigorated him. "Ryu, please arrange a meeting with Lin Jingxian. Let us hold it here," Chen Mu suggested, adding, "Make sure she comes alone." He had no desire to reveal his identity as Dong Mu just yet. "Understood," Ryu replied, pulling out her phone to respond to Suingzi. Su Yuan's new album, showcasing a series of high-quality tracks, has garnered widespread acclaim, reaching sales of 59.3 million copies by noon on August 23rd, while Lin Jingxuan's latest album barely managed to reach sales of 58.9 million copies. At this juncture, Su Yuan's new album has officially triumphed over Lin Jingxuan's latest release. It is noteworthy that Su Yuan's album is exclusively distributed by Shanghai Music, while Lin Jingxuan's is available across the entire network. The significance of this contest is thus evident. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxian is driving alone to Tangchang Yiping, where she sits across from Su Yuan, cradling a cup of coffee personally served by Chen Mu. "I did not lose to you. I merely succumbed to Dong Mu," Lin Jingxian states, her demeanor devoid of any trace of disappointment or anger, as she calmly articulates this remark. Su Yuan mimics Chen Mu's gesture with a shrug, glancing at him with a subtle smile. Sometimes, luck is a manifestation of strength. At this moment, fortune favors me slightly more than it does you. Dong Mu has chosen me. Chapter 51, as the old saying goes, "Parting is such sweet sorrow." Lin Jingxian fell into a silence, rendered speechless by the statement. Awkwardly shifting the subject, she inquired, "Miss Su, do you know when Mr. Dong Mu will arrive?" Su Yuan replied, "Ah, isn't that him?" She gestured towards Chen Mu. Following her gaze, Lin Jingxian was taken aback. "Miss Su, please do not jest. That is not Dong Mu. That is Mr. Chen, the CEO of the fortune game." Chen Mu, upon hearing this, touched his brow and offered her a shy smile. Could it be? Realization dawned on Lin Jingxian as she stared at Su Yuan in astonishment. "Indeed, as you surmised, Mr. Chen is Dong Mu." Su Yuan nodded enigmatically, internally bursting with laughter. Lin Jingxian, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that Mr. Chen was Dong Mu. It seemed utterly absurd. But it is the truth. Su Yuan reveled in her concealed glee. Feeling quite triumphant, Lin Jingxian murmured to herself, "Su Yuan, you must have been hidden away by Changtian Entertainment. No wonder Dong Mu has not composed songs for me since." Yet soon, she turned her puzzled gaze towards Chen Mu. "But then, Mr. Chen, why did you give me the fruits of midsummer?" Chen Mu awkwardly scratched his nose. "Well, I initially believed your vocal timbre was perfectly suited for the song, but later I discovered you were a signed artist of Changtian Entertainment, so." Lin Jingxian smiled wryly upon hearing this. "Fortunately, you discovered it a tad late. Otherwise, you would not have entrusted the fruits of midsummer to me. Without that song, Lin Jingxian, as she is now, would not exist. In that case, Mr. Chen, why do you still wish to meet with me?" Lin Jingxian asked, a hint of dejection in her voice. Having discussed the song invitation, she no longer held any hope as the flicker of ambition within her began to fade. Chen Mu smiled as he gazed at her. I heard that Sister Lin's contract with Changtian Entertainment is nearing its end? Indeed, it expires in October, and the company has been negotiating with me about it. However, I feel rather weary and would prefer to take a break before considering a new contract. Lin Jingxian replied despondently, feeling defeated by Su Yuan and her confidence shattered. I wonder how Sister Lin feels about joining Su Yuan's studio. Would you be interested? Chen Mu revealed his true intention. Lin Jingxian, puzzled, asked, Su Yuan's studio? You mean yours? Mr. Chen is the major shareholder of our studio, so once you join us. Sister Lin, you understand. Su Yuan mischievously winked at her. Lin Jingxian was taken aback, then filled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Mu. So, Mr. Chen. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Thus, once Sister Lin joins the studio, I will take care of your songs. With that single statement, the flickering ember within Lin Jingxian transformed into a roaring flame. She gazed at Chen Mu with delight, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a delectable treasure. Su Yuan, noticing this, slightly furrowed her delicate brows and subtly shifted her position to shield Chen Mu from view. How audacious! Do you dare covet what belongs to me? Seeing Lin Jingxian still lost in thought, Chen Mu gently nudged Su Yuan's little head aside. Such a significant decision. Sister Lin should return and contemplate it thoroughly before responding to us. No need to think any further. I could decide right now. I want to join. Lin Jingxian replied with unwavering resolve. What is there to ponder? Her career had already begun to wane, and what she needed now were top-notch songs akin to Fruits of Summer. Moreover, although Changtian Entertainment is one of the 4 major entertainment companies, boasting great size and influence, it has recently fostered an atmosphere of redundancy that she has grown weary of. A change of environment might indeed be beneficial. That's wonderful. I'll have someone immediately negotiate the penalty fee with Changtian Entertainment. Chen Mu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Lin Jingxian quickly declined, President Chen. There is just over a month left on the contract. Paying a penalty fee is quite unwise. Even Su Yuan looked at Chen Mu in disbelief. Feeling embarrassed under Su Yuan's gaze, Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Our studio isn't short on funds. It's merely a penalty fee. We can manage. Su Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation and, feigning innocence, asked Lin Jingxian loudly, Sister Lin, what is your penalty fee? Lin Jingxian cast a peculiar glance at Su Yuan and then at Chen Mu. My penalty fee is approximately 500 million. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, but then, with a grin, mimicked Chen Mu's grand gesture and teased him, it's just 500 million, President Chen. Time to cough up the cash. Chen Mu was taken aback. Ahem, Sister Lin, since there is only a little over a month left on the contract, why don't we wait a while? As the old saying goes, parting is such sweet sorrow. Embarrassed, he sought a graceful exit for himself. Several tens of millions were manageable, but 500 million? He wasn't a fool. Then I'll heed President Chen's advice, Lin Jingxian replied, suppressing a laugh. Ignoring Su Yuan's sidelong glances, Chen Mu returned to the main topic. Sister Lin, shall we discuss the contract now? Seeing Lin Jingxian had no objections, Chen Mu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It would be best if you could bring your own management team. If they are unwilling, our studio will assist in arranging everything, including the best luxury vehicles and bodyguards. Lin Jingxian nodded in agreement. Her manager and assistant team had been with her for a long time, and bringing them along wouldn't pose any issues. The arrangements for transportation were trivial. The subsequent terms of compensation were crucial. What do you think of a 70-30 split with the studio? Chen Mu inquired tentatively. 70-30? That seems rather excessive. I had a 40-60 split at Changtian Entertainment, Lin Jingxian remarked, raising an eyebrow at the proposal. Though she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, the thought of the brilliant songs penned by the lyrical genius Dong Mu tempered her feelings. At this stage, she wasn't in need of money, but rather exceptional works. With that in mind, Lin Jingxian shrugged nonchalantly. A 30-70 split? I can only say it's rather mediocre. I just hope that President Chen's songs don't disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in confusion. No, Sister Lin, you seem to have misunderstood. It is not your company ranked third with 7, but rather your company ranked 7th with 3. However, this is merely a temporary arrangement. Adjustments will be made later, as our studio is not lacking in funds. Lin Jingxian gazed at Chen Mu in astonishment. If the revenue distribution were to be reversed, the benefits would be extraordinarily generous. Given her remarkable ability to attract investments, even a mere 1% share could equate to tens of millions or more. In Changtian, her standing was merely 4 to 6. She pondered whether this arrangement might unduly disadvantage the company, causing her to worry about the risk of its potential collapse. Chen Mu, dismissively waving his hand, replied, "We are seeking like-minded companions. Our studio is not a leech. Furthermore, I truly do not regard your trivial share percentages with any seriousness." As soon as he finished speaking, both Su Yuan and Lin Jingxian rolled their eyes in unison. Really, Chen, would it kill you to be humble? Chapter 52. If you can't beat them, join them? Are they out of their minds? Lin Jingxian clandestinely signed a contract with the Wish Studio, accompanied by a non-disclosure agreement. Subsequently, Chen Mu led her to the top floor. Sister Lin, these are the songs for your new album since joining the studio. After sketching on the computer, Chen Mu gestured for Lin Jingxian to take a look. Listening to each song in turn, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Mr. Chen, the name Dong Mu truly lives up to its reputation. These songs were always meant for you. Only your unique voice can bring them to their fullest potential. Chen Mu humbly smiled. In just over a month, please wait for me. Lin Jingxian reluctantly diverted her gaze from the songs. Chen Mu nodded. We will wait for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingxian took a deep breath before turning to leave. She had to complete her remaining days at Changtian Entertainment. As several people escorted Lin Jingxian out, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that our studio would one day sign such a superstar as Lin Jingxian. Chen Mu teased with a smile. This is just the beginning for Lin Jingxian. Soon, our studio will have even more talents. Boss Su, you must work hard and not let your subordinates overshadow you. No way, no way. Chen Mu, you are definitely on my side. With you, I am utterly unperturbed. Su Yuan grinned at him. You are right. After all, I am an old fan. Chen Mu sighed before playfully shouting, Su Yuan, as I wish. After shouting, he immediately dashed away. Ah, Chen Mu, you are going to regret this. Su Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment rise within her upon hearing the slogan, and she shouted as she chased after Chen Mu. The sales of Su Yuan's new album surpassed those of Lin Jingxian's new album. Upon hearing this news at Changtian Entertainment, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from Song Yilong's office. Jiang Song stood nervously outside the office, waiting for a long time until the noise ceased before he mustered the courage to knock on the door. Come in. Only after Song Yilong's voice resounded did Jiang Song push the door open. Bowing slightly, he addressed, Boss, what is the matter? Song Yilong glanced at him coldly. Boss, there is no need to be so angry. It's astonishing that Su Yuan managed to enlist the lyrical genius Dong Mu for her entire album, which we did not anticipate. You know, Lin Jingxian ascended to the throne of stardom largely thanks to the song crafted by Dong Mu himself. His prowess is well recognized across the music industry. This time, all 10 songs on Su Yuan's new album are by him. We haven't lost to Su Yuan, but rather to Dong Mu, so it's not a disgraceful defeat. Moreover, although Lin Jingxian lost to Su Yuan this time, her album has nearly 60 million in sales, far exceeding our previously set goals. After speaking, Jiang Song cautiously observed Song Yilong's expression. Upon hearing this, Song Yilong's demeanor softened somewhat. You do have a point. Boss, our company's primary concern is not this, Jiang Song, seeing his expression shift from stormy to clear, boldly continued. Besides this, what other significant matters does the company have? Song Yilong furrowed his brow. Jiang Song lowered his head once more, revealing that Lin Jingxian's contract with the company was set to expire next month. Upon hearing this, the anger that had just subsided within Song Yilong flared back up. What a bunch of inept fools. How could you let such an important matter go unresolved until now? After saying this, he grew even more irritated at Jiang Song's submissive demeanor. Where lies the problem? Don't tell me you've forgotten such a crucial issue. Jiang Song hurriedly began to explain, No, boss, we have been in communication with Lin Jingxian regarding this matter for some time. But she seems to be hesitating and has been rather dismissive towards the company. Lin Jingxian is being dismissive towards the company? Song Ilong pondered. If she intends to leave Changtian Entertainment, aside from the other three major entertainment companies, I doubt she would consider any of the smaller firms. Our resources are not inferior to those of the other three. Her indecision likely stems from a desire to negotiate better terms. Approach it from that angle. Song Ilong tapped the table, then changed the previous 40-60 split to a 50-51. Your insight is commendable, boss. I will handle it right away, Jiang Song flattered, though inwardly he cursed. It was evident that Lin Jingxian was merely stalling, waiting for her contract to expire so she could soar to new heights unrestrained. How foolish of Song Ilong to be preoccupied with profit-sharing. Very well, go ahead, Song Ilong remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he watched Jiang Song leave, secretly chastising him for being so dense that he required guidance on such matters. What a fool! Were it not for the fact that he had assisted in many of Song Ilong's more clandestine dealings, he would have long since dismissed him. My dear, the new album from Su Yuan has been released, and it's quite the sensation. I want to release a new album too. In the plush bed of Zhou Mingyuan's private villa, Ding Chun cuddled up to Zhou Mingyuan, who was indulging in a post-coital cigarette. Zhou Mingyuan exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely. What's the rush? Right now, Su Yuan and Lin Jingxian from Changtian are embroiled in a fierce conflict. Let them tear each other apart. Your primary objective should be to secure the championship of singer. ISN to your new album already in the recording phase? Once you clinch the title, they will be at their wits' end. At that point, you can capitalize on your victory to launch your new album, achieving far more with less effort. After speaking, Zhou Mingyuan smiled as he playfully tousled Ding Chun's hair. This little temptress truly knew how to please him. You're so thoughtful, my dear, Ding Chun replied, contemplating his words before joyfully leaping into his arms. Mr. Chun, Cool Cat Music just called. They also want Su Yuan's new album to debut on their website. That evening, Chen Mu received a call from Bai Ruyu. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. What are they thinking? Trying to join forces when they can't compete? They can dream on. I'm busy drawing traffic for Shanghai Music. They can keep their distance and find their own way. Bai Ruyu chuckled in response. Then we shall heed Mr. Chun's advice. Under the stage name Dong Mu, Chen Mu has assisted Su Yuan in creating an extraordinary album. Subsequently, he leveraged the subsidiary of Shanghai and Fu Gue Entertainment to strongly promote the album, which made its exclusive debut on Shanghai Music. Bai Ruyu, having witnessed the impressive sales of Su Yuan's new album, is left in utter admiration of Chen Mu. She is not the only one captivated. Kai Shu-Wen shares her sentiments. With Su Yuan's album exclusively launched on Shanghai, Chen Mu's strategic maneuvers have led to a significant surge in the platform's registration numbers, much to Kai Shu-Wen's delight. The remarkable impact of the boss's initiative is evident, as the previously stagnant registration figures have now found a breakthrough thanks to a single new album. Sitting in the CEO position of Shanghai Music, without having done much yet, the value of his 5% stake has already increased substantially. Chapter 53. The misfortunes of Fuji Company. Chen Mu impatiently ended the flattering phone call from Kai Shu-Wen, and before he could catch his breath, another call from Wang Ziqing came through. Hello, old Wang, what's the matter? Chen Mu asked, his tone lacking warmth. Wang Ziqing paused, wondering who had displeased their boss this time. However, he was not one to concern himself with Chen Mu's mood. Boss, I have news about the building you asked me to find. Oh, is that so, old Wang? You have news already? Chen Mu's interest was piqued. Wang Ziqing proceeded to elaborate, explaining that the building was called Fuji Tower, located directly across from the Changtian Entertainment Group building, separated by merely a street. It stood 36 stories tall, with 2 underground levels, and from either building, one could easily see the other. Most importantly, the seller was eager to sell. Chen Mu, disregarding the latter part of Wang Ziqing's statement, inquired while rubbing his brow. 36 stories? How many stories does Changtian Entertainment have? Wang Ziqing was taken aback by this peculiar point of interest, yet he answered honestly, Changtian Entertainment Tower has a total of 32 stories. Oh, so Fuji Tower is 4 stories taller than theirs, Chen Mu remarked, a smile forming on his face. What is the asking price? The seller is asking for 6 billion. Chen Mu frowned. 6 billion? There's room for negotiation. What's the background of this Fuji company? Wang Ziqing chuckled upon hearing this. Boss, the story of the seller. Fuji company is quite intriguing. Are you familiar with the infamous ballpoint pen refill steel ball incident from 2 years ago? Of course I am, Chen Mu replied, a sense of pride swelling within him, as he not only knew of it, but had also participated in the ensuing public outrage. Could it be that Fuji company is one of the 3 foreign enterprises that specialized in producing ballpoint pen refill steel balls? You're quite astute, boss. Fuji company is indeed one of them. They are on the brink of bankruptcy, which explains their urgency in selling such a valuable asset. Wang Ziqing laughed heartily. The ballpoint pen refill steel ball incident erupted when a group of online provocateurs touted the technology as comparable to nuclear science, claiming that the Chinese empire could never replicate it. This incited a frenzy among netizens, who engaged in a furious debate with these provocateurs. Ultimately, the Ministry of Industry could no longer tolerate the situation and demanded that major steel companies actively refute the rumors. However, the executives of these companies remained silent, prompting the ministry to resort to drawing lots. Unfortunately, a certain steel company drew the short straw and, with tears in their eyes, summoned their legendary furnace to produce a batch. Consequently, the rumors were swiftly debunked, leading to a dramatic plummet in the purchasing price of ballpoint pen refill steel balls. Within merely 2 years, 2 out of the 3 international manufacturers of these steel balls went bankrupt. Now, the remaining Fuji company could no longer sustain itself, reduced to selling its tower to exit the Chinese market. Meanwhile, the steel balls produced from that fateful batch still languished, gathering dust in a warehouse. It is said that a new sales strategy has emerged: nail steel beads. What a calamity! The misguided offspring of the eagle, raised by little Ba Jie, has led his enterprise to ruin. Who can one turn to for justice in such a matter? Well-deserved retribution. As Chen Mu contemplated these revelations he encountered online, he couldn't help but chuckle. There is certainly still room for the 6 billion. They are eager to recoup their funds. Old Wang, negotiate further. I am not lacking in resources. As long as they meet my terms, I shall pay in full. Chen Mu had no intention of allowing little Ba Jie to profit. He was determined to take advantage of their urgency to sell. Understood, boss. My team has already initiated contact with them. Wang Ziqing replied without hesitation. As long as it means dealing with little Ba Jie, who among the citizens of the Celestial Empire would not feel invigorated. Rest assured, you will handle this well. Chen Mu concluded before hanging up. Su Yuan's new album sales continue to rise, and Su Qingyue's latest project is nearing completion. After Lin Jingshuan's contract expired and she joined the studio, she has become a formidable asset. The number of registered users at Shanghai Music has surged, and even news of property acquisitions has emerged. Chen Mu's spirits are soaring. However, there is a saying, excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Just as Chen Mu was delightfully coaching Su Qingyue in her singing, a video call from WeChat shattered his bliss. Upon seeing the words "Dear Father" displayed, his brows furrowed in dismay. After several rings, he reluctantly answered with a strained expression, "Hello, Dad." As soon as he spoke, his father, Chen Guanhua, appeared on screen with an expression of fury. "Don't call me that. You're my son, understand? Did De Zhuang relay my message to you?" Before he could finish, his mother, Lu Feng, appeared beside him, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Guanhua. "Don't yell at our son. Speak to him kindly." "Hey, Mom, I miss you so much." Chen Mu greeted her with a cheerful smile, but upon noticing his father's exasperated demeanor, he quickly reverted to seriousness. "Oh," De Zhuang informed me. "Actually, I was planning to return in a couple of days after finishing my work." Chen Guanhua looked at him skeptically. "A couple of days? Can the corn in our fields wait for you? We have a whole crew relying on us. You need to return immediately and harvest the corn. I shouldn't have to remind you twice. If I have to say it again, I will come to find you myself." Chen Mu mockingly saluted. "Understood, Dad." Chen Guanhua then shifted the camera to reveal a man in his 50s, a rugged northeastern fellow. "I've said my piece. Now you speak with your uncle. He has been thinking of you." He handed the phone to the northeastern man, Su Jiqiang, the father of Su, who, the leader of dormitory 213. "Hello, uncle." Chen Mu beamed upon seeing him. Su Jiqiang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, playfully scolded, "You little rascal. It's been ages since you called. Have you forgotten your uncle?" Chen Guanhua raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he too had been scolded. "Of course not. I've been quite busy. Haven't you seen that I've had no time to tend to our 2 acres of corn?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mu simply smiled innocently. "Despite your busy schedule, you must also tend to the family land, and do not harbor resentment towards your father. He had conveyed this to me long ago. In the past, both your father and I had hoped that you would distance yourself from this piece of land as much as possible. Yet, who could have foreseen that you would metamorphose into a soaring dragon? Now, we fear that you may become too ungrounded. The 2 acres of land at home are your roots. Each year, returning to harvest the crops will bring you tranquility, allowing for deeper introspection and preventing you from becoming overly lofty. Some sentiments, as your father, Chen Guanhai, found difficult to articulate, so he chose to express them himself. Chapter 54. Boss, you truly are a man of mixed feelings. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu ceased his smile. "I understand, sir." "Good, as long as you comprehend. Work diligently outside, and everything at home will be well," Su Jiqiang remarked, looking at Chen Mu with a comforting smile. "Have you finished all your tasks?" Chen Mu inquired with genuine concern. Su Jiqiang flicked away the cigarette butt and laughed heartily. "What is there to be busy with in this little patch of land? Besides, there's still the second one at home. I can manage even if I'm busy. Don't heed your father's bluster. He just wants to come over for a drink." "Very well, sir. When can you let go of the second one? I'm in need of help here." Chen Mu replied, having long considered bringing Su's younger son out with Shangwan Zhuangzhuang, but Su Jiqiang had always been reluctant. Su Jiqiang gazed at him gently. "Oh, come on. I know what you're after. You simply wish to lure the second one over to offer him some benefits, don't you? This matter is non-negotiable. Unless I'm no longer around, at which point I won't care how you handle it." Chen Mu sighed in resignation. "All right then." This elder was steadfast in his decisions. Once he set his mind on something, even 100 stubborn oxen could not pull him back. He could only silently mourn for Su's younger son in his heart. "Xiao Mu, our eldest," Su Jiqiang began, shaking his head to himself. "Forget it. I want to pry. There's nothing to be gained from asking. Sir, do not worry about him. Just recently, the eldest sent me a box of gold bricks. Aside from being a bit elusive, he should be well." Chen Mu chuckled, fully aware of what Su Jiqiang yearned to inquire. "Perhaps by the next time you see him, he'll be able to present you with a grandchild." "That is good to hear," Su Jiqiang replied, relieved. "Well then, I have nothing more to say. You 3 brothers remember to come by and have a drink with this old man when you have the chance." With that, Su Jiqiang let out a deep breath and handed the phone back to Chen Guanhua. "Hey, Dad," Chen Mu said sheepishly, glancing at the screen where old Chen appeared. "What else with the dad? Hurry back and harvest the corn. Don't delay me," he exclaimed. Just then, a young woman appeared behind Chen Mu in the video. "Chen Mu, who are you on the phone with?" Just as Chen Guanhua was about to hang up, he noticed a beautiful and graceful young lady behind Chen Mu, causing him to retract his hand from the hang-up button. "Hello, young lady. I am Chen Mu's father," old Chen greeted warmly, his previously stern demeanor seeming like a mere illusion. As Su Yuan bent down behind Chen Mu, she witnessed old Chen waving at her with a friendly smile. Realizing what was happening, she quickly responded, "Hello, uncle. I'm Chen Mu's I'm his partner." After a moment's thought, she finally articulated her role. "Ah, hello. You all must come over to play sometime," old Chen replied enthusiastically. Chen Mu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of old Chen's smile. How long had it been since he had seen him like this? Before old Chen could finish, Lu Fong snatched the phone from him, pushing him aside. Her expression brightened at the sight of Su Yuan. "Hello, dear. I am Chen Mu's mother." Su Yuan gazed at Lu Fong, who appeared on the screen, and for some inexplicable reason, her cheeks flushed. She softly responded, "Ah, hello. Auntie, I am Su Yuan." What a melodious name Su Yuan is. "Dear, do come home with Chen Mu sometime. I shall prepare delicious food for you," Lu Fong invited with a warm smile. Su Yuan nodded cheerfully. "All right, I will surely visit when I have the chance." Chen Mu observed the warm exchange between the two and couldn't help but discern their thoughts. This elderly couple must be quite eager for a daughter-in-law. Until the video call ended, Su Yuan continued to beam at her phone. Chen Mu waved his hand in front of her. Hey, those are my parents. Why do they seem more like your own? Mind your own business, Su Yuan teased, sticking her tongue out and skipping away with her hands behind her back. Chen Mu was left bewildered, pondering the absurdity of the world. In the subsequent 2 days, Chen Mu and Kai Shu Wen convened a meeting to finalize the Million Director Support Plan for Star C Video and the Million Superstar Plan for Star C Music. On the third day, just as Chen Mu was about to return home, he received a call from Wang Ziqing, announcing the completion of the acquisition of the Fujing building. He had managed to negotiate the total price of 6 billion down to 4.9 billion. Given the current economic climate and the dismal outlook for real estate, super-rich individuals were uninterested in a 36-story building in the Magic City, while ordinary wealthy buyers found it challenging to produce such a sum on short notice. The Fujing Corporation could not afford to wait for installment payments, so Chen Mu opted for a direct full payment. Time waits for no one. Even if Fujing had to take a loss, they needed to sell. The two parties reached an agreement, necessitating Chen Mu's personal signature, as the Fujing building represented an asset worth billions. Well, it seems my return home will be delayed once more, Chen Mu sighed. But the fact that he secured this deal in just 2 days indicated that Fujing Corporation must have incurred significant losses. Nevertheless, even with a sale of 4.9 billion, Fujing Corporation would still profit, such is the current state of the Middle Kingdom. Akin to a joke circulating online, a foreigner bought a building to start a business in the empire, but when his company failed, he sold the building before returning home. Guess what? He instantly achieved financial freedom. The following day, after signing the documents, the president of Fujing Corporation and his entourage bowed deeply to Chen Mu, repeatedly thanking him with arigato. However, Chen Mu did not reciprocate with even the slightest warmth. After sending away the throng of little fools, he stood atop the Fujing building, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows towards the nearby Changtian Entertainment building. Has it not been long, and already we are separated only by a road? He mused, contemplating the serendipity of it all. Chen Mu turned to Wang Ziqing with a smile. Old Wang, quickly change the name of the building. The sooner, the better. Wang Ziqing felt a shiver at Chen Mu's grin. Boss, what name do you wish to change it to? Let us call it Su Yuan Building. Ensure it is grand and conspicuous both day and night. It should be unmistakable for those across at Changtian Entertainment, Chen Mu declared without a moment's hesitation. Wang Ziqing was left speechless. Just as the newly released album by Su Yuan surpassed Lin Jingxian of Changtian Entertainment, Su Yuan boldly positioned the Su Yuan building right beneath the very nose of Changtian Entertainment. Boss, your actions are truly bewildering. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it felt exhilarating. All right, I shall proceed with it, erecting an enormous billboard. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ziqing cheerfully stepped out to arrange the signage. After attending to a myriad of tasks, Chen Mu entrusted Su Qingyue to Su Yuan, disregarding any complaints from her, and set off for his hometown with Zhu Shitu and others. Attention all units, the chick has left the nest. Maintain vigilance. The vehicle roared to life, and Zhu Shitu's voice echoed through the intercom. Chen Mu retorted, Damn it, old Zhu, you are the real chick. Your entire family is a flock of chicks. Amidst Chen Mu's exasperated outburst, he finally embarked on the journey back to his homeland. Chapter 55. Do not force me to fly back and slap you. Chen Mu's hometown is a small county beneath Yungang City, which is known as the most impoverished region in Su Province. The journey from the bustling metropolis to Yungang takes approximately 6 hours, and the group arrived home in the dead of night. This quaint village comprises around 50 households. 2 modest buildings stand side by side. One is the ancestral home of Chen Mu, while the other is occupied by a young couple who moved there a few years ago. In addition to the couple, their younger brother and a brother-in-law rotate staying with them, all arranged by Zhu Shitu as bodyguard for Chen Guanhai and his wife. Chen Mu had previously brought the elder Chens to the metropolis, but within half a month, they packed their belongings and returned home. No matter how Chen Mu persuaded them, it was in vain. In the elder Chen's words, while the big city was indeed splendid, it lacked the warmth of human connection, making it impossible to boast and share experiences with others. Thus, Chen Mu reluctantly acquiesced to Zhu Shitu's arrangement, stationing several bodyguards right next to the elderly couple, as he truly feared for their safety. Although he maintained a low profile, it was merely a fade to ordinary people. To certain notable individuals, he was utterly transparent. As Chen Mu stepped out of the car, the bodyguard from next door had long anticipated his arrival. Wow, Wang Jichuan, Yang Yun. I haven't been back for just a few months, and you already have a child? Chen Mu exclaimed, feigning surprise at the sight of the weeping infant in Yang Yun's arms. In truth, he had learned of Yang Yun's pregnancy during his last visit for the new year. Wang Jichuan and Yang Yun were indeed genuine bodyguards, as well as a legitimate married couple. Boss, we've invited you back for a celebratory feast before. There's no need to pretend now, Wang Jichuan said innocently, while Yang Yun chuckled beside him. Chen Mu inquired of Yang Yun, is it a boy or a girl? What name have you chosen? It's a girl, named Wang Yi, with E as in the beautiful one. Her nickname is Nyonyo, Yang Yun replied with a smile. Oh, little Nyonyo, come here for an uncle's hug, Chen Mu said, his heart warming at the sight of the rosy-cheeked girl under the bright lights of the courtyard. Yang Yun carefully placed her daughter into Chen Mu's arms, having brought her out due to the infant's earlier crying. Strangely enough, the child ceased her tears as soon as she was in Chen Mu's embrace, her big, watery eyes gazing at him for a moment before bursting into giggles. Chen Mu felt his heart melt at the sight of her tender smile and innocent laughter, leaning down to kiss her soft cheek. With one arm cradling her, he began to search for something on his person. After a lengthy search yielded nothing, he turned to Zhu Shitu and the others. Where's my bag? Just as the words left his mouth, Zhu Shitu handed the bag to Chen Mu, having anticipated his need for it. Chen Mu transferred the little girl back to Yang Yun and retrieved a large jewelry box from the bag. He opened it to reveal a golden longevity lock and 2 small golden bracelets. Nyonyo, this is a gift from your uncle to welcome you into the world. Let me put these on you, Chen Mu declared, clumsily adorning the little girl with each piece, and to his pleasant surprise, they fit her perfectly. Wang Jichuan and Yang Yun were among the earliest to remain by Chen Mu's side, fully aware of their employer's unfathomable wealth. When they witnessed the lavish gift he presented to Nyonyo, they did not refuse it, but genuinely expressed their gratitude. After playfully teasing Nyonyo for a while, Chen Mu instructed the two, this is merely for show. It would be best to remove it when we return to spare Nyonyo any discomfort. He added, it's getting late. Let us all retire for the night. Upon finishing, he noticed Wu Jian and Xie Tianming gazing at him with eager eyes. He could not help but retort, if you're so envious, why not hurry and find yourselves wives to bear children? It's not as if I haven't given you time off before. If you can't find a partner, can you blame me? Am I to be held responsible? I remain single myself. The two men felt embarrassed, while Wang Jichuan and Yang Yun exchanged amused glances. After a brief period of idle chatter, everyone dispersed. Chen Mu stood at the entrance of the path, smoking a cigarette. He found the ambience of his hometown comforting. Even the gentle breeze felt extraordinarily pleasant against the skin. Fragrant floral scents wafted from Yang Yun's garden, which was adorned with an array of blossoms. Looking over at his own home, he noticed only vegetable patches. Should he suggest his mother plant flowers? Perhaps that idea was best left aside. She would likely seize even the tiniest patch of land to sow a few beans. As the night deepened, Zhu Shitu kindly reminded him, Boss, you ought to get some sleep. Tomorrow there are 2 acres of corn awaiting your harvest. Frustrated, Chen Mu extinguished his cigarette and proceeded to wash up before climbing into bed. The night passed in silence. On the morning of September 1st, Chen Mu was abruptly awakened by a loud shout. Blinking awake, he saw Zhu Shitu pressing his phone against his ear, from which came the irate voice of old Chen. What time do you think it is, still lounging in bed? If every farmer were as idle as you, they would surely starve. Get up quickly. You only have this one chance a year to be a farmer. Besides, it's merely 2 acres of corn. You can finish it in no time. Get moving. Why do you care when I get up? As long as I complete the work, isn't that sufficient? Chen Mu mumbled in retort, knowing old Chen was currently in northeast China and unable to take any action against him. Get up now, unless you want me to fly back and give you a good smack. And mind you, I'll be watching you through the camera. So don't even think about slacking off. Old Chen warned before hanging up, the sound of his mother's voice in the background lamenting. Little Mu is busy outside. He just returned home. What harm is there in letting him sleep a bit longer? Chen Mu tossed his phone onto the bed, rubbed his face, and stared off into space for a moment before getting out of bed to wash up. After having breakfast at Yuan's, he changed into a set of old Chen's old clothes and began harvesting corn. The family had only 2 acres left. The rest had been rented out to the village. If it weren't for old Chen's insistence, he would have kept none of the land. The plight of farmers is disheartening. They toil throughout the year, yet in the end, few coins remain in their pockets. Old Chen had traded these 2 acres for land surrounding the old homestead. As Chen Mu skillfully snapped off the corn, he trampled the discarded stalks underfoot. In the sweltering heat of early September, he quickly became drenched in sweat. Observing several bodyguards lounging comfortably under the shade smoking, he felt a surge of irritation. Damn it, I'll be deducting your wages when we return, he thought. Most of the younger generation, akin in age to Chen Mu, have departed from the village. Those who have fared less well reside in the town, while those who have achieved slightly better circumstances have moved into the city. Of course, there are a few exceptionally successful individuals who have settled in prominent positions. Presently, the village is primarily inhabited by the older generation. Chen Mu's family land lies by the roadside, and from time to time, some elders pass by. Whenever an elder approaches, Chen Mu pauses to greet them, offering a cigarette and engaging in casual conversation. Huh, do you really think a mere camera can intimidate me? Chen Mu chuckles to himself as he observes the camera circling around, keeping a watchful eye on him. Chapter 56. Let you tread upon us and take root in the city. The older generation, who could never remain idle upon sighting crops, engaged in casual conversations while leisurely strolling into the fields to assist Chen Mu in shucking corn. By midday, they had already completed a significant portion of the acre near the roadside. As noon approached, Chen Mu dashed home, returning with a case of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes. He distributed a bottle and 2 packs to each elder. The liquor was reasonably priced, over 100 yuan per bottle, while the cigarettes cost a mere 10 or so yuan per pack. The elders jostled playfully, but it was only after Chen Mu insisted that they accepted the offerings. These were uncles who had watched him grow up, and although he dared not present anything too extravagant, even these modest gifts were regarded as quite fine in their eyes. Once they finished, Yang Yin came to summon Chen Mu and his companions for a meal. Chen Mu acknowledged her with a nod and went to wash his face, just as his uncle, Chen Guanjian, ambled over with his hands behind his back. After nodding at a few bodyguards, he turned his attention to Chen Mu. Xiao Mu, bring your friends and come home to eat. Uncle Chen Guanjian had participated in the southern counteroffensive in his youth, bearing facial scars that rendered his smile somewhat unnatural. His lips would twist awkwardly whenever he smiled. With the absence of the third brother, it seemed unreasonable for his nephew to dine elsewhere, especially accompanied by friends. Chen Mu's grandfather had 4 sons and 2 daughters. According to their clan genealogy, the elder generation was designated with names beginning with the character Yuan, followed by Jiang, He, Hu, and Hai, with each son assigned 1 character, perfectly completing the lineage. However, the lineage of Chen Mu's generation had become fragmented. The old man had sequestered himself for several days to amend the genealogy, adding the characters Zhi Zai Si Fong, signifying aspirations beyond the horizon. Thus, Chen Mu's generation was designated with names starting with Zhi, which meant he was originally meant to be called Chen Ji Mu, but alas, his mother objected. Well, thank you, mother, uncle, I can go, but as for them, I've already informed Yang Yun. They can dine next door, Chen Mu replied cheerfully, not one to be overly formal. Chen Guanjian cast a brief glance at Zhu Shitu and the others before slightly nodding at Chen Mu. Then hurry along. I'll be waiting for you at home. With that, he turned and walked away. Enjoy your meal. Chen Mu bid farewell to Zhu Shitu and headed back to his room, grabbing a case of Wuliangye and 2 packs of Huazi, stuffing them into a burlap bag and slinging it over his shoulder as he made his way to his uncle's house for a meal. On the way, he encountered his second uncle, who was also coming to call him for dinner. Second uncle, you're late. Uncle just came to invite me, Chen Mu said, setting down the bag to offer a cigarette to Chen Guanhua with a grin. The second uncle accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear while beaming at Chen Mu. "That's fine. You must come to my house for dinner tonight." "Absolutely," Chen Mu agreed, and the two strolled forward while chatting amicably. The two uncles lived side by side at the forefront of the village. Upon reaching the intersection, they parted ways. And Chen Mu did not suggest that the second uncle join him for dinner at the elder's house. These four brothers had quarreled frequently over trivial matters since their youth, even resorting to physical confrontations, despite their grandfather's futile attempts to mediate. However, they had always welcomed their own nephews and nieces with smiles, never uttering a harsh word. "Ah, Xiao Mu is here. Come, sit down and eat." Aunt Niu Chenhua greeted Chen Mu with a warm smile upon seeing him. Uncle has 3 daughters and a son, and later adopted a little girl. It seems that they share the same fondness for children as the previous generation. Uncle Chen has not only his own children, but also the second uncle with 1 daughter and 2 sons, and the fourth uncle with 2 daughters and 1 son. Only old Chen, due to his mother's circumstances, remains the sole descendant. Uncle Chang Guanjian, without uttering a word, began pouring wine into the 2 cups before him. Chen Mu promptly intervened, chuckling as he retrieved a bottle of Wulianya from his snakeskin bag. "Uncle, let us indulge in something special today." Chen Guanjian was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the liquor, glancing at the bag before teasingly rebuking, "You rascal, you know how to keep a low profile. Regardless of the quality, once you're here, you must drink my wine." Still grinning, Chen Mu replied, "You're right, let us drink your wine." After filling the cups, Chen Guanjian, observing Chen Mu's astonished expression, stood up and took the Wulianya back to the bedroom. "You must have indulged in fine wine often. I'll savor this slowly." Niu Chenhua, witnessing this, scolded, "You old man, how can you not let Xiao Mu drink the wine you brought? He has never failed to show you respect during the holidays, has he?" Amused by his uncle, Chen Mu could not help but laugh. "Don't worry. If my uncle prefers to keep it, let him." The two of them chatted and drank, neither pressuring the other to drink more, simply enjoying the moment. "In my view, Chen Laosan is just idle. After all that effort to stop farming, he insists on leaving 2 acres of corn for you to harvest each year. Truly, he must be bored," Chen Guanjian complained after becoming slightly tipsy. "My father fears I might forget my roots," Chen Mu awkwardly explained on behalf of old Chen. Chen Guanjian emptied his cup, exclaiming, "What roots? Don't listen to your father-esque nonsense. Xiao Mu, remember, now that you've taken root in the big city, you should dig in as deep as you can. This way, the descendants of the Chun family will belong to the city. Your father and I may not have achieved much, but we toiled for what? To ensure you can establish your roots in the city." Chen Mu softly replied, "Uncle, I understand." As Chen Guanjian grew drowsy, Chen Mu helped him to bed and then bid farewell to Aunt before returning home. Upon arriving, he turned on the air conditioning and collapsed onto his bed, pondering what it meant to harvest corn. He slept soundly until dusk, finally waking up after consuming 2 large bowls of corn porridge and several pickled vegetables at Yang Yun's house. After sending a few messages to Su Yuan and Kai Shu Win, he put his phone away and took Nyo for a stroll along the darkened path, playfully engaging with her. Suddenly, he heard Aunt S' voice from a nearby path. "Xiao Mu, is that you?" Her tone was tinged with urgency. Chen Mu quickly responded, "Aunt, it's me. What is the matter?" "Aunt, your brother is in trouble. Your uncle sent me to find you to think of a way," Aunt said, wiping her tears and approaching with a worried expression. "Don't worry, Aunt. I'm on my way," Chen Mu reassured her, handing Nyo to Yang Yun before following Niu Chenhua to find his uncle. Chen Mu gazed at his uncle, whose face was etched with bitterness as he puffed on a cigarette, the smoke swirling in the air. With each drag, half of the cigarette seemed to vanish. "Uncle, what has happened to my brother?" Chen Guanjian exhaled a cloud of smoke, his brow furrowed with worry. "I just received a call informing me that your brother owes him money. The caller even insisted on speaking to me. It is indeed your brother." "How much does he owe?" Chen Mu inquired, his brow knitting together in concern. His cousin, Chen Zhizhong, owned 2 bakeries and a gaming hall in the city, enjoying a comfortable life with a car and a home. Surely, he had at least 100 or 80,000 in hand. It made no sense for him to suddenly be in debt. Chapter 57. Loading the bullet, just in case Chen Guanjian was filled with anger upon hearing the news. It was none other than his elder sister's brother-in-law, Luo Lair, who had instigated this calamity. It seemed that Xiao Zhong had inexplicably fallen in with him and decided to accompany him to a gambling boat in the East China Sea. I could never have fathomed from where this wretched lad had acquired such audacity. Chen Mu was utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? His elder brother, with such trivial resources, dares to gamble on a boat? How much does he owe? Coming back to his senses, Chen Mu hastily pressed for answers. Chen Guanjian, discarding his cigarette, wore a troubled expression. Luo Lair had lost 600,000, and your brother's car was also lost. After maxing out his credit cards, he now owes an additional 5 million. 5 million? Chen Mu gasped in shock. His elder brother must possess quite the boldness. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guanjian remarked that his 3 shops were merely rented and held little value. If he sold the properties, he might be able to gather some funds to settle the debts. The pressing matter now was to ensure the safe return of the person involved. Xiao Mu, you have seen much of the world. I implore you to bring your brother back to me. Chen Mu gazed at Chen Guanjian's head of white hair, a testament to the passage of time. Once, he was a man fierce enough to contend with the southern monkeys. Rest assured, uncle, I shall go and bring my brother back safely. The number from which you received the call, please give it to me. Chen Mu extended his hand for Chen Guanjian's phone. After receiving it, he swiftly dialed the number. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. Hello, who is this? A languid voice emanated from the other end. I am Chen Zhizhong's younger brother. Let's resolve this amicably. Do not harm him. Money is not an issue. I understand the rules. Simply provide me with your location, and I shall send the funds. There was a brief pause on the line before the voice chuckled. Brother, you are straightforward. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Here is my number. Please add me on WeChat, and I will send you the location. Chen Mu responded affirmatively and hung up, promptly adding the contact. Upon receiving the location, he smiled reassuringly at Chen Guanjian and his wife. Do not worry. I shall retrieve my brother at once. Chen Guanjian watched Chen Mu after the call, momentarily entranced. The aura exuded by this young man during their conversation had genuinely startled him. All right, Xiao Mu, take care of yourself, and be sure to prioritize your safety. Coming back to reality, Chen Guanjian patted Chen Mu on the shoulder. Chen Mu smiled lightly, reassuring his uncle. I shall prepare and depart immediately. Lao Zhu, I need you to accompany me on an important errand. Back at home, Chen Mu called out to Zhu Shitu and the others. Bring a few people along? Zhu Shitu was taken aback. Why is the boss suddenly acting so strangely at this late hour? Without a second thought, Chen Mu replied, Bring everyone. Wu Jian and Xie Tianming must come as well. Zhu Shitu's demeanor instantly turned serious. Understood. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Wang Zhichuan realized that something was amiss. Boss, I shall go with you. That's enough. You have a family to care for. Why involve yourself in this chaos? Stay behind and watch the house. With a playful punch, Chen Mu laughed and declined his offer. Uncle, rest assured, the situation is not grave. Please return home and take a good rest. I will certainly bring back my elder brother safely. Chen Mu comforted the elderly couple, Chen Guanjing and Yo Chanhua, and along with Zhu Shitu and 4 others. They boarded 2 Gouda business vehicles, heading straight for their destination. Chen Guanjing and Yo Chanhua watched the vehicles depart until the lights vanished from sight. Yo Chanhua, filled with concern, asked, Can Xiao Mu truly bring Xiao Zhong back? Do not worry. Xiao Mu is no ordinary person now, Chen Guanjing reassured his wife. He had noticed Zhu Shitu's intimidating aura the first time he returned with Chen Mu years ago. How could such a killing intent escape the eyes of an old soldier like him? Boss, what is the situation? Please clarify, so I can plan accordingly. Zhu Shitu inquired with a frown, disliking unexpected circumstances that exceeded his expectations. Chen Mu scratched his head in distress. My cousin Chen Zhizhong has been living lavishly on a gambling ship in Donghai, and now he owes 5 million. He is being held there until the debt is settled. The elderly couple is too frail to go themselves, so I must help them out. Zhu Shitu was speechless. Your brother is truly a brother. In the same vehicle, Wu Jian and Xie Tianming were not as contemplative. Upon hearing about the gambling ship, they exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a significant event. Soon, the sound of bullets being chambered echoed within the vehicle. Chen Mu, Zhu Shitu, What on earth are you two doing? Quiet down. Zhu Shitu admonished them. Xie Tanming replied earnestly, we are merely being cautious. After all, it is a gambling ship, and there are bound to be enforcers on board. Wu Jian nodded in agreement. Do not discharge your weapons prematurely. Follow my orders when we arrive, and do not create any trouble, Zhu Shitu cautioned them, his expression slightly easing. Chen Mu's demeanor also grew serious upon hearing Xie Tianming's words. As they approached their designated location, Chen Mu contemplated for a moment before pulling out his phone to make a call. Moments later, the call connected, and before he could speak, a thunderous voice erupted from the other end. Hey, Chen Laosi, it has been a while since you reached out to me. I was just thinking of you. By the way, it's time to change the songs at our bar. Isn't it? The caller, having moved to a quieter spot, shouted at Chen Mu. Brotherly, I am in a bit of trouble and may need your assistance. Chen Mu bypassed the chit-chat and directly sought help. The other side paused for a moment, then shifted to a serious tone. Speak. Chen Mu recounted the events, and the caller quickly exhaled in relief. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Go ahead. Support will arrive shortly. Thank you, Brotherly. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Chen Mu expressed his gratitude. Brotherly chuckled, we are brothers. No need for thanks. When you return to Modu, let me know. I'll fly from Jingcheng to find you. With that, he hung up. Chen Mu smiled as he put away his phone. Meanwhile, Brotherly returned to the private room and tossed his phone onto the table, contemplating that Chen Laosi taking matters into his own hands was somewhat unfair. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the others in the room and asked, by the way, who can make connections in Yungang City? Brother Tai, we have little inclination to associate with that wretched place. However, I can indeed speak on behalf of our province. One of the younger fellows retorted with a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Li Jitao couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. You dare to express disdain? Let me remind you, it was none other than Chen Laosi himself who sought me out. His prowess is well known, is it not? But let me make it clear, this time, you all are involved. The one who assists him in resolving this matter will earn a favor. You are all aware of the worth of Chen Laosi's goodwill, so make your own decisions. I shall refrain from intervening. Chapter 58. Is this wretched vessel truly a gambling ship? Li Jitai's remarks rendered the private room momentarily silent. Chen Laosi and the others who mingled with Li Jitai were all too aware of the implications. It was due to the few strategic suggestions he had offered Li Jitai that even the emperor regarded his frivolous grandson with newfound respect. If this favor were to be bestowed upon him, Chen Laosi mused, with just a couple of pointers from himself. How could he continue to be derided as a fool by his elders? Wouldn't his prospects for vindication be brightening on the horizon? As everyone remained in stupor, some of the more perceptive individuals hastily scoured their phones for connections in Yungang City. Li Jitai, reclining on the sofa with a smile, observed the flurry of activity among his companions with amusement. Indeed, Laosi's influence was not to be underestimated. Li Jitai, also known as Brotherly, hailed from a prestigious lineage. He was the youngest son of Li Chongxiao, the second son of Emperor Li Zezhong of the Celestial Empire. His cousin, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang's mother, Li Manqing, was his aunt, making him a genuine member of the royal bloodline. This young man had previously shown little interest in familial affairs, much to his elder chagrin, until he met Chen Mu through Shangwan Zhuangzhuang. With a few astute recommendations from Chen Mu, his bar was revived, and within a few short years, it proliferated across the country. Ultimately, when his princely father insisted he return home, it was Chen Mu who helped him establish a colossal food delivery enterprise in just 2 years. Only then did his father relent, allowing him to continue his hedonistic lifestyle. Presently, he entrusted the management of the conglomerate to his cousin, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang, while he pursued his ambitions in the bar industry. With numerous loyal subordinates at his disposal, he was the ideal person to consult for such matters. The vehicle arrived at the designated location amidst Chen Mu's contemplations. As Zhu Shitu and his companions encircled the car, Chen Mu finally alighted. He surveyed the sparsely populated dock, where only a few scattered containers were piled, and noticed the absence of people. Furrowing his brow, he dialed the previously shared number. Hello, I've arrived. Where are you? No sooner had he spoken than the area was illuminated by headlights, followed by the sounds of car doors opening and closing. Is this a film shoot? Chen Mu remarked disdainfully, shielding his eyes from the blinding lights. You must be Chen Zhizhong's younger brother? A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached with his subordinates. Chen Mu offered a benign smile. I am indeed Chen Zhizhong's brother. The man scrutinized Chen Mu and then glanced at Zhu Shitu and the others without concern. With a smirk, he inquired, Where's the money? Where are the people? Chen Mu retorted, Haha, little brother, you are quite the cautious one. Rest assured, he is in excellent condition, still aboard the ship. Allow me to escort you. With that, the middle-aged man led the way toward the shoreline. When they reached the water's edge, he triumphantly pointed at a dilapidated cargo ship that faintly glimmered with light. This is it. Chen Mu stared in disbelief at the rickety vessel, turning to the man with an expression that seemed to say, Are you jesting with me? This is your gambling ship? Indeed, is my gambling ship. Do not let its shabby appearance deceive you. It ranks first in Yuan City. The middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback by Chen Mu's gaze, and he loudly defended his precious treasure. Chen Mu nodded in understanding. Given such a shabby vessel, it was no wonder that Yuan City languished at the bottom of Su province. A gambling ship? How utterly disgraceful. The middle-aged man led Chen Mu to the room where Chen Zhizhong was detained. Upon entering, Chen Mu saw Chen Zhizhong huddled in a corner, cradling his head. He approached and crouched down, softly calling out, Brother? Hearing the voice, Chen Zhizhong looked up in surprise, and upon recognizing Chen Mu, he offered a bitter smile. Little brother, what brings you here? If I don't come, should I let an elderly uncle or aunt make the trip? Chen Mu replied expressionlessly. Chen Zhizhong, upon hearing this, lowered his head in shame, unable to articulate a response. Observing his demeanor, Chen Mu recalled his own middle school days when he had been bullied at an arcade, seeking out Chen Zhizhong, who was then a community assistant at the police station. Without hesitation, Chen Zhizhong had brought the bullies back to the station and given them a thorough beating, only to find that those thugs had connections, resulting in Chen Zhizhong losing his job. Yet, he never uttered a word of complaint to Chen Mu. With a sigh in his heart at this memory, Chen Mu helped Chen Zhizhong to his feet and teased, Brother, it's just 5 million. It's not a big deal. We can always start over. The burly man couldn't help but start crying. I told him over the phone, I'll pay the money, but don't harm him. Look at my brother now. You've overstepped. Chen Mu turned to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man scoffed, apologies, but he was already being beaten before your call. You started without notifying his family. That's against the rules, Chen Mu frowned. This is my territory. My rules are the rules. Leave the money, take the person. I haven't even disassembled him yet, which is quite generous. If you keep talking, I might just keep you here too, and then it will be double the trouble. The middle-aged man said with a cold smirk. As soon as he finished speaking, his lackeys surrounded Chen Mu, some wielding knives, and a few even brandishing handguns. Just as he reveled in his perceived superiority, a series of clicks echoed as Zhu Shitu, expressionless, pressed the barrel of a gun to the middle-aged man's forehead, while the others aimed their weapons at his lackeys. In a moment of their stunned silence, Wu Jian and his companions swiftly confiscated the most threatening firearms. Buddy, even if you kill me today, it won't change a thing. My boss won't spare you. Besides, your family is right here in Yungang. You must consider their safety. The middle-aged man hastily raised his hands, though the icy metal pressed against his brow sent shivers down his spine, yet he remained defiant. Oh, and who is your boss? Chen Mu casually toyed with one of the handguns. With newfound confidence, the middle-aged man replied, Zhou Tingwen, the son of the big boss in Yungang. Chen Mu furrowed his brow. Zhou Tianwen? Zhou Tingshen? Could it be the Zhou family from the capital? No, the Zhou family wouldn't stoop to such petty schemes, and the big boss in Yungang shouldn't have connections to Zhou Tingshen. The middle-aged man shuddered at the mention of the name Zhou Tingshen, which he had only heard a couple of times while his boss boasted about him. Indeed, he was a figure of great admiration among the higher echelons. However, the casual manner in which the person before him uttered Zhou Tingshen's name sent a chill down his spine. Mr. Chen, may I call my boss? He asked, a wry smile on his face. You understand that at your level, I am not in a position to interfere. Chen Mu nodded affirmatively. Go ahead. The middle-aged man swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed his boss. After several rings, the call was finally connected, only to be met with an impatient voice on the other end. What do you want? Why are you bothering me at this hour? Chapter 59. My dear brother, when did you become so formidable? Boss, a debtor's family member, Mr. Chen, has come to pick him up. His bodyguards are all armed. Mr. Chen just mentioned the name of General Zhou Ting, and I was at a loss, so I sought your guidance. The middle-aged man respectfully recounted the situation. Are you frightened just because some random person claims to know my brother? How many are unaware of my brother's stature? Remember, in Yin Gang, my father is the one in charge. If he cannot handle this, just call Bureau Chief G from the municipal office to resolve it. Don't bother me with trivial matters. Zhou Tingwen concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. The middle-aged man stood there, bewildered, contemplating how to resolve the situation, especially with a gun pointed at his forehead. So, do you intend to call Bureau Chief G now? Chen Mu asked with a smile. The middle-aged man was almost in tears. Mr. Chen, please don't jest. Just as he finished speaking, a whirring sound of propellers echoed above, as two helicopters, their lights flashing, approached from the distance, circling over the cargo ship with searchlights activated. Chen Mu, supporting Chen Zhizhong, stepped outside to ascertain the situation, hoping reinforcements had arrived. Zhu Shitu and a few others followed closely, escorting the middle-aged man and a group of henchmen. Upon exiting the room and standing on the deck of the cargo ship, everyone was astonished. Helicopters hovered above, while a Coast Guard vessel steadily approached the shore, where several military trucks and numerous police cars were stationed. Chen Mu was equally dumbfounded. He had merely sought backup. Yet Li Gu had orchestrated such a grand operation. The leading figure, a company commander, along with a police official in a white shirt, approached. The commander spoke first. Which one of you is Mr. Chen Mu? I am, Chen Mu promptly replied. Our unit has been dispatched to assist. Please give us your instructions, he said, saluting Chen Mu. Chen Mu nearly uttered at ease but managed to restrain himself, finally saying, no specific instructions. Feel free to operate as you see fit. The commander paused momentarily before nodding, turning to direct his subordinates to apprehend everyone aboard the cargo ship. Subsequently, Chen Mu shook hands with the municipal police leader, Mr. He, expressing, I appreciate your efforts. It is commendable that you personally came here. I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. You're too kind, Mr. Chen. It is our duty to combat these malevolent forces, Mr. He replied with a smile, knowing well that he was fortunate. After all, a call from a high-ranking provincial official was an opportunity he could hardly pass up. As they engaged in casual conversation, the middle-aged man was being escorted past Chen Mu, who furrowed his brow and halted him. What about Luo Laonyo? Don't worry, he is in the rear. After causing such a significant mess, my boss will not let him off easily, the middle-aged man replied, his face a portrait of despair. He realized the situation was dire. His employer would likely be unable to secure his own safety, let alone rescue him. Once the tasks at hand were completed, all parties politely declined Chen Mu's invitation for a banquet and departed swiftly. Chen Mu scratched his head, pondering how he could repay such a favor with a mere meal. Everything settled, Chen Mu took Chen Zhizhong into the car and headed back. Throughout the journey, Chen Zhizhong remained silent, clearly shaken. The scene with his cousin had been overwhelmingly intense. Brother, what are you thinking about? Why are you so quiet? Chen Mu inquired, noticing Chen Zhizhong huddled in his seat like a quail. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhizhong finally managed to stammer, little brother, when did you become so formidable? Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Brother, you should stop gambling and focus on living well. As long as you steer clear of wrongdoing, I'll always be here to help you through any troubles. Although I own a card room, I never cross the line. This time, I was simply led astray by Luo Lao's persuasion. I only wanted to experience the gambling boats depicted in Hong Kong films. But who could have imagined that upon arrival, they would be nothing like I expected? Furthermore, once you board the boat, you won't be able to leave until you've emptied your last coin. Gambling truly is perilous. Upon my return, I intend to transfer the card room. I vow never to touch this again. Chen Zhizhong still felt a shiver at the thought. If it weren't for his younger brother's extraordinary prowess, he would have faced utter ruin this time. Let us consider this a hard-earned lesson. Speaking of lessons, Chen Mu cast a peculiar glance at Chen Zhizhong. Brother, my uncle insisted I bring you back. I reckon you'll be laid up for a few days. The thought of facing his father's wrath made Chen Zhizhong tremble. He contemplated seeking refuge in the city, but lacked the courage. "Sigh, if I must lie down, so be it. I brought this upon myself," he said with a bitter smile. By the time they returned to the old home, it was already late at night. The yard was brightly lit, and upon entering, Chen Mu saw a large pile of freshly harvested corn, likely gathered by his elderly relatives. His uncle and aunt were sitting amidst the corn, using a machine to shell the kernels. Chen Mu sighed softly. The hearts of parents are truly compassionate. The elderly couple was repaying his kindness in their own way. Such is the nature of the older generation. If you give them a cabbage today, they will find a way to return the favor with green beans tomorrow. Whether or not you can repay them is secondary. The obligation to repay is paramount. "Xiaozhong, are you all right?" Niu Chunhua exclaimed upon noticing Chen Zhizhong following Chen Mu. Rising in delight. Having sat for too long, the elderly lady stumbled slightly, but fortunately, her husband caught her just in time. "Mom and Dad, I was wrong." Chen Zhizhong knelt before them. Just being back is enough. Niu Chunhua reached out to help her son. But Chen Zhizhong discreetly glanced at his father's stern face and hesitated to rise. Chen Guanjing patted his waist, finding nothing there, and fixed a cold gaze on Chen Zhizhong. "Get up and come home with me." Chen Zhizhong trembled under his father's icy stare and obediently stood up. "Xiaomu, I have failed in my duty as a parent. I truly must thank you, otherwise your brother's life would have been ruined." Chen Guanjing approached and patted Chen Mu on the shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. Chen Mu chuckled nonchalantly. "Uncle, why be so polite among family? It's late, you should head back, important matters await." Uncle responded with a grunt, casting a glare filled with menace at his son, who was the first to exit the courtyard. Chen Zhizhong, trailing behind, shot a resentful glance at Chen Mu, thinking, "Is it really important matters to beat me?" After seeing off his uncle and his family, Chen Mu yawned, freshened up, and retired for the night. The next morning, Chen Mu stood idly by the roadside, waiting for passing relatives. After dispersing a few cigarettes, he managed to coax a group of elderly men and women into the fields, where they chatted while harvesting corn. With everyone's assistance, along with the work done by his uncle and aunt the previous night, they finished gathering 2 acres of corn by noon. Chen Mu, feeling quite pleased, tossed a pack of cigarettes to them as a parting gift. He lingered over a meal at his second uncle's house before stopping by his uncle's home to check on the bettered Chen Zhizhong, leaving him feeling content as he made his way back. As he strolled leisurely along the path, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He answered casually, "Who is this?" The voice on the other end hesitated before replying, "I am Zhou Tingshan." Chapter 60. The Nature of Human Hearts. He dares not to test. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback before recalling who Zhou Tingshan was. "What brings you here, President Zhou?" Zhou Tingshan cut straight to the chase. "Did you orchestrate the incident with Zhou Tingwen?" "No, I am not familiar with him. It has nothing to do with me," Chen Mu replied, shaking his head in a practiced manner, denying the accusation thrice. "Huh, he just had a confrontation with you last night. And today, both Zhou Tingwen and his father have been taken away. You still claim it has nothing to do with you?" Zhou Tingshan sneered coldly. "Their arrest has nothing to do with me. I had no conflict with him. I merely went to bring my brother home last night and have never even met him or his lackeys," Chen Mu retorted, mirroring Zhou Tingshan's cold laughter, as if everyone could laugh in such a manner. If it weren't for the fear of alarming him, he would have laughed maniacally. "President Chen, one ought to leave some room for future encounters. Must you be so ruthless?" Zhou Tingshan exhaled lightly. "Honestly, it's not my concern. In fact, President Zhou, I would argue that the arrest of Zhou Tingwen and his father is a boon for your family. These two have been a source of trouble for the Zhou family, and their downfall might actually save you some trouble," Chen Mu said with a grin, attempting to placate Zhou Tingshan. Zhou Tingshan struggled to contain his rage, but ultimately could not hold back. He exploded, "Chen, don't take kindness for weakness. Do you think I, Zhou Tingshan, am easily manipulated?" Chen Mu merely dug at his ear and replied, "President Zhou, whether you were molded from clay has no bearing on me. I assure you, I am innocent." Zhou Tingshan was on the verge of apoplexy when he received a distress call from Zhou Tingwen at noon. He had truly lost faith in his cousin S family. Upon discovering that Chen Mu was behind the chaos, he immediately called Shangguan Zhuangzhuang. well aware of the connection between Yuan and Chen Mu. However, he faced relentless ridicule from Yuan, which only fueled his frustration before he called Chen Mu again, only to be met with further vexation. Now tell me, who is responsible? It was Brother Li. Chen Mu jested, deftly shifting the blame onto Brother Li, knowing full well that he could bear the brunt of the fallout. Zhou Tingshan paused. Li Jitao? Yes, precisely. Chen Mu nodded vigorously. Zhou Tingshan's expression faltered. Li Jitao was not someone to be trifled with. Chen, this matter originated with you, so do not expect to escape unscathed. He returned the blame Chen Mu had cast upon him. Chen Mu scoffed. Oh please, after so many years of rivalry with Shanghai, you remain a perennial second fiddle. What have you accomplished besides trailing behind them? What audacity do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? If you wish for my downfall, then do not expect to fare any better. I have rested enough. Shall we continue our spar? With that, Chen Mu heard Zhou Tingshan curse and then fall silent, perhaps having thrown his phone in frustration. Chen Mu chuckled as he pocketed his phone. Brother Li certainly knew how to handle matters with flair. He would have to send some songs to his bar soon. Why is Li Jitao's bar so prosperous? The greatest credit goes to Chen Mu, as he exclusively provided the copyright for the songs played in the bar, which could not be found elsewhere, including online. Chen Mu has always been grateful to those who assist him. He pondered aloud, recalling the Coast Guard's delivery of 2 patrol boats last night and the police department's provision of 10 police cars. However, what should the military contribute? Shoes and insoles, perhaps? It was quite a headache. As he muttered to himself, he arrived home to find a heap of corn cobs in the yard, and he still needed to thresh the corn. Frustrated, he stored the corn in the warehouse and took some time to visit his grandmother for a meal. With both grandparents gone and only his grandmother remaining, he was relieved that at over 80, she was still in great health. His grandmother had 2 sons and 5 daughters, with his mother, Lu Fong, being the eldest. Chen Mu's aunts were decent, but he chose not to mention the 2 uncles who were contractors, best left unspoken. Throughout the meal, his grandmother's sole topic of conversation revolved around one subject, a wife. Unable to endure it any longer, Chen Mu excused himself after the meal. The matter concerning Qin Jizhong had been resolved, but Zhou Ting's attempts to confront Li Jitai were met with a vehement tirade. Ultimately, Zhou Ting and were destined for imprisonment, and only extorted $1 million in mental damages from Qin Jizhong. He also made time to visit his 2 cousins, Qin Jizhong and Qin Jiong, along with his younger cousin Qin Jifei, all of whom shared a good rapport with him. Qin Jiong ran an electrical shop in town, to which Chen Mu gifted $200,000. His uncle ran a marinated food shop in the city, receiving $100,000, and Qin Jifei, who learned to run a cake shop from his cousin Qin Jizhong, was also gifted $100,000. Their lives were progressing well, and despite their occasional borrowing, Chen Mu never asked for repayment. In the future, he would assist with family matters and support their entrepreneurial ideas, yet he would refrain from drawing them into his own circle. Trust was a delicate matter he dared not gamble with. As for his cousin Chen Jixin from his second uncle's side, he chose not to mention him either, recalling how he had once sought to borrow money from each household to test their characters, only to find him as stingy as his 2 uncles. Just as well, they shouldn't expect to benefit from his success. He left 2 fine cigarettes and 2 bottles of good wine for his uncle, and amidst his uncle's light-hearted scolding, he cleared the table of meat dishes before making his escape. He then visited his cousin Chen Jifei, and with a resigned look, he plundered the pastries from the shop before returning contentedly. After lunch, the group tidied up and prepared for the journey home. Chen Mu presented $1 million to Qin Jizhong, and after some persuasion, his elder brother finally accepted it. Knowing Chen Mu was leaving, his uncle and aunt slaughtered several chickens and ducks to stuff into his car. Had time permitted, they might have slaughtered all their poultry. Chen Mu playfully slapped Qin Jizhong's injured backside, leaving amidst his brother's cries. There was no turning back now. It was simply too mundane. On the road, the car was filled with the sounds of gnawing on pig trotters and chicken feet, including the driver. Chen Mu, with a chicken foot in his mouth, glanced at the news. It seems Wang Da's old Wang is facing a cash flow crisis and has resorted to drastic sell-offs. Old Wang was truly having a tough time. The disparity between his former glory and current plight was stark, and he looked nearly emaciated. Chen Mu chuckled as he observed the assets under Wang De. Upon catching sight of a particular asset, Chen Mu's spirits lifted. He immediately straightened his posture and dialed the number for Shangwan Zhuangzhuang. In no time, the impatient voice of Shangwan Zhuangzhuang came through the line. "Hello, what is it? I'm in a meeting right now." He was far from cordial towards Chen Mu. While he toiled tirelessly for the company, this fellow not only seemed to have the leisure to frolic at home, but also had the audacity to undermine an influential leader from the Zhou family at the municipal level. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang truly admired Chen Mu's knack for stirring up trouble. "Zhuangzhuang." As Chen Mu began to speak, he was promptly interrupted. "Speak to me properly." "Of course, Mr. Shangwan." Chen Mu quickly adjusted his demeanor. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang nodded in satisfaction. "Now, what is the matter? Are you acquainted with Wang from Wanda?" "Fairly well. I've met him a few times. His Wanda cinema line is up for sale. Why not have a conversation with him?" Just a moment." With that, Shangwan Zhuangzhuang gestured for his subordinates to continue the meeting. Once back in his office, he inquired, "Are you interested in cinema lines?" Chapter 61. "Come on, I'm done." "Not interested, nor will I let you chat," Chen Mu said while eating. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang looked perplexed, remarking that nowadays, audiences are disinclined to visit cinemas, resulting in theaters struggling to earn profits, with recovery of costs taking far too long and yielding low returns. Can we blame the audience for their reluctance to attend the cinema? Just look at the quality of films being produced today. Utterly ridiculous. Chen Mu spat out a chicken bone into a bag. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang. "You have a point." Chen Mu elaborated meticulously, stating that the cinema chain was already part of his plan. The Wish Studio would handle production, releasing it in theaters first to garner initial profits. And then, after its theatrical run, they would secure long-term rights through Shanghai Video. "We shall feast upon the entire industry chain from start to finish." "Zhuangzhuang, I ask you, isn't that enticing?" "If you say it is, then I shall discuss it with old Wang," Shangwan Zhuangzhuang replied, not particularly convinced of its allure, as the vastness of Shanghai Group made him indifferent to this particular slice of the pie. However, seeing Chen Mu's enthusiasm, he decided to proceed. For Chen Mu's plans had never gone awry. "Well then, brother, do hurry. Old Wang is eager to recover his losses, and the terms should be favorable for negotiation." "I'm quite anxious," Chen Mu urged. Shangwan Zhuangzhuang, growing impatient, replied, "Why don't you come instead?" Chen Mu promptly ended the call. By nearly 7, they returned to Tangcheng Yiping. Chen Mu opened the door and called out, "Ladies, I'm back." Yet, he was met with an eerily empty living room. Embarrassed, he scratched his head at the blank stare of Zhu Shitu. After making a phone call, he learned that Su Yuan had gone out to shoot commercials and engage in promotions, alongside several business performances. With her return to the music scene, her enthusiasm was at an all-time high, and it would likely be quite some time before she returned. Following her departure, Liang Xian also left, while Su Qingwei, who had nearly finished recording her album, eagerly followed to gain performance experience. Bai Ryu was even busier than ever with studio work. Bored, Chen Mu decided against entering the house and turned to leave for the villa. Lying on his bed, he suddenly felt a sense of aimlessness creeping in. With Zhuangzhuang negotiating for the cinema chain and Kai Shuwen overseeing Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music. Wait, what is Kai Shuwen up to? Why has there been no news regarding the New Star project after all this time? With renewed vigor, Chen Mu dialed his number. As soon as the call connected, Chen Mu, standing atop the authoritative position of the boss, inquired, "Old Kai, how long has it been, and why is there still no news on our New Star project?" Kai Shuwen, buried in work at the company and yet to return home, exploded upon hearing Chen Mu's words. "You come here. I'm done." Chen Mu quickly softened his tone. "Old Kai, I merely asked casually, why are you so agitated? Let's take it slow. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. There is no need for urgency. I'm not anxious at all." Kai Shuwen retorted grumpily, "It will be ready the day after tomorrow. The plan will be launched then." He truly had no temper with his boss, who was indeed generous but also quite sardonic. "That's good. Please send the plan over when it's ready. I would like to take a look." As the silence lingered, Chen Mu began to express concern for his subordinates. "I want to disturb your rest, Lao Kai," he said. Kai Shuwen retorted sharply, "Rest? Nonsense. I have yet to finish my work." "Very well. I'll cover the late-night snacks. After we eat, everyone can leave early, Chen Mu said with an awkward chuckle before hanging up the phone. Kai Shu-win tucked his phone away, grabbed his car keys, and exited the office. He greeted the staff wrapping up at Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music, announcing, "Today, the boss is treating everyone. Those with family are welcome to bring them along. We're going out for dinner." When someone inquired about the dining destination, Kai Shu-win cheerfully replied, "We're heading to Rongshuan Restaurant for Australian lobster, and the boss will foot the bill." Cheers erupted as everyone hurriedly gathered their belongings to leave. Australian lobster, and we can bring our families. Where else can we find such good fortune? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu was engrossed in reviewing the proposal that had been sent to him. He pondered over the new star project, struck it out, and amended it to Supernova Director Project. He added categories for shorts, advertisements, and comics, concluding with the statement, "The new script from the top 5 directors of the Supernova will be assessed by the Yuan studio for funding." He applied the same format to the Supernova Singer project. Having swiftly completed the tasks, Chen Mu sent the documents back to Kai Shu-win, stretched lazily, and climbed into bed. He picked up his phone to message Yuan. "How does it feel to be the goddess returning to her prime?" Moments later, Yuan replied, "It feels amazing, but it'll be a long time before I can return to Modu." Chen Mu chuckled, thinking, "If you can avoid returning, please do. I, as a shareholder of the studio, rely on you to earn a living." Yuan grinned at the message, thinking, "Then I shall earn more." She kept the latter sentiment to herself, "Earning to support you." After a brief chat with Yuan, Chen Mu sent a message to Zhao Baozi. "Your posture is incorrect. Get up and sleep again." To his surprise, Zhao Baozi replied instantly, "Sleep? Nonsense. We're in the middle of night shoots." Chen Mu laughed heartily, setting his phone down to lie back, but then, feeling uneasy, he turned off his phone and finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. This rascal always judged others with a narrow perspective. Another beautiful morning dawned as Song Yilong, chairman of Changtian Entertainment, took a sip of the goji berry tea prepared by his stunning secretary. He then swiveled in a chair to gaze out at the Fujing building across the way. Just a few days prior, the sign of the Fujing building had been removed, and workers were busily engaged, likely replacing it. To his astonishment, he noticed a new sign had been erected atop the opposite building, glaringly emblazoned with the words Yuan Building. What the hell? Song Yilong rubbed his eyes in disbelief and hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window for a closer look. Indeed, it read Yuan Building. "Very well, Yuan. You have truly outdone yourself. How dare you flaunt your support so brazenly before me?" Song Yilong seethed, his teeth clenched as he stared at the Yuan Building, which towered even higher than his own Changtian Entertainment building. Indeed, he found himself thoroughly disgusted. He settled back into the boss's chair, loosened his tie, and took a sip from his teacup. "Ouch! Are you trying to scald me?" The scalded Song Yilong berated his secretary, hurling the teacup to the ground, where it shattered, scattering goji berries across the floor. In stark contrast to the flustered Song Yilong, Chen Mu enjoyed a leisurely awakening, washed up, and had Zhu Shirtu drive him to his favorite breakfast spot. After taking a bite of the fried dough stick, Chen Mu mumbled to Zhu Shirtu about the upcoming tasks. "Old Zhu, arrange for the flight. I'm heading to Hong Kong today. I have some matters to attend to over there." Zhu Shirtu, exasperated, wondered how this fellow could be so spontaneous, yet he complied, pulling out his phone to make the necessary arrangements. "All right, boss." Just as Chen Mu was savoring his meal, a call from Kai Shu-win came through, and he grimaced at the sight of the caller ID. Here we go. Chapter 62. 2 billion. You sign, and I transfer the funds. Chen Mu truly wished to avoid answering Kai Shu-win's call, not for any particular reason, but merely out of guilt. Last night, he had carelessly altered the proposal meticulously crafted by Kai Shu-win and the team from Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music, and he suspected that Kai was now calling to hold him accountable. After a considerable pause, the phone rang again, and before Chen Mu could catch his breath, it rang once more. Persistent indeed. With a sigh, he answered. As soon as the call connected, Kai Shu-win erupted like a volcano. "Are you even capable of being a boss? We just celebrated our plans last night, ready to launch today, and you pull this stunt? What are you trying to accomplish?" Chen Mu chuckled awkwardly. "It was merely a sudden spark of inspiration, Kai. I assure you it won't happen again." It was essential to placate his most trusted subordinate. All right, since you are the boss, I shall make the changes. Oh, by the way, I will send you the bill from last night shortly. Do remember to reimburse me. Kai Shu Win, recognizing the merit in the revised proposal, was also feeling a bit sheepish, as the dinner expenses had indeed spiraled. When Chen Mu saw the bill from Kai, he couldn't help but gasp. What? 210,000? Kai Shu Win, are you feasting like royalty? Chen Mu cursed under his breath as he attempted to call Kai, only to be met with the disheartening message that the line was disconnected. Putting down the phone, he took a bite of his fried dough stick, contemplating that his subordinates had indulged in a lavish meal costing 210,000 while he, the boss, was left munching on a 1 yuan snack. The oil stick suddenly lost its appeal. I'm full. Let us go, he declared after hastily finishing his breakfast, instructing Zhu Shirtu to settle the bill. The group swiftly made their way to the airport and boarded a private jet bound for Hong Kong. On the plane, Chen Mu meticulously examined the archives of the major film companies in Hong Kong. Securing a deal with Wanda's cinema chain seemed feasible. However, the immediate concern post-acquisition would be to ensure a continuous stream of films for release, as he currently possessed none. Filming new content was impractical given the production cycle. And while he could afford to wait, the cinemas could not. Rather than leaving the slots empty, it would be wiser to fill them with these classic films from Hong Kong. The quality of these timeless pieces had been tested and proven, unlike the contemporary dross that faded from memory shortly after viewing, serving merely as tools for profit. Upon landing, Chen Mu and his party drove directly to visit the legendary figure of Hong Kong cinema, Zheng Wenhui, the head of Jiahe Films. Mirroring the decline of the film industry on Earth, Hong Kong cinema had also seen better days. With the once glorious Hong Kong Golden Elephant Awards now reduced to a mere pastime for local filmmakers. Arriving at the villa at 86 Shallow Water Bay Road, Zheng Wenhui was found seated on the lawn, enjoying tea. Mr. Chen, come over for tea, he called out with a warm smile, his white hair gleaming in the sunlight. As Chen Mu approached, he smiled back. Old master, it's been ages, yet you still radiate the same vitality as before. Years ago, their paths had crossed, and there was a palpable sense of regret for not having met sooner. Now, upon their reunion, there was no need for formality. Don't sugarcoat it. I refuse to succumb to age, he remarked, but you, on the other hand, have matured significantly since we last met. Zheng Wenhui chuckled, shaking his head, and with a teasing glint in his eye, he inquired of Chen Mu. So, have you had your fill of frivolities and are now ready to engage in something substantial? Chen Mu responded with a mischievous grin. Ah, your perspicacity is as sharp as ever. While I have indeed indulged, another matter has piqued my interest, coincidentally brought forth by a remarkable individual. Thus, I wish to pursue some ventures. He feigned a shrug of resignation after his statement. You last visited regarding the online rights for my company's film. Pray tell, what brings you here this time? Zheng Wenhui took a sip of his tea, directing his gaze towards Chen Mu. This time, I seek the offline rights to your esteemed films, as I intend to acquire cinema chain, Chen Mu candidly replied, feeling no need to hold back in the presence of such a respected figure. Zheng Wenhui appeared quite taken aback. Acquire cinema chain? The current state of the industry is rather bleak. Is it not a tad late for you to enter the fray? Moreover, given your wealth, such a modest venture might not appeal to you. Didn't I mention? A fortuitous individual has emerged, and I wish to seize this opportunity to revive the entertainment industry we once discussed, Chen Mu explained, pouring more tea for the elder. To be frank, monetary gain is not my primary concern. I am simply intrigued. Then you must be prepared to part with some substantial funds. For you certainly took advantage of me when I sold you the online rights back then, Zheng Wenhui responded, a smile forming on his lips as he sensed an opportunity for retribution. Chen Mu managed a wry smile. Very well, esteemed elder, name your price. This time, I shall not bargain. To be honest, the value of offline rights pales in comparison to that of online rights. Nostalgic viewers frequently revisit those classic films from Hong Kong online. Convincing them to spend time and money in cinemas is a different matter altogether. Of course, any cinema chain willing to purchase these rights must possess a certain audacity. Just look at Yuan cinemas, lacking the courage to acquire such rights. thus leaving Zhou Ting, Shun, languishing in the shadows of Shanghai. Let us set it at 2 billion, Zheng Wenhui finally declared with a smile, observing Chen Mu's reaction. Chen Mu's jaw dropped in disbelief. I must say, Elder, you are rather ruthless in your dealings. 2 billion for the offline rights to Jia films? That is quite outrageous. Acquiring Jia itself would be more reasonable. Wait, are you suggesting you wish to sell Jia? Chen Mu asked, astonished as he turned to Zheng Wenhui. Zheng Wenhui laughed heartily indeed. It seems the young are quick-witted. But why would you consider such a thing? This has been your life's work. Why not? I am advancing in years and can no longer keep pace with the ever-changing landscape. My descendants show no interest in this field. Rather than watch Jia decline alongside Hong Kong cinema, it is wiser to entrust it to capable hands. Who knows? Perhaps I shall witness its resurgence in the greater empire during my lifetime. Zheng Wenhui smiled with a sense of relief and continued. It seems that fate has brought you here at just the right moment. With your peculiar and imaginative ideas, I must admit I am quite intrigued. Chen Mu, lost in thought, felt somewhat dazed. Initially, he intended to acquire a few copyrights. But who could have anticipated that the elder would offer him the entire Jia in one fell swoop? Jia, a colossal entity holding the rights to 600 films. Rest assured, I have already purchased the shares from the other stakeholders who saw no hope in the company. It was no trouble at all, Zheng Wenhui explained, believing Chen Mu harbored concerns in that regard. Elder, I have no issues. I was merely taken aback by your decision. 20 billion. Let's proceed with the contract and the payment. Chen Mu, regaining his composure, smiled. You are indeed straightforward in your dealings. Let it be so, Zheng Wenhui said, looking at Chen Mu with a glimmer of hope. Will the company be renamed in the future? Chapter 63. What do you mean by saying, I am not short of this little money? The modification is minimal. It merely adds 2 words before Jia, hoping that the old gentleman would understand. Chen Mu stated those 2 words, assuring the elder that the cinemas I acquire in the future will bear this name as well. Rest assured, old sir, that the Jia films of yours is a banner, and it shall remain so in the future. Zheng Wenhui, who had originally possessed a somewhat dim gaze, instantly brightened upon hearing Chen Mu's words. Then I must live longer to witness how Jia becomes a banner once more. That day, Chen Mu and Zheng Wenhui engaged in a lively discussion about future aspirations. Zheng, filled with enthusiasm, invited him to stay overnight. The following day, through the elder's introduction, Chen Mu acquired the offline distribution rights of several venerable Hong Kong film companies, such as Yuan, an incredibly reasonable price. Although there might be some regret regarding the online rights of platforms like Xinyuan's Watermelon Video, which Chen Mu had seized 6 years ago, the offline rights were genuinely overlooked as they were deemed unprofitable. In the days that followed, aside from secretly signing the acquisition of Jia Films and purchasing the offline rights from several other companies with Zheng Wenhui, Chen Mu remained industrious. He tirelessly visited the renowned yet retired directors, screenwriters, and accomplished supporting actors within the Hong Kong film industry, enticing them with financial incentives to return to filmmaking. After all, he needed content to fill his film library. To speak candidly, aside from a select few top-tier directors who thrived after moving northward, the rest were left to enjoy their twilight years in Hong Kong. This time, wielding his financial resources, Chen Mu reignited the flames of hope among them. Having experienced the pinnacle of Hong Kong's cinematic glory, who among them, save for a handful seeking a life of leisure, could truly resign themselves to merely nibbling on pineapple buns in Hong Kong? Now, with the generous patronage of a benefactor who would not wish to rise once more. Furthermore, Chen Mu's demands were straightforward. He would merely assign an accountant to oversee the fund's utilization, refraining from interfering in the creative process. Where else could one find such a significant opportunity? There was nothing more to discuss. Let us proceed. In the final leg of his journey, Chen Mu visited the swift director Wang Jing, a rarity in Hong Kong cinema, known for his quick turnaround and a remarkable record of avoiding losses. In contrast to those directors whose films led to financial ruin for investors, Wang was indeed a conscientious choice. He was among the earliest Hong Kong directors to move north, and his integrity remained intact. Chen Mu held a fondness for him. Initially, Wang Jing showed little interest in Chen Mu's proposal. He was not in need of money and could secure funding for his own projects. However, after a lifetime of filmmaking without accolades, the prospect of recognition proved enticing. Upon reviewing the scripts Chen Mu presented, he capitulated. That very day, he signed with the Wishful Studio, not for monetary gain, but to reclaim his dignity. Chen Mu toiled in Hong Kong for a week before returning to the bustling metropolis. During this time, the long-anticipated Supernova project by Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music finally launched, generating a strong response upon its debut. Many emerging directors and singers, previously struggling to find opportunities for their works, finally saw a glimmer of hope and flocked to join Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music. A minor interlude occurred. The actions of Shanghai Video incited the ire of the Imperial Directors Association. Historically, this association has served as a bastion for the sixth generation of directors, boasting a considerable membership with intricate connections amongst themselves and with cinema chains and entertainment companies. This dynamic has fostered a sense of arrogance among them, as they only extend opportunities to promising new directors whom they deem worthy. Consequently, many talented and steadfast directors find themselves deprived of opportunities to shine. Shanghai Video's initiative directly pierced the very heart of their interests. The association's president, the renowned director Huang Junsong, along with a cadre of sixth-generation directors, publicly condemned Shanghai Video on social media, accusing it of undermining the industry's environment and even initiating a collective boycott among film professionals. At that time, Chen Mu was still in Hong Kong and had no intention of yielding to these individuals. He posted a message on social media, tagging the directors one by one. Do you truly believe that forming a directors association grants you dominion over the film industry? And as for damaging the industry's environment? With a bunch of you inept individuals around, what kind of environment could exist? You've scarcely produced any remarkable films, yet you excel in intrigue and scheming. For heaven's sake, take a good look in the mirror. A bunch of pathetic fools. Who do you think you are? Huang Junsong, taken aback by Chen Mu's unexpected outburst, flushed with anger and replied beneath Chen Mu's post, "Mr. Chen, how could you speak so harshly?" To which Chen Mu swiftly retorted, "Go to hell." This response not only shattered Huang Junsong's composure, but also sent many netizens into fits of laughter. Why on earth would you provoke Chen Mu, that lunatic? Mr. Chen is absolutely right. It's a rare occasion to visit a cinema for some relaxation, only to be served a heaping pile of nonsense. What kind of behavior is that? Indeed, some directors seem to thrive on disparaging the Chinese empire while groveling at the feet of foreign powers, winning awards, and feeling as though they are destined for greatness. It's utterly absurd. Have they even bothered to consider the box office performance or ratings of their own films? This perspective truly opens our eyes. I believe we should also initiate a campaign to boycott director Huang Junsong. I'm not joking. I genuinely feel nauseated after watching his films. Boycott Huang Junsong. It's everyone's responsibility. Huang Junsong, observing the overwhelmingly negative comments online, was nearly driven to the brink of despair. This situation was a classic case of a failed attempt to gain advantage, backfiring spectacularly. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained unfazed by the incident, busying himself in Hong Kong without giving it a second thought. After concluding his affairs in Hong Kong, Chen Mu visited Beijing to see his nephew, Xiaobao, for a meal, during which he also discussed cinema chain matters with Shangguan Zhuangzhuang. The acquisition had been finalized, and upon learning of Chen Mu's impending arrival, Shangguan Zhuangzhuang had prepared the contract in advance. Chen Mu was astonished to receive the contract, wondering how such a significant acquisition had been completed so swiftly. Was old Wang truly facing bankruptcy? The agreement was settled on the very first day, though the asset review had required some time. As Shangguan Zhuangzhuang cast a sidelong glance at him, it became evident that his injuries were indeed severe, though bankruptcy was not an imminent threat. Lao Wang was a person with a keen sense of crisis. After a series of sell-offs, his circumstances would certainly be more favorable than those of other companies. 530 billion? Since when have you been so honest? This isn't like you, Chen Mu remarked, his gaze widening in surprise at the acquisition figure. Shangguan Zhuangzhuang sighed. I have a certain kinship with Lao Wang. He's a man of integrity. It's like providing a timely aid in times of need. Besides, you are not lacking in finances. Indeed, Lao Wang is indeed a man of integrity. Chen Mu nodded, only to suddenly realize, wait, Zhuang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm not lacking in money? Chapter 64. The establishment of Wish Entertainment Group. You have just acquired Jiahe Films, and it seems that Wanda Cinemas will be directly integrated into Jiahe as well. It is evident that you are strategizing for the studio of Wish. By the way, I have also conveniently purchased the 530 cinemas under Xinmei, totaling 66 billion. I have already transferred the funds. Consider it a loan for me. Shangwan Zhuang said nonchalantly. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, but did not hesitate. Very well, I will repay you as soon as possible. No rush between brothers. There is no need for such formality, Summer Wantong said with a smile, placing a plate of fruit on the table in front of Chen Mu. Summer Wantong's abdomen had begun to show a slight curve, prompting Shangwan Zhuang to assist her in sitting down. Your sister-in-law is right. Spare us the idle chatter. Once you finish the fruit, you should attend to your matters. Are you saying I'm too much of a distraction? Fine, I shall take my leave, Chen Mu remarked, rising and picking up the fruit, playfully squeezing Xiaobao's cheek before exiting without any hesitation. This left Shangwan Zhuang and his wife exchanging bemused glances. Chen Mu's private jet returned to the bustling metropolis that evening. After freshening up, he settled onto the sofa, meticulously reviewing a stack of contracts. After an extended period, he picked up the phone and called Bai Ruyu. Sister Yu, it seems the plan for Wish Studio to evolve into Wish Entertainment Company will be expedited, he stated directly as soon as the call connected, without allowing Bai Ruyu a chance to respond. Bai Ruyu, thinking something had gone awry, promptly inquired, Mr. Chen, what has happened that requires such urgency? I have acquired Jiahe Films in Hong Kong, along with Wanda Cinemas and Xinmei Cinemas. I intend to merge these resources into Wish Studio, and it would be somewhat inappropriate to continue using the studio designation given the scale involved, Chen Mu patiently explained. Bai Ruyu was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing this. Jiahe Films, Wanda Cinemas, and Xinmei Cinemas merging into Wish Studio? Is Mr. Chen aiming for the stars? Mr. Chen, if you proceed in this manner, Wish will not even be able to repay itself. This approach seems rather ridiculous. Merging these two colossal entities into Wish Studio is akin to a small snake attempting to swallow the heavens. Regaining her composure, Bai Ruyu was not dazed by this grand vision. Instead, she felt a twinge of concern. Chen Mu, unfazed, chuckled lightly. It's nothing to worry about. Consider it a loan to the studio. When we ring the bell for the IPO, it will be repaid to me. I cannot make that decision unilaterally. I need to discuss it with Wish, Bai Ruyu replied anxiously. Then please communicate with Wish at your earliest convenience. I await your news, Chen Mu concluded before hanging up. Bai Ruyu held the phone for a considerable time. The news Chen Mu had delivered leaving her somewhat dizzy. After shaking her head vigorously, she dialed Wish's number. After listening to Bai Ruyu's account, Wish responded without a second thought, Sister Yu, let us follow Mr. Chen's lead. Whatever he directs us to do, we shall comply. After all, he has been making the decisions for the studio for quite some time. All right, we'll heed his advice. If we do not perform well, I suppose I will be handed over to Mr. Chen, Bai Ruyu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing the words, Su Yuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, Yu Jia, you speak nonsense again. I shall ignore you. I'm off to take a bath, she said, promptly ending the call. Bai Ruyu sighed, feeling utterly helpless against these two mischief makers. On September 20th, Su Yuan Studio held a press conference at the Four Seasons Hotel in the bustling metropolis. Bai Ruyu, the agent for Su Yuan, announced that the studio would officially be rebranded as Su Yuan Entertainment Group. Before the reporters present and the audience in the live stream could fully comprehend the news, Bai Ruyu proceeded to unveil two groundbreaking announcements. Su Yuan Entertainment Group has acquired the Hong Kong film giant Jiahe Film for a staggering $2 billion, with Jiahe Film now officially renamed to Su Yuan Jiahe Film. Furthermore, Su Yuan Entertainment Group has also fully acquired Wanda Cinema Line and Xinmei Cinema Line for $53 billion and $13 billion respectively. Merging the two into a new entity called Su Yuan Jiahe Cinema Line The revelations from this press conference left numerous entertainment companies speechless and astounded the netizens who were following the event. Wow, has Su Yuan taken a power pill? How did she become so formidable all of a sudden? Hasn't Su Yuan's studio only been established for less than 2 months? Has it transformed into an entertainment conglomerate already? Am I still dreaming? 700 billion in funds just like that? Who is behind this ingenious scheme and the flow of such capital? No need to guess. It must be Chen Mu. According to my sources, he invested shortly after Su Yuan's studio was formed. If Chen Mu isn't involved, I wouldn't believe it. The truth is out. Ever since Su Yuan's comeback, Chen Mu, this old fan, has been bouncing around everywhere. Besides him, who else can casually produce hundreds of billions in cash? Regardless of the fervent discussions among netizens, Chen Mu and Su Yuan, along with their associates, opted for a strategy of silence, neither confirming nor denying the speculations. Song Along of Changtian Entertainment looked at the newly renamed Su Yuan building with a stormy expression, almost dripping with discontent. Damn it, Su Yuan's ascent is akin to a rocket launch. In such a short time, she's transformed from a mere singer into a capital tycoon that I cannot afford to offend. Who do I even turn to for an explanation? This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Song Along felt a mix of anger and the urge to cry. After the integration of Su Yuan Jazz Cinema Line, the number of theaters soared to 500, closing in on Xian Yuan Cinema Line's 3000. Zhou Ting of Xian Yuan was infuriated upon seeing the news. He had long been aware that the mastermind behind Shanghai was Chen Mu. The series of significant moves, from Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music to Su Yuan Jazz Cinema Line, clearly indicated that Chen Mu had returned to the fray. Damn you, Chen Mu. All I did was utter a few harsh words regarding Zhou Tingwen, and you come rushing in to slap me in the face? Did I say anything when Zhou Tingwen and his father were both incarcerated? Chen Mu had made his move. What could they possibly do about it? Zhou Ting's expression darkened as he glared at the heads of Xihua Video and Cool Cat Music. The two remained silent, seemingly wishing to bury their heads in their own laps. He had once spent a considerable sum to recruit the heads from Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music. Even now, Zhou Tingshan is acutely aware that these two individuals merely skimmed the surface of Chen Mu's expertise. During the years when Chen Mu was preoccupied with his ventures, they exploited the few tricks they had learned from him, but now they find themselves devoid of any further strategies. You may leave, Zhou Tingshan said wearily, gesturing for them to exit. The two exchanged glances and sighed in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a dire situation. Unbeknownst to them, however, Zhou Tingshan stood behind them, revealing a chilling smile. Before they could catch their breath, Chen Mu initiated yet another bold move. Chapter 65, Old Wong. Are you blind? Shortly thereafter, the official Weibo account of the Wish Entertainment Group announced that the Wish Jia Film Distribution would collaborate with Shanghai Video, Shanghai Ticket, and Lane Short Video to launch a re-release plan for Hong Kong films spanning 30 years, aiming to showcase nearly 1,000 classic Hong Kong films. Viewers would have the opportunity to vote for the films they most wish to see on the three aforementioned apps. And the Wish Jia Film Distribution would subsequently re-release the films based on ticket sales, all at an affordable price. But that was not all. The account soon posted another update, formally inviting 13 renowned directors from the Hong Kong film industry, each with a distinctive style, to return to the craft and create new works. The entirety of the funding required for these films would be borne by the Wish Entertainment Group. These announcements left netizens in awe. Come on, with this re-release plan, those who lament owing someone a movie ticket can finally take action. This initiative is truly commendable. I shall select the Hong Kong films I wish to see and cleanse my palate, as the recent releases have been utterly disheartening. Well, I'll one T ramble on, huh? I'm off to choose the Hong Kong films I desire. This plan by Wish Entertainment reminds me of my youth spent watching Hong Kong films on discs. What a nostalgic return to my childhood. Please vote for If There Is Love, Time Will Not Fade, as I wish to see it. Thank you all. Forget you. I want to see Blood Brothers. Thanks everyone. Unexpectedly, in my lifetime, I can witness a new work by director Lin Lingdong. How fortunate I am, eagerly awaiting his new film. I still prefer the works of director Tang Jili. Well, never mind. Let us just look forward together. Who among us hasn't grown up watching the works of these artists? With each film I see, there's one less. Let us not quarrel. Happiness is what matters. Only a lunatic could conceive such a peculiar plan. Yet I find it delightful. Haha. Of course, this plan could not possibly please everyone, particularly those from the Empire Directors Association, who were quite displeased. Their own films awaited theatrical release. Yet Wish Jiaha preferred to re-release older Hong Kong films instead of showcasing their new productions. Thus, the obstinate Huang Junsong directly aired the official account of Wish Entertainment Group. What are you trying to accomplish? With 500 cinemas at your disposal, you choose not to screen new films by mainland directors while opting to reheat old Hong Kong films. This is absurd. I shall report you to the Cultural Affairs Bureau. Wish Entertainment Group remained silent, simply ing Chen Mu. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mu aired Huang Junsong with a succinct four-word reply. Go to hell. Huang Junsong, struck by Chen Mu's retort, nearly choked on his own frustration. This matter had no relevance to his circle, and given Chen Mu's wealth and influence, he realized he was entirely outmatched. Changtian Entertainment and Huai Entertainment have become as meek as two quails. Recently, the rising popularity of Yuan Entertainment has rendered them hesitant to release their new films, opting instead to bide their time and avoid the spotlight. In contrast, the other two major players, Sega Entertainment and Fidi Entertainment, remain unperturbed, as they harbor no conflicts with Yuan Entertainment and maintain a satisfactory relationship with Yuan Cinemas. The reluctance of Changtian and Huai to release their films inadvertently benefits the other two companies, leading to a simple agreement that allows their new films to premiere simultaneously in both Shuyuanjia and Yuan Cinemas, resulting in considerable profits for them. Although Song Along and Zhou Mingyuan are envious, they find themselves powerless, sighing and opting to wait patiently for the storm to pass. As September waned, Chen Mu, having completed his myriad tasks, decided to pay a visit to Zhao Baozi and Bali Rady, a so-called set visit. After making a phone call, he learned that Wang Dasong had already finished filming Shan Shan Comes to Eat and was currently engaged in shooting Smile to the City. Hanging up, Chen Mu felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that Wang, in just over a month, had completed a drama? Were all Wang's relatives such rapid workers? Boss, where should we go first? Zhu Shirtu inquired, noticing Chen Mu's momentary distraction. Baozi had already joined Liangjuan's production team for The Legend of Lu Zhan, which was located quite far away in Hengdian. Given Baozi's nature, Chen Mu wasn't overly concerned, so he decided to check on Pundi first. As she tended to be quite thoughtful, Zhu Shirtu acknowledged and set off in the car, soon arriving at the filming location of Smile to the City in the bustling metropolis. Chen Mu had previously informed Wang Dasong of his visit, requesting that he continue with his work without disturbing the crew. Upon his arrival, Chen Mu entered the set and spotted Wang Dasong in discussion with a middle-aged woman. His gaze quickly fell upon Pundi, who, despite the late September heat, had not wiped the sweat from her brow. She sat on a small stool beneath a tree, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Not far away, under a sunshade, a woman donned in sunglasses leisurely sipped a drink, while a girl resembling an assistant fanned her gently, creating a scene of utter comfort. Chen Mu furrowed his brow and quietly approached Pundi, crouching before her to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Why are you sitting here? Where's your assistant? Where's your manager? Startled by his voice, Pundi snapped out of her reverie and exclaimed joyfully, Boss, what brings you here? What else could I be doing? Just checking in on you, Chen Mu replied, shooting her an exasperated look. I'm asking you a question. What question? Pundi blinked in confusion. Where are your assistant and manager? Oh, my assistant is afraid of the heat. Since I had nothing to do, I let her rest in the car. As for my manager, I have no idea where she went, Pundi answered, lowering her head. Chen Mu chuckled lightly. So, you're just left here all alone? Is anyone in charge of you? Not exactly. That sunshade belongs to Sister Lin Cu over there. She said that newcomers should endure more hardships, so I'll let her have it, Pundi replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Mu stared at her in disbelief. Aren't you feeling the heat? Are you called Barry Lindy? Upon hearing this, Fat D lowered her head even further. Noticing Chen Mu's approach, Wang Dasong hurried over, exclaiming, Oh, Mr. Chen, it's truly commendable that you've come to visit us on such a sweltering day. Chen Mu turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Wang Dasong. The company has signed only 2 female actresses. One is the dumpling you introduced, and the other is Fat D. One of our leading actresses is even the female protagonist in your drama. And here she is, sweating profusely while sitting on a small stool. Are you blind, old Wang? With this single remark, Chen Mu seemed to plunge Wang Dasong into a wintry despair. He cast a glance at Fat D, struggling to articulate a response. Cat got your tongue? Chen Mu's sudden raised voice startled him into a shiver. Chapter 66. Either she leaves, or you follow her. Mr. Chen, it's not Director Wang's fault. I chose to sit here myself. Pang Di quickly stood up to explain for Wang Dasong. Chen Mu looked at her helplessly. You needn't speak. Oh, Pang Di stood frozen, hesitant to utter a word. A middle-aged woman approached with a smile, extending her hand towards Chen Mu. You must be Mr. Chen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Without even glancing at her outstretched hand, Chen Mu shot her a sidelong glance. Who are you? I am Wang Wan, Lin Siyu's manager, representing Changtian Entertainment, she replied awkwardly, retracting her hand. Oh, Changtian Entertainment, the company where Yu Jie used to work, right? Lin Siyu is the one who shamelessly took the lead role in the production, claiming that newcomers should endure hardships. Chen Mu gestured towards Lin Siyu, who was approaching. Lin Siyu, upon being pointed at, stood frozen, her eyes filled with disdain. I found the director, I wrote the script, I provided the funding, and you dare say my artist should suffer more? Manager Wang, how have you and your artist managed to survive in the entertainment industry? It's utterly absurd. Chen Mu's gaze shifted towards Wang Dasong. Mr. Chen, I was personally invited by Bai Ruyu. No matter how mediocre Lin Siyu may be, she is still a second-tier artist. Surely, her involvement in this production merits some recognition. What is wrong with me guiding the newcomers? Lin Siyu retorted, her anger palpable. Chen Mu found himself amused by the absurdity of her claims. My production doesn't need your assistance. My team requires no guidance from you. Who do you think you are? Lin Siyu was left speechless. Mr. Chen, I apologize on behalf of Siyu. She didn't mean it. Wang Wan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mediate. Unnecessary, Chen Mu scoffed. Old Wang, let her go. Pay her the penalty as per the contract. But Mr. Chen, Lin Siyu has already filmed a considerable amount. Wang Dasong hesitated. Chen Mu's expression remained impassive as he replied. Either she leaves, or you leave with her. Wang Dasong immediately straightened up. Mr. Chen, I will take care of it right away. Both Wang Wan and Lin Siyu were taken aback. They had not anticipated Chen Mu's decisiveness in dismissing them. Boss, Pang Di cautiously tugged at Chen Mu's sleeve from behind. Chen Mu turned and glared at her. You should be ashamed. You've let the lead in your own production be bullied like this. Oh, Bang di murmurd, ste pingazide. Chen Mu remarked. You've truly wasted your height. His frustration mounted as he observed Pang Di's timid demeanor. Where are your bodyguards? Your assistants? Call them over. Oh, I'll go get them. Pang Di averted her gaze, eager to fetch help. Zhu Shirtu quickly interjected. No need to. I've already sent someone to find them. The bodyguard was sent by himself, and feeling such humiliation was unbearable. Chen Mu sighed as he observed the quietly standing Pundi. The child was simply too kind-hearted, always willing to endure hardship rather than trouble others. Turning his head, he noticed Wang Wan and Lin Siyu still lingering nearby and frowned. What are you still doing here? Do you expect me to ask you to leave? The two exchanged reluctant glances before departing, just as Lu Yunbai and his companions arrived. Xiao Lu, you truly are something. As the company's leading artist, you merely watched Pundi being bullied? Chen Mu glared at Lu Yunbai as he approached. Lu Yunbai raised the umbrella he held with a resigned gesture. I wanted to confront Lin Siyu, but Pundi wouldn't allow it. Hence, I had no choice but to assist her bodyguard in purchasing a new umbrella. Under the dual scrutiny of General Manager Chen and General Manager Zhu, beads of sweat poured from Pundi's bodyguard as if it were raining. Boss, this has nothing to do with Sue. It's my own issue. Please don't put him in a difficult position. Pundi quickly defended her bodyguard. Chen Mu glanced at the bodyguard, deciding to let it slide this time, but deducted a month's salary. Zhu Shirtu coldly remarked, this time, you're off the hook, but your year-end bonus is gone. Thank you, General Manager Chen. Thank you, General Manager Zhu, the bodyguard exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve as he stepped behind Pundi. At that moment, Pundi's assistant hurried over to stand before Chen Mu, hesitant and unable to speak. Your boss is still sitting on a little stool, and here you are, comfortably lounging in the nanny van with the air conditioning, Chen Mu remarked. The assistant began to explain, but was interrupted by Chen Mu. Pack your things and go home. You're fired. The assistant stared at Chen Mu in disbelief, and silence enveloped the area. Seeing her still in shock, Zhu Shirtu waved his hand, prompting two bodyguards to flank her and signal her to leave immediately. After sending away the dazed assistant, Chen Mu turned to the still downcast Pundi, sighed, and ruffled her hair. Pundi, lift your head. If anyone insults you, retaliate. If anyone strikes you, strike back. If there are those you cannot handle, seek help. If signing with the company ISNT to help you live with dignity, then why are you here? I am your boss, your support. Do not bring me shame in the future. Pundi looked up at Chen Mu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, repeatedly nodding, yes boss, I understand. All right, I'm leaving. Focus on filming with Lao Wang, Chen Mu said, turning to depart with Zhu Shirtu. Wang Dasong quickly stepped in front of Lu Yunbai to stop him. Boss, you rarely visit. Why not stay for a meal with the crew? Chen Mu shot a displeased glance at Lao Wang. Do I have abalone at home and choose to eat your box meal? Am I so idle? Besides, if you can't even protect your own, how can you expect me to eat comfortably? After observing Wang Dasong awkwardly fidgeting, Chen Mu sighed and added, Lao Wang, this includes Xiao Lu and Pundi. You all have previously struggled at the bottom, accustomed to being cautious. Now, you no longer need to hesitate. Simply act upon what is right. In every endeavor, the company stands firmly behind you. What is there to fear? Boss, I now understand the course of action I must take. Upon hearing this, Wang Dasong sighed in relief, his posture straightening. You all continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave. Chen Mu waved his hand and departed. Wang Dasong and the others watched Chen Mu gradually recede into the distance, an indescribable feeling swelling within them. Once mere insignificant figures. How delightful it is to now possess such backing. As Chen Mu walked along the road, he still felt a lingering displeasure regarding the matter. He dialed by Ru Yu's number and exclaimed, Sister Yu, whom exactly have you gathered? They are brazenly bullying Pang Di. Chapter 67. As long as I do not bully others, who would dare provoke me? Mr. Chen, this is my oversight, and I sincerely apologize, Bai Ruyu replied with a bitter smile. She had just ended a pleading call from Wang Wan and felt quite overwhelmed after hearing the entire account. She promptly terminated the call with Wang Wan, only to receive a call from Chen Mu shortly thereafter. It's not entirely your fault. The company is expanding too rapidly, and it's understandable that you feel a bit flustered. However, it would be best to let go of Pang Di's manager, Chen Mu expressed, showing some understanding towards Bai Ruyu. I will dismiss Pang Di's manager immediately. Rest assured, I will personally take on the roles of manager for both Pang Di and Baozi, Chen Mu asserted. Upon hearing this, Bai Ryu hurriedly responded, but hesitated before voicing her true thoughts. Mr. Chen, I must clarify that I harbor no resentment. I was able to manage the previous Wish studio adequately, but now, with the Wish Entertainment Group, I truly cannot handle it given my capabilities. It would be wise for you to find a suitable replacement for me soon. Managing artist relations is already quite enough for me. Let us proceed according to your thoughts. Yujia, I will begin searching for someone, Chen Mu replied after a moment of contemplation. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to expect Bai Ruyu to manage such a large entertainment group when she was merely an agent. After hanging up, Bai Ruyu let out a sigh of relief, finally able to breathe easier. Chen Mu, contemplating, called Kai Shu Wen. Hello, boss. Hey, Lao Kai. Wish Entertainment Group is in need of CEO. What do you think? Before he could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. Kai Shu Wen tossed the phone onto the table, feeling regretful. Managing Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music has already made me rue my choices. Now you're asking for more? Do you think I have no backbone as a worker? However, Chen Mu's relentless call came through again, ringing persistently until Kai Shu Wen reluctantly answered, unable to suppress his complaints. Boss, if you want me dead, you need not go through such elaborate means. Just hand me a length of white silk. Chen Mu was taken aback. Who said anything about wanting you dead? I merely wanted to ask if you have any suitable candidates for the CEO position at Wish Entertainment Group. Kai Shu Win felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh, how awkward. I misread the situation. Chen Mu's impatient voice broke through. Speak up. Do you have a suitable candidate or not? Yes, yes, yes. Hee hee. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided all this. I do have a candidate in mind. Kai Shu Win replied with a chuckle. Who is it? The CEO of Changtian Entertainment, Hong Fongro. Chen Mu was taken aback. Are you seriously recommending the CEO of Changtian Entertainment, from whom I just expelled their artists? Please, share your reasoning. Boss, Hong Fongro is an old classmate of mine. I'm not just blowing smoke here. His personal capabilities are exceptional, even surpassing mine. He was initially discovered by the former chairman of Changtian Entertainment, and his significant contributions have allowed Changtian to flourish amid the competition among the four major entertainment companies. The former chairman has now retired, and his son has taken over, scrutinizing me, his old classmate, with a critical eye, all in an effort to replace staff with his own loyal followers. This fellow is quite sentimental, feeling indebted to the former chairman for his recognition, which is why he stubbornly remains at Changtian Entertainment. Frankly, I find myself anxious for him. If you trust me, boss, bring him over. I can vouch for his abilities and character with my life. Kai Shu Win anxiously promoted his old classmate. There's no need for guarantees. Your head isn't worth much. When you have time, please arrange a meeting for me, Chen Mu replied, having been persuaded by Kai Shu Win's fervent recommendation. If someone as proud as Kai Shu Win willingly acknowledges that another possesses greater capabilities, that individual must indeed be remarkable. It would be worthwhile to meet. Without concerning himself with the worth of his own head, Kai Shu Win joyfully called Hong Fongro, saying, Old Hong, you owe me a huge favor this time. After returning to the villa, Chen Mu washed up and went to bed, but he felt a pang of worry for Zhao Baozi, recalling the troubles of Fat D. He picked up the phone and called Baozi. Hey, Baozi, is anyone giving you a hard time on set? Zhao Baozi was momentarily taken aback, then replied with urgency, Boss, who do you think I am? This is our own crew, our own investment, our own director. I'm not bullying anyone. Who would dare to mess with me? Chen Mu, upon hearing this, finally relaxed. There is no need for him to visit Zhao Baozi. With his temperament, his concerns had indeed been unwarranted. Oh, that's good. Focus on your acting. Goodbye. Chen Mu hung up without further ado. Zhao Baozi. Later, Chen Mu had a casual chat with Su Yuan, confirming her return date before contentedly ending the conversation. Subsequently, he browsed through the old fan group, observing several big shots engaging in banter. General Huang from Tunglong. Are you all enjoying yourselves? With Su Yuan's wave of advertisements, aren't we bound to take off? General Zhang from Jixing. Hee. You could also approach Su Yuan. Trust me, having her as a spokesperson is currently the most cost-effective choice. Our Su Yuan's album has already taken the world by storm. General Wu from Xingmao. Exactly, among us, you are the only one who hasn't enlisted Su Yuan as a spokesperson. I seriously suspect you're a fake old fan. General Liao from Tianhua. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, what does your company produce, old Huang? General Huang, my family started with pig feed. A chorus of executives, TCH. General Huang, feeling awkward. But since I took over the family business, we have shifted towards high-end pet food. Though, the sales channels are not great. I've wasted over 100 million in advertising expenses. Sigh, the transformation is challenging. A chorus of executives, TCH. At the end of the day, it's still animal feed. ISNT it? Mr. Huang was at a loss for words. However, their arguments seemed rather compelling. Chen Mu found himself amused by the conversation among these influential figures. Observing Mr. Huang's dejected demeanor, he couldn't help but remark, Mr. Huang, your foundation is indeed substantial. Wasting over 100 million in advertising fees in a year. Mr. Huang, upon seeing Chen Mu's message, grew even more disheartened. Mr. Chen, please refrain from mocking me. I have long recognized that your shadow looms behind every wish for a comeback. With your plethora of ideas, could you perhaps devise a solution for me? Yes, you. Your insights will not go unappreciated. Mr. Liao, incensed, retorted, how dare you compare your pitiful feed to Su Yuan's? Who bestowed such audacity upon you? Mr. Liao initiated a vote on whether to expel Mr. Huang from the group. Mr. Huang exclaimed, Oh no, please, I was mistaken. Chen Mu looked on, bursting into laughter. These individuals were truly entertaining, devoid of any semblance of corporate gravitas. Struggling to contain his mirth, he tagged Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, I actually have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Chapter 68. Advertising on the Rocket. Upon the release of Chen Mu's information, it piqued the interest not only of Lao Huang, but also of several other executives. Chen, do share your idea. We shall assist Lao Huang in overseeing it. Lao Huang retorted, you'll have to take a hike. Liao proposed a vote on whether to expel Lao Huang from the group. Damn, Lao Huang muttered. Chen Mu inquired, what are your thoughts on the recent launches by the Imperial Aerospace Administration, akin to the Rocket Monkey? Lao Huang responded, that is the Empire's aerospace project. Aside from watching on my phone and exclaiming how impressive it is, what else can I do? Chen Mu continued, the Imperial Aerospace Administration scarcely receives any funding throughout the year. They wish they could split a single coin into 8 portions. Just imagine, if you were to invest 100 million in such a colossal rocket, emblazoned with the logo of the Tunglong Pet Food Group, what a sensation that would create. After reading Chen Mu's message, Lao Huang felt a light bulb moment, as if a bulb of several hundred watts had illuminated in his mind. Holy cow, wouldn't he that send me to the heavens? Liao commented, Lao Huang, Chen's idea is truly extraordinary. It's brilliant. Zhang added, this idea of Chen S is quite enlightening and holds great potential. Wu chimed in, investing 100 million to elevate one's company to the skies is indeed quite a bargain. The other executives echoed a chorus of astonished remarks. Lao Huang, Lao et hotitri, ha. Chen's idea is remarkable. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank you, brother. Tomorrow, I will personally visit the Aerospace Administration for discussions. Chen Mu smiled nonchalantly, hoping sincerely that he could indeed assist Lao Huang. The following morning, Lao Huang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arose early to catch a flight to Tianquan. Upon landing at noon, he neglected to eat and rushed directly to the Tianquan Aerospace Administration. Upon arriving at the reception area, he was taken aback and immediately glared at the seated individuals. Lao Wu, Lao Zhang, Lao Yao, and that other fellow. You better not tell me you are here to see the Rocket Monkey. The group exchanged awkward glances, feeling rather sheepish. It was undeniably an embarrassing situation. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, as he too bore the marks of fatigue. The previous night, he was roused from slumber by a relentless barrage of voice messages. His mood was foul, and he felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Yi Lao-san, you had better provide me with a reason to calm my fury. Otherwise, I swear I will come and chop you up. Yi Xinghua, undeterred by Chen Mu's escalating anger, responded quietly over the phone, Old 4, the promotional funds have arrived this year. Let us discuss it in person. Chen Mu, ready to unleash his frustrations, hesitated at the mention of promotional funds and immediately perked up. He too quietly confirmed with Yi Xinghua. So, the promotional funds have indeed arrived? Come here quickly, Lao C. I'm waiting for you at the grand database of Star C in Magic City. I'm quite uneasy with this voice message. Yi Xinghua whispered in response. All right, I'm on my way, Chen Mu replied, excitement coursing through him as he hung up the phone, rubbing his hands together and heading to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. Upon exiting, he found Zhu Shurtu, already dressed and standing before him. Lao Zhu, rally the brothers. We are heading to the grand database of Star C, Chen Mu declared, leading the way outside. Zhu Shurtu pressed his earpiece, notifying the 2 standby teams to assemble immediately. Soon, 2 inconspicuous vehicles flanked Chen Mu's Bentley Continental GT as they sped out of Jiangtian Villa. Lao-san, what is this year's promotional budget? Chen Mu inquired, his excitement palpable as he waited for Zhu Shurtu to close the heavy door behind them at the grand database. $6 billion. Yi Xinghua sighed in relief upon Chen Mu's arrival. The thrill of the situation was almost overwhelming for him. Chen Mu was taken aback by the figure, quickly expressing his dissatisfaction. Why is it decreasing year by year? Has the Eagle country been drained dry? Or do they look down upon our Chinese empire? Yi Xinghua was speechless. Take it easy. The Eagle country has been in decline for years. struggling to maintain itself. This year, managing to allocate such a sum to support us is already a significant acknowledgement of the empire. How much can we actually receive? Chen Mu asked, his tone weary. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xinghua replied, after the overseas roundup and deducting the necessary operational costs, we can expect around 1.3 billion. That is far too little. Let us demand 1.5 billion, and furthermore, let us reduce this year's operational costs by 10% to express our dissatisfaction. It's only reasonable if some refuse to cooperate given the meager funds, Chen Mu lamented, increasingly frustrated with the stingy Eagle country. This sum barely equated to a month's revenue from affluent gaming, and having to drag himself out of bed at the dead of night for it felt utterly excessive. All right, I'll go along with your proposal. Yi Xinghua nodded, recognizing Lao C's shrewdness. He calculated that what remained for the actual operatives would be pitifully small, perhaps around 30 cents per account. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Chen Mu yawned, unable to contain his drowsiness. Nothing else, you can go back. I have more matters to attend to, Yi Xinghua replied, returning his focus to the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. As Chen Mu drove home, he reflected on how 2 hours of travel had culminated in merely 10 minutes of discussion. From the inception of Star Sea Weibo, he had noticed the proliferation of numerous operational accounts. Subsequently, he had enlisted Yi Xinghua to infiltrate these accounts, systematically tracing back to their origins. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Chen Mu had instructed Yi Xinghua to create millions of virtual Weibo accounts to follow and like each other, nurturing a few heavyweight accounts that disseminated content favorable to the Eagle country. Subsequently, the cunning minds of the Eagle Nation clandestinely contacted these prominent accounts, providing substantial funding for their expansion of subordinates. Unbeknownst to them, the unfavorable content directed against the Celestial Empire was merely a fabrication of Yi Xinghua. These two individuals adeptly disguised themselves as the foremost sycophants of the Eagle Nation, amassing a considerable fortune from the financial resources allocated for canine training in recent years. Indeed, the funding has dwindled year by year, which explains Chen Mu's growing discontent. On a new morning at the clandestine base of the Celestial Empire's Security Bureau, Deputy Director Jiang Guangwei was engaged in his work when a knock echoed through the room. Enter, he called without lifting his gaze. Report, Director Jiang. The secretary stood at the desk poised. Speak your mind. The funds for the Eagle Nation's remote canine training have been transferred to Chen Mu's secret account abroad as of yesterday. Oh, so Chen Mu and Yi Xinghua are poised to profit once again? Jiang Guangwei finally raised his head, laughing heartily. Chapter 69. My boss is foolish, wealthy, and has little to do. Come swiftly. Chen Mu and his associates did not amass wealth through deceit. Rather, the funds they acquired over the years were devoted to charitable endeavors, a quality I deeply admire in them. The secretary spoke kindly on behalf of Chen Mu and Yi Xinghua. Jiang Guangwei chuckled and shook his head, remarking that they were exemplary individuals, validating the sacrifices we, the older generation, made for them. Please instruct our team to discreetly ascertain if Chen Mu and his colleagues left any traces behind. If not, splendid, but if so, ensure they are thoroughly cleared. Rest assured, our personnel are already on it, the secretary replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu and Yi Xinghua, who remained blissfully unaware of the actions taken by the Imperial Security Department, they continued to believe their operations were flawlessly executed. Upon awakening that morning, Chen Mu took a leisurely stroll around the Wish building, where the Wish Entertainment Group had gradually begun to establish its presence. He consulted with Wang Zhenghua from the Fugue Games Animation Department regarding the recently renovated office of Bairuyu. After discussions, Chen Mu made the decisive call to separate the animation department from Fugue Games, merging it with Thunder Studio to form Thunder Effect Company, with Wang Zhenghua appointed as CEO. Thus, the rebranded animation department transformed into a wholly owned subsidiary of Fugue Games Interactive Entertainment, conveniently relocating to the former office of Wish Studio. Subsequently, Chen Mu engaged in an extensive conversation with Hong Fongrong from Tianyi Entertainment, and both men expressed mutual satisfaction. Following Chen Mu's request for Hong Fongrong to expedite his employment, Hong Fangrong returned to inform the old chairman of his intention to resign. Upon learning this, the old chairman could only sigh, saying, "Fangrong, my boy is not convinced. You are his greatest asset. Yet, his vision is limited, and I am powerless to change that. I apologize for the discomfort you've endured during this time, but since you've found a better opportunity, I can rest easy. Go forth. You are not meant to remain in a small pond. You deserve a grander stage." Hong Fangrong bowed deeply to the old chairman before returning to the company to gather his personal belongings. The young chairman, Lu Kui, regarded Hong Fangrong with the demeanor of a victor. "Old Hong, are you really leaving? Why not wait a bit longer? I'll arrange a farewell banquet for you tonight. After all, once you depart, it may be some time before we meet again. Mr. Lu, rivers and mountains may reunite. Perhaps it won't be long before we cross paths again," Hong Fangrong replied, his demeanor unruffled. Lu Kui gazed at him with a mocking expression. "Then let us see how that unfolds." Hong Fangrong merely smiled and nodded, nonchalantly gathering his belongings and brushing past Yuan and Lin Siyu, who had just arrived at the company. "Ha! Even as you leave, you still maintain your bravado," Lu Kui scoffed, watching Hong Fangrong's retreating figure. "Are you saying that President Chen of Wish Entertainment personally expelled you from the production team?" Lu Kui inquired, frowning at Yuan and Lin Siyu as he sat in his office chair. "Yes, Mr. Lu, that Chen is utterly unreasonable." Lin Siyu merely played the second female lead. This was clearly a significant favor bestowed upon them, yet he failed to appreciate it. Yuan exclaimed, her frustration evident. "Enough! We cannot afford to provoke Yuan Entertainment at this moment. You all should attend to your own matters." Lu Kui glanced at Lin Siyu, who stood by with tears brimming in her eyes, and found himself at a loss. Yuan Entertainment Group has been making significant moves lately, now boasting over 2,000 cinemas and gaining momentum. It is rumored that General Manager Chen has deep ties with Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music, making it impossible for Changtian Entertainment's films and artists to bypass these colossal entities. He truly cannot afford to cross them. He is actually eager to establish a connection with them. Yet Lin Siyu and Yuan, these two foolish girls, have put him in such a predicament, which is indeed a headache for him. Upon hearing his words, Lin Siyu looked at Yuan, and after perceiving her expression, reluctantly turned to leave with her. Lu Kui's agitated mood had yet to settle when, at around 2 in the afternoon, a personnel announcement from Yuan Entertainment Group left him standing in shock. "We warmly welcome Mr. Hong Fangrong to join Yuan Entertainment Group, and congratulate Mr. Hong Fangrong on becoming the inaugural CEO of Yuan Entertainment Group. Let us join hands to create brilliance in the days ahead." Lu Kui stared, dumbfounded, at the announcement and the accompanying photo of Hong Fangrong. How could this be? Hong Fangrong was the one he had forced out. How could he have ascended to the position of CEO of Yuan Entertainment Group in such a short time? What on earth is happening in this world? Before he could gather his thoughts, people began to submit their resignations, leaving with nonchalance, foregoing their salaries for the month. These individuals had always been staunch followers of Hong Fangrong. It was evident where they were heading. Is this not the saying that fortunes change every 30 years? How could such a dramatic shift occur in such a brief span? Lu Kui slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. Meanwhile, Hong Fangrong was too preoccupied to dwell on Lu Kui's tumultuous emotions. He sat bewildered in the general manager's office on the 35th floor of the Yuan building. He had just inspected the newly occupied headquarters of Yuan Entertainment Group, and apart from a couple of stray cats, he was utterly alone. Was he truly a lone commander in this endeavor? Damn it, he had been deceived by General Manager Chen's sweet talk, aside from the artist department. The rest of the organization had yet to be established. Hong Fangrong shook his head with a wry smile. It was too late to lament now, as he had already boarded this ship. He hastily retrieved his phone and began calling around to recruit talent. The sole reason was simple. My boss is not very wealthy and has little work. Come quickly. It is no wonder he and Kai Shu-Wen became old classmates, both sharing a similar plight. As Hong Fangrong busied himself, Chen Mu was leisurely enjoying himself. He had just relished a delightful meal prepared by Aunt Zheng and was now contentedly lounging on the sofa, digesting his food. After instructing Wang Ziqing to transfer 100 million, he called a good friend of his. "Hello, Hong Jia, where are you?" Upon receiving the call, Han Hong burst into laughter. President Chen, where else would I be? Engaging in charity work. Just make sure you don't overexert yourself. Otherwise, I'll have all this money with no one to help me spend it. Chen Mu chuckled in response. You are indeed a person of considerable wealth and generosity. Rest assured, with you as my benefactor, I shall remain impervious to any malevolent forces. Upon receiving Chen Mu's call, Han Hong's spirit soared. With Chen Mu's financial backing, she had devoted the past 2 years to philanthropy, seldom appearing in the public eye. Chen Mu harbored concerns for her well-being, saying, well, dear sister, please take care of yourself. You know your body best. I have just instructed the finance department to transfer 100 million to your charitable account. Please check it shortly. Oh my dear Chen, another 100 million? You have truly been a tremendous help. Han Hong exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. Sister, do not jest. I am merely contributing a small sum. It is you who must embody this cause through your actions. Chapter 70. Earning funds for the empire is not shameful. Let us do it. After chatting for a while, Chen Mu ended the call. His acquaintance with Han Hong began when he penned a song for her titled Daybreak. They shared a sense of having met too late. After Han Hong shifted her focus to philanthropy, Chen Mu was even more impressed by her. He spared no effort in assisting her financially, feeling entirely at ease, placing charitable funds in her capable hands. Previously, Han Hong was the only person in the entertainment industry privy to Chen Mu's true identity. In earlier years, the funds held by Chen Mu and Shangwan Zhuang were discreetly funneled to various research departments within the military via Shangwan Zhuang's grandmother, the Empress Dowager. During those years, the empire was impoverished, and every department was tightening its belt. Otherwise, they would not have had the audacity to purchase mushroom eggs and toss them into the desert. A bold and reckless act indeed. In the past 2 years, as the empire's economy rapidly developed, Chen Mu redirected his financial focus towards charitable endeavors. Not to mention the Shanghai Group, the misappropriated funds for advertising were insignificant. Under the auspices of Fuguwei Game Entertainment, there existed the Fuguwei Hope Fund, Fuguwei Hero Fund, and Fuguwei Seedling Fund. These 3 funds accounted for 30% of the net revenue from the games. He still had $15 billion in hand that had yet to be spent. With his feet propped up on the desk, Chen Mu exhaled a smoke ring, pondering before calling Wang Ziqing. Old Wang, I'm considering establishing a 20 billion charity fund, perhaps in the directions of the Hero Fund and the Hope Fund. The money will be deposited swiftly, so keep an eye on it. Wang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with admiration. All right, boss, you can count on me. I'll handle it tomorrow. However, he hesitated and asked, but boss, do you have a suitable candidate for the charity fund? I actually don't have anyone in mind. For now, you can manage it, and we'll find a suitable person to take over later, Chen Mu replied apologetically. His words echoed the sentiment that while he could speak, old Wang would run with the ideas, a truth that held no flaws. Yet, unlike before, Wang Ziqing did not complain. He readily agreed, feeling a sense of duty towards charitable causes. Before he could catch his breath, General Huang from Tunglong called him, his tone filled with fury. President Chen, please check the group messages. These bastards are driving me insane. After hanging up, Chen Mu was taken aback. Check the group messages? Curious, he opened the group chat of the old Fan Tiao and found himself intrigued by the flurry of messages that had accumulated to over 99. As he opened the messages, his expression mirrored that of the elderly gentleman on the subway who was fixated on his phone. A barrage of messages interspersed with an abundance of expletives flooded his screen. Chen Mu scrolled back to the beginning, reading each one, and he couldn't help but feel bemused. After receiving Chen Mu's suggestion, General Huang had hurried to negotiate advertising deals with the aerospace department, only to find that several big shots from the group had arrived before him. Old Huang was on the verge of exploding with rage. While he was discussing matters with these influential individuals, more kept arriving, making the situation exceedingly awkward. Yet, who could resist the brilliance of Chen Mu's idea? They conducted their own investigations, and to this day, no one has ventured to advertise their brand on an imperial rocket. To be the first company to project its advertisement into outer space, surely that is a cause for family pride, is it not? It deserves a place in the family annals, does it not? Moreover, is this something merely conceived by mere mortals? Thus, no one wished to let this opportunity slip away, and they discreetly converged on the matter at hand. The crowd felt utterly chastened by old Huang's vehement rebukes. Regardless of his tirades, they were resolute in their pursuit. The reception staff at the Aerospace Administration were left bewildered by these magnates. While they frequently handled commercial activities involving foreign satellites, they had never before encountered the prospect of advertising on rocket. Their imaginations were indeed boundless. No wonder they had ascended to such heights in the business world. Amidst the clamor, no one could discern a clear consensus, and Chen Mu, with a hearty laugh, interjected in the group chat. Enough of this bickering. I believe this venture is primarily due to Mr. Huang's initiative. Just look at how flustered he is. It is only fitting that he should be the first. After all, launching rockets at the Aerospace Administration is as simple as sending off firecrackers nowadays. You can always queue behind him. Mr. Liao immediately protested. Chun, you don't understand. It's all about the prestige of being first. Mr. Zhang remarked. Logically, it should indeed be old Huang who goes first, but if I miss this opportunity, I doubt I'll sleep soundly. I've decided to fight for it. Mr. Wu concurred. I second that. A chorus of agreement followed. Seconded. Old Huang exclaimed. Your mother's exploded. Then the group chat erupted into chaos. Chen Mu could only watch in astonishment at the frenzy of messages. Rolling his eyes, he proposed, why not have a collective sponsorship? The more one contributes, the more prominent their position on the rocket. It's merely an advertisement, so let us keep the peace. This is just a suggestion. I'm at my wit's end here. Upon reflection, the group found merit in his proposal, and the atmosphere shifted to one of harmony. After some deliberation, old Huang, albeit begrudgingly, committed 100 million for a third of the prime advertising space. The exuberant Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhang of Jixing, and Mr. Liao of Tianhua each pledged 50 million for a third of the middle section. The remaining 15 entrepreneurs pooled together 150 million to occupy the final third of the rocket. Subsequently, the magnates reached an agreement and sent forth a flurry of handshake emojis. Chen Mu was left in disbelief, wondering if these fools were celebrating prematurely. It seemed the Aerospace Administration had yet to grant their approval. However, Chen Mu had underestimated the situation. The very next day, the group delivered their contract to the Aerospace Administration. Director Yu Xiuxing, initially puzzled by the advertisement contract, lost his composure upon viewing the figures at the back. With this 400 million, not only would the launch cost be covered by the Aerospace Administration, but they would also reap substantial profits. Breathing heavily, Yu Xiuxing bellowed, disseminate the word. Get these company names emblazoned on the rocket. Earning funds for the empire is no disgrace. Let's get to work. In early October, just before the final day of the National Day holiday, the Aerospace Division successfully launched the Moon Mission 12 spacecraft into outer space, achieving a seamless docking with the Imperial Space Station. The Imperial Television, in collaboration with Yuan Short Video, Shanghai Video, and Xinhua Video, broadcasted this momentous event live. The cameras were particularly attentive, capturing several panoramic views of the rocket. Many netizens merely glanced at the broadcast, accustomed as they were to the successful launches of Imperial rockets. However, this fleeting glance caused them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 71. The inaugural National Day celebration of Wish Entertainment has arrived. Were those garish decorations on a rocket? Is that Tenglong pet food? Jixing condiments? Xingmao technology? Oh dear, it's quite the eyesore. Goodness, Tenglong has ascended. My dog dines on Tenglong dog food. So, is that rascal also going to the heavens? Indeed, that little creature is more sophisticated than you. Can you endure this? What are we waiting for? Let us feast on dog meat hot pot. Truly, the minds of the elite are remarkable. Their advertisements have even reached outer space. This is quite an achievement. Yes, General Huang of Tenglong, General Zhang of Jixing, General Liao of Tianhua, General Wu of Xingmao. Haha. It's safe to say that these flashy companies advertising on a rocket are essentially longtime fans of Wish. These companies truly belong to the fanbase of Wish. However, as the foremost fan, Chen Mu, why is his illustrious company absent from such a grand event? It's quite disheartening to see. The Space Administration is resorting to any means to raise funds. Why not earn some money through advertising? Indeed, back in the day, those foolish, eagle-loving folks, Not to mention the technology, Yuan even let us join the space station. Our Imperial Space Administration persevered from abject poverty to establishing our own space station. How much they must have endured. Let them earn. Bosses, feel free to collaborate with the Space Administration. We shall purchase your products. The most outrageous moment occurred during the live broadcast when the Imperial Television S studio played Wish's Anonymous Comfort. Having influential fans makes a difference. This is the prestige of Wish. One comment received the highest number of likes. General Huang of Tunglong and the other executives capitalized on this wave of enthusiasm, successfully promoting their brands and subsequently making a considerable profit, their faces beaming with joy. In their group chat, they showered praise upon Chen Mu, one after another, clamoring to offer him consultant fees. Chen Mu did not refuse. He merely requested they deposit funds into the newly established charity account for his fanbase. Upon seeing Chen Mu's message, everyone fell silent for a moment before responding. General Huang. It's still General Chen with the grand vision. The name Fanbase Charity Fund is excellent. This is truly for us loyal fans. ISNT it? Without further ado, I shall donate 10 million. General Wu. Such righteousness from General Chen. I will too. General Liao. I second that. General Zhang. I second that. A multitude of executives followed suit, though lacking the financial heft of the aforementioned leaders. They pledged amounts ranging from 500,000 to a minimum of 100,000. None were empty-handed. Chen Mu smiled as he continued typing. This is our fanbase's own charity fund. We will not accept external funding. Shortly, I will publish the names and companies of all contributors on the Fund's account. Let us not be coy. This is genuine money spent. I certainly won't let anyone remain an anonymous benefactor. General Huang, undeterred by these details, inquired curiously, General Chen, just how substantial is the scale of our fanbase charity fund? Chen Mu calculated the information briefly before responding, estimating that the old fan charity fund, combined with everyone's contributions, amounted to approximately 2.07 billion. The group of executives, upon hearing this, reacted with astonishment. Mr. Huang exclaimed, "Wow, Chen, did you personally donate 2 billion? Chen Mu chuckled, replying, "Oh, it's nothing really. Besides, it's not my own money." Mr. Liao praised him, saying, "Chen, you are impressive." Mr. Wu remarked, "We old fans are indeed fortunate to have you guiding us." The others echoed his sentiment, all anticipating the immense societal impact the charity fund, named after the fans' wishes, would generate upon its announcement. They knew their companies would be listed among the fund's donors, and the promotional effect would be as significant as any advertisement previously placed on a rocket. Chen Mu smiled and said, "Why be so polite among ourselves?" He then muted the group chat and set his phone down, picking up the box office reports for several films released during the 7-day National Day holiday. The National Day period has always been a fiercely contested time for major entertainment companies, and as the second-largest cinema chain, Yuan was a prime target for recruitment by various firms. Even the heads of Changtian Entertainment and Hawaii Entertainment, who were known to have conflicts with Yuan Entertainment, personally sought a meeting with Hong Fong-rong, only to be rejected without hesitation. Hong was well aware of the animosities between the two companies and his own bosses. Shortly thereafter, however, Chen Mu called, and, after a thorough discussion, Hong Fong-rong presented 3 requests to Song Ilong of Changtian Entertainment. First, that Changtian Entertainment transfer all song copyrights prior to their partnership with Yuan Entertainment Group without charge. Second, that Changtian handle the negotiations with Xin Yuan Cinemas to ensure that they provide no less than 20% of the screenings for Yuan Entertainment during the National Day holiday. If the first condition was met, Yuan would offer Changtian Entertainment 20% of the screening slots. If both conditions were fulfilled, Yuan would divert 5% of the slots originally allocated to Hawaii to Changtian, allowing their films to secure 25% of the screenings in Yuan. Upon hearing this, Song Ilong was left bewildered. He could understand the surrender of the song copyrights, as the earnings from an old album were incomparable to those of a film. The screening quantity from Xin Yuan Cinemas posed no issue, as Zhou Tingshen was a shareholder in Changtian, making a stronghold. However, he was perplexed. When had Yuan Entertainment started releasing films? Curiously, he inquired, "Mr. Hong, could you share what type of film your company is set to release?" Hong Fangrong was forthright, stating it was merely an animated film, not comparable to Mr. Song's grand productions. "This is just Su Yuan Entertainment Group's first National Day release. We're merely joining the festivities." "Haha, Mr. Hong, then it's settled. I agree to both requests, but you must ensure the 25% screening allocation," Song Ilong responded. Feeling relieved upon learning that Su Yuan Entertainment's release was only an animated film, Hong Fangrong also chuckled, undoubtedly satisfied, as these matters were to be inscribed in the contract. Song Ilong politely ended the call with a dismissive snicker. After all, this was the National Day holiday period, and for an animated film to seek attention here seemed ludicrous. He mused that Yuan Entertainment was likely to face significant challenges. Subsequently, a sense of pride welled within him. Securing a 25% share of the screenings from Shiyu and Jiahe was indeed a pleasant surprise, promising a substantial profit. As for the 5% acquired from Hawaii, he felt no remorse whatsoever. The share he obtained was a testament to his own capabilities, bearing no relation to Hawaii Entertainment. While Song Ilong reveled in his triumph, Chen Mu also basked in a jubilant delight. Chapter 72. While there was indeed a sense of ambition, it seemed rather limited. Prior to acquiring the cinema chain, the animation department had already completed their animated films and secured voiceovers for their own enjoyment, finding great amusement in them. After finalizing the musical score, he instructed Wang Zhenghua to submit one of the series produced by the animation department for urgent review at the Imperial Film General Administration. All preliminary preparations had been completed, awaiting the release of films from Changtian Entertainment and Hawaii Entertainment. Even if their box office performance could not surpass these two, they were determined to cause them some trouble. Upon learning that Su Yuinga and the cinema chain had allocated no screening slots for his film, Zhou Mingyuan of Hawaii was infuriated. He called Hong Fangrong to express his outrage. "Mr. Hong, isn't the relationship between Changtian Entertainment and you far worse than that of Hawaii Entertainment with you? They received 25% of the screening slots, yet Su Yuinga has been granted none for me." Hong Fangrong silently cursed under his breath, thinking Zhou was being rather self-important. "Your relationship with our boss is just as poor," he retorted confidently. "Originally, there were slots allocated for you, but Changtian Entertainment intervened and took the portion that rightfully belonged to you. That is all I know. The specifics were discussed directly between our boss Song Ilong and General Chen Mu. As for you, Mr. Zhou, I can only extend my apologies." Zhou Mingyuan listened to the dial tone for an extended period, stunned. What on earth? My screening slots were taken by Song Ilong? He never anticipated such a betrayal from him, and he seethed in anger. He refrained from calling Song Ilong, knowing he would need to maintain cordial relations with the old man at Xin Yuan Cinema. However, a grudge had certainly been established. During the National Day holiday, a crucial time for film releases, major companies were keenly focused and had begun their promotions early. Changtian Entertainment's film, directed by the emerging talent Peng Yuehua, was titled Youth Without Regrets, featuring their top star Wang Zhou and the rising star Yi Xiaolin. Hawaii Entertainment brought forth a martial arts epic entitled Blood Drop, directed by the renowned filmmaker Xiao Zhirun, starring the long-established yet still powerful Lu Qishuan and Xiu Shujun. Sega Entertainment presented Reverse Life, led by director Su Yinqing with stars Huang Guanggu and Yi Wang, while Crystal Butterfly Entertainment showcased 1924, helmed by the esteemed director Yinda Wang, featuring Zheng Jiai and Sun Ning. Other smaller productions aspired to become dark horses, but were destined to be mere cannon fodder. Consensus among critics suggested that the top 3 box office contenders would emerge from these 4 companies, a tradition observed year after year. Recently, the once prominent Su Yuinga Entertainment Group also attempted to seize the National Day slot with their own film. However, just as the excitement began to build, it was discovered that they had released an animated film, leaving everyone too disheartened even to critique it. It appeared Su Yuinga Entertainment had little enthusiasm, hastily promoting the film through the Shanghai app on the eve of the National Day, clearly setting it up to be yet another casualty. On the first day of the National Day holiday, Changtian Entertainment's Youth Without Regrets, buoyed by an impressive advertising campaign, an overwhelming fan base for the popular star Wang Zhou, and a commendable distribution across various cinemas, achieved a staggering box office of 160 million. Sega Entertainment and Changtian Entertainment, due to their favorable relationships with numerous theaters, garnered box office returns of 110 million for Life and Counterattack and 98 million for 1924. In contrast, Huai Entertainment's martial arts epic Blood Drop, lacking the support of Xuanjia and associated theaters, only managed 59 million, indicating a likely flop. Similarly, Yuan Entertainment's animated feature Kung Fu Panda, set in Chen Mu's world where Kung Fu and pandas are quintessentially Chinese, yet ironically, Kung Fu Panda belongs to the Americans, faced a dismal fate. This animated film, due to inadequate promotion and a rushed release, could only amass 27 million at the box office, even with substantial screenings from Xuanjia and Yuan, falling short of Blood Drop. On the morning of the second day of the holiday, the ratings for the released films were freshly published. Youth Without Regrets received a dismal score of 4.9 on Tapia Wang, drawing scathing criticism from viewers. Is this even worthy of being called a film? Is this truly what one would call an actor? How dare you release this in theaters? The entire movie had me dozing off. After it concluded, I stretched and felt I had paid to take a decent nap in the cinema. Wang Zhou, the top star, is there anything beyond his loud antics? Why do I want to laugh when he cries? Even a few drops of eye drops to feign emotion would suffice. Notably, Tapia Wang remains remarkably impartial, and this 4.9 rating attests to the fact that Youth Without Regrets is indeed subpar. Although Blood Drop did not fare well at the box office, it too faced a barrage of criticism. The film is filled with grandiose moral lessons, and to make matters worse, I couldn't even comprehend them. Director Xiao Zhiran of Blood Drop is merely riding on past laurels, consistently producing self-indulgent rubbish. While others' films soar or remain grounded, he drags us straight to the underworld. Can I sue him for fraud? If not, let's pretend I never said that. Blood Drop received a rating of 5.0 on Tapia Wang, slightly better than Youth Without Regrets, though the difference is hardly significant. Song Yilong from Changtian Entertainment was furious, and his public relations team scrambled to mitigate the damage. However, the primary platform for public discourse in the Middle Kingdom remains Weibo, supplemented by the rising short video app Yuan. Ironically, this is all Chen Mu's domain, and the outcome was predictable. Instead of assistance, the two companies subtly fanned the flames of discontent. Life and Counterattack in 1942 performed admirably, securing ratings of 7.1 and 7.3 respectively, causing the executives of Sega and Jingdai to beam with delight, as the industry's rivalry only served to highlight their success. After perusing the ratings of these 4 films, many netizens glanced at the conspicuously branded Kung Fu Panda from Yuan Entertainment. To their astonishment, it boasted a rating of 7.9. What a surprise! Astonished netizens perused the comments below, which overflowed with praise. The dialogue is exceptional, the plot is brilliant, the soundtrack is magnificent, and the characters are remarkable. 10 stars recommended. I cannot speak for other screenings, but in the one I attended, everyone was laughing heartily. How can it be so hilarious? Is this a 3-dimensional CG animation? I specifically checked the production company and was amazed to discover it is the animation division of Rich Games Entertainment. For a gaming company to produce such a high-quality animated film is truly impressive. I was quite puzzled, wondering how Wish Entertainment Group could release an animated film so soon after its establishment. Upon realizing it was produced by Chen Mu's Rich Games, it all made sense. Clearly, Chen Mu is supporting Wish Entertainment. This is a family-friendly animated film, filled with both laughter and tears, and I strongly encourage everyone to watch it. This animated film is genuinely captivating. Just to clarify, I mean that in the most literal sense. I would never lead anyone astray. By the third day of the National Day holiday, after the box office figures from the second day were released, everyone was left in astonishment. Chapter 73. This is the empire that Chen Mu has built for me. Regretless Youth garnered less than 7,000 in box office revenue, witnessing a staggering drop in its earnings on the second day, with a dismal rating of 4.4, setting yet another record low. Blood Drop managed to secure 40 million in ticket sales, but received a rating of 4.6 and failed to resonate with audiences, despite being a grand production. Yuan from Hawaii is likely to suffer significant losses. Conversely, Life in Battle in 1924 remained steadfast, earning 120 million and 110 million respectively, with slight increases in their box office figures, reaching 7, 5 and 7. Following this, Wish Entertainment's animated feature Kung Fu Panda benefited from the positive word of mouth generated on its debut day and the vigorous promotion on social media platforms. The second day saw Kung Fu Panda's box office surge to 99 million, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the 100 million mark. When the third day's box office numbers were revealed, Regretless Youth reported 20 million, with a rating of 3.6. What caused this drastic decline? It is merely a fan-driven film, whose audience potential has been completely exhausted, leading to its downfall. The discerning viewers are not easily deceived. Yet, it cannot be dismissed that a handful of curious individuals may have ventured to witness the extent of its shortcomings. Blood Drop failed to reach even 10 million, with a disappointing rating of 4.0, marking its complete failure. This film has only added to the growing list of missteps in the illustrious career of renowned director Yuan, who has been faltering despite his past successes. Life in Battle in 1924 experienced minor declines, both hovering around 100 million in revenue. In stark contrast, Kung Fu Panda experienced a remarkable surge in box office performance, amassing 1.87 billion, with an impressive rating of 8.3 and an occupancy rate of 86%. On the fourth day, Wish Jia Cinemas significantly reduced the screenings of Regretless Youth to allocate more for Kung Fu Panda. Xian Yuan Cinemas even went so far as to pull Blood Drop from their lineup entirely, transferring its screenings to Kung Fu Panda. After all, who wouldn't want to profit? It is unfortunate that their own film did not live up to expectations. Other smaller cinema chains quickly followed suit, increasing the showings of Kung Fu Panda. The box office results for the fourth day revealed the dismal fate of Blood Drop, while Regretless Youth earned an almost negligible amount. Both Life in Battle in 1924 hovered around 70 million. Following an increase in screenings, Kung Fu Panda saw its box office rocket to 2.7 billion, with a rating of 8. Thus, Kung Fu Panda claimed the title of box office champion for this year's National Day release, with a total box office of 5.93 billion. The news left the industry in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that the recently consolidated Wish Entertainment Group would jokingly release an animated feature that would trample over several heavyweight films, ultimately claiming the box office crown? Especially during the National Day period, which is known for its high stakes, rivaling even that of the Spring Festival? Is this a mediast? Song Yilong from Changtian Entertainment berated his top star, Wang Zhou mercilessly, yet he prudently refrained from publicly humiliating him, as he needed to maintain his reputation for profit. He often advised him to diligently study under the guidance of his mentors. Yet look at how abysmal his performance was in Regretless Youth. Is this truly a display of talent? Song Yilong rubbed his wrist as he settled into his chair. Boss, I was wrong. I will never dare again and will certainly study diligently to avoid bringing shame upon you, Wang Zhou pleaded, kneeling on the ground while clutching his stomach. Song Yilong gazed at him coldly, warning, you ought to rein in your personal life as well. If you cause any more trouble, it will not merely result in a beating. Wang Zhou trembled and nodded vigorously, assuring, rest assured, boss, I promise I will not create any more trouble for the company. The investment in Youth Without Regrets was publicly touted as 200 million. Yet anyone with functioning eyesight could discern that a fan film could not possibly require such an extravagant budget. In reality, after symbolically compensating Wang Zhou and Yi Xiaolin, the total expenditure was barely 30 million. Even if the film flopped, the company still profited. However, the film's success could not offset the decline in the company's stock prices. The paltry earnings from the film were nowhere near sufficient to compare with the company's stock value. Reflecting on this, Song Yilong felt an urge to thrash Wang Zhou once more, but ultimately restrained himself. Get lost, he said, turning away to gaze out the window of his office chair. However, as he turned, his gaze fell upon the large characters of Wishing Tower across the street. He cursed under his breath, realizing that since Su Yuan's return, nothing had gone smoothly for him. After attending a commercial event in Jinling City, Su Yuan stealthily entered the cinema with Liang Xian on the last day of the National Day holiday. Standing at the entrance of the cinema on the third floor of Wanda Plaza, Su Yuan waited for Liang Xian, who had gone to buy snacks. With a mask covering her face, she looked up at the cinema's name and chuckled softly, her hands clasped behind her back as she swayed slightly, clearly in high spirits. "What are you grinning about?" Liang Xian asked curiously as she returned with her purchases. Su Yuan glanced around to ensure no one was watching before pointing to the cinema's name and whispering, "Sister Xian, look, what is so special about our own cinema?" Liang Xian replied, puzzled after a brief glance. Su Yuan grinned widely, dramatically spreading her arms. "This is the empire that Chen Mu built for me." Liang Xian rolled her eyes in response. "I don't know about any empire, but if we don't get inside soon, we'll miss the start of Kung Fu Panda. All right, let us hurry," Su Yuan exclaimed, pulling Liang Xian into the cinema. Kung Fu Panda maintained its momentum, surpassing 1 billion in box office sales within 6 days, and remarkably, the earnings only experienced a slight decline after the initial surge. While breaking the 20 billion mark proved challenging, reaching 16 to 17 billion seemed quite feasible. On October 15th, however, the box office for Kung Fu Panda began to plummet significantly, leading to Xian Yuan Cinema being the first to reduce screenings, and Su Yuan Jiahe followed suit. Consequently, the total box office reached 1.66 billion, with projections suggesting it could reach 1.7 billion, aligning closely with industry forecasts. This remarkable achievement has left the industry in awe. The recently consolidated Wish Entertainment has ascended to claim the box office championship of the National Day holiday, and, astonishingly, it is an animated film. Who could possibly rationalize this? The 4 major entertainment companies are now filled with trepidation. Could this herald the emergence of 5 major entertainment firms? If Chen Mu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly smirk with a hint of malice. How could it possibly become 5 major entertainment companies? Perhaps it will remain at 3. It cannot exceed that. At this moment, Chen Mu is too preoccupied with trivial matters. He is at home, delightfully conversing with himself, pondering the figure of 1.66 billion. What would be the profit based on the production company's 35% share? As he muses, he retrieves his calculator from his phone and begins to tap away. Chapter 74, Paul, trust me. The calculation of 16. 6 multiplied by 0. 35 equals 5. 81. Which doesn't seem like much, Chen Mu remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, gazing at the impressive figure of 1.66 billion. However, after all the parties involved take their share, what remains is pitifully small, especially considering it was acquired under nearly zero-cost conditions. Should industry insiders catch wind of this expression on his face, their disdainful remarks would surely drown him. Other production companies only retain 35%. But that is irrelevant for Chen Mu, who still holds the reins of Wishful Entertainment and its distribution channels, which promise a significant portion of revenue. Let us examine the costs he incurred. In terms of promotion, he merely leveraged a few advertisements from the Shanghai Group for a single evening, leading to a promotional cost of 0. As for the production expenses, those were simply allocated to the animation department, which had previously been tasked with honing their skills. His only financial commitment was a fraction of their wages, and even though it was covered by Fortune Game and Entertainment. The soundtracks were personally added by Chen Mu without any expenditure, and the only true cost incurred was the remuneration for the voice actors. According to Wang Zhenghua, the actors were contracted for multiple animated productions, with the understanding that these projects were a playful venture assigned by Mr. Chen to the animation team, thus ensuring the selection of highly cost-effective talent. In essence, he implied, it was remarkably inexpensive. Therefore, the cost of Kung Fu Panda is virtually negligible. What is even more perplexing is that the animation team, based on Chen Mu's script, has managed to produce 4 installments. Now, one can surely comprehend the loathsome expression on Chen Mu's face as he appears discontented with the meager profits. I must devise a strategy to recuperate some losses, he muttered to himself as he dialed Hong Fongrong. Mr. Chen, what instructions do you have? The first film from Wishful Entertainment has become a tremendous success, predominantly due to Chen Mu's efforts. At this moment, Hong Fongrong's admiration for Chen Mu flows like an unending river. Old Hong, the domestic release of Kung Fu Panda is essentially concluded. Do you think we should explore opportunities abroad? Chen Mu cut straight to the point. Hong Fongrong paused, realizing the extent of Chen Mu's ambitions. Mr. Chen, I will indeed reach out to foreign distributors, but you must prepare yourself for the reality. Our films have historically struggled to gain traction overseas, and the profits are likely to be minimal, he cautiously explained. Why not reach out to major distributors in the U.S. and see if we can secure a few days of screening? Earning even a dime would be worthwhile, Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. Hong Fangrong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Mr. Chen, to be frank, I lack connections even with the smaller distributors in the U.S. I only know a few second-hand dealers in Europe. Chen Mu chuckled at the mention of second-hand dealers. In that case, focus on those you know, and I will devise my own plan for the U.S., he stated. After hanging up, he rummaged through his contacts until he found the number he needed and dialed it directly. The phone rang for quite a while before being abruptly disconnected. Undeterred, Chen Mu dialed again. This time, it rang only twice before being swiftly answered, followed by a torrent of curses in English. Damn it. I don't care what your reason is. You better have something important, or you'll be in for a world of trouble. Chen Mu grimaced at the familiar demeanor. Hey Paul, it's Chen from China. After his introduction, there was silence on the other end. Likely Paul was regaining his composure. Oh, damn it, Chen. Well, I should be delighted to receive your call. Do you realize it's the middle of the night here? Calling at this hour is downright inconsiderate, Paul complained. Hey, what is wrong with the middle of the night? I'm calling to bring you money, Chen Mu retorted, disregarding Paul's grievances. Upon hearing about money, Paul perked up instantly, scrambling out of bed. Chen, are you saying there's finally a new script? Not exactly a new script. As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, Paul flopped back down. Then goodbye. Chen, it's too late. I need to sleep. Wait, I'm genuinely bringing you money. I have the rights to a film that has just become a sensation in the Middle Kingdom, and I'd like to collaborate for its release in your theaters. Chen Mu, fearing Paul would hang up, quickly revealed his purpose for calling. Sorry, Chen, I'm only interested in your scripts. You know that films from your Middle Kingdom typically struggle to find an audience here. Paul declined once more. Chen Mu rubbed his brow. Are you really not considering it? This film is produced by me, and I'm a screenwriter. Damn it, Chen, how could you have a script and not consider me? To shoot it yourself is a grave insult to your work, Paul exclaimed in outrage. Clearing his throat, Chen Mu replied, Paul, trust me, this script truly isn't suitable for you. You're a fraud. I can no longer believe you. Damn, Paul began, but was interrupted by Chen Mu. This script is an animated feature. An animated feature? Oh, Chen, I forgive you, but I have even less interest in animation. Paul still refused. Chen Mu insisted, Paul, believe me, this animated film recently grossed nearly $1.7 billion in the empire. I am confident it will succeed here as well. Chen, I'm not only a successful director, but also a prosperous businessman. Do not doubt the vision of a film merchant, Paul retorted curtly. Films from the Middle Kingdom, aside from winning awards in Europe, have truly been dismal at the box office. Some have attempted to take a gamble on imports, only to lose everything. Damn it. I gave you the scripts for Chainsaw, Maniac Parts 7 and 8. With these films under your belt, surely you can find the confidence to distribute this one? Chen Mu snapped in frustration. I still refuse. Wait. Are you saying you've already completed the scripts for Chainsaw, Maniac Parts 7 and 8? Oh dear Chen, why didn't you say so sooner? Rest assured, that infernal animated film of yours is in my possession, Paul exclaimed with delight as he sprang up from the bed. He had been anxiously awaiting the script for Chainsaw Man, but Chen Mu had continually postponed its completion. Despite his attempts to find someone to continue the writing, none could capture the essence that Chen Mu possessed. Presently, there were 2 foundational scripts for Chainsaw Man in existence. Even if Kung Fu Panda incurred some losses, he would be willing to accept it, for the worst outcome would merely involve a slight loss in promotional expenses. Hey Chen, hurry and bring that animated film over. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see the script. You, Paul urged eagerly. Chen Mu shook his head vigorously, refusing to go. Chapter 75. What the hell? That old scoundrel Song Yilong is actually spying on me? Paul was momentarily taken aback. Why are you not coming? Weren't you supposed to release your animated series with the Eagles? I am currently at odds with them. I would rather die than go. Either you come here, or have someone from my company come find you. Chen Mu certainly wouldn't waste his time venturing abroad. The outside world is currently in chaos. Moreover, the Eagles are not exactly a welcoming place. If I were to go there and fall victim to some unforeseen circumstance, I wouldn't even have a place to mourn. Then I shall come to find you. Chen, wait for me. Paul concluded the conversation without waiting for Chen Mu's response and hung up the phone. After all, he had little to occupy his time lately, so a trip to the Empire would serve as a pleasant diversion. What a fool. Chen Mu chuckled as he glanced at the disconnected phone. Old Zhu, let's take a stroll around the Wish Tower. Chen Mu rose and beckoned to Zhu Shitu. After making necessary arrangements, Zhu Shitu led a convoy of 3 cars straight to the Wish Tower. Upon arriving downstairs, Chen Mu exited the car, but just as he was about to enter, he turned back to Zhu Shitu and extended his hand. Old Zhu, where's your binoculars? Hand them over for a moment. Without hesitation, Zhu Shitu opened the trunk, retrieved the binoculars, and handed them to Chen Mu, having long since become accustomed to his occasional whims. With the binoculars in hand, Chen Mu entered the building, where Hong Fangrong was already waiting at the entrance. Boss, you finally decided to inspect the company. Hong Fangrong greeted warmly, shaking Chen Mu's hand. He had heard from Bai Ruyu that since the Wish Entertainment Group settled in the Wish Tower, Chen Mu had not visited even once. Who wouldn't appreciate such a carefree boss? I am not here for an inspection, Chen Mu replied. You can send me the specifics regarding department personnel, floor allocations, and equipment later. I will take a look then. Old Hong, don't feel pressured. You carry on with your work, and I'll head upstairs on my own. Chen Mu was quite satisfied with Hong Fangrong's capabilities. Having such a reliable subordinate allowed him to take many liberties. Without a doubt, I'll increase your salary at year-end. How can that be? Boss, since it's your first visit, I must accompany you. Please don't push me away, or I won't be able to sleep at night. Hong Fangrong insisted, not taking Chen Mu's words seriously. Ultimately, unable to dissuade him, Chen Mu relented and agreed to let Hong Fangrong accompany him upstairs. Along the way, Hong Fangrong provided an overview of the Wish Tower's usage. The framework of the Wish Entertainment Group was just beginning to take shape, yet even with all personnel in place, the 36-story building remained underutilized. Hong Fangrong suggested leasing out the unused floors. Chen Mu outright declined. If they're unoccupied, so be it. The Wish Tower will not allow unrelated companies to settle here. I'm not in need of that rental income. Boss, the rental issue is secondary. The main concern is that with so few people, the building appears desolate and lacks vitality. Our group predominantly comprises women, and the building feels rather eerie when they leave work late. It frightens them, Hong Fangrong explained somewhat awkwardly. Chen Mu paused, taken aback by this concern he had not considered. I shall think it over. All right, boss, which department shall we begin with? Hong Fangrong asked with a smile. No need to look further. With you and Sister Yu here, what do I have to worry about? Just take me to the top floor, Chen Mu replied decisively. Upon hearing this, Hong Fangrong was momentarily taken aback before smiling and leading Chen Mu towards the boss's exclusive elevator. Having such a boss was truly a source of ease. It was remarkably stress-free. As the group entered the elevator, they ascended to the top floor, reserved specifically for the boss. Whether it was for Su Yuan or Chen Mu, both expressed indifference. Bai Ruyu, feeling no desire to fuss over it, thought that neither of these two ancestors was one to sit idly. Whoever arrived could use the space. After all, with such a vast area, there was ample room for the two to lounge and roll about. Upon reaching the top floor, Chen Mu merely glanced around before hastening to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the Changtian Entertainment building, which was several stories shorter than the Su Yuan Tower. He wondered if he could catch a glimpse of Song Along from Changtian Entertainment. After speaking, Chen Mu chuckled and raised a telescope to peer at the top of the Changtian building. Hong Fangrong watched Chen Mu's actions with a bewildered expression, mechanically turning to look at Zhu Shitu with a puzzled gaze. Has our boss always been this childish? Zhu Shitu nodded in affirmation, providing a confirming glance. Through the telescope, Chen Mu scrutinized the top of the Changtian Entertainment building when he suddenly froze. There was someone on the opposite side, standing before a floor-to-ceiling window, equipped with a far superior telescope mounted on a stand. The individual was none other than Song Along, who was also peering through his telescope in this direction. Chen Mu? Song Along? Wow, this old geezer Song Along is actually spying on me. Chen Mu exclaimed. Zhu Shitu and Hong Fangrong exchanged glances, both at a loss for words as they watched him. Aren't you also spying on Song Along? They thought. How awkward it was. Their mutual, underhanded intentions had been inadvertently uncovered. Regaining his composure, Song Along cleared his throat and graciously waved in their direction. Chen Mu, in a similarly gracious manner, responded by raising his middle finger. Song Along, damn, I let my guard down. On that sunny day, with the weather clear and the sun shining brightly, the two extraordinary swordsmen silently exchanged gestures through their telescopes, with the middle-aged swordsman succumbing to the youthful swordsman's gesture of the middle finger. Subsequently, both huffed in unison and turned away, drawing the curtains together. Old Jew, the security measures of the group are still inadequate. If it weren't for me today, you wouldn't even know someone was spying on you. Security needs to be reinforced from now on. Chen Mu instructed Zhu Shitu with a serious expression. Zhu Shitu was dumbfounded, thinking, how can you blame me for security when there's such a wide road between us? Old Hong, I'm done here, I'm leaving, Chen Mu said, bidding farewell as he turned to depart. Hong Fongrong, stifling a laugh, cast a sympathetic glance at Zhu Shitu before following Chen Mu out. Chen Mu then headed to Changtian Entertainment to check on the recording progress of Lin Jingxian's new album. Indeed, Lin Jingxian had begun recording the song that Chen Mu had written for her at Changtian Entertainment. After her contract with Changtian Entertainment expired, she had turned down all offers from other entertainment companies and vanished from the public eye, leaving everyone surprised that her next stop would be Su Yuan Entertainment. After an enjoyable time spent with Su Yuan, Su Qingwei has returned. The new album has passed Chen Mu's scrutiny, and now everything is in place, awaiting only the release of an album by a certain artist from Changtian Entertainment or Huai Entertainment. Indeed, Su Qingyue's album is astonishingly powerful. Any artist releasing an album alongside hers is bound to face misfortune. Chen Mu observed Lin Jingxian, who was engrossed in discussing songs with Su Qingyue, and couldn't help but feel a lingering discomfort from his recent distant encounter with Song Along. Sister Jingxian, the news of your signing with Su Yuan Entertainment can be made public now, Chen Mu remarked with a smile. Lin Jingxian looked up at him, annoyance evident in her gaze. What's the rush? Weren't we supposed to wait a while before announcing this? I've reconsidered. Our Su Yuan Entertainment group no longer fears Changtian Entertainment, so there's no need to keep this under wraps, Chen Mu replied with righteous conviction. He certainly would not express the thought that he had just given Song Along a metaphorical middle finger and was feeling quite displeased. Chapter 76. Speaking this way may lead to your demise. In the empire having conferred with Lin Jingxian, Chen Mu established a company group and included Su Yuan, Bali Radi, Zhao Baozi, and others. He relayed the plan for them to publicly welcome Lin Jingxian on Weibo, thereby bolstering her presence. Bai Ruyu was to initiate the announcement, given that the official Weibo account of Su Yuan Entertainment was personally managed by her. This decision required an official release. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan Entertainment disseminated a new message. We warmly welcome the music industry's diva Lin Jingxian to our family. They also tagged Lin Jingxian in the post. Subsequently, Su Yuan and others promptly shared the welcoming message. Lin Jingxian herself reshared it, stating, I am thrilled to join the warm family of Su Yuan Entertainment. My new album is currently in production, and I will give my utmost in the days to come. Thank you all. The announcement from Su Yuan Entertainment quickly stirred a whirlwind online and within the industry, leaving both insiders and outsiders astounded. Wait a moment, didn't Lin Jingxian's new album just suffer defeat at the hands of Su Yuan? How is it possible she signed with Su Yuan Entertainment so swiftly? Haha, if you can't beat them, join them. Do you really need to ask? What is so hard to understand? Lin Jingxian joining Su Yuan Entertainment is undoubtedly aimed at Dong Mu, the lyrical genius behind her rise. The new album that recently bested her was also entirely crafted by Dong Mu. If I were in her shoes, I would certainly join Su Yuan Entertainment as well. Congratulations to Lin Jingxian. With Dong Mu's lyrics and compositions, she won't have to rely on past glories. She has already begun recording her new album. I can't wait for her collaboration with Dong Mu again. You lot are completely missing the point. The crux lies in the rivalry between Changtian Entertainment and Su Yuan Entertainment. Ever since Su Yuan's comeback, they have been persistently undermining Changtian. Previously, newcomer Bali Radi compensated Changtian Entertainment with $50 million to forcibly terminate her contract and join Su Yuan, which was somewhat understandable since she was merely a newcomer. But now, Lin Jingxian one of Changtian Entertainment's pillars, has expedited her signing with Yuan right after her contract expired. This is a blatant slap in the face to Changtian Entertainment. Can they really tolerate this? I certainly cannot. As long as the pickaxe is wielded skillfully, no wall remains unbreached. In just 2 months, Yuan Entertainment has poached 2 talents from Changtian. Changtian Entertainment should be more vigilant. They must retaliate, lest they find themselves diminished to mere shadows in the industry. Now Changtian Entertainment is reaping the bitter fruits of their actions from a decade ago. I wonder if they will regret their past decisions? To quote the esteemed writer Shi Chu, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. Yuan has made a formidable return after being dormant for 10 years. Tremble, Changtian Entertainment. Wow. The commenter above is quite the romantic, haha, but I find it rather stirring. Retaliate, Changtian Entertainment. Don't be cowardly. Do not allow me to look down upon you. Huh. The people upstairs are really fanning the flames. They are truly those who revel in chaos. The netizens were enjoying the spectacle immensely, yet Song Ilong, upon receiving the news, found no joy in it. He glared at the Weibo post from Yuan Entertainment with a sullen expression. Damn it, this is akin to someone defecating on my neck. He roared, flinging his phone away. Breathing heavily, his countenance darkened. Both Changtian Entertainment and his own face felt as if they would be bruised. He needed to retaliate. He absolutely had to. However, recalling the middle finger directed at him by that kid on the top floor of the Yuan building, he despondently sank onto the sofa. That person must be Chen Mu. With the formidable Chen Mu backing Yuan, how could he possibly retaliate? He was outmatched in every conceivable way. It was likely that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Mu. Yuan lacked such aggression. Perhaps it is best to endure for now, he sighed deeply, staring blankly at the ceiling. Damn it, with this news, the company's stock might plummet again tomorrow. Truly infuriating. Chen Mu returned to his villa, dilly-dallying until after 11 before finally falling asleep. He was abruptly awakened by the sound of his phone ringing, exploding with irritation. Upon seeing that it was Paul calling, he answered with a scowl. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what time it is? Are you so short-sighted? I just wanted to discuss some money-making ventures with you. And here you are seeking revenge. Hey, Chen, I'm at the airport in Magic City. You need to come pick me up. Paul, undeterred by the hour, was fervently eager to obtain the scripts for the next 2 installments of Chainsaw Maniac. Chen Mu was taken aback. How did this fool arrive so quickly? Just wait for me. Without further thought, Chen Mu responded and dashed to the airport, meeting up with Paul, who was leisurely sipping coffee at a CAF. Could he not time your arrival better? It's already past 3. Chen Mu complained as he approached Paul. Haha, Chen, it's been ages. I've missed you terribly, Paul exclaimed in his halting Chinese, enveloping Chen Mu in a hearty embrace. Who the hell misses me to death? Chen Mu rolled his eyes and returned the hug. If you're going to speak Chinese, at least learn it properly. You could get beaten up in the Empire for that kind of talk. Hey, I had a friend teach me that specifically for you, Paul replied, looking hurt and aggrieved. I suspect your friend isn't exactly a saint either. Seeing Paul about to continue, Chen Mu resignedly draped an arm over his shoulder and guided him out of the airport. Be quiet and come with me. Chen, what about my scripts? I can hardly contain my excitement to see them. Paul inquired eagerly. Chen Mu yawned. The scripts aren't going anywhere. Let's head home for now. I'm nearly dead tired from picking you up. Chen, you certainly don't act your age. When I was your age, I would still be partying at this hour, Paul remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he looked at Chen Mu. Indeed, in your youth, you were stronger than I. Hence, you have now become a balding man, Chen Mu remarked, casting a teasing glance at Paul's gleaming bald head. Paul, feeling the sting of the comment, instinctively touched his head and fell silent, recognizing Chen Mu's words as a magical assault, which left him quite irked. This sharp retort from Chen Mu was precisely what he desired, allowing him to comfortably close his eyes and rest for a moment. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Mu retrieved a new set of toiletries and handed them to Paul. After you wash up, I shall retire to the guest room. Old Pig has already changed the sheets for you. I'm off to sleep now. Paul clutched the toiletries, gazing expectantly at Chen Mu. Chen, about my script. I still wish to have a midnight snack. Chapter 77. Clear accounts among brothers. Chen Mu, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively without turning around, stating that late-night snacks were unnecessary and that the script had been placed in the guest room. Paul, feeling that Chen was rather frugal, complained to Zhu Shirtu, who merely shrugged in response. Clutching his toiletries, Paul retreated to the guest room, dismissing the need for washing up, prioritizing the script instead. Chen Mu rose from a deep slumber well into the afternoon, and upon exiting his bedroom, he spotted Paul engrossed in the script in the living room. Stealthily approaching, Chen Mu suddenly shouted, "Hey, Paul!" Startled, Paul jumped up, clutching his chest and cursing Chen Mu. "Damn it, Chen, you nearly scare me to death. How's the script coming along?" Chen Mu quickly redirected the conversation. Paul, momentarily distracted, exclaimed, "Chen, you are truly a genius. Only you could craft such an outstanding sequel." "Thank you, my friend. Enough with the flattery. I'll treat you to dinner later, and afterward you can check out the animated film I produced," Chen Mu replied as he made his way to the bathroom. Later, Chen Mu took Paul to a hidden gem of a restaurant, where they indulged in a delicious meal that left Paul raving with grease-smeared lips. The bill came to less than 100, a testament to the exquisite yet affordable dining experience. Primarily the affordability, Chen Mu thought, recalling how Kai Shu-win had once spent over 200,000 with his entourage. After the meal, Chen Mu ushered Paul to the rich Fortune Gaming Entertainment, where Wang Zhenghua awaited them at the entrance. "Aren't you supposed to be relocating to a new office? Why are you still here?" Chen Mu inquired upon seeing him. With an awkward smile, Wang Zhenghua replied, "Boss, we've grown accustomed to this place. We have quite the attachment." Chen Mu interrupted him with a glance. "You're just being lazy, aren't you?" After briefly introducing Paul and Wang Zhenghua, they entered the building together. "You haven't moved yet. Perfect timing," Chen Mu remarked as they walked. Wang Zhenghua's expression brightened. "So, does that mean we don't have to move?" "Who said that? You will move directly to the Wish Tower. I expect you to expedite the process. If I have to push you again, you'll be in big trouble," Chen Mu warned with a glare at Wang Zhenghua. "Huh? We still have to move?" Wang Zhenghua replied reluctantly. With a sigh, Chen Mu explained, "The Wish Entertainment Group operates from the Wish Tower, which is currently filled with lovely ladies. I thought I'd consider you straight men, but if you're unwilling, then so be it. Whatever you say, boss. If you say we must move, we will, right away." Wang Zhenghua perked up at the mention of the ladies, eager to be in the same building as them. Discarding the rich Fortune Tower, Paul, bewildered by their rapid exchange, struggled to keep up with the conversation. However, upon hearing the word ladies, his interest piqued, and he grasped Chen Mu's arm, asking, "Chen, where are the ladies? I like ladies." "Chen Mu, just get lost." Chen Mu chuckled with mild irritation as he scolded. The few of them chatted jovially as they made their way to the audiovisual room. Wang Zhenghua bid farewell, saying, "Boss, you're familiar with this place, so I won't linger. I'll take my leave now." Chen Mu was taken aback. "Where are you going?" "I'm tidying up and moving," Wang Zhenghua replied, not looking back as he departed. "Men." Chen Mu disdainfully raised his middle finger towards his retreating figure. After dismissing Wang Zhenghua, Chen Mu played Kung Fu Panda for Paul. Initially, Paul watched the film's English dialogue with a lackadaisical attitude, as he was primarily there for Chen Mu's script. The animated film was merely a minor favor to Chen Mu, and he did not pay it much heed. However, before long, he found himself laughing at the plot and characters, sitting up straight and engrossed until the very end. "Chen, how does this film resemble our Hollywood narrative structure so closely? Even the dialogue seems similar," Paul inquired, furrowing his brow. Chen Mu shrugged, "Because I designed this movie following the Hollywood model. Did you think I would ask for your help in distributing it in Hollywood otherwise?" He then posed a question to Paul. "Do you think this film has potential over there in your country?" Paul nodded seriously. "The characters, dialogue, and plot of this animated film are tailor-made for Hollywood. I believe it has great promise. Right? We are good brothers. I wouldn't deceive you. I'm merely bringing you a golden opportunity," Chen Mu said with a grin, casually crossing his legs. Paul continued to nod solemnly. "In that case, I shall bear the risk alone. Chen, I'm buying out this film." "What the hell? Buy out? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Mu exclaimed angrily, beginning to search around him as if he were about to strike someone. There's an old saying in the Middle Kingdom, "Clear accounts among brothers." Paul proudly flaunted his Chinese skills. Chen Mu looked at Paul earnestly. "Rosa, trust me. When you return, take care of that friend who taught you Chinese. Otherwise, it will be you who ends up getting hurt. That is not important. Chen, since you're unwilling to let me buy it out, let us continue our discussion, Paul responded. Chen Mu waved 5 fingers in front of him. For the box office in your country, we'll split it 50-50. For other regions, you manage it, and at LLB 30 for you and 70 for me. Upon hearing this, Paul immediately became agitated. Fuck, Chen, you're truly ruthless. A 50-50 split is impossible, and 30-70 is even less feasible. You Empire has a saying. Well, forget that, just drop it. If you keep flaunting your Chinese, I might wish you dead. Chen Mu interrupted, speechless. Paul? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Mu continued, Ruoza, let us do it this way. You cover the marketing and promotion costs in your country. The profits will be 60 for you and 40 for me, while in other regions, it will be 70 for you and 30 for me. And when I say profits, I mean all revenues, including box office earnings. After concluding the discussion, Paul remained deep in thought, prompting a hint of impatience as he urged. This is my bottom line. One word. Yes or no? If not, let's call it a day. All right, Chun, I agree. However, you must inform me of the film's budget so that I can calculate the expenses for promotion and marketing, Paul conceded, shifting the conversation towards the more serious matter of distribution. Without hesitation, Chen revealed 20 million. $20 million. For a CG animated feature. That is indeed quite reasonable. I understand, Paul nodded in agreement. Chen lowered his gaze, not wishing for Paul to catch a glimpse of his suppressed laughter. Later, while his assistant was preparing the contract, he took Paul on a tour of the vibrant metropolis for an entire day. The following morning, Paul was eager to fly back to the States. After seeing Paul off, Ryu's call came through on the way back. The recruitment process for artists at Yuan Entertainment Group had reached its final stage, necessitating Chen's personal involvement. Chapter 78. The restaurant of Wish Entertainment has become a trending topic. Upon arriving at the Wish building, Chen Mu noted that although the interviews were scheduled for the afternoon, many candidates had already gathered at the venue early. As noon approached, several individuals had taken out their packed bread and water, using them as makeshift lunches. Chen Mu inquired of Hong Fongrong and by Ryu, has our restaurant commenced operations? The restaurant is indeed operational, boss, replied Hong Fongrong. Chen Mu gestured towards the candidates gnawing on their bread, questioning, is this the state of our resources? Are we so impoverished that we cannot provide a meal? Mr. Chun, this oversight is entirely mine. I will rectify it immediately, by Ryu quickly volunteered, stepping forward to take responsibility. Yujia, you shall oversee this matter. Chen Mu nodded before proceeding into the interview venue. Noting his silence, Bai Ryu approached the candidates and clapped her hands for attention. Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Ryu, the head of the artist department at Wish Entertainment. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your choice to interview with us. Although it remains uncertain whether we will become colleagues, our encounter is indeed fortuitous. Just now, our Mr. Chun expressed his displeasure, lamenting that our group is so financially constrained that we cannot even provide a meal for you all. This was my oversight, and I sincerely apologize. Please, let us proceed to our restaurant. There is still ample time before the interviews commence. Let's fill our stomachs first. Follow me. With that, Bai Ryu led the way to the dining area, igniting a wave of excitement among the interviewees who eagerly followed her to the restaurant. In accordance with Chen Mu's directives, the Group S restaurant was mandated to be self-sufficient. If employees were to labor tirelessly from 9 to 5, they must at least be afforded proper nourishment. Therefore, it was imperative that they were well fed, for the group was not lacking in funds. Consequently, after completing his daily tasks, Hong Fongrong had diligently recruited a seasoned chef from a 5-star hotel to oversee the kitchen. The meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner were meticulously crafted by the master chefs. Indeed, only those with considerable skill could gain employment in the restaurant of Wish Entertainment Group. Upon entering the dining area, the candidates were awestruck by the array of delectable dishes laid before them. With such a splendid selection, even a slightly lower salary would be acceptable, mused a girl among the applicants, swallowing hard. Her companion rolled her eyes, retorting, dream on. First, you need to secure a position at Wish Entertainment. The crowd swiftly grabbed trays and rushed toward the food station. The desserts here are exquisite, but I cannot manage to eat them all. If I do not get hired, I fear I may never have such treats again, lamented a girl, gazing longingly at the assortment of sweets. Indeed, how unfortunate it would be if we do not secure a position, concurred several others, their expressions mirroring her disappointment. The elderly chef at the dessert station chuckled, pleased by their admiration of his culinary skills. Ladies, if you cannot finish, fear not. Our general manager has indicated that you may take some home. Do not hesitate. Let's pack whatever you wish to take with you. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Truly? The experienced master answered, and then cautiously glanced around before quietly reminding them. However, there are not many left, so you must quickly choose your favorites and take some with you. That's wonderful. Uncle, I want this one. I want this one. And that one too. The girls cheered and began to have the master pack their selections, while some, unable to contain their excitement, started filling their own containers. Due to this restaurant, the recruitment event for the Wish Entertainment Group had already stirred up excitement online even before it commenced in the afternoon. Many applicants posted about the delectable offerings of the Wish Entertainment Group restaurant on social media platforms. Numerous netizens expressed their regret upon seeing the restaurant's ambience and culinary delights. Goodness, had I known Wish Entertainment had such a plethora of delicacies, I would have gladly attended, just for the experience. Indeed, regardless of whether I'm hired, I'd relish the chance to savor these treats. I shared these dishes from the Wish Entertainment restaurant in our company group chat, and my boss suggested I work there. I could cry. If Wish Entertainment had any interest in me, do I even need to say more? I may not be attractive, but I wonder if Wish Entertainment is hiring security. I'd be willing to take any role, even as a cleaner. It's truly disheartening. Wish Entertainment's restaurant is a feast for the senses, while our company cafeteria feels more like a pigsty by comparison. As the online discussions flourished, the Wish Entertainment Group's restaurant and its culinary offerings inexplicably topped the trending topics on social media, leaving Hong Fong and Bai Yuru bewildered. After satisfying their appetites, everyone re-queued, receiving a complimentary bottle of water, and expressed their gratitude, acknowledging that regardless of employment prospects, this visit was immensely worthwhile. Chen Mu did not dine in the cafeteria. Instead, he enjoyed lunch personally delivered by Hong Fong in his office. After a brief rest, he commenced the interviews. The sheer number of candidates was overwhelming. As the interviews began, Chen Mu occupied the central position, with Bai Ruyu and Hong Fong flanking him. The interview process was straightforward. For actors, those with looked were assessed for their acting skills, while those lacking in appearance were judged solely on their talent. For singers, the criteria were even more uncomplicated, focusing exclusively on vocal quality and technique. After a grueling 6 hours, the afternoon slipped away, and Chen Mu transitioned from anticipation to disappointment. He had interviewed nearly 300 individuals without selecting a single candidate. Bai Ruyu and Hong Fong, however, had identified 4 or 5 promising talents amidst their notes, though they frequently glanced at Chen Mu's empty evaluation sheet, their eyes twitching in dismay at the absence of any marks. Mr. Chen, only the last candidate remains for today, Bai Ruyu whispered after a dejected girl exited the interview room. Chen Mu, coming back to reality, realized, oh, has it ended so soon? He looked down at his blank evaluation form with disappointment, wondering why none had resonated with him. Yes, after this final interview, it would all conclude. Hong Fong concurred, internally lamenting, nearly 300 candidates, and not a single one caught his eye. Mr. Chen is indeed quite stringent. Chen Mu nodded, tossing aside his pen and closing the form. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair. All right, after we meet this last individual, we can call it a day. Bai Ruyu and Hong Fong exchanged resigned glances, allowing the final visitor to enter. Shortly thereafter, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Come in, Bai Ruyu called out wearily. A girl stepped in, exuding poise, clad in a crisp white shirt paired with straight-cut jeans and white sneakers. Upon seeing her, not only did Chen Mu straighten his posture, but Bai Ruyu and Hong Fong did as well. The girl stood nearly 7 meters tall, her long hair tied back in a ponytail cascading down her waist. Chapter 79. Nie Xiaoqian, who just wants to sing. Gazing upon the enchanting young woman before him, even in her barefaced simplicity, there was an ineffable aura about her that transcended the mundane. Chen Mu found himself momentarily entranced, utterly captivated by her presence. She bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he once knew. The girl, noticing Chen Mu's dazed expression, felt a twinge of awkwardness. She glanced down at herself, pondering what might be amiss. Ahem, Mr. Chen, Ryu interjected, clearing her throat to draw Chen Mu's attention back. Snapping out of his reverie, Chen Mu redirected his gaze to the girl's profile. Your name is Yuan, correct? The photograph you provided is a stark contrast to your actual appearance. Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. That photo is from my high school graduation certificate. I came here in haste. So are you telling me that you extracted this from your diploma? Chen Mu chuckled at the small circular seal visible on the photograph. Yes, indeed, Yuan admitted, her cheeks reddening further. Haha, no worries. The fact that you secured an interview with an old photograph speaks volumes about your beauty. Chen Mu laughed heartily. What could Yuan say in response? She could only silently fidget with her shoes. Chen Mu regarded her kindly. Now, I shall present you with a scenario. I would like you to showcase your acting skills. Yuan quickly reminded him, Mr. Chen, I am here to audition as a singer, not an actress. Hong Fangrong, standing nearby, chimed in, Boss, she is indeed here for a singing audition. Chen Mu was taken aback. What is this? With looks like yours. Why pursue singing instead of acting? Let your hair down. I wish to see. Though uncertain of Chen Mu's intentions, Yuan complied, releasing her hair from its confines and allowing it to cascade around her shoulders. After a mere glance, Chen Mu confidently declared, Why would you sing? Trust me, you should pursue acting instead. His words left by Ryu and Hong Fangrong in disbelief, while Yuan stood there, stunned. Apologies, Mr. Chen, but my aspiration is to be a singer, she spoke, regaining her composure and bowing slightly before turning to leave. Hey, wait, don't go. We can discuss this further. Chen Mu called out, hastily rising to follow her. Yuan grasped the doorknob and turned back with a smile. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Chen, but I truly wish to be a singer. If I desired to act, I would have signed with the company long ago. With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. Hold on. If it's singing you desire, I never said you couldn't. Chen Mu exclaimed, pursuing her. Ryu and Hong Fangrong exchanged bewildered glances, questioning Chen Mu's unusual demeanor, and followed suit. Chen Mu intercepted Yuan, offering a sheepish grin. It's just singing. I can help you produce an album and perhaps film a few scenes as well. Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but I truly just want to sing. With that, she bent down to pick up several boxes and prepare to leave. Just as Chen Mu was at a loss for what to do, Ryu, observing the two dessert takeout boxes in Yuan's hands and recalling Chen Mu's regard for her, clenched her teeth and called out, Xia, if you don't want to act, then let us not act. Just think about the desserts at the Wish Entertainment restaurant. As long as you stay, you can have as many desserts from the cafeteria as you desire. As soon as Ryu finished speaking, both Chen Mu and Hong Fangrong turned to her in surprise. Wait, are you really trying to keep Yuan with desserts? What kind of reasoning is that? However, while the two men looked at Ryu with bewilderment, Yuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ryu. Ms. Bai, can we really do that? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chen Mu nodded vigorously, swearing, absolutely. As long as you stay, you can live in the restaurant and eat to your heart's content. The thought of those delightful desserts made Yuan swallow hard. And without hesitation, she replied, well, then I'll stay for now. But I must make it clear that if I'm not allowed to sing after I've had my fill, I will leave. All right, whatever you say. Let us go. Let us sign the contract first. With her chef skills, you could eat for years without getting tired of it. Ryu grinned as she pulled Yuan towards the contract signing, throwing a triumphant look at Chen Mu as they passed by. Chen Mu exhaled deeply, contemplating Yuan's earlier statement that if she didn't just want to sing, she would have signed with the company long ago. He couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how one could have the unrivaled beauty of Nie Shaoqian, yet be so single-mindedly focused on singing. Boss, Yuan's appearance is indeed remarkable. Even if her acting is subpar, simply standing there would bring her recognition in the industry, Hong Fangrong remarked. Curious, Chen Mu inquired, if she is so intent on singing. Does she possess a remarkable voice and singing ability? I've listened to the audio she submitted with Ms. Bai. Her voice is decent, but her singing skills are average. Well, she does have quite a stubborn temperament, Hong Fangrong recalled, chuckling at the memory of Xiao Lichuan's singing. Send me her songs later. Chen Mu, intrigued by Hong Fangrong's reaction, expressed his curiosity. All right, boss, Hong Fangrong replied with a smile. Oh, and don't forget to send a red envelope to the master pastry chef, asking him to take good care of Xiao Lichuan, Chen Mu instructed. After receiving Hong Fangrong's agreement, he sighed, Goodness, it seems that the three of us don't hold as much sway as a pastry chef. Who do we turn to for reasoning? Hong Fangrong laughed heartily at Chen Mu's exasperation. Who can argue with that? But at least we managed to keep her. Old Hong, you can also sign the individuals you were interested in this afternoon. You all are seasoned professionals in the industry, so your judgment will surely be sound. Sign them and nurture their talents gradually. Furthermore, in the evening, please send me the information of the aspiring singers and actors whom you previously dismissed. I wish to take another look. After an entire afternoon of effort, I find it truly disheartening to have signed such a stubborn individual. Just as Chen Mu was preparing to depart, he paused to relay a few instructions to Hong Fangrong. Boss, I will have someone organize that information and send it to you shortly. Hong Fangrong acknowledged with a nod, indicating his understanding. As he watched Chen Mu leave, he felt a deep sense of reflection. The egalitarian manner in which Chen Mu communicated bestowed upon him a feeling of respect, a sentiment he had never experienced even with the former chairman. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Mu savored the exquisite dessert prepared by the restaurant chef while perusing the materials sent over by Hong Fangrong on his tablet. Suddenly, as he flipped through one individual's profile, he was momentarily taken aback. The alluring lips immediately revealed her identity, the one who had severed all dreams of martial arts for female stars. Then, he erupted into laughter, a mad glee overtaking him, exclaiming, What a truly extraordinary world this is. Ha ha ha. Chapter 80. Hurry, don't let her escape. Chen Mu tapped the name on the screen, disregarding the fact that it was already past 9 in the evening. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number she had left. Jiang Lei had just returned to her modest rented apartment in Hengdian. A year ago, she had severed ties with Changtian Entertainment, and her manager, who had represented her for over 2 years, had finally given up on her. Now, she could only work as a minor actress in Hengdian, playing roles that offered merely a few lines as a featured extra. She had never contemplated giving up. Being an actress was her dream. Not long ago, she had seen an announcement for new talent recruitment by the newly established Wish Entertainment Group and had eagerly submitted her information. However, just a couple of days ago, she received the disappointing news that she hadn't even passed the preliminary audition. In that moment, she began to doubt whether she truly was cut out to be an actress, questioning if her perseverance had been in vain. Sitting in her chair, she fell into a long stupor before finally opening the now-cold fried rice, mechanically shoveling it into her mouth. This latest setback felt like the final straw, and as she ate, tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. Perhaps she really needed to let go. Just as she was lost in her sorrow, her phone rang. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, she suddenly found an outlet for her frustration. She answered the call, her voice breaking as she shouted, I'm not buying insurance. I'm not purchasing any products, and I have no money. All I want is to act, to be an actress. Why is it so difficult? You're all bullying me. Anyone could take advantage of me. I'm done with acting. Chen Mu, taken aback by Jiang Lei's outburst, was momentarily speechless. He managed to stammer out, but before he could say anything further, Jiang Lei hung up. Holding the phone, Chen Mu was bewildered. What just happened? He dialed the number again, and this time it rang for a considerable time before being answered. As soon as the line connected, Chen Mu hurriedly introduced himself. Miss Jiang Lei, I'm from Wish Entertainment Group, and we would like to sign you. Jiang Lei, still crying and with tears streaming down her face, grew incensed. Just a couple of days ago, I received a rejection notice from Wish Entertainment. Are you trying to deceive me? Do you think my situation isn't dire enough? Just leave me alone. Miss Jiang, please don't hang up. Zhao Xiaoying, one of our artists, is currently filming in Hengdian. If you provide your location, I can send her to meet you. You will see for yourself if it's true, Chen Mu urged, fearing she might hang up in frustration again. So he quickly mentioned Zhao's name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei began to waver. Are you serious? She asked cautiously, wiping her nose. Chen Mu, feeling exasperated, replied, Yes. I'm quite serious. Please send me your location so I can have Zhao go find you. Quickly. After a considerable wait, she finally sent him a text with her address. He forwarded the information to Zhao before hastily dialing her phone number. The call was answered by her assistant, Dong Xiaoyan. Hello, boss. Baozi is currently filming a night scene. Upon seeing the note indicating that it was the phone number of Chen Bapi's elder brother, Dong Xiaoyan promptly answered the call. Chen Mu spoke in a serious tone. Xiao Dong, please ask Zhao Baozi to pause for a moment and take this call. Wait a moment, boss, she replied, quickly seeking out Zhao Baozi. Shortly thereafter, his disgruntled voice echoed, Boss, what is it? I was just getting into the right mood when you interrupted me. Chen Mu, unable to indulge in pleasantries, replied, Baozi, stop filming for now. I just sent you a message. You need to immediately head to find a woman named Jiang Lei at Hengdian. The company intends to sign her, so hurry. Don't let her slip away. Understood, boss. I will take care of it right away. Zhao Baozi responded with urgency upon hearing Chen Mu's tone. Just as Chen Mu was about to say more, Zhao Baozi abruptly hung up the call. Director, my boss has instructed me to find someone. Please continue filming with others for the time being. Zhao Baozi informed Liang Jun before hastily gathering Dong Xiaoyan and bodyguard Zhang Ji and setting off in search of Xian Lei. Leaving behind a bewildered director, he and a group of crew members. Jiang Lei, unsettled by the previous call, found herself with no other option but to wait. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, and an hour went by. Her heart gradually grew cold. Perhaps this was just another jest? A bitter smile graced her lips. Just as despair began to envelop her, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Startled, she quickly rose to open it, and a cherubic face peered in. Zhao Baozi, poking his head through the door, inquired Jiang Lei. After assigning Zhao Baozi to find Xian Lei, Chen Mu returned to reviewing documents, but upon reaching the last file, he found no one who piqued his interest. He organized the actors' materials and set them aside, lighting a cigarette as he delved into the singers section. He began with their self-recorded demos, only opening detailed profiles for those who captivated his attention. After listening to more than half of the samples, none ignited the desire to explore further. This was a far more arduous task than reviewing the actors. It was truly a torment for the ears. Chen Mu frowned, persevering through the discomfort. Just as he was grappling with this, Zhao Baozi's call came through. Chen Mu's heart leaped. Had they found her? As soon as he answered, Zhao Baozi's exuberant voice burst forth. Boss, I've completed the task you assigned. I've found the person. What is next? First, take her back to the hotel in the film crew. Tomorrow, have someone escort her to the group for the signing. Chen Mu instructed. You've worked hard, Baozi. Once this film wraps, I'll give you a break. Chen Mu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Baozi instantly beamed. Now that's more like it. Don't worry, boss. We're on our way back, and I'll ensure Jiang Lei is well looked after. Just as Chen Mu was about to exchange a few words with Jiang Lei, a jarring metallic sound interrupted his thoughts. With a sense of assurance in his dealings, Chen Mu casually dismissed Zhao Baozi with a brief response before disconnecting the call. He then resumed the playback of the demo that had been captivating his attention. Although the song's narrative was difficult to articulate, the quality of the vocals was undeniably exceptional. It seemed that the prolonged torment of his ears had been worthwhile. Indeed, it was immensely gratifying. After listening to it several times, he finally decided to stop, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock, murmuring to himself that it was too late to reach out again, opting instead to wait until tomorrow. Rising to stretch, he felt as though he had truly made the most of the day. As he sauntered into the bathroom, he happily hummed a tune, The Swaying Wine Glass. Lips stained as if with fresh blood. Chapter 81. The leading actress beginning with a blade. The following day, Chen Mu rose only when the sun had ascended high in the sky. After partaking in the breakfast prepared by Zhu Shirtu, he made his way to Yuan Entertainment Group. Old Hong, please contact this individual shortly. I wish to sign him, Chen Mu declared, placing the information of the singer, Wu Jinting, upon Hong Fangrong's desk before taking a seat. Oh, I must pay close attention. The boss's taste is exceptionally discerning. Those who catch your eye are certainly not ordinary. Hong Fangrong remarked with a smile as he opened the documents, only to furrow his brow shortly thereafter. What troubles you? Is there an issue with this person? Chen Mu inquired upon noticing his furrowed brow. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Fongrong replied, Boss, Wu Jinting was already somewhat renowned in the industry, acknowledged as a prodigious talent. However, intrigued, Chen Mu straightened in his chair. But what? He is a signed artist of Hawaii, and his debut album garnered significant acclaim. Sadly, he was subsequently blacklisted by Hawaii for certain reasons. It has now been nearly 2 years. A lamentable fate for such a gifted singer. This is precisely why we passed on him during the initial evaluation, Hong Fongrong divulged, contemplating what he knew about Wu Jinting. What was the reason for his blacklisting by Hawaii? Does he possess questionable character? Chen Mu frowned, concerned that this talent he had painstakingly unearthed might be flawed in character. Hong Fongrong quickly shook his head. His character is impeccable. Rather, he hesitated, prompting Chen Mu's impatience. Old Hong, why do you dither like toothpaste? To speak plainly, Chen Mu urged. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hong Fongrong began to explain. Wu Jinting had previously participated in the bone marrow registry of the Chinese Empire, and unexpectedly, a patient was a match for him. This alone would not have been an issue, but coincidentally, Hawaii had secured a significant commercial engagement for him at that time. Upon learning of Wu Jinting's successful match, the owner of Hawaii, Yuan, was furious. He forbade Wu Jinting from donating his marrow, threatening to blacklist him if he did not comply. Remarkably, Wu Jinting proved to be quite resolute and chose to prioritize saving a life over the commercial opportunity. The patient was ultimately saved, yet Wu Jinting was blacklisted by Hawaii. With a look of lament, Hong Fongrong concluded, turning to Chen Mu. He sacrificed his promising future for a stranger. Boss, do you think this lad is foolish? Indeed, he is a fool. Chen Mu nodded, then smiled. Yet he is a fool worthy of respect, is he not? Hong Fongrong was taken aback by this remark. While he was still in a daze, Chen Mu stood up, patting the sofa. Old Hong, you should reach out to Hawaii and express my intent to negotiate Wu Jinting's release. Inquire if they would grant me this favor. Understood, boss. I will make contact right away. After a brief hesitation, he continued to inquire. What if Hawaii does not show you respect? Chen Mu scoffed disdainfully. If Yuan fails to grant me this courtesy, the company shall directly pay the breach of contract fine on behalf of Xiao Jinting and terminate the agreement forcefully. Subsequently, I shall recuperate several times the amount from Hawaii. Hong Fongrong stared blankly at Chen Mu, realizing that indeed, his boss embodied a rather ruthless philosophy of those who comply with me will find favor, while those who oppose me will face dire consequences. By the way, has Xia Luan arrived at the group today? Chen Mu recalled the challenging negotiation he had with Nie Xiaoqian the previous day. Hong Fongrong, looking rather helpless, replied, Xia came in this morning and has been lingering in the dessert section of the cafeteria. Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle at Hong Fongrong's troubled expression. Let her enjoy herself for a few days. I will have her signed over to Sister Yu and let her work some magic. All right, boss. I will communicate with President Bai. Hong Fongrong nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chen Mu departed from Lao Hong's office. Upon reaching the printing room, he did not trouble anyone else, operating the machine himself, and soon found himself staring blankly at the sheets being ejected. A voice suddenly jolted him back to reality. Mr. Chun, I brought Miss Jiang Lei back. Returning to his senses, Chen Mu turned to see Zhao Baozi's assistant and a remarkably familiar figure standing behind him. Hello, Miss Jiang. Now you must realize I'm not a fraud. Chen Mu jested, extending his hand with a smile. Jiang Lei, feeling somewhat awkward, shook his hand and replied, I apologize, Mr. Chun. I truly believed you were a scammer yesterday. Chen Mu nodded in understanding. Shall we proceed with the contract? Your compensation will be on par with Zhao Baozi and Old Lu, if that suits you. I assume Baozi informed you of their remuneration? Mr. Chun, he called out again. Noticing Jiang lay lost in thought. I am willing. This compensation is exceedingly generous, Jiang Lei replied, her excitement palpable as she realized that just after their first meeting, Chen Mu was ready to sign her on with such unexpectedly favorable terms. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen Mu turned to organize the printed documents before guiding them back to Lao Hong's office, where he asked Lao Hong to represent Changtian Entertainment Group in signing Jiang Lei. Miss Jiang, welcome to the Yuan Entertainment family. After the contract was signed, Hong Fangrong rose to extend his hand to Jiang Lei. "Thank you, Mr. Hong. Thank you, Mr. Chen." Jiang Lei expressed her gratitude as she shook hands with him. Chen Mu smiled and nodded. "From now on, we are family." He then handed Jiang Lei the script he had just printed. "This is your script." "Ah, my script?" Jiang Lei was momentarily stunned as she accepted the script. Just after signing, she had received a script, and without needing to glance at it, she knew she was no longer an unknown entity in the cast list. "You will portray Ding Beiying in this film. It has been tailor-made for you. The director and the lead roles have yet to be determined. Familiarize yourself with the script, and shortly, I will arrange for you to practice martial arts for a period. Once the crew is assembled, you will join," Chen Mu explained with a smile. "I will certainly give my best effort and never bring shame to Mr. Chen." Jiang Lei, having regained her composure, was filled with excitement. She gazed at the cover of the script, where the title was elegantly inscribed, "Embroidered Spring Blade, Azura Battlefield." Chen Mu looked at Jiang Lei with a smile. What if she wasn't the leading lady? From the moment she wielded that sword, she became the most dazzling star of the entire production. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. Aside from Ding Beiying, it seemed that the supporting characters in this drama were exceptionally remarkable. Yet, he was not well acquainted with the actors. Thus, he promptly retrieved his phone and called the resourceful director Wang Dasong. "Old Wang, I have a martial arts film that needs both a director and actors. Could you help me brainstorm some ideas?" Chapter 82. The ambitions of Zhou Mingyuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Dasong became invigorated. "Boss, I believe I am quite capable of that martial arts film. I must admit, I have harbored a dream of becoming a martial artist since childhood." Chen Mu was at a loss for words. "But you still have 2 television dramas and a movie on your hands, do you not? Aside from the portion featuring Lin Siyu that requires additional filming, everything else for A Smile of the City is nearly complete. I have a junior brother who could easily handle my glory." Wang Dasong was now entirely focused on the martial arts film that Chen Mu had mentioned. "You seem to have quite a few senior brothers, don't you?" Chen Mu teased with a smile before continuing. "But is your junior brother reliable?" Wang Dasong pounded his chest in assurance. "My junior brother is quite skilled. Moreover, in idol dramas, if you dangle a bone in front of a dog, even a dog could perform. You can rest easy, boss." Chen Mu replied. "That actually seems somewhat reasonable." He then advised Wang Dasong, "All right, have your junior brother come and meet me. Once you finish A Smile of the City, I will send you the script right away. You need to assemble the crew as soon as possible. I have selected candidates for Beijie and Ding Bing. You can take care of Shun Lian and the other supporting roles. Ensure that you maintain high standards. If you recruit any unreliable individuals into the crew, I won't let you off easily." Chen Mu had initially planned for Jiang Lei to play Ding Beiying, but upon considering that the female lead was merely a decorative role requiring little acting skill, he thought it wiser to cast Pang Di instead. With Pang Di's appearance, she would be more than sufficient. "You can rest assured, boss. I would never sabotage my own future." Wang Dasong hung up the phone, energized, and clapped his hands to gather the crew. "Everyone, let us work hard for a while. We need to expedite the shooting schedule. When we wrap up, I will apply to the company for bonuses for all of you." His words elicited a chorus of groans from the crew. "It's already quite fast. Does the director want even quicker?" Fortunately, Wang Dasong had mentioned bonuses, otherwise they might have revolted. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyuan, the owner of Huai, received a phone call from Hong Fangrong himself. After Hong explained his intentions, Zhou engaged in light banter, skillfully avoiding the main topic. Hong Fangrong was no fool. With a moment's reflection, he understood Zhou Mingyuan's intent. He was unwilling to comply. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hung up the phone. "Now you seek my favor? Yet not long ago, when I personally visited you to discuss theater scheduling, you seemed to forget about extending me any courtesy. If I had known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Zhou Mingyuan scoffed, tossing the phone onto the table. Although the distribution of blood drop was granted to Changtian Entertainment, the blame would ultimately fall upon Yuan Entertainment. The failure of blood drop was inconsequential, as Huai still held onto another film. The National Day holiday has come to an end, leaving a wave of enthusiasm among the audience in its wake. In the aftermath, major entertainment companies exhibit a lack of interest in the subsequent release periods. Zhou Mingyuan, however, has keenly identified an opportune moment. His film, Clouds at the Horizon, features the rising star Han Lu and the popular actress Yuan to support this prize project of the company. He has unreservedly enlisted several veteran actors to bolster Han Lu's performance. With a combination of star power and seasoned talent, he is confident that the film will achieve remarkable success despite the absence of major release dates. Moreover, Ding Chun has just secured the championship title of the first season of Singer. Even if the accolades are somewhat contentious, a champion is still a champion, is it not? Her new album awaits release, poised to capitalize on the momentum of her victory. With this dual approach, the spotlight of the entertainment industry is destined to shine on Huai Entertainment. Zhou Yuan beams with delight, envisioning the upward trajectory of Huai Entertainment's stock prices. Boss, Zhou Yuan didn't give you any face, Hong Fangrong reported, suppressing a laugh. Chen Mu replied, then let us reach out to Wu Jinting. He turned to gaze at the Changtian Entertainment building across the street, surprised that Zhou Yuan, having just suffered losses from wishful entertainment and film scheduling, could still be so resolute. Hong Fangrong quickly responded, I've already spoken to him. He is eager to sign with wishful entertainment. He raised his hand to check the time, anticipating Wu's imminent arrival. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Mu noticed raindrops falling against the floor-to-ceiling windows and smiled. The rain god, indeed, lives up to the title. What rain god? Hong Fangrong looked at him in confusion. Chen Mu chuckled and shook his head. Nothing. Wu Jinting has landed. No sooner had he spoken than Hong Fangrong received a call from Wu Jinting, announcing his arrival in Shanghai. Is it that precise? Is the boss some sort of diviner? Hong Fangrong gazed at Chen Mu in bewilderment. The signing with Wu Jinting transpired smoothly, as Wishful Entertainment graciously covered the $80 million in breach of contract penalties owed to Huai Entertainment. The contract was structured as 60 for Wishful Entertainment and 40 for him. Thank you, General Manager Chen. Thank you, General Manager Hong. Wu Jinting expressed heartfelt gratitude, shaking hands with both men. Initially dismissed from Wishful Entertainment, he had feared he would bid farewell to the music industry altogether. Who could have anticipated such a remarkable turnaround? Chen Mu admired his character, stating, I should be the one thanking you. You've truly saved a life. Our company appreciates individuals with such a sense of social responsibility. Hong Fangrong smiled and patted Wu Jinting on the shoulder. From now on, focus solely on your singing. Leave the rest to the company. As long as you do what's right, the boss will shield you from any storm. Chen Mu retorted humorously, You are the CEO. If anything goes awry, you bear the responsibility, not me. As dinner time approached, Hong Fangrong led the two into the company dining hall. Upon entering, Chen Mu spotted Xiao Huan standing beside the dessert chef, simultaneously indulging herself while serving desserts to the staff of Wishful Entertainment. Chen Mu greeted Hong Fangrong and made his way over. Xiao Huan, I can hardly believe you truly reside in the dessert area, he exclaimed. You really do keep your word. With a playful smile, Chen Mu jested with her, and after exchanging greetings with the pastry master, an invaluable asset to the company. Having cultivated such promising talent through his skills, he turned to Xiao Huan. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? She asked, her cheeks flushing as she hastily swallowed the morsel in her mouth. I came to dine. What else would I do? Could you recommend some delectable desserts? Chen Mu gestured towards the array of pastries with his tray. Instantly, Xiao Huan's spirits lifted, as this was her area of expertise. Mr. Chen, this one is delicious. And so is this, and this one too. They're all exceedingly good. I'm not exaggerating. Grandpa Chow's craftsmanship is truly unparalleled, as she enthusiastically described the treats. Her mouth watering, both Chen Mu and Master Chow erupted into hearty laughter. Mr. Chen, you mentioned there was a script suitable for me? With a mouthful of food and spurred on by Ruyu's encouragement from behind, she took the initiative to discuss the film industry. Chapter 83 Mom and Dad. How did you and Su Yuan come together? Oh, what has sparked your sudden interest? Chen Mu observed Xiao Huan with keen curiosity. With a sigh, Xiao Huan replied, Alas. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Besides, given how much I've already invested, how could you possibly let me go? President Bai has been extraordinarily attentive to me, and Grandpa Chow's desserts are simply delectable. I am not foolish. I can discern who truly cares for me. It is merely acting. I am willing to give my all. Grandpa Chow laughed heartily and gave her a thumbs up. Isn't it a case of a soldier dying for a comrade? Indeed. Just as you said, Xiao Huan eagerly nodded. Very well. I shall send you the script later. You can ponder on your own first, Chen Mu said, pleased to see that the girl had come to terms with it. After a few more exchanges, he took his tray and turned to leave, his smile fading as a hint of melancholy crept into his heart. He had found Nie Xiaoqian. But where could he find someone to play Ning Saichen's brother? Thanks to Wu Jinting's arrival, the city had endured a night of relentless rain, which finally ceased the following morning. Chen Mu, having slept in, reviewed the edited footage of Shan comes to eat in the editing room of Su Yuan building. There were no issues to address. There couldn't be. From the beginning, Chen Mu had strictly instructed Wang Dasong to adhere to his storyboard, resulting in very few wasted shots, a significant factor in Wang Dasong's swift filming progress. Old Kai, what do you think? Chen Mu turned to Kai Shu-Win beside him. Kai Shu-Win nodded repeatedly at the screen. The quality of this drama is quite impressive. I didn't expect Zhao Baozi's round face to photograph so well. His acting is not bad either. As for Liu Yunbai, with a face like his, acting ability is of little consequence for an idol drama. All right, the CEO of Shanghai Video has given his approval, so let us quickly select an auspicious date for the launch, he concluded, rising to leave. Gai Su-Weng, puzzled by Chen Mu's cheerful demeanor, asked boss, why the rush? The owner of Su Yuan Entertainment Group is about to land. I must personally go to greet her. Chen Mu replied with a smile. You mean the owner of Su Yuan? Kai Shu-Win suddenly realized. Oh, is boss Su coming back? Chen Mu snapped his fingers. Congratulations on your correct answer, but alas, there is no prize. Now off you go to work. With that, he laughed heartily and departed. Damn it. Kai Shu-Win gave Chen Mu's retreating figure the finger. On the way to the airport, Zhu Shirtu drove steadily, occasionally glancing at Chen Mu in the rearview mirror, as if he were on the verge of saying something. If you have something to say, just say it. Your look is making me anxious, Chen Mu snapped at Zhu Shirtu. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Shirtu couldn't hold back. Boss, after all this time, are you really going to greet Miss Su empty-handed? What else would I do? Chen Mu replied, taken aback. You should at least buy a bouquet of flowers. Zhu Shirtu said, exasperated. Chen Mu scratched his head. Is that really necessary? Zhu Shirtu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. In that case, I'll find a flower shop and purchase a bouquet for you. Chen Mu commanded, for he truly lacked experience in this area. After all, during his most extravagant years, he was wealthy and handsome, never short of female admirers. Women had always approached him, leaving him rather inexperienced when it came to engaging with them. Very well. Zhu Shirtu replied and drove off the main road. Are you certain this is appropriate? Why be too klitsch? Chen Mu inquired doubtfully, clutching a grand bouquet of red roses as he gazed at Zhu Shirtu. Boss, I am absolutely certain. Zhu Shirtu responded with the demeanor of a seasoned expert, for this was how it was typically portrayed on television. Chen Mu nodded. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the consequences. Zhu Shirtu turned his head, choosing to disregard that remark. The group safely arrived at the airport, proceeding through the VIP passage to await the arrival of their private jet. Chen Mu, accompanied by Zhu Shirtu and the Roses, squatted to smoke a cigarette. Before he could finish his luxurious private plane, the Fortune gracefully descended. Boss, you've worked hard. Welcome back, Chen Mu exclaimed, eagerly approaching with the roses. Thank you. Su Yuan gazed at the large bouquet Chen Mu presented, momentarily taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She hurriedly accepted the flowers, her eyes darting nervously towards the cabin behind her. Hi. Chen Mu, grinning foolishly, was about to speak when he was struck silent, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he beheld two individuals emerging from the cabin. Regaining his composure, Chen Mu hastily approached to assist his mother down the steps. Wait, Mom and Dad, what brings you here? How did you come to be with Su Yuan? What is the matter? Are we not allowed to accompany little Su? Chen Guanhua shot a sidelong glance at Chen Mu, his gaze landing on the roses in Su Yuan's hands, causing him to break into a smile. You've finally shown some reliability this time. His mother, Lu Fong, cast a fond look at Chen Mu before explaining. Your father and I were visiting Su Shu and thought we'd de-swing by the capital to see Xiao Bao and Wantang. We didn't expect to find Xiao Su in the capital for an event, so we decided to see her. Later, upon learning she was returning to Modu, we thought we'd come along to see you. Chen Mu nodded. Well, visiting me was just a secondary consideration. You really ought to hurry. You're nearing 30 and still lack a partner. Wantang is about to welcome her second child. Lu Fong chided gently, her words tinged with a hint of reproach, something she rarely expressed towards her son. Chen Guanhua shot a disapproving glare at Chen Mu. What is the point of discussing him now? This situation is beyond salvaging. If my primary account is in ruins, you can always create a secondary one. There is still time, Chen Mu retorted nonchalantly. Lu Fong did not comprehend his remark, but it didn't take long for Chen Guanhua to catch on. You little rascal, have you lost your mind? As he spoke, he reached for his belt. Dad, please calm down. Su Yuan is still here, Chen Mu said, retreating behind Su Yuan for protection. Chen Guanhua halted his actions instantly as he observed Su Yuan. Uncle, Chen Mu truly deserves a beating. You should do as you wish. I see nothing, Su Yuan remarked, subtly shifting to the side. Chen Mu, baffled, exclaimed. Ha ha, what a good daughter. Chen Guanhua erupted into hearty laughter, brandishing his belt as he advanced toward Chen Mu. Now, Su Yuan, which side are you on? Do you possess no sense of loyalty at all? Chen Mu found himself fleeing across the venue as his father pursued him. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, linking arms with Lu Fong, laughed heartily at his disheveled state. Ultimately, the old man refrained from inflicting any real harm, playfully chasing Chen Mu for a couple of laps before retreating to the car, heading back to Chen Mu's villa. En route, Chen Mu glanced at Su Yuan, who was seated in the back with his mother. Su boss, are you considering hosting a concert? I've already secured the rights for you from Changtian Entertainment. Chapter 84. Is Chen Mu playing a grand game? Su Yuan looked at Chen Mu in astonishment. You managed to retrieve the copyrights for me? That was originally yours. It seems only natural that you would reclaim it, she remarked. Chen Mu replied with a smile. Thank you, Su Yuan. Su Yuan paused for a moment before softly speaking again. Thank you, Chen Mu. Chen Mu graciously responded. No need for thanks. After all, I am also the owner of Su Yuan Entertainment. You silly child. What are you thanking Chen Mu for? Lu Fong, noticing something amiss in Su Yuan's expression, gently patted her hand in comfort. Su Yuan chuckled. Well, I won't thank him. Instead, I'll thank Andy. Chen Mu shrugged. Thanking my mother is the same. Su Yuan rolled her eyes at him. I really want to hold a concert. Initially, I thought the number of songs from my previous album wouldn't suffice for a concert, but now that you've helped me reclaim those copyrights, it's no longer an issue. A concert is a dream every singer aspires to achieve. Having just completed your recent activities, you should take some time to rest. The concert can wait, Chen Mu said, looking at Su Yuan with a hint of annoyance. I'm not criticizing you, but as the owner of Su Yuan Entertainment, you shouldn't participate in every endorsement and commercial event. It doesn't suit your status. Oh, Su Yuan did not argue, merely responding with a playful agreement before resting her head on Lu Fong's shoulder, relishing the feeling of having a strong support behind her. After returning to the villa for a brief rest, Lu Fong went out with Chen Guanhua to buy groceries, as it had been a while since her son had enjoyed her cooking. Her fish dish was unparalleled, and Chen Mu had never grown tired of it since childhood. Su Yuan, not wanting to miss out, eagerly followed them outside. Chen Mu slouched on the sofa and opened his phone to browse Weibo. The latest post from the official account of Su Yuan Entertainment read, Welcome Xiaohuan, Jiang Lei, and Wu Jinting to the Su Yuan Entertainment family. While netizens were unfamiliar with Xiaohuan and Jiang Lei, they recognized Wu Jinting, who had previously made a name for himself as a rising star in Hawaii entertainment. Wow, I can hardly believe it. Did Hawaii personally announce Wu Jinting's ban? Su Yuan Entertainment has signed him? Isn't that a direct challenge to Hawaii? Indeed, I must concede that Su Yuan Entertainment has a knack for poaching talent. Su Yuan Entertainment is truly wealthy. Not long ago, they paid a 50 million breach of contract penalty to rescue Bali Reddy. How soon they have rescued Wu Jinting again? Upstairs, Wu Jinting's fame far surpasses that of Bali Reddy. How much could his breach fee possibly be? A conservative estimate would be over 80 million. Oh wow. Since Su Yuan established her studio, Grand moves have followed one after the other. If you claim this is all orchestrated by her and her manager, I simply want to believe it. Come on, it's obvious that this isn't the doing of Su Yuan and her manager. Allow me to offer a hint. The Wish Studio was recently established, and soon after, Chen Mu, the owner of Fortune Games Entertainment, invested in the studio. Without delving into other matters, let us consider the acquisition of Changtian Films, the purchase of Wanda Cinemas and Xinmei Cinemas, and even the transformation of Wish Studio into Wish Entertainment Group, all orchestrated by Chen Mu. With the previous comment, the rationale becomes clear. These three acquisitions, coupled with the earlier acquisition of Tangjing Mansion, account for a significant sum of investment. I have been pondering over this until Chen Mu's involvement illuminated everything. Chen Mu, the loyal supporter, truly demonstrates his commitment with tangible support for Wish. You all seem to overlook the deeper connections. Consider the relationship between Fortune Games Entertainment and Shanghai, and then think about who the joint CEO is after the relaunch of Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music. Wait a moment. ISNT, the joint CEO of Shanghai Video and Shanghai Music, the general manager of Fortune Games Entertainment, Kai Shu-win? Goodness, the implications are chilling. Is Chen Mu indeed orchestrating a grand scheme? What are you all talking about? I'm struggling to comprehend, Chen Mu remarked, amused by the multitude of comments. And he readily liked the humorous remarks from netizens. His engagement only fueled further speculation among the online community, akin to individuals foraging for treasures in a field. His parents returned home with groceries, prompting Chen Mu to set aside his phone and join them in the kitchen. Wish, let me tell you, my mother's fish dish is truly exceptional. You must try it, he said, as he served a piece of the fish's belly into her bowl. I shall certainly give it a taste, Wish replied, lifting the morsel to her lips. The three of them eagerly awaited her reaction. After a few chews, she exaggeratedly closed her eyes to savor the flavor, then gave Lu Fong a thumbs up, exclaiming, Auntie's culinary skills are top-notch. It's absolutely delicious. The taste of home stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. Enjoy it, and feel free to have more. Auntie will make it for you again when you have the time. Lu Fong beamed at the compliment from Wish, unable to contain her smile. Even Shen Guanhua lifted his glass in celebration. The four of them finished their dinner in high spirits, and after a brief while, Wish took her leave for Tangxing Yipping. Chen Mu and his parents accompanied her to the car, bidding her farewell. Xiao Su is quite a lovely person. Chen Mu, you should take the initiative. Chen Guanhua advised his son. Lu Fong nodded in agreement, adding, Your father is right this time. You should listen to him. Chen Guanhua looked at Lu Fong puzzled. When was I ever wrong? He inquired, but the two women chose to ignore him. Let things unfold naturally. Chen Mu simply smiled. Noticing his son's fatigued demeanor, Chen Guanhua felt irritated. With a mocking smile and hands on his belt buckle, he declared, Then it is only natural for me to give you a good thrashing. All right. I'll be more diligent, I promise. Chen Mu recoiled, raising his hands in surrender. As the family gathered indoors for a casual conversation, concern arose over Uncle Su's declining health. Despite their urging for him to visit a hospital for a checkup, he stubbornly insisted that he was well aware of his own condition and saw no need for medical intervention. The three brothers pondered strategies to persuade him to seek medical attention. At their age, prudence was paramount. Chen Guanhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry for Uncle Su. Dad, I understand. We three brothers will certainly make the time to visit him. Even if we have to force him, he declared resolutely. Chen Mu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of distress. Uncle Su's obstinacy was legendary. The last time they had to physically escort him to the hospital was 3 years ago, and since then, whenever asked, he would casually claim that he had already been checked, likely just to placate them. Regardless, do make haste. In the absence of wealth, you are the true sons of old Su, Chen Guanhua remarked, reminiscing about the simple-minded Fu Gue with a heavy sigh. Chen Mu nodded silently in agreement. Chapter 85, Boss, are you unwell? The following morning, Chen Mu was roused not by the gentle light of dawn, but by the resounding knocks of Chen Guanhui at the door, urging him to rise for breakfast. He felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Take breakfast to Xiao Su. Your mother has personally prepared millet porridge and buns, his father insisted. After hastily completing his morning routine, Chen Mu barely settled down to eat when his father handed him a thermos. Bewildered, Chen Mu exclaimed, "Dad, I haven't even eaten yet. Why the rush? Just have a bite on the way after delivering it to Xiao Su." Chen Guanhui replied with unwavering conviction, while his mother, Lu Feng, urged him with her gaze. Chen Mu stared at his parents in disbelief. Isn't it customary for other families to wait a few days before dismissing their son? You've only spent one night and already treat me like a stranger? Enough with the chatter. Hurry up or you'll be late, Chen Guanhui retorted, shoving a bun into Chen Mu's mouth and ushering him out the door. With a resigned glance at the closed door, Chen Mu complied and set off to deliver breakfast to Su Yuqing. Upon arriving at Tangchang Yiping, he found that Su Yuqing had yet to awaken. Ah, the moment of revenge has arrived, he thought as he knocked vigorously on her door. After a considerable wait, Su Yuqing finally opened the door, her hair resembling a bird's nest. "Chen Mu, you're so mean. I finally get to sleep in, and you've disrupted it," she exclaimed, glaring at him. "I too was hoping for a peaceful morning, but the old folks insisted I bring you breakfast," he replied, waving the thermos in front of her. Su Yuqing's eyes widened at the sight of the thermos, and she asked, "What delectable treats are inside?" "Millet porridge and buns, lovingly prepared by my mother, who has been busy all morning," Chen Mu answered as he moved toward the dining table to unveil the breakfast. Upon hearing about the porridge and buns, Su Yuqing's anger dissipated instantly. "I'll go wash up right away," she declared, rushing to the bathroom. "Delicious." She sighed contentedly after sipping the thick millet porridge, followed by a bite of the mushroom and pork bun, her eyes squinting in delight. Seeing her relish the meal, Chen Mu's appetite was piqued. But just as he reached for a bite, Su Yuqing swatted his hand away. "Don't you dare touch it. That was made for me by Auntie. Must you be so stingy? Is it really that serious?" "I've only had one bun all morning just to bring you breakfast," he replied, glaring at her with annoyance. With a gleeful smile, Su Yuqing pulled the bun and porridge closer to herself. "So selfish." All right, it's all yours, Chen Mu acquiesced, rolling his eyes. "Now, that's more like it," she said, inching closer to him and taking a triumphant bite of the bun. Unable to bear her smugness, Chen Mu swiftly snatched half the bun from her hand and took a bite. Su Yuqing was momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. "That was my bite. How could you?" "Don't worry, I'm not picky," he replied nonchalantly. This time, it was Chen Mu's turn to feel triumphant. However, before he could bask in his glory for long, he hastily ate and ended up choking, rolling his eyes in distress. "Huh, look at you so proud. Perhaps choking would do you good." Su Yuan laughed heartily upon witnessing the scene and promptly offered him a bowl of millet porridge. The two enjoyed a delightful breakfast filled with laughter, and after tidying up together, Su Yuan finally spoke. "Chen Mu, I haven't been home in quite a while. Today, I'll return to spend time with my parents. After a few days of rest, I'll come back to prepare for the concert. The concert can wait. Focus on spending quality time with your parents. Return whenever you feel rejuvenated. There's no need for you to worry about the company. We're not relying on you to make a fortune. Your happiness is what matters," Chen Mu replied with a smile. "Thank you, Chen Mu." Su Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Since her return to the industry, it felt as though she was living in a dream, an unreal experience, all thanks to Chen Mu. In a playful tone, Chen Mu responded, "Oh, you're too kind." This immediately brought forth a wave of laughter from Su Yuan. During lunch, Su Yuan accompanied Chen Guanhui and his wife, and afterward, Chen Mu saw her off to the airport for her return home. He looked forward to a peaceful afternoon nap, but fate had other plans when Hong Fongrong's call interrupted him. "Boss, the new film Clouds on the Horizon from Changtian Entertainment has begun its promotional campaign, and they've requested us to schedule screenings for them. Should we refuse, or?" Chen Mu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What a character. This old Joe has some nerve, hasn't he? He just received 80 million from me to terminate Wu Jingting's contract. And now he expects me to schedule his film? Such wishful thinking." Hong Fongrong quickly grasped Chen Mu's sentiment. "Understood. I'll refuse them right away." "Wait, why refuse? Let us give him a slot." Hong Fongrong thought he had misheard. "Boss, are you suggesting we schedule screenings for Changtian Entertainment?" "Yes. Let us allocate them 5% of the slots," Chen Mu replied with a mischievous grin, "and the rest will be for our film." This statement left Hong Fangrong perplexed. When did our company have a film ready for release? Well, we didn't but since Huai Entertainment is launching a new film, we must certainly have one too, Chen Mu asserted confidently. Hong Fangrong, exhausted from the conversation, asked, what is our film called? What genre is it? Kung Fu Panda 2, of course. What else could it be? Chen Mu chuckled. Hong Fangrong responded, I'll arrange the preliminary promotion for Kung Fu Panda 2 right away. After hearing the film's title, he felt a pang of sympathy for Yuan from Hawaii. Why stir trouble for my boss when you could have enjoyed a peaceful life? Old Hong, there's no need for immediate promotion. Just send out some announcements the day before the release. Chen Mu aimed to catch Huai Entertainment off guard. All right, whatever you say. Boss, Hong Fangrong replied, unable to bear Chen Mu's antics any longer before ending the call. Before Chen Mu could put away his phone, Kai Shu-win's call came through. The esteemed boss, a new album by Ding Chun from Huai Entertainment is about to be released. Shanghai Music has just received their request for the album to be listed, which I have declined. After Kai Shu-win's refusal, he took the liberty to call Chen Mu to take credit for his decision. Why on earth did you refuse? Chen Mu exclaimed, raising his voice in displeasure. Let them proceed. I am at a loss for reasons to deal with Huai Entertainment. Kai Shu-win cautiously inquired, Boss, are you feeling unwell? He found it quite absurd that his superior, having just been swindled out of 80 million, was eager to have his music platform host Ding Chun's new album. Wasn't he that tantamount to demeaning oneself? Chen Mu, infuriated, retorted. You are the one who's unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Kai Shu-win was left speechless. Chapter 86. I shall vanquish him with the bagua mirror. Why do I conceal Su Qingyue's new album? Is it not solely to undermine Huai Entertainment and Changtian Entertainment? Let them rise. Su Qingyue's new album shall be released alongside them, and I shall ensure they weep in despair. Chen Mu chuckled. That old fox, Yuan, intends to leverage the post-National Day period for a dual triumph in music and film? Huh. I shall orchestrate a double defeat for him. Kai Shu-win felt utterly disheartened. But, boss, I had no idea you were hiding Su Qingyue's new album. He harbored concerns. He had never even heard of Su Qingyue. What if she could not compete against Ding Chun? Well, now you are aware, are you not? Fear not. With me, Dong Mu, at the helm, victory is assured. Chen Mu unabashedly expressed his confidence. Then I shall heed your guidance. Kai Shu-win acquiesced before ending the call. Each conversation with his boss left him feeling as though he had lost many days of life. Truly exasperating. The thought of soon delivering a double blow to that old cur. Zhou Mingyuan lifted Chen Mu's spirits. Upon arriving home and collapsing onto the sofa, Chen Mu was compelled to rise once more. Wang Dasong had introduced his disciple, Zheng Yuan, to take over the remaining filming of the television series for his own benefit. It was Zheng Yuan who had just called. He had just arrived in Shanghai and was waiting at Su Yuan Entertainment Group for Chen Mu. Thus, Chen Mu hurriedly set off to meet him. Zheng Yuan was tall and slender, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses that lent him an air of artistic flair. Quite appealing. He was nothing like his senior, Wang Dasong, who resembled a gas canister. In the top-floor office, after merely 20 minutes of conversation, Chen Mu presented Zheng Yuan with a contract identical to Wang Dasong's for him to sign. Zheng Yuan was taken aback. Was Chen Mu this hasty? Yet, upon reviewing the contract, he promptly signed without hesitation. The terms were too favorable for a wise individual to refuse. Subsequently, he was dispatched by Chen Mu to take over for his senior. Chen Mu relied on instinct when signing individuals. If the feeling was right, he would sign immediately. If not, no amount of persuasion would sway him. After escorting Zheng Yuan to the door, Chen Mu took a telescope to the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the opposite side. This time, disappointment washed over him as Song Along had drawn the curtains tightly shut. Before he could sit, Bai Ryu burst in, exclaiming, President Chen, we have a major issue. Chen Mu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Was today haunted by misfortune? Why do troubles keep piling up? What is it? Speak slowly. Yujia, he said as he rose to pour her a glass of water. Bai Ryu did not accept the cup, her urgency palpable. President Chen, your alias has been exposed. For a moment, Chen Mu was taken aback. What do you mean my alias has been exposed? but he quickly grasped the implication of Bai Ruyu's words. Which alias of mine has been revealed? Bai Ruyu replied. The one under which you compose, Dong Mu. Which other could it be? How many aliases do you possess, President Chen? She inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu wore a serious expression and retorted. I shall not disclose that to you. Bai Ruyu stared at him in bewilderment, feeling as if a flock of crows had just flown over her head. Noticing her speechlessness, Chen Mu awkwardly rubbed his nose and continued. So what if Dong Mu's identity is revealed? I merely wish to inquire who this benevolent soul is, so fervently promoting my name. Bai Ruyu answered curtly. It's Ding Chun from Huai Entertainment. She leaked it on her social media. I'm not concerned. You don't appear to be in a hurry. The revelation of Dong Mu's name does not significantly affect me. I am merely curious about how Ding Chun acquired such information. Chen Mu chuckled nonchalantly, truly indifferent to the matter, for losing his alias was not a grave concern. At worst, he would be teased by a legion of foolish netizens for a brief period. While they conversed, Lin Jingshuan's call came through. It seemed today was not a propitious day for work. Chen Mu glanced at the phone, sighed in resignation, and answered, Hello? Mr. Chen, I apologize. I have just learned that your identity as Dong Mu was disclosed by my agent, Lin Jingxian said apprehensively. I am truly sorry. Hearing the disheartenment in her voice, Chen Mu quickly offered words of comfort. If the agent is incompetent, simply replace them. At least she has not caused us any substantial loss. It's merely an alias that has been exposed. I cannot discern whether she is foolish or if her associates are. Despite his reassurances, Lin Jingxian still felt a tinge of sadness. But the identity of Dong Mu is something you have concealed for a long time. Now that it's out. Before she could finish, Chen Mu interjected, Sister Jingxian, do you truly believe I care about this in my current status? Relax and focus on recording the album. There is nothing to worry about. After providing her with a few more words of encouragement, he ended the call. Is it true that it was Lin Jingshuan's agent who leaked it? Bai Ruyu inquired. Indeed, Chen Mu nodded. The information was disclosed by Lin Jingshuan's agent, who is affiliated with Changtian Entertainment, but the true revelation came from Ding Chun at Huai Entertainment. That adds an interesting twist. He then turned to gaze at the Changtian Entertainment building across from him. Song Yilong is indeed a cunning old fox, attempting to orchestrate a scheme of borrowed knives. Yuan is truly thick-headed. Having suffered a great loss previously, he shows no signs of learning from it, and now he is eager to aggravate me? Contemplating the inevitable downfall awaiting Yuan, Chen Mu decided to temporarily refrain from confronting him, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Sister Yu, it's nothing of great concern. Please continue with your tasks, he said, bidding Bai Ruyu farewell. As he watched Bai Ruyu depart, his irritation towards the building across intensified. Subsequently, he picked up the phone and called Wang Ziqing. Old Wang, arrange for an LED screen on the wall of the Wish building facing Changtian Entertainment. Make it as large and as swift as possible. I am willing to pay extra if necessary. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziqing suddenly understood. It was indeed the boss who was remarkably astute. The implementation of this LED screen would undoubtedly generate a substantial amount of advertising revenue over the course of a year. Chen Mu, however, wore an expression of disdain and retorted, Do you think I am in need of such trifling advertising fees? My sole intention is to vex that detestable Song Along. Wang Ziqing was utterly defeated by his boss's capriciousness. Yet Chen Mu was not finished. He continued to issue commands. Oh, by the way, Lao Wang, could you install a bagua mirror on the rooftop facing Changtian Entertainment? And make sure it's a sizable one. Wang Ziqing was left utterly bewildered. Boss, do you really believe in feng shui? Chen Mu scoffed. I am not particularly superstitious, but this is solely to irritate Song Along. I shall use the bagua mirror to bring about his downfall. Whatever makes you happy, boss. I shall take care of it at once. Wang Ziqing promptly replied, eager to end the conversation before his boss could conjure yet another bizarre notion. Meanwhile, as Chen Mu plotted further to annoy Song Along, the revelation that the lyrical genius Ding Chun was, in fact, Chen Mu's true identity sent shockwaves through the online community. Chapter 87. I dislike that you like me. Goodness. The musical genius Dong Mu is actually Chen Mu? This is utterly absurd. How could they possibly be the same person? It should have been obvious. If you remove the left radical from Chen Mu, it transforms into Dong Mu, doesn't it? The person upstairs is merely a latecomer to this revelation. The verdict is in. Chen Mu is indeed Dong Mu. He possesses both wealth and talent. He is truly the man of my dreams. Dear friend above, please exhibit some decorum and wipe away your drool. Chen Mu, I wish to bear you 8 sons. Someone dragged that lunatic upstairs out and beat him senseless. No wonder Su Yuan garnered Dong Mu's unwavering support upon her return. He is the sole creator behind the lyrics and melodies of her new album. Chen Mu has long been a devoted fan of Su Yuan. It all makes perfect sense now. To be fair, Chen Mu is both affluent and talented, and his value is only on a rise. Surely, this man is a child of destiny? Ever since I learned that Dong Mu is Chen Mu, I find his sharp tongue rather endearing. Chen Mu chuckled after reading the comments on Ding Chun's latest post, then shifted his focus to her newest content. I just discovered that the musical prodigy Dong Mu is actually the esteemed CEO Chen Mu of Fortune Game Entertainment. You are his idol. He adores the lyrics and melodies you compose. Mr. Chen, may I request a song from you in the future? Chen Mu, unfazed by Ding Chun's playful remarks, directly retweeted her, stating, I truly dislike that you like me. As for requesting a song, let's not. After all, your singing ability. Oh, it seems you lack any singing prowess. By the way, I heard you're releasing a new album soon. Please, for the love of all that is good, do not weep. Chen Mu's retort sent the online community into fits of laughter, while Ding Chun was left fuming. Just as she exited the platform, Su Yuan's call came through. Chen Mu, are you alright? Knowing the buzz surrounding Dong Mu's identity, Su Yuan was concerned for Chen Mu's feelings. This is merely a stroke of fortune for me. You needn't worry about such trivial matters. Since you're home, focus on resting and spending time with your relatives, Chen Mu reassured her, despite having no issues himself. All right, I shall heed your advice. Take care. I'll return in a few days, Su Yuan said shyly before hanging up without waiting for his response. After wandering through the entertainment scene, he returned home, where his elderly parents awaited him. It was essential to be home in time for dinner. Chen Guanhua took a sip of his drink before speaking. Xiao Mu, your mother and I have discussed it. We will tidy up and return home tomorrow. Chen Mu looked at his parents with discontent. Wait, you've barely been here for 3 days. Throughout the year, we hardly see each other, and now you're leaving so soon. Am I just a wild child to you? Chen Guanhua glared. What difference is there between you and a wild child? De Zhuang is preparing for a second child, while you haven't even settled down. Do you know that among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest? Xiao Su had been busy outside for quite some time, yet he returned home to accompany his parents after just one night. You ought to consider a solution. Let me tell you, if I cannot see my grandchildren, I would not be able to close my eyes in peace. Mother Lu Fong said nothing, merely smiling as she served her son some dishes. Do not worry. With your and mother as constitution, living to 100 or more is well within reach. Chen Mu chuckled. What does it matter how long I live? I want my grandchildren. Chen Guanhui exclaimed, reaching for his waist, causing the old man to become anxious. Upon noticing his movements, Lu Fong's eyes began to glisten with tears. After finally spending some time with her son, could he not refrain from such antics? Just consider it. At our age, how many more chances will we have to see our son in this lifetime? Oh, I was merely teasing him. Look, now you're about to cry. Chen Guanhui said, realizing how close Lu Fong was to tears, causing him to panic. Throughout their lives, the gentle and delicate Lu Fong had managed to keep Chen Guanhui under her thumb. Chen Mu pondered over his mother's words for a long time. Indeed, his parents were aging and reluctant to stay in the bustling metropolis. He reflected that with each passing day, their opportunities to meet would dwindle. Mom and Dad, come. Let us raise a glass, Chen Mu said, gathering his thoughts as he lifted his cup to toast with his parents, draining the contents in one go. With your limited tolerance, you dare toast? Just don't end up flat on the floor, Chen Guanhui teased, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. In the afternoon, Chen Mu had accompanied his parents around the city, and after dining at a quaint little restaurant, they returned home. After finishing their evening routines, the family of 3 sat in the living room, Chen Mu listening intently to his parents discuss trivial matters without feeling the slightest annoyance. Just as he was engrossed, the phone rang. He picked it up, glancing at the screen with a smile before answering, Hello, brotherly, what prompted you to call me? The noise on the other end was too loud, compelling Chen Mu to raise his voice. Hey, Fourth, it's your brother Lee. I'm in the city. Come to the shop for a drink. Oh, and Kuner is here too. It's been ages since I last saw you. I've missed you. Chen Mu glanced at his parents, who were in high spirits, and politely declined, Brother, my parents are in the city, and they'll be leaving tomorrow. I need to spend quality time with them. I genuinely have no time tonight. How about we arrange to meet tomorrow instead? Your uncle and aunt are here? Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. It's about time I paid my respects to your parents. Li Jitai responded before hanging up before Chen Mu could say another word. Yun Kun, noticing Li Jitai put away his phone, hurriedly stood up and asked, Brother, you were having such a good time. Where are you off to? Chen Lao CS parents are also in the city, and they leave tomorrow, so I must pay them a visit. You enjoy yourself for now, Li Jitai replied as he got up to leave. Brother, wait for me. I want to visit your parents too. Upon hearing that Chen Mu's parents were also in the bustling metropolis, Yin Kun immediately rose to follow suit. Since Li Jitai was going, he felt compelled to join as well. After all, the Yin family from Hong Kong owed a tremendous favor to Chen Mu. When Chen Mu put away his phone, Chen Guanhua inquired, What happened? Do you have social obligations? Not at all. Nothing is more important than my parents. Chen Mu replied earnestly. It's just an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. He'll be arriving shortly to pay a visit. Shall we prepare? Lu Fong suggested. Attempting to rise, Chen Mu quickly intervened. Mom, there's no need. Our relationship is quite amicable, and besides, you're the elder. There's nothing to prepare. Upon hearing this, Lu Fong and Chen Guanhua acquiesced. Before long, several vehicles arrived at the entrance of Chen Mu's villa. Just as the trio reached the door, they noticed Li Jitai and Yun Kun standing to the side, directing their subordinates as they unloaded various items. Chapter 88. You are like wild boars, unable to digest fine grain. Where have you two just returned from? Chen Mu inquired with a smile, observing the two men. Uncle and aunt, both Kun and I are good friends of Chen Mu. We have known him for several years, but have yet to visit you. Upon learning that you were in the Magic City, we insisted on paying our respects, Li Jitai and Yun Kun stated, first greeting the elders with the utmost decorum, as they were well-mannered individuals. Come on in. No need to bring so many gifts. Since you're all friends of Xiao Mu, you are making this too formal. Don't bother to take them out. Just make sure you take them back when you leave, Chen Guanhua remarked, stepping forward with Lu Fong to prevent them from unloading their offerings. It's nothing extravagant, just some local specialties from the Magic City. It would be inappropriate to take them back, they replied. Let us go inside and chat, Li Jitai and Yun Kun cheerfully urged, each taking hold of an elder and leading them into the house. Chen Mu, observing their antics, could only smile helplessly as he followed them inside. After spending a leisurely half-hour conversing with the elders, the two men prepared to take their leave. Before departing, Li Jitai made plans with Chen Mu to gather at his establishment the following evening. As the family waved goodbye to the departing vehicles, they returned inside, where gifts brought by Li Jitai and Kun were piled in the corner. Curiosity piqued. Chen Guanhua approached to examine the bounty and was astounded to discover entire boxes of 30-year-old Maotai, a full case of Hengshangxia, along with numerous pieces of gold jewelry and nutritional supplements. Xiao Mu, your friends are indeed quite generous, Chen Guanhua exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu came over to take a look and replied, These gifts are likely modest. They didn't dare to send anything too extravagant, just fellow friends. Just accept them with your mother. We'll take them back tomorrow, he added. Chen Guanhua understood that his son's status had significantly changed and, upon hearing Chen Mu's words, ceased to press the matter. He turned to Lu Fong and commanded, All right, we shall do as you say. My dear, please fetch a few woven bags to divide the items into 3 portions. One for us to take home, one for the Xiao family, and one for Brother Su. In a mere exchange of a few words, the old man had arranged for the distribution of a plethora of gifts. Chen Mu stared in bewilderment at his father. Wait, Dad, I can understand giving something to Uncle Su, but what's the meaning behind sending something to the Su family? What do you mean? I simply wish to have grandchildren, Chen Guanhua retorted. What's wrong? Should you be making an effort so that your mother and I can lend our support? Nothing at all. Just stay out of it. Chen Guanhua shot a glare at Chen Mu. Even his mother sided with the father this time. The following day, After lunch, Chen Mu accompanied the elderly couple to the airport for their return flight. Once home, he reflected on how the lively household had now dwindled to just himself, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. He succumbed to a simple afternoon nap, and when he finally awoke, it was already evening. After a refreshing shower, he glanced at the time. It was not yet 6. Never mind. I shall go and mooch a meal from Ligu, he decided. Li Jitai received a call from Chen Mu requesting a meal and unhesitatingly sent him a location, which contained only coordinates without name. It took Zhu Shurtu over an hour to arrive, and when Chen Mu finally reached the location, he was astounded. This was none other than the imperial palace of the emperor. Brother, you truly are my dear brother. Is this a place where mere mortals like us can venture? Chen Mu gaped at the guard stationed at the palace. At the entrance, attendants were already waiting, and upon seeing Chen Mu, they escorted him inside. Zhu Shurtu, at the behest of the other guards, obediently drove the car a little further away. Ah, the fourth has arrived. Come, sit. We've been waiting for you, called out Li Jitai, who occupied the main seat at the dining table, as soon as he spotted Chen Mu from afar. The spacious hall contained only a single long dining table, nearly 10 meters in length. Li Jitai sat at one end, exuding an air of authority, while Yuan sat at the opposite end, 10 meters away. Li Jitai gestured for Chen Mu to take the middle seat on his left, having personally requested this from the Empress Dowager. She seemed to have understood that this banquet was in honor of Chen Mu, which made her reluctant consent all the more remarkable. How ironic it was that a royal descendant needed to rely on Chen Mu's presence to utilize the palace. Who could he possibly complain to about that? Chen Mu was rendered speechless by the whole affair. How could one engage in conversation across such a long table? Wouldn't they need a walkie-talkie for each person? Li Jitai waved his hand at those nearby, commanding, serve the dishes. Yuan, sitting far away, could not quite catch what was being said and inquired loudly, brother, what are you saying? Li Jitai retorted loudly, I told them to serve the dishes. This is none of your concern. Chen Mu interjected, brother, do we really have to dine here? He too raised his voice. Li Jitai found himself struggling to maintain his composure. He had intended to impress his younger brother, but ended up looking foolish instead. What would he do now? The banquet was about to commence, and they had already paid for the lavish spread. In exasperation, Li Jitai conceded, fine, it can only be this way. Not long after, the three departed the imperial palace, trailed by several personnel, carrying exquisite takeout boxes filled with the grand feast. They returned, somewhat sheepishly, to Li Jitai's flagship nightclub in the Magic City, Tai Xiaoyao. Once inside his exclusive private room, they opened the takeout boxes, poured drinks, and clinked their glasses before diving into the meal. This is much more comfortable, remarked Yuan, relishing the soft sofa. Chen Mu nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, this was a far more pleasant setting where they need not shout to converse. Only Li Jitai remained obstinate, exclaiming, you are simply wild boars who cannot appreciate finer things. Squandering such a splendid opportunity that I had to go through great lengths to procure. Chen Mu chuckled, declaring, I haven't wasted my time. I've captured numerous photographs to flaunt later. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of regret, exclaiming, oh dear, I didn't even dare to take any pictures. All right, Kun, it's fine that you didn't T-snap any photos this time. After all, you won't have the opportunity again, Li Jitai consoled him. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu burst into laughter, spewing his drink in the process. The juxtaposition of Li Jitai's comforting words and Chen Mu's callous laughter left Yuan feeling helpless, akin to a bewildered child. The trio filled their bellies with jovial banter, sipping their drinks and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Chen Mu reminisced about the time he stood up for his cousin, Chen Jiong, mentioning the few young men whom Li Jitai had enlisted to assist him. Li Jitai was pleased that Chen Mu remembered this episode, although it was not a significant matter for them. The fact that Chen Mu cherished the bond with his acquaintances spoke volumes about his character. You needn't worry about it. Those fools have a stake in my group order, so they're benefiting from your influence as well. Chapter 89. If I don't take you down today, I shall bear your surname. Let's be clear, the shares they possess are merely a small fraction. Later, I shall present you with 2 proposals, both of which hold promising prospects. In due course, Allow them to deliberate and choose which to pursue, Chen Mu replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Chen Mu had devised two compelling ideas, Li Jitao and Yuan Kuan's interest was piqued instantly. Fourth brother, were these proposals? Do enlighten your elder brother, Li Jitao said, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer to Chen Mu. Chen Mu, unreserved, disclosed, one pertains to a ride-hailing application, while the other concerns electric vehicles. These two have potential, but aren't they already being developed by others? Li Jitao queried, perplexed. Brother, I shall refrain from commenting on the integrity of the individuals behind the ride-hailing app. It is rumored they intend to transfer the geographical data amassed from vehicles abroad. I cannot speak for your sleepless nights upon hearing this, but I know mine shall be restless. Seizing this opportunity, I contemplate settling a personal score and ensuring their downfall. However, I suspect the Empire's Security Bureau has already set its sights on them, Chen Mu concluded, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Li Jitao stroked his chin in contemplation, while Yuan Kuan appeared invigorated. Fourth brother, regardless of their actions, count me in on this project. Pray, elaborate on the electric vehicle project. Those involved in electric cars seem to have muddled their wits. What advantage do we possess in this arena? Li Jitao refrained from voicing his support, merely seeking insights on Chen Mu's next venture. Not surprised by Li Jitao's silence, Chen Mu proceeded to elaborate on the electric vehicle initiative. Those involved are hardly noteworthy, beyond exorbitant advertising expenditures and deceiving the empire for subsidies. They possess no groundbreaking innovations. Observing Li Jitao and Yuan Kuan's attentiveness, Chen Mu chuckled. Guoyi Technology is on the verge of launching a comprehensive solution for intelligent automotive driving. I have already dispatched individuals to negotiate. Surely, you do not doubt Guoyi's capabilities? Chen Mu inquired. Will you invest in this project? Should you decline, I shall allow Dazhuang's Shanghai to take precedence. Li Jitao immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Now hold on. I shall invest in both, at most. I shall allow them to take a minority stake. After all, I am the leader. I must shoulder the risks on their behalf. Yuan Kuan regarded Li Jitao with disdain, contemplating that he could bear the risks as well. However, upon calculating his own financial standing, he resigned himself to the thought. Very well. Negotiate with them as you see fit. I shall send you the specific operational steps shortly. Do expedite the process, Chen Mu replied with a nonchalant shrug. Li Jitao envisioned his business empire expanding with two formidable companies, his smile resembling that of popcorn bursting open. As he raised his glass to toast with Chen Mu and Yuan Kuan, the trio indulged in food and drink, conversing until late into the night. As they exited the private room, Li Jitao wrapped an arm around Chen Mu and Yuan Kuan, awaiting the arrival of their driver. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld a throng of people causing a commotion not far away. What's going on? Who dares to create a disturbance at my doorstep? I shall investigate. Li Jitao spoke as he prepared to move forward, and soon several shadowy figures quietly emerged around them. Before they could advance, a subordinate of Zhu Shirtu approached him. Whispering a few words, "Boss, it's nothing serious. Just a delivery person from takeout service being harassed by a customer." Zhu Shirtu paused, his expression turning grim. The delivery person was disabled. Upon hearing that one of his employees, particularly a person with disabilities, was being bullied, Li Jitao erupted with fury. How dare they bully my people? He cursed loudly as he charged ahead. Yuan Kuan, always one to follow Li Jitao's lead, glanced around for a suitable weapon, but finding none, swiftly removed his sharp-toed leather shoes and followed suit. Chen Mu, observing their demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Someone was about to face dire consequences. As Li Jitao reached the outskirts of the crowd, he found himself unable to push through. Frustrated, he bellowed, "Make way, all of you." The onlookers, startled by his fierce appearance, instinctively parted to create a path. Through this opening, Li Jitao spotted a person in a blue delivery uniform lying on the ground, hands clutching their head. Two men continued to kick him, while a woman angrily berated the delivery person. Enraged, he charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the men tumbling, while Yuan Kuan swung his leather shoe, striking the other man squarely in the face. Still not satisfied, Li Jitao slapped the woman to the ground and turned back to continue assaulting the men. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Mu rushed over to help the fallen delivery person to his feet. "Are you all right?" he inquired. The delivery person, dazed by the scene before him, quickly shook his head in response to Chen Mu's question. "I'm fine, but what about you all?" Chen Mu smiled, pointing at the still pummeling Li Jitai. "That's the chairman of the takeout service, your boss, and he's here to defend you." The delivery person was momentarily stunned. "That's my company's boss? And he is fighting for me?" Before Chen Mu could respond, the woman began to scream in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Help! Someone is being killed." One of the battered men rolled several times on the ground before rising, pulling out his phone and pointing it at Li Jitai, cursing vehemently. "You bastard! If you dare to walk away, I swear I'll make you regret it. I have plenty of money. I can ruin you." Li Jitai, having grown somewhat fatigued from the beating, blocked a few approaching bodyguards intending to seize the man, coldly observing, "Let him make the call. I wish to see just how much money he has and how many people he thinks can take me down." Once the man finished his call, Li Jitai was about to resume his assault when Chen Mu, having acquired a baton from Zhu Shitu, handed it to him, saying, "Brother Li, don't injure yourself. Use this." Li Jitai took the baton, revealing a fierce demeanor as he approached the man. The man, realizing he was now facing a weapon, attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Li Jitai's bodyguards, leading to his anguished cries. Chen Mu glanced over and turned away, only to see the delivery person struggling to pick up a prosthetic limb from the ground. He hurried over to offer assistance. The delivery man looked up and smiled at Chen Mu, expressing his gratitude. Chen Mu shook his head and helped him sit down by the roadside. "What is your name, brother? And what happened to your leg?" "My name is Wu Rongqiao. I was once a firefighter, but during emergency response, I had an accident that cost me a leg. I retired afterward," the delivery man replied, while attaching his prosthetic limb. "Brother, your delivery guy was once a firefighter?" Chen Mu called out to Li Jitao without asking further questions. "Damn it, I will make you pay." Li Jitao's anger flared at Chen Mu's exclamation, and he swung his baton mercilessly at the two men. He and Yuan were preoccupied when they suddenly heard the screeching of tires. Everyone looked up to see a Maybach and two X5s parked at the entrance of Tai Xiaoyao. One of the battered men, sporting a bruised face, perked up upon seeing the cars. He pointed at Li Jitao and Yuan, laughing arrogantly. "My brother has arrived. You might as well await your demise." Chapter 90. "Father, please do not shoot." Li Jitai struck him with his baton, exclaiming, "You talk too much." After tossing the baton to his bodyguard, he retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips as the bodyguard stepped forward to ignite it. He then threw the cigarette to Yuan, taking a deep drag while squinting at the group emerging from the vehicle. "Brother, help me eliminate them," cried a man in distress, addressing the leader among the descending figures. Zhang Wushan, observing his brother being mercilessly beaten, maintained a stoic expression as he turned his gaze to Li Jitai. "Friend, while my brother may be inept, it is not for you to teach him a lesson." Li Jitai exhaled a smoke ring, finally directing his attention towards the man named Zhang Wushan, appraising the three vehicles behind him. With a grin, he remarked, "Nice cars you have." Before Zhang Wushan could respond, Li Jitai gestured to a nearby bodyguard, commanding, "Smash them." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several of his bodyguards rushed forward, attacking the cars. Those affiliated with Tai Xiaoyao had also armed the bodyguards with suitable implements. Without a moment's hesitation, they commenced the destruction, snapping back to reality. Zhang Wushan shouted at his subordinates, "Are you all dead? Why are you just watching them smash my cars?" Only then did his 7 subordinates spring into action, attempting to subdue those vandalizing the vehicles. But after a series of anguished cries, they found themselves on the ground instead. Realizing they were outmatched, Zhang Wushan, suppressing his fury, turned to Li Jitai. "Friend." Li Jitai interjected, "Friend, my ass." Zhang Wushan retorted, "You." Li Jitai shot back, "Your mother. What do you want?" Zhang Wushan's anger was palpable. Meanwhile, his brother, unnoticed by the others, stealthily approached his own vehicle, eyes filled with malice. "I don't want much. Your brother assaulted my man, and I retaliated by beating him and damaging your car. Just compensate for the medical expenses, and we can call it even," Li Jitai stated nonchalantly. Before Zhang Wushan could respond, his brother charged forward, radiating fury. I won't pay you a dime. Yuan Kun, noticing the weapon in the brother's hand, instinctively shouted and lunged to tackle Li Jitai to the ground. Zhu Shirtu quickly shielded Chen Mu, drawing his gun and aiming it at Zhang Wushan's brother. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed as over a dozen guns pointed at Zhang Wushan's younger sibling. I will warn you only once. Drop the weapon, or I will be forced to shoot. Li Jitai's bodyguard, expressionless, issued a stark warning. Zhang Wushan stood in stunned silence, every hair on his body standing on end. What sort of person had his dear brother provoked? Father, please do not shoot. Stay calm. This is just a toy gun. Zhang Wushan's brother, terrified and realizing the gravity of the situation, knelt, trembling as he raised the gun above his head. This is too terrifying. I want to go home and find my mother. The bodyguard cautiously approached, seizing the gun he held and swiftly delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Subsequently, 7 or 8 bodyguards of Li Jitao leapt into action, landing heavily and pinning him down, leaving only his legs thrashing in view. Li Jitao then pushed Yuan Kun aside, grumbling as he rose. I say, Kun, could you refrain from such a hard tackle next time? I'm not a damsel. You nearly crushed me. Yuan Kun, still shaken, immediately shouted in response to Li Jitao's words, I can't afford another incident like that. Li Jitao lit a cigarette and approached the still-dazed Zhang Wushan, saying, Your brother enjoys bullying others, and without hesitation, you rushed to his aid. It seems you're not a virtuous individual either. Just because you possess wealth, does that make you superior? Zhang Wushan, now too intimidated to speak, could only repeatedly apologize. I was blind to the situation. Please, show mercy this once, and I shall never dare again. Li Jitao retorted. Has your brother shown any mercy? He gestured toward Hu Rongqiao, who was missing a leg. Zhang Wushan struggled to find words, wishing he could eliminate his younger brother himself. Li Jitao exhaled smoke into Zhang Wushan's face, saying, Your younger brother is finished. You had best pray your background is clean. If I uncover any issues, you shall be awaiting your fate in confinement. Now leave. Zhang Wushan, in a daze, departed, his vehicle having been vandalized. Indeed, he left on foot. Care for smoke? Chen Mu inquired, producing a cigarette and gesturing toward Hu Rongqiao. Hu Rongqiao accepted the cigarette, inspecting it under the light. A gold brick? I've never heard of it, but must be fine tobacco. Chen Mu retrieved a lighter, igniting it and extending it toward him. Despite Hu Rongqiao's hesitant refusals, Chen Mu's insistence compelled him to lean in and light the cigarette. Once Li Jitao had concluded matters with Zhang Wushan, he approached, cigarette in mouth, and sat beside Hu Rongqiao, accompanied by Yuan Kun. Hu Rongqiao, a retired firefighter. Li Jitao, owner of the dining group. Yuan Kun, just a passerby. Chen Mu casually introduced the 3 men. Yuan Kun raised an eyebrow. Upon learning Li Jitao was the owner of the dining group, Hu Rongqiao attempted to rise, but was firmly held down by Li Jitao. In a hushed tone, Li Jitao asked, Hu Rongqiao, I recall that the compensation for injured firefighters is quite substantial, and the heroic fund for esteemed individuals like you surely provides assistance. How then? Have you fallen to the role of a delivery driver? Hu Rongqiao inhaled deeply and remained silent for a while before replying. That year, during the catastrophic explosion at the Yinport chemical plant, our squad was dispatched for support. Only I returned from a team of 21. I distributed the heroic fund and injury compensation to the families of my brothers. What does my lost leg matter? They sacrificed their lives. Besides, I am capable of supporting myself. Upon witnessing the heavy expressions on the faces of the 3, he added with a smile, I earn quite a bit delivering food each month, and the company provides insurance. It's far better than a regular job. Li Jitao, with reddened eyes, embraced Hu Rongqiao, exclaiming, Indeed, you are a true man. Upon hearing the heartfelt words of Yuan Kun, he began to search his person, yet found nothing. He then removed his wristwatch and took Hu Rongqiao's hand to fasten it onto his wrist. Brother, he said, as the saying goes, a poor family may travel far. We, the members of the Xiangjiang Society, always keep a gold watch on hand for emergencies when we must flee. With this watch on your wrist, should times become unbearable, you can sell it to sustain yourself for a while. Hu Rongqiao, Li Jitai, and Chen Mu were left utterly perplexed by Yuan Kuan's actions. Li Zhitai, incensed, shoved him aside and retorted, "Do you even know how to speak? Do the subjects of the empire need to flee?" Realizing his blunder, Yuan Kuan could only respond with an awkward grin. The initially somber atmosphere was significantly lightened by this interruption. Hu Rongchao extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the trash bin before turning to smile at the three men. "I must thank you all for your assistance once more. I shan't be overly sentimental about repaying favors. There is still time for me to take on a few more orders, so I won't keep you any longer." Chapter 91. I relish the sight of you disapproving of me, yet being unable to eliminate me. Hu Rongchao sat upon his electric bicycle, nodding towards them before revving the throttle and setting off once more. Chen Mu gazed absent-mindedly at the multitude of family-seeking notices plastered on his delivery box. The trio watched as Hu Rongchao rode away, and he ultimately declined to accept the watch from Yuan Kuan. "What are you daydreaming about?" Li Zhitai nudged Chen Mu with his elbow. With a somewhat melancholic tone, Chen Mu replied, "It's nothing. Just reflecting on how there remains so much I have yet to accomplish over these past few years." Noticing Chen Mu's despondent demeanor, Yuan Kuan offered a reassuring smile. "You've done remarkably well. Your charitable foundation is already the largest private charity in the entire empire." "Not enough." Chen Mu shook his head, then glanced at the passers-by, some of whom were engrossed in their phones. He turned to Li Zhitai and inquired, "Brother, I suspect your recent act of valor has already made its way online. Would you like me to help you conceal it?" Li Zhitai, unfazed, replied, "Let it spread. I, Li Zhitai, act with integrity, so what do I have to fear?" "All right then, you two enjoy yourselves. I'm heading home," Chen Mu stated, not waiting for their response as he walked towards his vehicle. "Don't forget to send me those 2 project proposals." Li Zhitai called out loudly from behind. Chen Mu, without turning back, signaled an okay with his hand. "Brother, I can't shake the feeling that Chen Laosi has suddenly changed," Yuan Kuan remarked, observing Chen Mu's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Li Zhitai, Anuya, kicked at Yuan Kuan's backside. "What is different about him? Has he suddenly unlocked some hidden potential, or was he aiming for immortality? Perhaps I'm mistaken." Yuan Kuan chuckled sheepishly. "You fool," Li Zhitai teased as he pulled him into Tai Xiaoyao. Today, Chen Mu returned to Changtian Entertainment. The recording studios of Yuan Entertainment had been gradually completed, and Lin Jingxian and the others had gone to the company to record, rendering Changtian Entertainment once again a private territory for Chen Mu. "Old Zhu, do not disturb me," Chen Mu instructed Zhu Shurtu before ascending to the top floor. He lit a cigarette, grabbed a chair, and opened a bottle of beer, sitting before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. He sat there throughout the night, as dawn gradually broke and illuminated his face. "Damn, this beer has lost its flavor," he exclaimed after finishing the remaining beer, smacking his lips in dissatisfaction. Stretching widely, he welcomed the morning light upon his face. Ah, the sun is just right. A new day, a fresh start. After tidying up his personal hygiene downstairs, Zhu Shurtu had set breakfast on the table. As Chen Mu sat down and took a sip of the thick rice porridge, he instantly felt revitalized. "How delightful! Old Zhu, you truly understand me." Zhu Shurtu cast a peculiar glance at his boss, concerned about his all-nighter, fearing a potential collapse. Chen Mu, while eating, pulled out his phone and called Xu Yuan. "Hello, Xu Yuan. Are you awake?" "I just got up, Chen boss. It's rare for you to rise this early." Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback to see Chen Mu awake so early. Little did she know that he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Chen Mu remarked, "I have something to discuss with you." Su Yuan inquired, "What is it?" Chen Mu replied, "I would like you to find time to record a song." Su Yuan asked, "Is it urgent?" Chen Mu hesitated. "Well, it's not extremely urgent." Su Yuan retorted, "So it is urgent then? Wait for me, I will be there shortly." With that, she hung up the phone. Chen Mu stared at the disconnected call, puzzled, as he had just said it wasn't very urgent. After a moment's thought, he dialed Wang Dasong again. Once the call connected, he stated his purpose directly. "Lao Wang, I have a script." Wang Dasong responded earnestly, "Boss, rest assured, I can handle it." Chen Mu, exasperated, replied, "What can you handle? You already have 2 scripts on your plate. I'm asking if you know any reliable peers." Wang Dasong's tone shifted to one of distraction. "Oh, I'm not included in that." Chen Mu continued, "I want to send you the script for your perusal. They are two documentary-style scripts. Think quickly about directors and actors. Just make sure they are credible. With that, Chen Mu into the call. The advantage of being a boss is that one merely needs to speak, leaving the arduous tasks to subordinates. What happens to their legs is of no concern to him. As expected, the events of the previous night spread like wildfire online, with discussions on platforms like Yuan Short Video and Shigua Video reaching unprecedented heights. On one side was the renowned boss Li Jitai, and on the other was Zhang Wushan, no stranger to notoriety himself. This confluence ignited the netizens' gossip fervor. Oh my! Without a word, he smashed someone else's car. Boss Li is truly formidable. Don't just focus on Royal Jitai. There's also Chen Mu, the owner of Fuguwei Games, and Yuan, the second son of the Changtian Entertainment group. I'm quite curious how these three seemingly unrelated individuals came together. Don't ask. The answer is that all three possess wealth and power. Although Zhang Wushan is strong, encountering Royal Jitai would still bring him to his knees. How amusing. The sight of Zhang Wushan's little brother kneeling and begging for mercy with a gun is truly hilarious. I still prefer his initially defiant demeanor. It is fortunate that this little brother was not executed on the spot. The most important thing is that he has thoroughly implicated his elder brother. I hope those influential figures with younger siblings take heed. If necessary, it would be wise to eliminate them to avoid any repercussions. Even if he is Royal Li Jitai, isn't he being a bit tyrannical? Just because of a disagreement, he smashed someone else's car and intended to send him to prison. Can royalty truly act with such impunity? We, the common folk, are expected to swallow our grievances. Zhang Wushan's brother, nearly shot for wielding a fake gun, yet his subordinates, armed to the teeth, faced no consequences? Royal Jitai, the supremacy of royalty. How ironic. Those above are rather bitter. If it weren't for the old Li family's sacrifices decades ago, who knows if you'd even exist today? The online discourse grew increasingly intense. Even Shangwan Zhuang reached out to Li Jitai to inquire about his stance on the matter. Li Jitai had but a single proclamation: it's not a significant issue. Shortly, I shall share a video. Kindly assist me in elevating its visibility on Weibo. As for the watermelon-themed short video by Zhou Tingshen, he deemed it unworthy of his attention. Shangwan Zhuang was left speechless by Li Jitai's nonchalant demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, instructed his subordinates to ensure that Li Jitai's video received prominence once it was released. Before noon, Li Jitai's video was unveiled. In the footage, he lounged in his opulent office, a cigarette dangling from his lips, casually reclining in his chair with his feet propped upon the desk. He boldly declared, "I am Li Jitai, the son of the second prince, Li Chongxiao, and the grandson of the emperor of the great Chinese Empire, Li Zhejiang. I am a direct descendant of royal blood. I established the food delivery service without borrowing a single penny from the imperial bank. Despite the immense growth of my company, I have not evaded a single penny in taxes owed to the empire, nor have I taken advantage of it in any manner. My intention in stating this is not to boast. Had I wished to, you would not have witnessed the videos from last night. I merely wish to convey to those with ulterior motives that should I choose to wield my influence, there would be no need for your baseless chatter. According to the traditions of the Li family, my grandfather and father would dispatch me to my demise. This video is not meant to elucidate matters for certain individuals, nor do I find it necessary to offer explanations. I relish the notion that you detest me, yet remain incapable of undermining my position. Your satisfaction is of no concern to me. As long as I am content, that suffices." Chapter 92. President Wu initiated a vote to expel President Huang from the old fan group. Li Jitai's remarks elicited applause from the majority of his admirers, while simultaneously exposing the vulnerabilities of those with less than noble intentions. Indeed, unable to compete in terms of lineage or wealth, especially when every cent Li Jitai possesses is earned through honest means. Naturally, his conspicuous online presence garnered him a severe reprimand from his father, though that is a tale best left untold. Many netizens tagged Chen Mu, who innocently replied, "What does this have to do with me? I'm merely an onlooker close by." As for Yuan, he chose to retreat into the shadows. His family's fortune, when compared to Li Jitai and Chen Mu, paled significantly. With these two titans around, it was prudent for him to avoid drawing attention to himself. The matter concluded with Rongchao accepting an official interview from Lian's short video, where he elaborated on the events that transpired. The boss stood up for me. Having such royal descendants in the empire is indeed a blessing. There's a saying, a soldier dies for his confidant. If the empire ever needs me, even if I were to lose a leg, I would charge forth without hesitation. He added, my boss is truly remarkable, Royal Jitai. I take pride in having you as my employer. This heartfelt declaration brought tears to Li Jitai's eyes and effectively silenced the discordant voices. Su Yuan arrived at Tangcheng Yiping shortly after 3 in the afternoon, where Aunt Zheng Hongxia had meticulously prepared the meal, waiting for her. After finishing the meal and tidying up, she departed. Chen Mu, what song are we going to record? Su Yuan asked, reclining contentedly on the sofa. Chen Mu smiled and responded, The Lonely Hero, handing her the sheet music and lyrics. Su Yuan softly hummed along, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is another beautiful song. Sometimes, I truly wish I could crack open your head to see how someone can be as brilliant as you, she lamented, looking defeated. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, pride evident on his face. I've always said I'm a genius. Puffed. Su Yuan scoffed, rolling her eyes before eagerly making her way to the top-level recording studio. Come on, let us record it a couple of times to get the feel. You should rest a bit. You've eaten so much that you might end up throwing up while singing, Chen Mu called out helplessly as he followed her. Su Yuan ignored his teasing and entered the recording studio, adjusting her mood before giving Chen Mu an okay sign. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Chen Mu turned on the accompaniment for The Lonely Hero. Su Yuan began softly, they're all brave, but soon choked, covering her face. Having barely sung a line, she nearly retched, squatting down in embarrassment. I really overindulged. How mortifying. Chen Mu stifled a laugh as he looked at her through the recording studio door. No worries. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. Familiarizing ourselves with the music and lyrics is equally important. Ugh, Chen Mu, you really have a knack for jinxing things, Su Yuan blushed, darting out of the recording studio. Chen Mu brewed a pot of red tea to accompany Su Yuan on the balcony, contemplating the duration of the video. He felt that a single song would be insufficient, so he decided to add another. As Su Yuan became familiar with the song, Chen Mu tagged Lao Huang in the old fans group. After a brief wait without a response from Lao Huang, likely due to his busyness, other members began to reply. General Wu commented, Mr. Chen, this group is for the old fans. What do you mean by tagging Lao Huang alone? General Zhang added, exactly. Mr. Chen, you must confess, do you have another brilliant idea for Lao Huang? General Liao remarked, Mr. Chen, it seems Lao Huang is uninterested in engaging with you. So perhaps you should leave him be. If you have any good ideas, share them with everyone, and we can analyze them together. After reading the messages, Chen Mu rubbed his nose. He indeed had an idea, albeit one related to public welfare. Among the group, he was most familiar with Lao Huang and intended to consult him first. Just as Chen Mu was about to respond to the group, Lao Huang tagged him directly, saying, Mr. Chen, ignore them. Let us chat privately. Lao Huang's message sparked a collective outcry from the group members. General Liao exclaimed, Private chat? Lao Huang, are you trying to keep all the good ideas to yourself? General Wu initiated a vote to expel Lao Huang from the old fans group, with a chorus of agree one following. Lao Huang, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Mr. Chen, we cannot proceed this way. Good ideas ought to be shared with everyone, and private discussions are quite inappropriate. Chen Mu responded with confusion. Upon seeing Lao Huang's message, General Wu rescinded the vote. Since everyone is interested in this public welfare idea, I'll share it with you, Chen Mu reluctantly typed. Upon reading his message, the group encouraged him to elaborate. Chen Mu began to type, but soon found it cumbersome, opting instead to speak via voice message. After articulating his thoughts, he continued, in terms of online resources, I have ample supply, but I lack resources offline. Lao Huang's feed has excellent sales in rural areas, and his pet food is also performing well. I was considering discussing potential collaboration with him. Lao Huang, if it's not suitable, that is perfectly fine. I was merely mentioning it casually. After sending his 2 lengthy voice messages, the group fell silent. Just as disappointment crept in, Lao Huang responded, Mr. Chen, your magnanimity is truly commendable. I am in awe. I will follow your lead. General Zhang chimed in. Mr. Chen, why wasn't I invited to such a wonderful opportunity? Do you look down upon my company, Jixing, which specializes in condiments? General Yao added, Mr. Chen, my Tianhua sells fertilizers, and our rural sales are not inferior to Lao Huang's. Count me in. General Wu remarked. Although my Xingmao technology focuses on technical services, I would like to participate as well. This is indeed a virtuous endeavor. I'm in the bottled water business. Count me in too. I manufacture condoms. Include me as well, Lao Huang promptly interjected. Chio, perhaps you should sit this one out. Your product doesn't quite fit the context. The ever-blushing Chio, in a moment of spontaneity, declared, I shall contribute some funds. My product has indeed caused a considerable amount of harm. Perhaps this would allow me to accumulate a modicum of virtue. Chen Mu, amused by the barrage of messages, chuckled and replied, I extend my gratitude to all. I shall first coordinate with the missing persons database at the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and once that is accomplished, I will reach out to you once more. The group readily acquiesced. Upon exiting the chat, Chen Mu proceeded to contact Shangguan Zhuang to share his thoughts. Without hesitation, Shangguan Zhuang agreed, stating, This is an excellent idea. It not only serves a noble cause, but also enhances our company's reputation among the public. Rest assured, I will personally oversee all subsidiaries here at Shanghai. After ending the call, Shangguan Zhuang smiled with great delight, knowing that whenever his fourth colleague took matters seriously, a cascade of pleasant surprises followed. He then engaged in a conversation with Li Jitai, who readily concurred, You need only give the command, and our team will fully support your endeavors. Chapter 93. Chen Mu, you truly are a beast. After making a call to Kai Shu Win to ensure the preparation for the game of wealth were underway, Chen Mu finally exhaled, relieved, and hung up the phone. Setting the device down, he noticed Su Yuan gazing at him intently, cradling her small head in her hands, lost in thought. Curiously, he touched his face and asked, Su Yuan, why are you staring at me in a daze? Upon seeing that she remained entranced, he playfully poked her forehead. Hey, infatuated one, snap out of it. Have you never seen a handsome fellow like me before? Finally, Su Yuan regained her composure, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red. You are the infatuated one, she retorted, unwilling to admit that Chen Mu's words had made her find him incredibly charming. You need to hurry and record the Lone Brave. I just remembered I want to add 2 more songs. Time is of the essence, Chen Mu urged her. Su Yuan stared at him in confusion. Wasn't it just 1 song? Chen Mu smiled as he explained, Once this endeavor begins, it will be quite grand. It would be remiss of us to release only 1 song. However, one will consist of a wordless melody, and the other will be a duet in which I will involve all the singers from Changtian Entertainment. Then I shall defer to your judgment. I will expedite the recording of the Lone Brave, Su Yuan declared, picking up the sheet music and preparing to head to the recording studio. With Chen Mu around, she found it easy to become distracted. Halfway through, she abruptly turned around and sternly admonished him. You are not to disturb me. Chen Mu, bewildered, replied, What have I done to disturb you? Meanwhile, as Chen Mu was preoccupied, Song Yilong from Changtian Entertainment stood perplexed, staring at the massive middle finger displayed on the 3D screen of Su Yuan Tower, directed right at him. Looking up at the resplendent bagua mirror atop the building, his blood surged to his head, nearly bursting a vein. He furiously cursed, Chen Mu, you truly are a beast. Meanwhile, Ilanya ambled along the street with his nephew, Ergu, feeling somewhat disheartened. Having been in the magical city for nearly 2 months without making any progress, he muttered to himself, This city is indeed a metropolis. Everyone here is shrewd and not easily deceived. Uncle, I'm hungry, Ergu complained, patting his growling stomach. Ilanya checked his phone, finding a meager balance of less than 20 yuan. Perhaps I should sell my phone and buy a ticket home, he sighed. Damn, this city has deep schemes. I want to return to the countryside. As he sighed and looked up, his peripheral vision caught sight of the enormous bagua mirror atop Su Yuan Tower. Following its direction, he glanced at the stark rooftop of Changtian Entertainment across the way. There seems to be something brewing there. Ilanya's eyes suddenly brightened. Is this not a business opportunity? He exclaimed. Ergu, bear with me. If this deal goes through, Uncle will treat you to fine food and drink. With that, Ilanya led his nephew into a nearby alley. When they emerged again, Ilanya donned a solemn Taoist robe, his hair secured with a 2 yuan wooden hairpin, and he occasionally smoothed the long beard that hung down to his chest with his hand. He presented a most ethereal and mystical appearance. Ergo, do not reveal our intentions. Otherwise, our fate will be sealed today, Ilanya cautioned in a hushed tone. Uncle, rest assured, I have committed your words to memory. Ergo replied earnestly, driven solely by the desire for sustenance. With that, he confidently escorted Ergo into the grand lobby of Changtian Company. The receptionist, taken aback by Ilanya's striking appearance and intent, did not dare to be negligent. Soon, Song Yilong received a call transferred from the front desk. Taoist? What nonsense is this? He muttered, already irked. Just as he was about to hang up, he paused at the receptionist's words. Could it be that they sought him regarding the bagua mirror atop the wishful building? Bring him to me, he decided, curious to meet this so-called Taoist. Fearing the immense bagua mirror pointed directly at him, whether it pertained to feng shui or not, a sense of peace would be welcome. Before long, a secretary knocked respectfully. Upon hearing Song Ilong's invitation, she opened the door for Ilanya. As Song Ilong beheld Ilanya, the aura of an otherworldly being somewhat alleviated his doubts. After all, the man exuded an ethereal charm. What brings you here? Song Ilong inquired. However, Ilanya disregarded the question, striding straight to the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression grave as he gazed at the immense bagua mirror on the roof of the wishful building across the way. Song Ilong followed his gaze and was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Taoist had discerned something amiss? Indeed, as I had anticipated, Ilanya muttered solemnly. Taoist, have you perceived something? Song Ilong asked, anxiety creeping in. Ilanya turned to scrutinize him for a long moment before exhaling deeply. Fortunately, there is still time. Song Ilong felt an unsettling chill under Ilanya's gaze. What do you mean there is still time? This layman, I am Wiyazi, and this marks my once-in-20 years return to the mortal realm. As I passed by downstairs, I sensed something was amiss. Upon looking up, I saw the bagua mirror directly opposing your building. The one who arranged the bagua mirror harbors malicious intent. Had I not arrived in time, your life would have been in grave peril. Taoist, does this bagua mirror hold some significance? Song Ilong asked in a panic, the notion of impending doom sending shivers down his spine. This mirror not only gathers malevolent energy, but also reflects the accumulated negative forces from miles around into your building. As the master of the building, all this negative energy converges upon you. How could you possibly endure it? Ilanya asserted with unwavering conviction. His cryptic words left Song Ilong bewildered. No wonder every time I encounter wishes, things go awry. Taoist, save me, he exclaimed, now completely convinced of Ilanya's insights. Do not panic. Fortunate it is that I arrived in time. I shall first dispel the malevolent energy within you, Ilanya stated, as he gracefully waved his feather duster. And with a flick of his middle finger, a yellow talisman materialized in his hand. Gently swaying the yellow talisman, flames ignited spontaneously. He delicately held the talisman above Song Ilong's head, causing it to flicker to life. The instant the talisman ignited, a familiar and refreshing aroma wafted into Song Ilong's nostrils, instantly revitalizing his spirit. He was taken aback by Ilanya's remarkable ability, and at that moment, he had complete faith in him. I beseech you, Taoist Wiyazi, to assist me in dispelling that bagua mirror, he implored, casting an anxious glance at Ilanya. Ilanya's expression betrayed a hint of difficulty, while Ergu perked up, declaring, now it is my turn to shine. He pulled Song Ilong aside, saying, my friend, the malevolent energy emanating from that bagua mirror is exceedingly potent. Should my master intervene, it would undoubtedly result in a significant depletion of his power. Upon hearing this, Song Ilong finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Young master, I understand. I wonder how many times Taoist Wiyazi can intervene. Chapter 94. Are the young people of today so impolite? Upon witnessing the young man's compliance, Ergu felt a surge of joy within him. Following the prior instructions of Ilanya, he extended a hand. 5 million, a trivial matter. Song Ilong, upon seeing Ergu's outstretched fingers, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Spending 5 million to dispel that bagua mirror seemed quite reasonable in his estimation. However, when Ergu uttered the figure of 5 million, his mind buzzed with confusion, as his uncle had distinctly mentioned 500,000. He hurriedly prepared to correct him. No. Yet before he could finish, Yulongya, with a face full of indignation, interrupted him. Disciple, refrain from speaking further. We are practitioners of the Tao. How could we be overly concerned with material possessions? Song Junqi's 5 million is more than sufficient. Remember, a Taoist must never succumb to greed. Ergu, bewildered, thought to himself how his uncle, while desperately in need of money, still managed to feign an air of righteousness. Strangely enough, Song Yilong seemed to appreciate this display. After hearing Yilongya's words, he felt as though he had struck a tremendous bargain. He bowed deeply to Yilongya, proclaiming, "Indeed, Taoist, you embody great righteousness. I am most grateful to you." "Not at all, not at all," Yilongya replied with a serene smile. He then turned to Song Yilong and instructed, "Song Junshi, have your people carve a golden silk broadsword from fine jujube wood. The sword should measure 8.8 meters in length, and its blade must be adorned with gold lacquer. The blade should then be directed towards the wish tower across from us." Song Yilong appeared taken aback. "A golden silk broadsword? What is that?" Oh, if Song Junshi is unfamiliar with it, he might refer to the works of the novelist Mr. Shichu, particularly his book The Hero with White Eyebrows, which offers a detailed description of the golden silk broadsword. Mr. Shichu indeed possesses some genuine talent, Yilongya patiently elaborated, noticing Song Yilong's puzzled expression. In truth, Ergu was merely a fan of Shichu's writings. "I understand," Song Yilong responded. "I will follow your instructions shortly." "But Taoist, is this truly sufficient?" "Indeed, the sword is paramount among weapons and possesses a formidable aura. This sword alone will suffice to dispel the bagua mirror," Yilongya replied, stroking his long beard. Afterward, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Ergu. Understanding the signal, Ergu retrieved a consultancy agreement from his bag and presented it to Song Yilong. "Mr. Song, please review this consultancy agreement. If all is in order, kindly sign and transfer the funds. My master and I must continue our journey elsewhere." Upon examining the document, Song Yilong remarked, "Is it customary for Taoists to be so professional nowadays?" "Mr. Song, we do this for tax purposes. Evading taxes is something my master would never stoop to," Ergu replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Upon hearing this, Song Yilong's expression tightened. "Ahem, while they may not engage in tax evasion, I have been doing so consistently. Is the Taoist implying something about me? It's quite possible." With a guilty conscience, he merely skimmed through the contract before signing his name, then summoned the finance department to transfer the funds to Yilongya. Before long, Yilongya's phone buzzed with a notification of the 5 million received, and he could not help but feel elated. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he retrieved a folded yellow talisman from his bag and unfurled it upon Song Yilong's desk. "Taoist, what is this?" Song Yilong gazed at the perplexing yellow talisman, measuring over a meter in length, and inquired with confusion. Yilongya continued his pretentious demeanor, reminding Song, "Remember to create a layered structure within the golden silk broadsword and place this talisman inside. Great achievements shall follow." Initially taken aback, Song Yilong soon found that any lingering doubts had dissipated entirely. He silently rejoiced, grateful for his sincerity, for had he acted insincerely, the Taoist would not have bestowed upon him such a significant talisman. "Thank you, esteemed Taoist," he expressed with utmost respect. "With that said, Song, I shall take my leave," Yilongya declared, elegantly flicking his dust whisk. "Ah, my disciple will provide you with a phone number. Feel free to reach out if any questions arise." "Very well," Song Yilong replied, exchanging contact information with the duo before accompanying them to the entrance of the building, bidding them farewell with a lingering gaze. He couldn't help but marvel. Taoist Wiyazi is truly an extraordinary figure of the world. After meandering for an hour, ensuring they were not being followed, Yilongya and his nephew checked into a hotel room. We are rich, haha," they exclaimed joyously, gazing at the balance on their bank card. "Uncle, 5 million. How shall we spend it?" Ergo shouted, brimming with excitement. "Look at your lack of composure. 5 million is merely a trifle. Remain calm. Ilanya feigned nonchalance. Internally, Ergo scoffed, calm? Uncle, you ought to see how flushed your face has become. Let's return home. Why linger here? Ergo proposed. Return? I still intend to score another big hit before we leave, Ilanya replied, his confidence swelling after their recent success. The people in this big city are not so remarkable after all. Another big score? But where shall we find another fat sheep? Ergo scratched his head in inquiry. I already have a target in mind, Ilanya mused, a smug smile spreading across his face as he recalled the bagua mirror atop the Wish building. Later that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Chen Mu was engaged in a discussion about a new song with Lin Jingxian and Su Qingyue when a knock echoed through the room. He looked up to see Hong Fongrong entering with an unusual expression. Old Hong, what with that expression? Is there something amiss? Chen Mu asked, puzzled. Hong Fongrong was stifling laughter. Boss, there are two Taoists outside claiming that the feng shui of our bagua mirror on the rooftop is about to be disrupted, and they demand to meet the company owner. Chen Mu's expression shifted as he processed this information. Feng shui? That is just something I whimsically concocted to annoy Song along. Lin Jingxian inquired curiously, President Chen, what feng shui? Wu Jinting slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, see? I told you the bagua mirror on the rooftop was a feng shui setup, but you all refused to believe. Chen Mu shot him an irritated look. What kind of feng shui setup? You go play with that nonsense. Wu Jinting immediately fell silent, pretentiously poring over the sheet music. His antics elicited laughter from Lin Jingxian and the others. Boss, should I send them away? Hong Fongrong suggested with a chuckle. No need. I shall head to the office first. You take them over, said Chen Mu. Sister Jingxian, you all start with a sound check. I have some matters to attend to. After speaking, he took Zhu Shidu back to the office. No sooner had he settled down than Hong Fongrong entered, accompanied by Ilanya and another individual. Chen Mu cast a glance at Ilanya, who was clad in a Taoist robe, and was momentarily taken aback. Ilanya was also scrutinizing Chen Mu, noting that he appeared significantly younger than the boss across from him. The youthfulness made him more susceptible to manipulation. This situation was certainly favorable. May I inquire how to address you, master? Snapping back to reality, Chen Mu was in a rather foul mood. However, Ilanya did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he cradled the floating dust and moved directly to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out. Subsequently, with a serious expression, he turned back to Chen Mu and said,